Chapter 1. Where is this place? Jiang Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, murmuring in bewilderment. I was just driving home, wasn't I? Oh right, that beam of light. Could it be that he had traversed through time? Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The moonlight outside was bright, filtering through the oiled paper of the window, casting a hazy light within the room. At present, Jiang Chen was curled up on an exceedingly simple wooden bed, his complexion unnaturally pale. The room exuded an ancient charm, with a worn table positioned within. Upon the table sat a yellowed kerosene lamp. Judging by the decor, the furnishings must have been relics from several decades ago. In contemporary society, such furniture was virtually non-existent. Had he perhaps been reborn into a bygone era? Roar. Huh. As Jiang Chen pondered, a sudden sound erupted from outside, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The voice was deep and hollow, akin to a cry from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone, as if it could penetrate his very pores and strike directly at his heart. Damn, why does that sound seem so familiar? Jiang Chen had watched numerous horror films and instantly recognized that this was no beastly growl. It bore a striking resemblance to the chilling moans of zombies from the movies. No way, am I encountering ghosts right after my rebirth? His heart raced uncontrollably. He enjoyed zombie films, but he certainly did not wish to face a real zombie. He was merely an ordinary office worker, burdened with the ailments of desk life, struggling to ascend a flight of stairs after exiting an elevator. If he were to encounter a zombie, wouldn't that be akin to delivering himself as a meal? In the next moment, a further calamity befell him. Just as he trembled, preparing to rise and investigate, he suddenly realized that his body had shrunk considerably. Jiang Chen stared at his hands, now half their original size, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Rebirth, coupled with a ghostly encounter, was already a catastrophic beginning. Now, to be transformed into a child was utterly devoid of mercy. Meanwhile, the growling outside persisted, and Jiang Chen sensed that the source of the sound was drawing nearer. He could no longer afford to ponder. His physical state. Survival was paramount. Jiang Chen descended from the bed and approached the window, which was covered with a layer of oiled paper. Summoning his courage, he moistened his fingertip with saliva and carefully poked a small hole in the paper. Then, he cautiously leaned closer to the tiny opening. The moon was full, illuminating the external environment with clarity. Through the small hole, Jiang Chen beheld the scene outside. Trees, earthen houses, and a well. It resembled a desolate mountain village. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he spotted two figures lying on the ground in the distance, seemingly a man and a woman, their bodies contorted in grotesque positions. Their necks appeared twisted backward at unnatural angles. Bathed in the moonlight, the sight was exceedingly eerie and terrifying. Jiang Chen felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Gazing at the distant figures, an inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within him. In an instant, he comprehended. These two were likely the parents of his current body. It seemed they had fallen victim to whatever had produced that dreadful roar. What on earth could that be? A zombie or a monster? Where had it gone? Jiang Chen quickly scanned the surroundings through the small opening, but found no signs of the creature. Suddenly, as he prepared to withdraw his gaze, a shadow abruptly loomed at the window, accompanied by a blood-red eye appearing before the small hole. At the same time, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Startled by the sudden change, Jiang Chen let out a shriek and stumbled backward. Hud, hud, hud. He only came to a stop when his body collided with the bed. This shock nearly sent Jiang Chen's soul fleeing. In the next instant, the window shattered with a thunderous crash. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he beheld a creature with blood-red eyes, a purple face, and sharp fangs, its disheveled hair cascading down. It lunged through the window with long, grayish claws outstretched, roaring ferociously. The overwhelming sense of dread plunged Jiang Chen into a state of despair. What to do? I'd perish? Being bitten by a zombie would lead to transformation that would be even worse than death. At this moment, every drop of blood in Jiang Chen's body turned to ice. His legs weakened, robbing him of the ability to flee. In his current state, facing this terrifying zombie left him utterly defenseless. Beep. The divine level selection system has been activated. A beginner's gift package has been granted. Current situation detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Abandon resistance and allow the zombie to drain your blood reward. Transformation into a fur zombie. Option 2. Hold your breath. Do not exhale. Even in death, wait for rescue to arrive reward. Permanent increase of 100 in chi affinity. Option 3. Turn and flee reward. Permanent increase of 100 in speed. At this critical moment, a voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, invigorating him. It was the voice of the system. As an office worker, he had honed the skill of listening to novels during work hours, having consumed countless tales. He was all too familiar with the concept of a system and had often fantasized about how remarkable it would be to possess one. To his astonishment, this seemingly unrealistic wish had truly come to fruition. Yet, why had the system not arrived sooner? Now, with the zombie looming before him, how should he choose? Option 1 entailed surrendering to become a fur zombie. Though powerful, the grotesque and revolting nature of a fur zombie was something Jiang Chen vehemently rejected even in death. He would not wish to transform into such a creature. Option 3, turn to flee. Setting aside his current weakness, even in peak condition, escaping from a zombie as a mere 7 or 8-year-old child was an exercise in futility. He could only choose to hold his breath. The zombie before him appeared to be a lowly purple zombie, capable only of tracking based on the breath of the living. Crucially, Option 2 mentioned waiting for rescue to arrive. Since the system had stated this, it must be based on some rationale. I choose Option 2. Jiang Chen shouted internally, then firmly sealed his breath, pressing his hand tightly against his mouth and nose. Upon entering the room, the zombie lost its target instantly. Yet, relying on its earlier assessment, it began to approach Jiang Chen slowly. Roar! Huh! Jiang Chen watched as the zombie drew nearer, listening to its horrifying growls, his hands nearly bursting with tension as he clutched his face, terrified to emit even a whisper of breath. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. 3 minutes. Time ticked by, second by second. Jiang Chen felt his vision blurring. His cheeks burned with heat, and his insides felt as though they might explode, nearly causing him to faint. Trouble. Something's wrong. Go check. At that moment, a startled voice echoed from outside. The zombie, its claws almost grazing Jiang Chen, suddenly pivoted and leaped back outside. Only after the zombie departed did Jiang Chen slowly release his grip, collapsing onto the bed in utter exhaustion. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed Option 2 reward. Chi perception increased by 100. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Chen realized that he had successfully passed the first hurdle of his unexpected journey. Moments later, Jiang Chen finally regained a modicum of strength. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle outside captured his attention. Suppressing his discomfort, he rolled off the bed and approached the door. He witnessed a man with gray hair and a distinct brow kicking the zombie several meters away. Then, with a gesture of his right hand, a wooden sword in his left erupted with dazzling golden light, swiftly aimed at the zombie. The luminous sword struck the zombie's heart with tremendous force, sending it careening back several meters before pinning it firmly to the ground. The zombie writhed and howled, dark gas escaping its mouth. The man with the distinct brow leaped forward, retrieving a yellow talisman from his waist, chanting incantations. In the blink of an eye, the talisman ignited and he hurled it at the zombie. Instantly, the zombie was engulfed in intense flames. Within half a minute, the creature was reduced to ashes. Jiang Chen stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Wasn't this the stuff of movies? Peachwood swords, talismans, incantations. And that man with a distinct brow. Wasn't he the legendary Uncle Jiu? The man who instilled the greatest sense of security. Moreover, in the distance stood a bespectacled man, leisurely observing Uncle Jiu's performance. Jiang Chen recognized this man all too well, the somewhat mischievous Daoist with the big sword, Si Mu. Could it be that he had entered the universe of Uncle Jiu? No wonder he encountered zombies the moment he arrived here. If it were the world of Jiu Shu, it would indeed make sense. Junior brother, have you surveyed the surroundings? At this moment, Jiu Shu had already gathered the ashes of the burned zombie into a cloth bag. Senior brother, I have observed. This is a small village adjacent to Rinjia town, consisting of only a few households, and there are no living souls remaining, Si Mu Daoren replied, his previously carefree demeanor replaced with solemnity. Just then, a glimmer flashed across Si Mu's glasses, and he noticed a child not far from the doorway of a house, intently watching them. Senior brother, it seems there is still a child over there. Upon hearing this, Jiu turned around and, upon seeing Jiang Chen, quickly approached him. At that moment, the flush from Jiang Chen's face had faded, leaving him somewhat pale, resembling someone who had been overly frightened and lost blood. Jiu hastily picked up the astonished Jiang Chen and carried him into the courtyard. Child, what is your name? Cough, that uncle, my name is Jiang Chen. Upon hearing Jiu's inquiry, Jiang Chen, in a moment of excitement, almost called him uncle. Thankfully, he regained his composure in time, otherwise he would have been at a loss explaining to this idol of the same age. Jiang Chen, a fine name. Where are your parents? Jiu's voice trembled slightly, although he had already suspected that the corpses in the courtyard were Jiang Chen's parents. He still harbored a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and pointed at the two corpses lying on the ground. They're my father and mother, uncle. Although Jiang Chen himself felt no emotional connection to the two on the ground, the residual feelings of this body persisted. Thus, as he spoke, hot tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Chen also realized that this body must have been frightened to death by the zombie. Supreme Edict, transcend your lonely soul. All spirits and phantoms, may the four lives be blessed. Upon hearing this, Jiu sighed and did not respond to Jiang Chen's question, instead reciting the rebirth incantation silently. I have surveyed the area surrounding Rinjia town many times. It is truly strange that zombies have appeared today, Jiu mused, having been in Rinjia town for nearly 10 years. In these 10 years, he had personally inspected the vicinity of Rinjia town multiple times. The number of wandering souls and spirits he had collected in the charity graveyard had nearly filled a wall. He had dealt with numerous zombies. Yet, unexpectedly, there were still zombies roaming about. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, a sense of guilt arose within Jiu. Senior brother, let us first guide the villagers to the afterlife. Tomorrow, I will accompany you for another inspection. Jiu nodded silently in agreement. Subsequently, the two began to act separately, gathering the 10 or so villagers from the few households in the village. They used lychee wood to conduct a collective cremation. Soon, the flames extinguished, and Jiu and Si Mu chose an excellent spot to bury the villagers' ashes. Jiang Chen, at present, your parents and the uncles in the village are no longer with us. You may follow either me or your Si Mu uncle from now on, Jiu said softly to Jiang Chen after contemplating for a long while on the way back to the charity graveyard. Just as Jiu's words fell, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind once more. Beep, the divine selection is activated. Please choose. Option 1. Apprentice under Lin Fengjiao. Reward, 7 Killing Order of Divine Arts. Option 2. Apprentice under Si Mu Dao Run. Reward, Summoning Technique of Divine Arts. Option 3. Travel Alone. Reward, Soul Retrieving Pill 5. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Chen fell into a brief contemplation. He immediately dismissed Option 3. As an 80-year-old child, traversing a world filled with demons and monsters alone would likely lead to his demise within a month, leaving nothing but remnants. Although the soul-retrieving pill was valuable and could bring one back from the dead, with his current strength, even 50 of them would be of no use. Thus, he was left to choose between Jiu and Si Mu Dao Ren. Si Mu Dao Ren's summoning technique was indeed formidable, capable of summoning ancestral spirits to possess him, resulting in explosive combat power. Moreover, his ability to forge weapons was unparalleled, particularly skilled at crafting great swords. However, the thought of taking Si Mu as a master did not sit well with Jiang Chen. He regarded him as an old rogue. Just look at how poorly Jala fared under his tutelage. Therefore, Jiang Chen felt far more at ease choosing Jiu as his master. Additionally, the reward for selecting Jiu was immensely enticing to Jiang Chen. The Seven Killing Order of Divine Arts. Just hearing the name ignited a fervor within him. With a mere point, it was as if he was unleashing a radiant sword, obliterating all evil spirits into ashes. It was simply a breathtaking and flamboyant skill, essential for making a grand impression. Although it was only one of the orders, it was more than sufficient for Jiang Chen at this moment. With the system in place, he would inevitably acquire the other orders in due time. At this juncture, Jiang Chen had already reached a decision in his heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth to request apprenticeship, Si Mu waved his hand and spoke. No, senior brother, you're aware of my circumstances. I often travel far and wide to transport clients. I cannot take care of such a little one. It would be best if you kindly accepted him, Si Mu Daoren said sincerely. He struggled to take care of himself, let alone a child. It would be more merciful to simply dispatch him with a sword. Uncle Jiu, aware of Si Mu's temperament, could only shake his head in resignation. Master, I wish to follow you and learn the art of exorcism to one day, like you, vanquish demons and eradicate all malevolence from the world. Jiang Chen approached Uncle Jiu, lifting his small head to gaze earnestly at him. Upon hearing these words, Uncle Jiu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that an 8-year-old child could articulate such profound sentiments. Observing Jiang Chen's unwavering determination, Uncle Jiu felt a surge of conviction that this child possessed aspirations far beyond the ordinary. Si Mu, upon hearing Jiang Chen's declaration, was equally astonished, and a flicker of regret stirred within him. In the path of cultivation, one's disposition is of utmost importance, with such a resolute character. This child was destined for extraordinary achievements. However, Si Mu quickly dispelled that fleeting regret with a vigorous shake of his head. Very well. You shall train with me from now on, Uncle Jiu replied, crouching down to meet Jiang Chen's earnest gaze, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Disciple. Paying respects to the master, Jiang Chen exclaimed, his excitement propelling him forward as he respectfully bowed 3 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward, the Demon Slayer Order of the 7 Killings. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a new memory automatically unfolded within Jiang Chen's consciousness, on the supreme stage of stars, ever-changing and unceasing. Exorcising evil and binding spirits, the Tao's essence endures. Swiftly, as commanded. This is the first decree of the 7 kill orders, the Killing Break Decree, which serves as a preliminary step. However, given Jiang Chen's current state, it is utterly unattainable for him to execute it. He must at least reach the realm of a human master by channeling energy into his body to accomplish this feat. Jiang Chen recalls from the original anime that Wang Shaoer required the assistance of talisman paper to perform it. Yet, within the rewards provided by the system, there is no mention of the method to draw such talismans. It remains uncertain whether there have been changes. Perhaps the system has been optimized, allowing for the performance of the decree without the need for talisman paper. Such circumstances have indeed become considerably convenient. One must understand that in a true contest of skill, every fleeting second holds paramount significance. While the prowess of the practitioners is undeniable, there remains a slight delay in their movements. The formidable 9th uncle and the adept 4-eyed Daoist, with their exceptional agility, swiftly escorted Jiang Chen back to the ancestral hall of the Ren family in the town. At this moment, within a spacious chamber, several coffins lay at the center, surrounded by walls where numerous figures clad in Qing attire stood rigidly, their foreheads adorned with yellow talismans. An incense altar graced the front of the room, where flickering red candles cast a gentle glow, and the fragrance of incense wafted delicately through the air. Upon realizing that this was the universe of 9th uncle, Jiang Chen's innate fear, upon encountering the coffins and the corpses, had significantly diminished. He would need to frequently engage with such entities. Harboring fear would be counterproductive to his quest for enlightenment. Suddenly, a resounding snort echoed through the room, startling Jiang Chen. Following the sound, he discovered a bed nestled in the corner, upon which lay an individual. Instantly, he recognized this as one of 9th uncle's less competent disciples, Wenkai. Brother, this Wenkai truly possesses a remarkable talent for examining corpses, 4-eyed jested, observing Wenkai mumbling incoherently, drenching his pillow with drool. Ah Chen, this is your second senior brother, Wenkai. You also have an elder brother named Qiuxing. It is getting late. I shall introduce you to them properly tomorrow. With that, 9th uncle guided Jiang Chen to the backyard, arranging for him to reside next to his own chambers. As Jiang Chen reclined on his bed, a wave of reflection washed over him. In just a few short hours, the course of one's life underwent a tremendous transformation. From a mundane 9-to-5 office worker, one abruptly became the disciple of the venerable Master Jiu in a world overrun by zombies. Had it not been for Jiang Chen biting his tongue and feeling an excruciating pain, he might have believed he was ensnared in a dream. Suddenly, as he lay down with his eyes growing increasingly dazed, Jiang Chen experienced a jolt of clarity. He recalled that upon the activation of his system, he had received a novice gift package. The events had been so overwhelming that he had momentarily forgotten about it. System, open the novice gift package. Jiang Chen eagerly summoned in his mind. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a personal space measuring 1 cubic meter, which will expand as your strength increases. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent of photographic memory. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a character panel. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 chi cultivation pill. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Chen felt his drowsiness dissipate entirely. The 4 items bestowed by the novice gift package were exceedingly practical rewards. A personal space was essential for any cultivator. He would inevitably need to create numerous talismans and magical artifacts. Carrying them all on his person would be cumbersome, but with a personal space, he could access them at will, enhancing both convenience and his combat prowess. The talent of photographic memory was even more beneficial. Cultivators must memorize various incantations and techniques, which are often far more obscure than the poetry and texts he had learned in his previous life. Those with lesser talents would spend an inordinate amount of time merely memorizing. With this gift, Jiang Chen was certain that his cultivation efforts would yield greater results with less effort. Although there were no books in the room for Jiang Chen to test his newfound ability, he had faith that the system's offerings would not disappoint him. He repeatedly stored and retrieved his discarded clothing within the personal space, reveling in the experience. However, after a dozen attempts, he began to feel a slight heaviness in his head. It seemed that utilizing the space required some mental energy, though not excessively, with his current physique. He could use it numerous times without issue. Once he advanced in his cultivation, such minimal expenditure would be inconsequential. Next, Jiang Chen summoned his character panel. Name: Jiang Chen Realm. Mortal Body. Ordinary Physique Mana. 0 Cultivation Method. None Space. 1 cubic meter Techniques. First command of the 7 Kill Orders Talent. Photographic Memory. Chi Affinity 100. As Jiang Chen gazed at his character panel, it felt reminiscent of the character interfaces from the games of his past life. This sensation is utterly marvelous. Upon glimpsing the section detailing the Daoist techniques and innate talents, Jiang Chen was instantly filled with fervor. Withdrawing the character panel, he retrieved the Pei Yuan Dan. In an instant, the functions of this elixir manifested in his mind. Pei Yuan Dan enhances physique, elevates the primordial essence. Jiang Chen, acutely aware of the frailty of his current form, did not hesitate to swallow the Pei Yuan Dan. The next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. This power does not belong to Jiang Chen at his current age. This marks an elevation on the level of existence. The following day, as dawn broke, accompanied by the melodious crowing of roosters, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. After donning his attire and stepping outside, he took a deep breath, instantly feeling invigorated. Although this era does not possess the abundant spiritual energy of ancient times, it is still infinitely superior to the desolate state of spiritual energy in later generations. Coupled with the innate affinity for qi, Jiang Chen sensed a unique energy permeating the air, continuously penetrating his pores. The sensation was exquisitely tingling and utterly refreshing. Stretching lazily, Jiang Chen strode towards the front courtyard. After a short while, he heard the voice of his master, Uncle Jiu. Steadying himself in a horse stance, he straightened his arms and lifted his head. After all this time training, he still struggled to maintain a proper stance. Master, he called out, knowing that merely addressing his master would not suffice, as physical cultivation is the foremost challenge for practitioners. Following the voice, Jiang Chen arrived at a courtyard, where he witnessed his master, Uncle Jiu, wielding a ruler to chastise his second senior brother, Wen Kai. Good morning, Master, Jiang Chen greeted, bowing respectfully before Uncle Jiu. Chen, why are you up so early? Uncle Jiu was taken aback by Jiang Chen's early rise, as children of his age were typically heavy sleepers, especially after the events of the previous night, which led him to expect Jiang Chen would sleep until well past dawn. Master, I have rested well. Wen Kai, who had previously appeared tormented, seemed to see a savior in Jiang Chen's arrival. He immediately stood and approached Jiang Chen, squatting down to grasp his hand and affectionately pinch his cheek. When Uncle Jiu had awakened him that morning, he had informed Wen Kai of Jiang Chen's presence. "Junior brother, I am your second senior brother, Wen Kai." "Master, since our junior brother is new here and likely unfamiliar with the surroundings, I shall take him on a tour," Wen Kai declared, scooping Jiang Chen into his arms and dashing off before Uncle Jiu could object. With remarkable speed, Wen Kai paid no mind to Uncle Jiu's stern admonitions, which he had evidently grown accustomed to. Jiang Chen watched his second senior brother with amusement, contemplating the challenges his master imposed on him. Truly, it was a trial for Wen Kai, who seemed ill-suited for this path. Setting aside the matter of his aptitude, his temperament, if unaltered, would likely hinder his progress for a lifetime. Nonetheless, Wen Kai was straightforward and kind-hearted, lacking any malice. In contrast, the yet-to-be-met Qiu Xing was depicted in the film as an utter liability, always seeking trouble and devoid of composure, easily seduced by temptations. He had even turned against their master. Furthermore, Qiu Xing indirectly summoned the master brother, Shi Jian, leading to a rift among the disciples. In truth, with Master Uncle Jiu's talents, he should have reached a higher realm. However, he had squandered too much energy on these two disciples over the years, allowing Shi Jian, of similar aptitude, to outpace him. Were it not for the protagonist's aura in the film, Uncle Jiu would have surely faced defeat. Now that Jiang Chen had also taken Uncle Jiu as his master, he could not idly watch his master being led astray. Upon exiting the courtyard, Wen Kai set Jiang Chen down. "Junior brother, what prompted you to pursue the path of cultivation?" "It is quite arduous," he remarked, glancing back at the courtyard as if it were a hellish realm. "My parents were killed by zombies. I wish to learn the ways of Dao to slay them and avenge them," Jiang Chen replied earnestly. After Uncle Jiu had cremated the villagers the previous night, Jiang Chen felt that the emotional ties weighing upon him had diminished significantly. He suspected that once he personally vanquished a zombie, the lingering attachments of the original owner would vanish entirely. So that is the case. My apologies, junior brother. Master only mentioned your arrival but did not elaborate on the reasons, Wen Kai said, guilt washing over his features. Not at all, second senior brother. I believe learning the Dao is quite beneficial. It not only allows for self-protection but also enables one to safeguard loved ones. Indeed, while that may be the case, I cannot endure the pain of training, he chuckled. Now, let us explore a bit before we get caught by Master. With that, Wen Kai took Jiang Chen's hand and began wandering through the mortuary. Ding. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Divine Choice System. Option 1. Ignore Wen Kai's laziness and allow him to be a slacker. Reward. 1 Peiyuan pill. Option 2. Force Wen Kai to train for 3 months to reach the Daoist realm, helping Master eliminate a liability. Reward. Second Order of the Divine Ghost 7 Kill Command. Wind and Fire Order. Jiang Chen halted abruptly. Clearly, the system could no longer tolerate the situation. Without hesitation, he chose option 2. He had already consumed the Peiyuan pill and suspected that its efficacy would significantly diminish upon repeat usage. As Wen Kai continued walking forward, he suddenly felt an immense force tugging at him, compelling him to stop. Junior brother, what is the matter? Let us go. I'll show you the mortuary. Wen Kai turned, bewildered, gazing at Jiang Chen. Then, a shock gripped him. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail junior brother possessed such strength. This is entirely unlike the strength one would expect from a child. Wen Kai reflected on the sensation he had just experienced. It seemed that this young junior's power could rival his own. Although he considered himself a mediocre practitioner, he had trained under his master for over a decade, and his physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Yet, had not the young junior arrived only last night? He had not even begun his cultivation. Is this reasonable? Brother Wen Kai, let us proceed to practice. The master's strictness is ultimately for your benefit. If you continue this way, the master will surely be disappointed. Jiang Chen initially spoke with patience, but added that if Wen Kai were unwilling, he would have no choice but to resort to force. Although he could not match Wen Kai in strength, he found it relatively easy to simply drag him to their master. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wen Sai's brows furrowed immediately into a frown. He had thought Jiang Chen was his savior, only to discover he was an accomplice of the master. Little junior brother, if you wish to try, you may go alone. Just tell the master that I have an upset stomach and cannot attend, Wen Kai declared, turning to flee. Jiang Chen had anticipated this scenario. With his fully charged agility, he swiftly stepped forward, seized Wen Sai's hands, and, using a sudden shoulder thrust, lifted the unsuspecting Wen Kai, carrying him back towards the courtyard. This scene is profoundly disconcerting. A child, approximately 1 meter 30 tall, is hoisting an adult who stands at about 1 meter 70. It appears exceedingly bizarre. "Hey, junior brother, what are you doing? Put me down at once." The individual being carried, Wen Kai, is utterly dumbfounded. His astonishment stems not only from Jiang Chen's sudden ambush but also from the sheer strength of the boy. After all, he weighs around 130 pounds. Yet he is so effortlessly lifted by his junior. No matter how much Wen Kai struggles, Jiang Chen shows no intention of releasing him. "Wen Kai, my dear brother, for the sake of my wind and fire order, I must impose upon you for these 3 months. Approaching the entrance of the small courtyard, just as he is about to step inside, a sudden bellow erupts from behind. "You audacious demon! How dare you kidnap my junior brother in the ancestral hall? Brother, save me." Upon hearing the voice, Wen Kai immediately cries for help. The newcomer is Qiuxing, who has hurried over for the morning class. Upon entering the ancestral hall, he hears Wen Sai shout, and, upon arriving at this scene, sees Wen Kai being carried by a child. Initially taken aback, Qiuxing quickly deduces that this child cannot possibly be of the mortal realm. What earthly child possesses such strength? After a furious shout, Qiuxing advances toward Jiang Chen with intent. As Jiang Chen turns around, he is met with the sight of a large foot rapidly approaching. Without time to think, he instinctively uses Wen Kai as a human shield, positioning him in front of himself. Bang! Qiuxing's foot lands squarely in Wen Sai's abdomen. Wen Kai bends over, pressing against Jiang Chen, and they both stagger backward, nearly tumbling to the ground. Just as Qiuxing prepares to strike again, Wen Kai hastily covers his stomach with one hand while using the other to block Qiuxing, exclaiming, "Qiuxing, stop. This is our new junior brother." "Junior brother? What junior brother?" Qiuxing, halted in his tracks, wears a bewildered expression, questioning when another junior brother appeared, as if their master didn't already have enough on his plate. "Brother," Jiang Chen says, looking at the Qiuxing, who bears a striking resemblance to Dong Tiabao, and steps forward to offer a respectful gesture. He never anticipated that their first encounter would unfold in such a manner, though this fellow may be rather inept. His skills are undeniably impressive. Just moments ago, despite the presence of Wen Kai, Jiang Chen felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. "Oh dear, Qiuxing, your strikes are truly ruthless. I feel as though my innards might shift from their rightful place. It seems I shall not be able to attend the morning class today." Wen Kai clutched his abdomen, gradually crouching down, his face contorted in agony. "Enough of your theatrics. When I nearly landed a kick on you just now, I had already tempered my strength by 50%. Do not feign injury. If you wish to skip class, simply say so." Qiuxing saw through Wen Sai's charade with ease. He approached Wen Kai and lifted him effortlessly aside, then turned to Jiang Chen. "Little junior brother?" Qiuxing inquired with a casual interest, hands clasped behind his back and a slight bow. Jiang Chen regarded Qiuxing's haughty demeanor and nodded lightly. "When did Master take you on as a disciple? I was entirely unaware." "Oh, are you implying that Master must consult you before accepting a student?" Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Qiuxing's expression faltered. "This fellow, the tone in which he speaks, sounds quite awkward. Is this something one of your age ought to articulate? What is this? Did I just strike you? And are you feeling a tad disgruntled? I am your senior brother, and in the absence of our master, it may well fall upon me to instruct you. Let me hear you call me senior brother." Qiuxing clasped his hands before his chest, standing upright, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he looked down upon Jiang Chen, exuding an unmistakable air of provocation. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not concede so easily, although he was currently no match for this fellow. As a disciple of Master Jiu, he harbored no belief that Qiuxing would dare to lay a finger on him. "You struck me and expect me to call you senior brother? Dream on." Jiang Chen waved his small fist at Qiuxing, spat defiantly, and turned to dash into the courtyard. "Hey, you little rascal! Is it such a hardship to call me senior brother? How dare you spit at me? Just wait and see how I deal with you," Qiuxing exclaimed, glancing back at the chuckling Wen Kai with irritation before charging after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was remarkably swift, vanishing into the courtyard in the blink of an eye. However, Qiuxing was no weakling. With his innate talent, he had already reached the mid-stage of Taoist cultivation. He maneuvered with the grace of a leopard on the hunt, swiftly closing the distance behind Jiang Chen. Just as Qiuxing reached out to seize Jiang Chen by the collar, a wooden ruler whistled through the air, striking Qiuxing's arm. Wincing in pain, he realized it was his master intervening and quickly halted, respectfully stepping aside. In the next moment, Master Jiu emerged from a room, his expression stern. Upon seeing Master Jiu, Qiuxing promptly picked up the ruler from the ground and approached with a cheeky grin. "Master, I was just playing around with my junior brother," he said. "Humph, look at you two now. One lazes about like a salted fish, lacking ambition. while the other trifles away, bullying younger children. Wen Kai, get in here. Master Jiu's gaze fell upon Wen Kai, who was attempting to flee, and he bellowed sternly. Realizing the gravity of his master's ire, Wen Kai immediately abandoned his escape plan. Master Jiu's wrath was formidable, and Wen Kai dared not provoke him further. Seeing Wen Kai cowering, Master Jiu's frustration mounted, and he delivered a swift kick to Wen Kai's rear. You two will extend your study time by half an incense stick today, he declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Qiusheng remained unfazed. He could endure even a full incense stick of extra study. However, Wen Kai instantly howled in despair. Master Jiu exhibited no signs of leniency. In 3 months' time, the Zhongyuan festival would arrive, with all your uncles and aunts gathering here. With your current demeanor, where do you expect me to show my face? Both Wen Kai and Qiusheng hung their heads in shame at their master's words. Having practiced under their master for nearly a decade, Wen Kai remained in the early stages of Taoist discipleship, while Qiusheng was slightly stronger, yet still only at the mid-stage. In contrast, many of their peers had already advanced to the realm of human masters. Each year, when their master took them to gatherings, the two felt an acute embarrassment. Vowing silently on the mountain to train diligently upon their return, determined to bring honor to their master next time. Yet, mere days after returning, they fell back into their previous habits. The location for this gathering of the Maoshan brothers is here. As the host, should my master bring shame upon us again, I can only anticipate the consequences I shall endure. From this day forth, should anyone dare to be lazy and neglect their training, do not expect me to show leniency. The call to cultivate is not merely for the sake of appearances. More crucially, it is to safeguard your very lives. If you have chosen this path and lack the ability to protect yourselves, it would be wiser to return home and start a family. After delivering his reprimand, Master Jiu seated himself upon a stone platform before the two, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized them. After a brief moment, it seemed he became aware of another presence beside him. Turning to see Jiang Chen standing respectfully at the side, Master Jiu's expression softened immediately. At this moment, having rejuvenated overnight, and with his attributes fully replenished, Jiang Chen appeared vibrant and full of vitality, his rosy complexion and slightly cherubic face lending him an endearing charm. Chen, come here, he called. Jiang Chen was deep in thought about his master's earlier words, contemplating the upcoming Zhongyuan festival in 3 months, when all the brothers would gather. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen could not help but recall the narrative of the supreme zombie from his previous life. He wondered if this year's Zhongyuan festival marked the commencement of a cinematic storyline. Responding to his master's call, Jiang Chen promptly set aside his thoughts and approached his master obediently. Did this little rascal bully you? Uncle Jiu inquired, casting an angry glance at Qiusheng. He kicked me and forced me to address him as senior brother. He is so fierce, I simply cannot bring myself to call him that. Master, is our hierarchy determined by the order of entry? Jiang Chen mused, recognizing that in most cultivation realms, status is typically based on strength. If seniority were not dictated by the timing of entry, he too could claim the title of senior brother. The thought of addressing Qiusheng as such was simply unthinkable. Uncle Jiu, intrigued by Jiang Chen's words, became increasingly interested. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, this is acceptable. It provides an excellent opportunity to provoke these two rebellious disciples, Jiang Chen and the others. Indeed. In our Maoshan sect, positions among the disciples are determined by the timing of their initiation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment, as it seemed his aspirations of becoming an elder brother were about to be dashed. However, at that moment, the voice of Uncle Jiu resonated once more. Nevertheless, these two fellows are currently only my registered disciples and have yet to formally join my sect. Therefore, if you wish to assume the role of elder brother, there remains a chance, he said with a smile while affectionately ruffling Jiang Chen's hair. Rising to his feet, he addressed Wen Kai and Qiusheng. You must have heard my previous words. If you desire to be an elder brother, you must demonstrate the abilities befitting one. In 3 months, I shall formally accept you into the fold. However, the order of acceptance will depend on my inclinations. Although Wen Kai felt no particular desire to become an elder brother, the thought of being Jiang Chen's junior disciple left him with a twinge of discomfort. Walking down the street, this adult man found it rather absurd to refer to a small child as his senior brother. No matter how thick-skinned he was, it was a situation difficult to endure. He then recalled Jiang Chen's peculiar abilities, pondering whether this little junior brother possessed some extraordinary talent. which inevitably instilled a sense of urgency within him. Jiu, with his astute mind, quickly discerned that his master was using Jiang Chen as a means to inspire him. When Kai was a failure in cultivation, and Jiang Chen was merely a child with a bit of strength, in 3 months, should he achieve any breakthrough, the position of senior brother would still belong to him. He could not fathom that his master would truly bestow the title of senior brother upon a mere 8 or 9-year-old child. At such a time, would not his master become the object of ridicule among the uncles and aunts at Maoshan? Thus, Qiuxing was filled with confidence, unperturbed by the situation. Little brat, we shall see if you can still be so arrogant then. Once I become the senior brother, I shall spank you daily. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was brimming with excitement. Although he was but an 8-year-old child, he held a significant advantage. In just a day's time, I have transformed from a physically frail child into a prodigious young talent. Who can fathom the extraordinary heights I may reach in 3 months? In the blink of an eye, 2 days have elapsed. In recent days, Jiang Chen has been rising early each morning to accompany his master in overseeing Wakai and Qiuxing's cultivation. Incidentally, Master Jiu also acquainted Jiang Chen with all the skills he possessed. Jiang Chen came to understand that his master, Jiu Shu, had assimilated virtually everything that Maoshan had to offer. There was practically nothing he wasn't proficient in, even mastering the great senior brother Shi Jian's signature skill, the thunderous lightning fist, albeit not as profoundly as Shi Jian. However, the master's forte lay in geomancy, array formation, and the art of crafting talismans. As usual, after the rooster's crow, Jiang Chen arose and made his way to the courtyard. Wen Kai and Qiuxing were already awaiting him there. Ever since Jiu Shu employed the strategy of motivation, the two had shown a marked increase in their enthusiasm for cultivation. Neither of them wished to be surpassed by Jiang Chen, an 8-year-old child. Jiang Chen approached Wakai, greeting him with a cheerful good morning, senior brother. During these past few days of leisure, Wakai took Jiang Chen on a thorough tour of the ancestral hall. He genuinely held affection for his junior disciple, primarily because Jiang Chen's presence offered him companionship. After Qiuxing's departure, he had been left to confront a room full of corpses in solitude, which was exceedingly dull. Jiang Chen then turned to Qiuxing, who, with a determined expression, strode forward. Qiuxing muttered a low sound, raising his fist in a gesture of frustration. Had he not noticed their master emerging from the room, he might have truly entertained the idea of teaching this insufferable lad a lesson. At this moment, Uncle Jiu walked into the courtyard, observing that the 3 individuals had arrived, and he nodded in satisfaction. Chen, over the past couple of days, you have witnessed your senior brothers practicing their techniques. Have you managed to remember much? Master, I have committed everything to memory. Jiang Chen possessed an exceptional ability for retention, not limited to books or scriptures. Anything he had seen would remain etched in his mind. The Maoshan body refinement technique comprised a total of 18 sets of movements, each of which could be deconstructed into 9 distinct postures. Each posture, when executed, seemed to resonate with the very laws of nature. The practitioners of Maoshan continuously honed themselves through this method, aligning their bodies ever more closely with the Tao of heaven and earth. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Qiuxing, standing nearby, could not contain his laughter. My apologies, I simply couldn't hold it in. Upon noticing Uncle Jiu's stern gaze, Qiuxing hurriedly covered his mouth, attempting to explain. However, despite his verbal apologies, he was inwardly eager to witness the unfolding drama. The Mosang body refinement technique, despite its formidable efficacy, entails exceedingly intricate movements. Comprising 18 sets of actions, it encompasses a total of 162 distinct postures, each of which is profoundly challenging to master. For the average individual, managing to memorize even a single posture in a day is commendable. To retain 5 postures signifies exceptional aptitude. When Kai dedicated a full 5 years to thoroughly familiarize himself with all the postures and subsequently invested nearly half a year in practical application, this impudent youth, having merely observed for 2 days, dares to claim that he has memorized everything. He is likely unaware that Master despises those who boast. Let us see if he endures the Master's reprimand later. Qiuxing fixated his gaze intently upon Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, furrowed his brow. Though he considers himself exceptionally perceptive, it took him 18 days to master the art of body refinement from Maoshan, a feat that was among the swiftest in the entire Maoshan sect. This little fellow is still just a child, displaying a certain restlessness, which is quite normal. With proper guidance in the future, he will surely improve. Chen, for those who cultivate, impatience is the greatest taboo. The spiritual energy of the Linghuan realm is diminishing day by day. One must advance steadily in their training, laying a solid foundation, and must not be overly ambitious. Do you understand? Qiu Sheng gazed at his master's kind face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Master, your favoritism is rather obvious, isn't it? Shouldn't you be using the rod to teach this boy a lesson? It seems this rod is solely for my chastisement. Jiang Chen blinked at Uncle Jiu. As the divine selection options appeared before him once more. Option 1. A cultivator must adhere to their true heart and boldly showcase their talents. Reward: grass elixir. Option 2. In this perilous world, it is better to endure and admit one's mistakes. Reward: a hug from master and laughter from senior brother. Jiang Chen was at a loss. These options seemed rather frivolous. Although he was unaware of what the grass elixir was, he resolutely rejected both the embrace of his master and the ridicule from his senior. Taking a step forward, he earnestly looked at Uncle Jiu and declared, Master, I am not lying. I truly remember everything. Without waiting for his master to respond, Jiang Chen made his way to the center of the courtyard and began to execute the movements of the Maoshan body refinement technique. Wenkai, did you hear that? This boy is quite stubborn. Even in the face of Master's temper, he remains defiant. When Master disciplines him, you must not plead for leniency. It is for his own good that he learns a lesson, Qiu Xing teased, leaning towards Wenkai. Qiu Xing, perhaps our junior brother can truly accomplish this. Do not underestimate him. I believe his talent far surpasses my own, Wenkai replied. Having sensed the extraordinary strength and stamina within Jiang Chen over the past few days of close interaction, to him, this was a clear sign of exceptional talent. In the courtyard, Jiang Chen began to gradually perform one pose after another. The amusement on Qiu Xing's face visibly faded, his mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang Chen had truly succeeded. How many poses had he executed? How was he able to achieve this? In the past few days, he had not been seen practicing at all. Could it be that his master had provided him with special guidance? Even with such assistance, mastering so much in just 2 days would seem implausible. What Qiu Sheng did not realize was that Jiang Chen possessed not only an extraordinary photographic memory, but also the ability to continuously absorb the essence of the world through the supreme body refinement technique, which tempered his physique at all times. At this moment, as Jiang Chen executed his movements, the speed at which he absorbed the essence of heaven and earth surged to an astonishing rate. He seemed to transform into a colossal vortex, with the spiritual energy around him becoming increasingly dense and the area of absorption continuously expanding. 1 meter, 10 meters, until the entire courtyard's spiritual energy converged around Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Uncle Jiu trembled, his face a portrait of bewilderment. This lad is not perhaps a monster. Within merely 2 days of embarking on the path of the Maoshan body refinement technique, he is able to absorb spiritual energy to temper his physique during his very first practice. This, in the nearly 1,000-year history of Maoshan, such an occurrence has never been heard of. Jiang Chen's actions continued unabated. He had now entered a state of transcendence, completely engrossed in the wondrous art of body refinement. As the immense spiritual energy flowed into him, his body began to exude impurities of various hues. Yet, in the next moment, these impurities would be entirely incinerated by the fiery essence. To the 3 observers, Jiang Chen appeared to be enveloped in a radiant blaze of colors, exuding an aura of sanctity. After half an hour, Jiang Chen stood upright, making a gesture of cessation while regulating his breath. The entirety of the Maoshan body refinement techniques had been flawlessly executed, with no errors whatsoever. Instantly, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him subsided. Uncle Jiu was the first to react. As if teleporting, he leaped to Jiang Chen's side, trembling hand resting on Jiang Chen's forearm. Moments later, Uncle Jiu's eyes widened in shock. Late-stage Daoist boy. In less than an hour, he had transformed from an ordinary child to a late-stage Daoist boy. At that moment, Uncle Jiu felt as if his very soul were quaking. What manner of prodigy is this young man? Such a talent is not merely something one encounters. It is something one has never even heard of. Shi Jian, the most formidable talent in nearly a century at Maoshan, initially became a disciple under his master's guidance and, within a single day of personal instruction, transcended from an ordinary individual to the realm of a novice disciple. This has already established Shi Jian as the most formidable practitioner of the Mozeng lineage in a century. In comparison, Jiang Chen's ascension, achieving 3 levels within a single hour to reach the later stage of a Daoist apprentice, is nothing short of extraordinary, perhaps even beyond the realm of genius. One can only imagine the joy his master would feel upon learning of such an accomplishment. Should this young man grow, he may well become the leader of the Maoshan revival, guiding it back to its former glory. I never anticipated that a casual decision made merely 2 days prior would yield such a delightful surprise. At this moment, Uncle Jiu resolutely vowed that he would spare no effort, even at the cost of his own life, to ensure that Jiang Chen encounters not the slightest mishap. At this moment, Wen Kai and Qiusheng also regained their senses. Qiusheng swallowed hard, gazing at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He had heard his master's exclamation clearly just moments ago. At this juncture, he repeatedly reassured himself that he must be dreaming, that he had surely gazed too long at the young woman from the Yihong building the previous night, and had yet to awaken from his slumber. How could such a creature possibly exist in this world? Meanwhile, Wen Kai, brimming with excitement, rushed to Jiang Chen's side and grasped his hand. "Junior brother, you were simply extraordinary. Just now, you appeared as if a celestial being had descended, radiating with flames. It was utterly magnificent. How do you feel now? What realm have you attained?" Wen Kai inquired, his face alight with anticipation. "My master says I am at the late stage of the Dao Child realm." "What? The late stage of the Dao Child realm? I am still at the early stage," Wen Kai exclaimed, having been completely captivated by the extraordinary aura surrounding Jiang Chen, oblivious to Uncle Jiu's astonished gasp. "How can you still say that? After 10 years, you're still at the early stage of the Dao Child realm?" Uncle Jiu shot Wen Kai a disapproving glance, then turned to Jiang Chen with a look of affectionate indulgence. "I had planned to teach you the Maoshan body refinement technique today, but it seems that will not be necessary. Since you have just broken through, return and consolidate your newfound strength. You may skip today's morning lesson." As Jiang Chen contemplated how to escape to examine the recently acquired grass rebirth pill, he felt as if his master had delivered him a pillow while he was already drowsy. With a joyful farewell to his master, he swiftly made his way back to his room. "Enough of that. You too. Shouldn't you hasten to practice?" After Jiang Chen's departure, Uncle Jiu adopted a serious demeanor, prompting Wen Kai and Qiusheng to practice with renewed diligence. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen settled cross-legged on his bed and began to rhythmically channel the surrounding qi. Simultaneously, he summoned his character panel. Name: Jiang Chen Realm, late stage of Dao Child Dao Body, pure Dao Body magic power, zero cultivation technique, supreme clarity body refinement true formula space, 8 cubic meters Dao technique. First command of the 7 kills of gods and ghosts talent, photographic memory. Qi affinity 100. Jiang Chen's heart swelled with joy. He had indeed reached the late stage of the Dao Child realm, though he had not sensed it earlier. Upon careful reflection, he felt as if a colossal beast resided within him. He believed he could effortlessly crush his former self into a mere pulp with a single punch. Moreover, his spatial capacity had expanded to 8 cubic meters, an astonishing increase of 8-fold. "This is too generous. It is simply excessive," Jiang Chen exclaimed. Additionally, he noticed a new option for Dao Body on the panel, evidently a result of the spiritual energy refining his body. His Dao Body was now the pure Dao Body. No wonder he felt a distinct difference in his physique. It seemed to absorb spiritual energy at a significantly accelerated rate. He then retrieved the grass rebirth pill. System: what is the function of this grass rebirth pill? Grass rebirth pill, a third-grade elixir that enhances one's aptitude and promotes marrow cleansing upon consumption. Ding. God-level choices activated. Option 1. Consume the grass rebirth pill immediately to gain a negligible enhancement, with a reward of 5 years of increased magic power. Option 2. Administer it to someone in greater need, with a reward of 5 years of increased magic power. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Both options offered identical rewards. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. The effect of this grass rejuvenation pill lies in enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. I have already attained the rudimentary stage of the pure body, and even with its consumption, the improvement in my aptitude would be rather limited. However, should this grass rejuvenation pill be bestowed upon Wen Kai, the enhancement he would experience would undoubtedly be monumental. Currently, Wen Kai's aptitude is scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not still be at the initial stage of a novice after a decade. This decision may seemingly offer little benefit to myself, yet one must not forget that there was a divine choice previously presented, which could allow Wen Kai to break through to the Daoist realm within 3 months. The reward for that choice was the second command of the 7 killings order. Given Wen Kai's current aptitude, it is likely that such an opportunity would slip away. With the possession of this grass rejuvenation pill, that reward is practically within reach. The system is indeed considerate, and this reward comes at an opportune moment. Realizing this, Jiang Chen promptly opted for the second choice. He then began to meditate with closed eyes, practicing the supreme clarity body refinement technique. Before long, noon arrived. After a morning of arduous training, When Kai and Qiuxin were nearly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, their master had prepared a bountiful lunch. After devouring their meal, the two felt rejuvenated and full of vitality once more. Following lunch, Qiuxin cast a lingering glance at Jiang Chen before bidding farewell to their master and returning to the town. He needed to assist his aunt at the shop and would come back for the evening class. Today, Uncle Jiu had also arranged to visit a family for feng shui consultations and had initially planned to take Jiang Chen along for some exposure. However, Jiang Chen, preoccupied with his own thoughts and feeling somewhat unsteady, declined the offer. Before leaving, Uncle Jiu repeatedly instructed Wakai to keep a close watch on Jiang Chen. Wakai, come here for a moment, Jiang Chen called out, observing his senior brother tidying up the dishes after seeing their master off. Junior brother, what is it? Is there something you need? Wakai inquired. Of course, it is something good. Let us speak in the backyard, Jiang Chen replied as he led Wakai to the rear courtyard. He extended his chubby little hand, revealing a pill that glimmered like jade, radiating a vibrant green hue. Wakai gazed intently at the pill in Jiang Chen's hand and murmured, Junior brother, what is this? This is called the grass returning pill, which can enhance one's cultivation aptitude. I received it from an immortal I encountered previously. Do you wish to have it? An immortal? Which immortal? The kind that can fly. Surely that must be an immortal, right? Oh, in that case, it should indeed be an immortal. But enough of this idle talk. Do you wish for it? Junior brother, you are giving me this pill. Wensai's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, it is for you. Now tell me, do you want it? Of course I do. Then after you take it, you must diligently practice and not slack off. Can you do that? Wen Kai pondered for a moment before enthusiastically nodding. The desire to grow stronger surged within him. He no longer wished to be a mere bystander. Previously, he felt hopeless, leading him to abandon himself. Now, with the chance to become stronger, he yearned for it more than anyone else. Seeing Wensai's eager nod and the glimmer of desire in his eyes, Jiang Chen extended his hand and placed the grass-returning pill into Wensai's palm. When I stared blankly at the pill, his fondness for Jiang Chen reaching its zenith. He had been an orphan, raised by his master after being rescued. Due to his appearance and temperament, people often deemed him foolish, even Qiuxin, who had known him for over a decade, frequently teased him. In truth, the only person who truly cared for him was Uncle Jiu. Now, this junior brother, whom he had only known for 2 days, had gifted him such a precious pill. Though he was simple-minded, he was not truly foolish. He understood the significance of the pill in his hand. Junior brother, this pill is so valuable. You. Wensai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked at Jiang Chen, unable to continue his sentence. Enough. I simply find you likable and harbor no ill intentions. If it were Qiuxin asking, I would not have given it. You possess better aptitude, which will lighten our master's burden. Hurry and find a place to take it. You should prepare some water as well, for I suspect you will expel something rather unpleasant afterward. Jiang Chen recalled having read about the process of refining one's essence and marrow, where the body would release foul impurities. To avoid sullying the courtyard, it was best to provide a warning. All right, junior brother. There is a pond behind the ancestral hall, which is quiet. I will take it there, Wen Kai replied, no longer hesitating. After thanking Jiang Chen, he returned to his room to fetch a garment, and then pulled Jiang Chen along as they hurried outside. The ancestral hall was situated at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by trees, and behind it lay a pond approximately 30 to 40 meters wide. The water was crystal clear, a sight Jiang Chen had never witnessed before. The water flowed down from the mountain and gathered here, while a small stream meandered away from the other side, ensuring the pond's water remained in gentle motion. Wakai, is this pond where we draw our drinking water every day? Jiang Chen inquired. Yes. Why do you ask? Well, if you wash here, who would dare drink it afterward? Oh right, I got carried away and forgot. Let's go downstream. There's a larger pond a few hundred meters away. Wakai, scratching his head sheepishly, led Jiang Chen to the larger pond a short distance away. Strictly speaking, it could be considered a reservoir. Wakai found a secluded spot, promptly placed the grass-returning pill in his mouth, and showed no concern that Jiang Chen might harm him. Moments later, a pained expression crossed Wensai's face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this what one calls magical power? Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Through his master's explanations over the past 2 days, he grasped that for cultivators, the Daoist child realm involved body refinement, while the Daoist realm entailed sensing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Upon reaching the Master of Humanity realm, one could communicate with these energies, transforming them into magical power. It is only with magical power that the arts of Taoism can be wielded effectively. Possessing such power is what truly defines a cultivator. Presently, as he lingered in the late stages of the Daoist child realm, he already harbored 5 years' worth of magical power within him, the disparity being akin to that between heaven and earth. What thrilled Jiang Chen further was the prospect that with this magical power, he could finally invoke the 7 killings command of spirits and ghosts. He yearned for a restless spirit to manifest immediately, eager to test the might of the 7 killings command. Just as he contemplated this, Jiang Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of Wen Kai, whose condition appeared rather peculiar. His face was ashen, beads of cold sweat trickled down his body, and he exhibited signs of convulsing. "This is bad," Jiang Chen exclaimed, realizing with a start how careless he had been. Although the cleansing of one's marrow is an immensely beneficial endeavor, it is equally fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to broken bones and even death. Typically, when younger practitioners consume elixirs to enhance their innate abilities, they are accompanied by a senior adept for protection. Jiang Chen was blissfully unaware of this necessity. Were he to partake alone, the aid of the system would surely mitigate any dangers. However, Wen Kai's circumstances differed markedly. His natural talents were severely lacking. For him, ingesting such elixirs was akin to facing tribulation. Success would usher in a new realm of existence, while failure could spell life-threatening consequences. With no time to ponder, and with ninth uncle absent, Jiang Chen hastened to Wen Kai's side, grasping both of his hands. He then summoned the energy from his dantian, gently channeling it into Wen Kai's meridians. Simultaneously, he invoked the upper clear body refinement technique, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy to continuously nourish Wen Kai's body. As time slowly passed, 2 hours slipped away unnoticed. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe, while simultaneously transmitting the transformed energy into Wen Kai. Wen Kai's complexion gradually returned to normal, and his body began to expel impurities. Jiang Chen detected a pungent odor, opened his eyes, and upon witnessing Wen Kai's state, he exhaled deeply, relieved to have avoided a grave mistake. Nevertheless, it seemed that Wen Kai had fortuitously benefited from this ordeal. With Jiang Chen's assistance, he was bound to experience substantial growth. At the very least, his physical form had undergone a cleansing ritual in the Daoist disciple realm, enhancing his affinity for spiritual energy, thus facilitating his progression into the master realm. As dusk approached, Wen Kai's purification process neared its conclusion, and a thick layer of dark, mud-like substance enveloped his body. Yet, beneath this layer, a faint radiance could be discerned. Had ninth uncle been present, he would have exclaimed in astonishment, for this was indeed a pure yang body. Regardless of whether it be a pure yang or pure yin constitution, possessing the term pure signifies an exceptional aptitude for cultivation. However, the pure yang body harbors a particular drawback. It tends to attract dark entities, such as ghosts and zombies. In his current state, Wen Kai's body was akin to a delicacy for such sinister beings. Should he evolve into a supreme yang body, he could potentially intimidate malevolent forces. Wen Kai slowly opened his eyes, the recollections of his recent ordeal reverberating through his very soul. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, Jiang Chen had intervened, pulling him back from the brink of death. Sensing the profound transformation within his body, Wen Kai's gratitude for Jiang Chen now rivaled that which he felt for his master. "Thank you, junior brother," Wen Kai sincerely expressed. "Senior brother Wen Kai, it was my oversight that nearly cost you your life. I owe you an apology," Jiang Chen replied. "However, you should wash up first. I can hardly bear to be near you." Upon hearing this, Wen Kai immediately caught a whiff of an unbearable stench and hastened to the reservoir, leaping into the water. As he did so, a spectral figure, with disheveled hair and clad in white, drifted toward the reservoir from a nearby tree. Jiang Chen, squatting by the water's edge, observed Wen Kai's exuberance in the pool when suddenly, a chill swept past him, raising goosebumps all over his skin. Despite possessing 5 years of cultivated energy, he was currently unable to perceive any apparitions. "Senior brother Wen Kai, hurry and come out after you've cleaned yourself. Something feels amiss." Jiang Chen shouted toward Wen Kai in the water, his heart racing with unease. This world harbors all manner of demons and spirits. The chilling sensation I just experienced was clearly not a mere breath of wind. It is likely that something unclean has manifested. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai turned his head, ready to respond to Jiang Chen. In the next moment, his eyes widened in horror. He beheld a ghastly, pallid visage hovering before him. The face bore no trace of humanity, with hollow, oversized eyes and lips stained a grotesque crimson, framed by disheveled hair cascading down to its waist, an unmistakable specter of a woman, albeit a frightfully ugly one. At that moment, the ghost opened its blood-red maw, inching closer while drawing in gasps of air. It seemed to have siphoned a fragment of Wen-Sai's vitality, prompting the specter to reveal a sinister smile. Witnessing this ghastly scene, Wen-Sai's soul nearly escaped his body in terror. What specter is this that dares encroach upon even the sanctum of the mortuary, my master's sacred domain? Lamented Man Choi inwardly. Little did he realize the irresistible allure he now held for the spectral denizens. Even were he ensconced within the very walls of the mortuary, audacious spirits would hazard all for a mere glimpse. Ah, a ghost! A ghost! Man Choi shrieked, thrashing desperately toward the shore. Upon hearing Man Choi's cries, Jiang Chen leapt to his feet, his countenance a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. A ghost! At long last, a ghost! Now he could test the potency of the divine ghost-slaying decree. According to the system's elucidation, even a novice could, with a single utterance of the decree, effortlessly vanquish wandering souls or even a purple cadaver. Jiang Chen had learned from his master that in this realm, the hierarchy of spirits was as follows: wandering souls, malevolent spirits, vengeful spirits, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. The hierarchy of the undead, on the other hand, was purple cadavers, black cadavers, hopping cadavers, hairy cadavers, flying cadavers, and incorruptible bones. Wandering souls could draw near the living and consume their vital essence to evolve, and could typically be subdued by Taoists of even moderate skill. Malevolent spirits, however, could influence the minds of the living, even to the point of inducing death by fright. This necessitates the mastery of a true mentor to effectively confront the situation. The spectral entity's classification remains undetermined. However, judging by Wen Kai's demeanor, alarmed yet retaining his composure, it likely doesn't surpass the malevolent ghost tier. Despite my current Dao disciple cultivation, I possess 5 years' worth of magical power, effectively equating to a first-level human master's strength. Contending with entities beneath the malevolent ghost level should pose no significant difficulty. Meanwhile, Wen Kai, though swimming swiftly, found the female ghost even faster, now clinging to his back, ravenously consuming his life energy. Finally reaching the shore, Wen Kai felt utterly frigid, shivering uncontrollably. Senior Wen Kai, where's the ghost? Jiang Chen anxiously called out. Simultaneously, he resolved that upon returning, he must promptly learn the spells to perceive ghosts from his master. This situation is exceedingly inconvenient. At this moment, Jiang Chen feels akin to a blind man wielding a laser cannon. He possesses a formidable weapon yet is unable to locate a target. Junior brother, she is clinging to my back. Wen Kai, sensing the chilling aura emanating from his neck, is on the verge of tears. He extends his hand in an attempt to dislodge the female ghost from his back. However, having never learned any Taoist techniques, his hand cannot even graze her. He can only helplessly witness the ghost as she fervently drains his vitality. At this rate, it won't be long before he is reduced to a mere husk. After all, he has only recently enhanced his physique and has yet to savor the benefits. Now, it seems he is destined to perish. Wen Kai laments his woeful fate, feeling that his life is indeed too arduous. At this moment, an exhilarating system interface emerges before Jiang Chen. Divine level choices. Option 1. Disregard Wen Kai's life and urgently return to inform the master of the ghost's presence. Reward. Pure Yang body. Option 2. Devise a means to rescue Wen Kai. Reward. The mystical Yin Yang eye. What an outrageous choice. Option 1 is utterly inhumane, not only forsaking a life but also usurping Wen Kai's physique. Jiang Chen scoffs and promptly opts for option 2. Just moments ago, he yearned to swiftly learn the art of perceiving spectral entities, and now this reward has materialized. With this divine ability, he will adeptly confront ghosts and demons in the future. However, he must first rescue Wen Kai to obtain it. At present, he remains effectively blind. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen suddenly devises a plan. As Wen Kai continues to struggle, he suddenly notices his junior brother swiftly moving to his side, simultaneously forming a hand seal he has never encountered before. What could this junior brother be up to? Is he attempting to rescue him? Yet, he has only just arrived and has not learned any Taoist arts. The female specter was utterly incapable of capturing him. It appeared that the junior disciple was oblivious to her presence. How would he rescue me? Brother Wen Kai stood upright, urging himself to remain still. Suddenly, Jiang Chen shouted with fervor. Although Wen Kai was unaware of Jiang Chen's intentions, he had no choice but to heed his words. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Jiang Chen began to execute a series of intricate hand gestures while reciting incantations. Supreme Celestial Star, adapt and transform without cease, exorcise evil and bind spirits, Daoist Si Mu. Urgent as the law's command, command. Jiang Chen spoke with remarkable speed, completing the incantation of the killing break order in less than 2 seconds. As the final command left his lips, Jiang Chen extended his finger, abruptly directing it towards a point 30 centimeters behind Wen Cai's back. Through the system's sensing, Jiang Chen was aware that the killing break order would unleash a magical ray. Provided he maintained control, Wen Cai would remain unharmed. In the next moment, under the bewildered gaze of Wen Cai, an extraordinarily radiant light swiftly coalesced at Jiang Chen's fingertip. In but an instant, the luminous orb transformed into a blinding ray, shooting directly towards Wen Cai's back. Wen Cai heard the female specter emit a piercing wail, which was swiftly followed by her instant transformation into ashes, vanishing without a trace. The ray emitted by Jiang Chen's killing break order lingered for a full 5 seconds before dissipating. Along the 20-meter trajectory of the ray, a large tree was left with a substantial gaping hole, still emitting wisps of smoke. Wen Cai's throat bobbed as he stood in stunned silence for over 10 seconds. Struggling to turn around and behold the devastation wrought by that ray, the shock and terror in his heart reached an apex. Who exactly was this junior disciple? From where had he acquired such knowledge? Was he perhaps a celestial being capable of flight? This technique surpasses even Master S. 5 Emperor's copper coin sword. Had I moved even slightly earlier, I would undoubtedly have suffered grave injuries by now. I must, by all means, cultivate a good relationship with my junior disciple. Wen Cai thought to himself. He then turned to look at Jiang Chen, who smiled gently at him and said, "Brother Wen Cai, take me back. And remember to keep this a secret," before collapsing directly to the ground. Junior disciple. Junior disciple. Upon seeing Jiang Chen fall, Wen Cai was struck with alarm. Leaping to Jiang Chen's side and cradling him in his arms. With a trembling hand, he checked Jiang Chen's breath and, finding it steady, breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that his junior had fainted due to the excessive consumption of energy while performing the technique. Wen Cai discarded his damp clothing, which was tainted with malevolent energy, believing it to be inauspicious. After changing into dry garments, he swiftly carried Jiang Chen towards the ancestral hall. As he settled Jiang Chen onto the bed and stepped outside, he was suddenly met by the entrance of his master. "Wen Cai, where is your junior disciple?" Upon entering, Master Jiu inquired immediately about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had become his prized pupil, even during the afternoon while attending to a feng shui consultation. His thoughts were consumed by Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent. After concluding his previous obligations, Master Jiu had hastily dismissed the host's hospitality, heading to a nearby roast chicken shop to procure a chicken before returning. Wen Cai felt a shiver of fear at the sight of his master. And just as he was about to speak, he recalled his junior disciple's request for secrecy. He had never lied to his master before. Yet Jiang Chen now held a position in his heart equal to that of his master. "Master, my junior disciple has been resting all afternoon. He mentioned he was too tired and has gone to sleep." Upon hearing this, Master Jiu's brows furrowed in concern as he entered the room to check on Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's rosy complexion and lack of distress, he quietly retreated. "Master, my junior disciple is sleeping. May I partake of this roast chicken?" "Get lost." Jiang Chen remained in slumber throughout the night, awakening only with the crowing of the rooster the following morning. The events of the previous day replayed in his mind like a film. He then sensed a resurgence of potent energy within him and sat upright. Goodness, the ghostly 7 kills command consumes an immense amount of energy. The technique had completely drained his internal power with a single strike. However, the power of this command was truly formidable, as evidenced by Wen Cai's reaction yesterday. The malevolent entity behind Wen Cai must have been vanquished. This was also Jiang Chen's first time utilizing the technique. His lack of familiarity had led to an uncontrollable depletion of his energy. In the case of such low-level entities, the command could annihilate them in an instant without expending so much energy. Hearing his master's voice from the courtyard, Jiang Chen decided it was time to rise. Before getting out of bed, he checked his status panel once more. Name: Jiangchen Realm. Early Daoist Dao Body. Pure Dao Body Energy. 5 years Technique. Supreme Clarity Body Refinement True Art Space. 16 cubic meters Dao Arts. First command of the ghostly 7 kills. Paper Crafting Technique Talent. Photographic Memory. Qi Affinity 100 Divine Ability. Yin-Yang Eye. To his astonishment, Jiang Chen discovered that he had reached the Daoist realm. No wonder he felt an overwhelming surge of power. However, he was not overly surprised. The Dao Child realm primarily focused on body refinement. While the Daoist realm required the ability to sense spiritual energy, the more spiritual energy one could perceive, the higher their realm. 1 meter signifies the early stage, 10 meters the middle stage, and 30 meters the late stage. A master can channel spiritual energy into their body, transforming it into personal power. With his current physique and affinity for Qi, sensing spiritual energy within 100 meters was well within his grasp. Now that he possessed internal energy, an uninformed observer might mistake him for a master. Yet Jiang Chen was aware that this energy was bestowed by the system. Only when he could freely manipulate spiritual energy into his body would he truly be considered a master. This day is likely not far off. I merely require a brief period for adjustment. Additionally, the reward of the yin-yang eye for rescuing Wen Kai yesterday has also been received. This was a skill that Jiang Chen held in high regard. Although the 7 kill orders wielded immense power yesterday, he felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the demise of a specter with his own eyes. With the acquisition of the yin-yang eye, he would ultimately experience the thrill of extermination when employing the killing break order. As Jiang Chen slightly concentrated, he intuitively grasped how to wield it. Boundless as the heavens, borrowing the laws of the universe, I open my mystical eye. The yin and yang are distinct. Swiftly as commanded, I commence. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's gaze transformed into a striking contrast of black and white, within which the yin-yang fish seemed to rotate languidly. The world through his eyes underwent subtle changes. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no anomalies. This is the dojo of Master Jiu, where it is inconceivable to encounter wandering entities from the netherworld. With his yin-yang eyes retracted, Jiang Chen rose and made his way to the courtyard. Master Jiu was observing Wen Kai as he practiced his survival techniques. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge, a warm expression illuminated his face. "Good morning, Master," Jiang Chen greeted, bowing respectfully before his mentor. "Ah, Chen. How has your cultivation stabilized since yesterday? Have you experienced any discomfort?" "In response to your inquiry, Master, my cultivation has indeed solidified, and I feel no discomfort whatsoever." Master Jiu, upon hearing this, broke into a hearty smile and then extended his hand, drawing Jiang Chen closer. Suddenly, a shift occurred in Master Jiu's gaze, and he looked at Jiang Chen with profound astonishment. Something is amiss. Something is decidedly wrong. Why is there a fluctuation of magical energy within this lad? Master Jiu swiftly grasped Jiang Chen's wrist, a surge of pure magical energy coursing into Jiang Chen's body. Half a second later, Master Jiu sprang up from the stone bench in astonishment. You. Ah Chen, what on earth is happening with the magical energy inside you?" At this moment, Master Jiu found himself questioning his very existence. The surprises that Jiang Chen had bestowed upon him the previous day had already been overwhelming. And now he was faced with an even greater shock. "Master, the disciple is also uncertain. After practicing the Maoshan body refinement technique yesterday, the spiritual energy that entered my body simply refuses to leave. It has taken up residence within me. Can you manipulate the spiritual energy within you?" Upon hearing this, Master Jiu's expression became quite animated, his eyes widening and his brows twitching in a comical display. Jiang Chen did not wish to conceal the truth from his master. But considering his current demeanor, he feared that admitting his ability to manipulate the energy might frighten him into a heart attack. It is known that only upon reaching the Daoist realm can one absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into magical power that can be freely wielded. Jiang Chen had only been cultivating for about 2 days. If he were to demonstrate abilities akin to those of a Daoist master, Master Jiu might not see him as a prodigy, but rather as some sort of monstrous transformation. "Master, the spiritual energy within me is not something I can manipulate. However, it seems to surge within me. With each surge, my body appears to grow stronger." Upon hearing this, Master Jiu regained a semblance of composure. "Thank goodness. You nearly frightened me to death. I almost thought this lad was some sort of monster. Ah Chen, can you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now?" Master Jiu then gazed at Jiang Chen with anticipation. At this moment, he had become somewhat numb to Jiang Chen's extraordinary talents. Even if he were to be told that Jiang Chen had already attained the Daoist realm, he could barely accept it. "Master, I can sense the spiritual energy within a meter in front of me. It seems to dance around me." Similarly, Jiang Chen refrained from mentioning that he could perceive the spiritual energy within a radius of 100 meters. This is truly beyond comprehension. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu took a deep breath. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the words spoken by Jiang Chen caused his heart to race uncontrollably. An 8-year-old in the Daoist realm, achieving such a breakthrough in less than 3 days of cultivation. In his many years of practice, he had encountered numerous individuals with remarkable talent. some even hailed as once-in-a-century prodigies. Yet, those individuals had, at most, taken a month to reach the Daoist realm. These so-called geniuses are unworthy of even offering guidance in the presence of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Wen Kai and Qiuxing ceased their training as well. Wen Kai gazed at Jiang Chen with a mixture of admiration and joy in his eyes. His physique had significantly improved, and his cultivation speed had accelerated more than tenfold compared to before. As long as he heeded the words of his master and junior brother, reaching the Daoist realm was undoubtedly within his grasp. In contrast, Qiuxing wore an expression of frustration and disbelief. Having spent 10 years attaining the mid-stage of the Daoist realm, he found it incredulous that this newcomer had achieved the same in merely 3 days. Furthermore, with their master set to formally accept disciples in 3 months, it was evident that Jiang Chen would be designated as the eldest disciple. Soon, he would have to address him as senior brother. How could he possibly voice it? A month has swiftly elapsed. During this period, Master Jiu had imparted the art of Maoshan Qi refining to Jiang Chen. In order to avoid drawing undue attention, Jiang Chen merely went through the motions during the morning lessons, without engaging in earnest cultivation. Nevertheless, his character panel indicated that he had already reached the late stage of Daoist mastery. Yet, in the presence of his master, he claimed to be on the verge of attaining the mid-stage. Although he treated the morning lessons with indifference, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the evening classes. Over the course of a month, Jiang Chen absorbed the majority of the scholarly texts available in the library. He was deeply engrossed in the teachings regarding feng shui, talismanic drawings, formations, and the utilization of magical instruments. With his remarkable gift of photographic memory, he retained all this knowledge with ease. During this month, Master Jiu also noticed the transformation in Wen Cai's physique. However, having Jiang Chen as a benchmark, Master Jiu was only mildly astonished. In contrast, Qiuxing was nearly consumed by despair upon learning that Wen Kai had awakened the pure yang constitution. While it was one thing to be surpassed by the prodigious Jiang Chen, it would be utterly humiliating to be overtaken by Wen Kai, whom he had bullied for a decade. As a result, Qiuxing became even more diligent. Apart from assisting his aunt at the shop, he devoted all his time to intense training, even losing interest in the charming maidens at the nearby Yihong building. His relentless efforts bore fruit, as he recently broke through to the late stage of Daoist mastery. Master Jiu looked upon his 3 disciples, each excelling in their own right, with immense satisfaction. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a room with Wen Kai and Qiuxing, studying talismanic drawing under Master Jiu's guidance. Each of them occupied a desk adorned with books, yellow paper, and cinnabar. Uniquely, Jiang Chen's desk also featured several paper figures and horses, remnants of his practice in the craft of paper effigies during his leisure time. Just then, the sound of a bell echoed from outside the mortuary. After a month of study, Jiang Chen instantly recognized it as the sound of the soul-summoning bell. Wen Kai, go open the door, your Shu has arrived. Master Jiu instructed without lifting his gaze. The Taoist priest with 4 eyes frequently engages in the business of transporting corpses, traversing the land from south to north. And he passes this way every so often. Thus, among the generation of Master Jiu of Maoshan, the relationship between Master Jiu and the 4-eyed priest is the most amicable. Additionally, there is another Taoist named Qianhe, who is also quite close to both of them. Before long, Jiang Chen heard the sound of the door opening, followed by the voice of his master, the 4-eyed priest. Wen Kai, it has been a while. You've grown taller. Master, it has only been a month since your last visit for a free meal and lodging. You little rascal, when did you learn to speak so cheekily? It must be that scoundrel Qiuxing who has led you astray. Since Wen Kai underwent a transformative process, he has become considerably more spirited and agile, shedding the foolish demeanor he once possessed. After exchanging playful banter with the 4-eyed priest, he respectfully welcomed his master into the mortuary. After assisting the 4-eyed priest in settling a dozen clients, Wen Kai guided him to Master Jiu. Upon seeing the 4-eyed priest enter, Jiang Chen and Qiuxing immediately rose to their feet, forming a sword gesture with their hands, the right hand's finger resting against the left wrist, and respectfully bowed to their master. Qiuxing, you've become even more handsome, and your physique has strengthened considerably. Do let me check on your health when you have a moment. The 4-eyed priest, still pondering how Qiuxing had led Wen Kai astray, cast a somewhat mischievous gaze at Qiuxing. The latter felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutinizing gaze of the 4-eyed master. This mischievous elder was not one to be trifled with. Qiuxing, feeling quite distressed, wondered when he had offended the 4-eyed priest. Subsequently, the 4-eyed priest shifted his attention to Jiang Chen. What a remarkable transformation! When I departed a month ago, Jiang Chen appeared somewhat frail, resembling a delicate wisp of wind. Yet at this moment, his lips are crimson, his teeth pearly white, his brow full and round, and his skin radiant, akin to a celestial youth gracing the mortal realm. "Senior brother, is that truly Jiang Chen?" Si Mu inquired. Uncertainty etched upon his face as he sought confirmation from Jiu Shu. "What? In merely a month, you fail to recognize him?" Jiu Shu observed Si Mu's bewildered expression with an immense sense of satisfaction. Their camaraderie was strong, yet Si Mu often boasted about his disciple, Jialu, extolling his remarkable talents, reaching the realm of a master before the age of 20. He would often tout Jialu's obedience and filial piety, while simultaneously mocking Jiu Shu, claiming that his two disciples were either foolish or crafty, lacking any semblance of a true cultivator. Each time, Jiu Shu would grit his teeth in frustration, feeling powerless against Si Mu, whose only flaw was his sharp tongue. Thus, a subtle rivalry regarding their disciples had always existed between them. Witnessing Si Mu's expression now brought Jiu Shu a thrill of vindication as he contemplated the events to come, eager to leave Si Mu utterly astounded. "Indeed, I recognize him, but the transformation is astonishing. Senior brother, what have you been feeding him?" Si Mu, having received Jiu Shu's reply, began to scrutinize Jiang Chen meticulously, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, "Senior brother, I perceive that this lad possesses extraordinary potential. Have you imparted the teachings of cultivation to him?" After circling Jiang Chen several times, Si Mu discerned the vibrant aura that surrounded him, immediately recognizing him as a promising candidate for cultivation. "What gives? You were the one who hesitated to take him on. Surely you haven't changed your mind?" "Not at all. I currently lack the time to teach disciples. I am content with having nurtured one Jialo." As Si Mu spoke, he cast a glance at Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng standing nearby, the implication clear. "However, this lad does seem somewhat unusual. I sense that the spiritual energy surrounding him is considerably denser than in other places. Little Jiang Chen, has your master taught you the ways of cultivation? What realm have you attained?" Jiang Chen replied, "Master has indeed imparted the methods of cultivation, and I have now reached the early stage of a Taoist." "Oh, achieving the realm of a Taoist child in just a month is quite impressive. You are indeed a promising talent." Si Mu feigned a nonchalant demeanor, offering his praise. "I must say, junior brother, your eyesight seems to be failing. How is it that your hearing has also faltered?" "Little Chen is at the early stage of a Taoist." "A Taoist?" Jiu Shu interjected, pride evident in his voice. Si Mu, taken aback, struck an exaggerated pose, thrusting his hips forward, arms flung back, mouth agape. His bespectacled eyes wide as saucers, internally screaming, "Are you jesting with me? Uncle Si Mu, your demeanor frightens me." Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, though his visage feigned trepidation. "A month to reach the early stage of a Taoist? What sort of prodigy are you?" Si Mu's heart raced with astonishment. The pace of this cultivation has transcended his comprehension. He once believed that his disciple, Jiala, possessed exceptional talent. In less than 5 years of practice, he reached the realm of a master, often boasting before his fellow brothers during the gatherings at Maoshan. However, it took Jiala over a year to attain the status of a Taoist. The little creature that he and his senior brother stumbled upon possesses an astonishing talent. At this moment, Si Mu feels a pang of regret. How could he have so decisively relinquished it back then? Meanwhile, Jiu Shu is filled with pride, contemplating whether to reveal to Si Mu that Jiang Chen has ascended to the Daoist realm merely within 3 days. After a considerable time, Si Mu finally regains his composure. Yet his gaze towards Jiang Chen grows increasingly fervent. Such a promising disciple, relinquished to his senior. The thought evokes profound regret. Had Jiang Chen been his apprentice, the gatherings at Maoshan would have been a source of immense pride. "Senior, your mortuary seems quite demanding. Allow me to take young Jiang Chen back to my abode for a few days, to ease your burden." Si Mu's intent was transparent, to abduct the boy and, through his persuasive eloquence, beguile the child. "Spare me your machinations. My disciple requires no external solicitude." Upon hearing this, Master Jiu discerned the ulterior motive and promptly interjected. A flicker of disappointment crossed Si Mu's visage, followed by a mischievous glint in his eyes as he approached Master Jiu. "Then, what if Jiang Chen were considered our joint disciple? After all, we discovered him together. Wouldn't you concur?" Si Mu's audacity reached its zenith, conveniently forgetting his initial reluctance towards Jiang Chen. "Your impudence knows no bounds. To pilfer my disciple? I implore you to abandon this futile aspiration." Master Jiu nearly chuckled in exasperation, finally witnessing the full extent of his junior's shamelessness. Realizing that a direct attempt would be futile, Si Mu pondered alternative stratagems. His gaze then fell upon the paper effigies adorning the table beside Jiang Chen. Igniting a spark of inspiration, he swiftly strode towards the table, seizing one of the lifelike paper horses. Young Jiang Chen, did you craft these? Indeed, Uncle Master. I studied the paper effigy techniques you bestowed upon me and attempted to replicate them. How do you find my creations? Jiang Chen, oblivious to Si Mu's machinations, answered truthfully. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. Si Mu exclaimed, his mirth unrestrained. He cast the paper horse into the air, rapidly forming hand seals while chanting, Yin and Yang, boundless origin, granted a spirit. At my command, by the decree of the Supreme Elder Lord, hasten. Instantly, golden runes of profound mystery materialized in Si Mu's hand. With a pointed gesture, the runes melded into the airborne paper horse. The effigy ignited, and from the flames emerged a pristine, lifelike white steed. The diminutive white horse landed, its head raised in a neigh, as if awaiting Si Mu's command. This scene left Wen Keqiusheng utterly astonished. Such a marvelous technique, capable of conjuring life from thin air. Xiao Jiangchen, do you see? The paper horse you crafted has come to life. His expression remained composed, yet his heart was once again shaken. In just a month's time, this young man has remarkably mastered the art of paper crafting to such a level. The most crucial aspect of this paper crafting technique lies in the act of crafting itself. The subsequent methods of bestowing a soul may appear enigmatic, yet they are merely fixed incantations, akin to infusing magical energy. If the initial step of crafting is not executed properly, no matter how much power is infused, it will remain formless. My disciple, Jiala, has been learning for several years. Currently, he manages to succeed only once in 10 attempts. This young man, in merely a month, achieved success that is truly astonishing. It is indeed regrettable. The more I ponder, the greater my sense of loss becomes. Simon cannot help but chide himself. What a remarkable heir to the legacy. Master Uncle, will this little horse remain here forever? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. That is certainly not the case, Simon replied. The duration of the manifestations created by paper-based sorcery is contingent upon the amount of magical energy bestowed. The greater the energy, the longer it lingers. Yet it cannot exceed 1 hour. Upon finishing his words, with a wave of his hand, the white horse instantly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating within the room, leaving only a pile of ashes from the burnt paper horse on the ground. Jiang Chen gazed at this enchanting spectacle and nodded in agreement. This is indeed reasonable. If this phenomenon were to persist indefinitely, it would be utterly extraordinary. However, for the time being, it suffices. Within the span of an hour, riding my little horse, I can traverse a considerable distance. Moreover, the art of paper folding encompasses hundreds of diverse techniques, featuring weapons, animals, humans, and even birds. If I were to create a large bird, would it not allow me to soar into the skies? When the opportunity arises, I must certainly give it a try. Though I cannot yet fly with a sword, attempting to ride a bird is a commendable alternative. At this moment, the proud Simon strode up to Uncle Jiu with great fervor. Brother, did you see? Little Jiang Chen has learned my paper folding technique. He is indeed my disciple. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu's brows furrowed in indignation, for in the realm of vexation, he was far inferior to Simon. Brother, I am not vying for your disciple. I have imparted genuine skills. Henceforth, little Jiang Chen must also address me as master. What nonsense! That child is inherently gifted and has learned independently, Uncle Jiu retorted. I care not for that, he exclaimed, unable to counter Simon's claim, and instead huffed in annoyance before returning to his talisman drawing. In this predicament, Jiang Chen had yet to formally become a disciple, and Simon had indeed bestowed his knowledge upon him, making the address of master not entirely unjustified. Witnessing Uncle Jiu's defeat, Simon could hardly contain his joy. Approaching Jiang Chen, he excitedly urged, Come, little Jiang Chen, call out master for me to hear. Jiang Chen glanced at his irate master, who seemed not to oppose the notion. Simon master, he declared. Address him simply as master, without the title of Simon. While I am grateful for your teachings, in my heart, there is but one true master, Jiang Chen insisted, pouting defiantly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu felt warmth swell within him. His gaze toward Jiang Chen softening with affection, he realized that his care had not been in vain. The child had not forgotten his roots for the sake of trivial gain. Very well, he conceded. Simon was momentarily taken aback by the response, appreciating Jiang Chen's unwavering spirit. For a cultivator, a resolute will is of utmost importance. This young lad, despite his tender age, is remarkably able to uphold his principles. Consequently, a deeper sense of regret welled up within the heart of Si Mu. Very well, from now on, let us refer to you as Master Si Mu, for you are now graced with the title of Master. Si Mu let out a resigned yet wry smile. My obedient disciple, here, Take this. You shall not call me master in vain." With that, Si Mu produced from the cloth pouch tied to his waist a small, seemingly obsidian sword. "A 100-year-old thunderstruck peach wood sword," exclaimed Jiu in astonishment. "This is indeed a treasure of the Four-Eyed clan. It is well known that the Four-Eyed are adept at crafting artifacts. This slender sword was crafted from a century-old peach which struck by lightning, discovered on the cliffs of the Maoshan ancestral grounds. Meticulously forged, it bears an intricate array of 49 distinct runes. This sword is designed to ward off evil and subdue malevolence, possessing formidable power. Si Mu has always kept it close at hand, and to his astonishment, he decided to bestow it upon Jiang Chen. In that instant, a profound sense of foreboding surged within Jiu. That Dan Si Mu is relentless in his pursuit of my disciple's favor. The next morning, Jiu arranged an incense table before the portrait of the patriarch. Si Mu's behavior yesterday had deeply affected him. To be on the safe side, he couldn't wait a moment longer to accept Jiang Chen as his disciple. He had to do it today. Jiu, adorned in Daoist robes, appeared exceptionally solemn. He summoned Wen Kai, Qiu Sheng, and Jiang Chen early in the morning. "Senior brother, what are you preparing to do so early?" Si Mu, rubbing his eyes, entered from outside, his face full of curiosity upon seeing the setup. Accepting a disciple, Jiu stated calmly, sitting upright. Si Mu was taken aback, then understood his senior brother's intention, lamenting inwardly. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng were equally surprised by their master's words. Didn't master say he would formally accept us as disciples in 3 months? Why the sudden change of heart? Wen Kai muttered to himself. Are you truly dense or just pretending? Do you think this is for you? Can't you see master is doing this for Jiang Chen? Have you forgotten how Uncle Si Mu tried to snatch him away last night? Qiu Sheng nudged Wen Kai with his elbow. After a month, Wen Kai's hostility towards Jiang Chen had almost completely vanished. Even the jealousy in his heart had withered. It was inevitable, as Jiang Chen had profoundly impacted him. Not long ago, Qiu Sheng, under the guise of guiding Jiang Chen in his practice, had tried to teach him a lesson. However, Qiu Sheng couldn't even last 10 seconds against Jiang Chen before being beaten to a pulp. From then on, he understood that with Jiang Chen's talent, he could never catch up. He couldn't feel envy towards someone he could only look up to. Thus, all his dissatisfaction and jealousy dissipated. Although calling Jiang Chen senior brother felt somewhat awkward, upon reflection, having such a prodigious senior brother as a fellow disciple was indeed fortunate. Today, Jiang Chen had specially donned the azure Taoist robe that Jiu had prepared for him long ago. Combined with the aura emanating from his immaculate Taoist physique, he looked like an ethereal and otherworldly celestial child. Commence the ritual, Jiu bellowed, randomly picking up the Dharma sword and lifting the talisman paper from the incense table. He chanted incantations, the Dharma sword tracing a mystical trajectory in the air. Decree. As the final word fell, the talisman paper ignited, and a bagua pattern appeared in the air, rapidly expanding and merging into the patriarch's portrait. In the next moment, the patriarch in the portrait seemed to come alive, his torchlight gaze sweeping across everyone in the room. Si Mu was the first to react, immediately kneeling. At the same time, he shouted, "The patriarch has manifested. Kneel." Jiu, looking at his 3 disciples still in a daze, uttered a Taoist sound like a resounding bell. Hearing this, the 3 trembled and knelt accordingly. What followed was a series of tedious apprenticeship rituals that lasted nearly half an hour before concluding. Unsurprisingly, Jiu, with a smug expression, accepted Jiang Chen as his first and foremost disciple. Next was Qiu Sheng, with Wen Kai ranking last. None of the 3 had any objections to this ranking. Jiu, hearing the 3 respectfully address him as master, beamed with joy. Although they usually called him that, hearing it after the formal acceptance felt different. In particular, now that he had formally taken Jiang Chen under his wing, Jiu's heart was finally at ease. Now, no one can take it away. After the ceremony concluded, Wen Kai joyfully approached Jiang Chen and respectfully addressed him. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly find it rather incongruous. However, those present felt that Jiang Chen's seniority was well-deserved. Observing Wen Kai's actions, Qiu Sheng hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching Jiang Chen. Seemingly at a loss for words, yet soon appeared resolute. "Senior brother," he stammered. Ding. As soon as Qiu Sheng's words fell, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. God-level choices activated. Option 1. Reject Qiu Sheng's goodwill and tell him, "You think you are worthy?" Reward. Qiu Sheng's resentment increases by 100. Option 2. Accept Qiu Sheng's goodwill and say, "Junior brother, follow me, and I guarantee you 9 meals a day for 3 days. Reward. Dao method, palm thunder. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 options presented by the system and then at the bashful Qiu Sheng. gradually extending his hand. He supported Qiu Sheng and spoke, "Junior brother, rest assured, from now on, we are brothers in arms. If anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to tell your senior brother. Follow me, and I promise you 9 meals a day for 3 days." Jiang Chen suppressed his distaste as he uttered this somewhat melodramatic line. Qiu Sheng's nature was not inherently bad. He was merely a bit impetuous and mischievous, often causing trouble for Uncle Jiu. With Jiang Chen's presence, he believed that he could prevent certain events from unfolding as they originally did. Now that they were considered brothers, clinging to the past grievances would only invite the displeasure of Uncle Jiu. Moreover, Qiu Sheng possessed considerable talent. If directed towards the righteous path, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset to their master in due course. With the Zhongyuan festival just 2 months away, one could not predict whether Shi Jian would once again oppose their master. Although Wen Kai was keeping an eye on Qiu Sheng, significantly reducing the likelihood of further mishaps, one could never be too certain of unexpected circumstances. After all, the world's corrective forces remained formidable. Thus, Jiang Chen felt it imperative to elevate Qiu Sheng's capabilities swiftly, fortifying their collective strength. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, smiles spread across the faces of those present. If such words were uttered by an adult, they might be perceived as somewhat arrogant or conceited. However, when these words came from the lips of the 8-year-old Jiang Chen, the crowd found him irresistibly charming, bursting into hearty laughter. Even Qiu Shen couldn't help but join in the mirth. No sooner had Jiang Chen spoken than a reward from the system materialized in his mind. He sensed a current of energy gently coalescing in the palm of his hand, responding to his innermost thoughts. With a delicate grip, Jiang Chen discreetly dispersed the arc of electricity, unnoticed by anyone around him. Before long, noon arrived. Qiu Sheng had already returned to the town to tend to the shop. Wen Kai prepared a sumptuous lunch. Just as Uncle Jiu and Si Mu raised their glasses in jovial revelry, a knock echoed from the door of the ancestral hall. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? Wen Kai, please check who it is. Ah, Wen Kai replied, setting down his chopsticks and rising to approach the door. Moments later, he ushered in a man dressed as a servant. "Master Lindao," he announced, "I am a servant from the Ren family in town. My master has sent me to deliver an invitation to you." Uncle Jiu inquired with curiosity, "What could it be from Master Ren?" "My master requests your presence for breakfast in town tomorrow," the servant explained. Uncle Jiu, sensing it was likely concerning the Ren family's relocation of graves, recalled that Ren Fa had consulted him about it a month prior, stating he would consider the matter. Little did he expect that a month would pass without further word. "Very well. Please inform your master that I shall certainly attend tomorrow morning." The servant then presented the invitation and took his leave. "Master, is this Ren family patriarch the wealthiest man in Renjia town?" Wen Kai asked, glancing at the invitation with intrigue. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, observing the departing figure, wore a contemplative expression. Ren Fa's invitation for breakfast was reminiscent of a scene from a zombie film. In the movie, Uncle Jiu had brought Wen Kai along to accept Ren Fa's invitation for Western tea, leading to a series of comical misadventures. Is the plot about to commence? I never anticipated that the affairs of the Ren family would unfold just before the Zhongyuan festival. This is quite fortunate, as we have the experience of Master Ren to rely on. It will undoubtedly bolster my confidence when assisting my master in dealing with Shi Jian. Sometimes, humans can be more fearsome than spirits. Xiao Chen, how about going to the town with your master tomorrow? Master Jiu casually set the invitation aside and smiled at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen's cherubic face, smeared with the grease of roasted chicken, appeared irresistibly adorable. Master Jiu felt as if his heart, once tarnished by malevolent spirits, had been miraculously purified. "Master, I also want to go," Wen Kai exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement upon hearing that his master would be visiting the town. "But what will happen to the ancestral hall? Your fourth uncle is leaving tonight. You must stay behind to guard it." Wen Kai's head drooped instantly, and he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. "Master, please take Wen Kai along, otherwise I will surely die of boredom." Jiang Chen, noticing Wen Kai's disappointment, interjected on his behalf. Despite Master Jiu's fondness for him, he was a man of principles. Often stern and humorless, accompanying him alone would surely be tedious. It would be far more enjoyable if Wen Kai were included. "Very well, Wen Kai. You may join us tomorrow," Master Jiu replied without hesitation after hearing Jiang Chen's plea. Fourth uncle nearly burst into laughter at the exchange. "What are you laughing at?" Master Jiu furrowed his brow. "I find it amusing that you have not merely taken on an apprentice. It seems you've adopted an ancestor instead." Fourth uncle burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly. "Mind your own business. I am now officially Xiao Chen's master, while you are merely a nominal one." Then I am also Master Jiang Chen's master. You are merely nominal, came the retort. Thus, the meal passed amid the banter between Master Jiu and fourth uncle. As night fell and the evening lessons concluded, Master Jiu departed with fourth uncle. Jiang Chen then spotted Qiuxing sneaking out with an air of mischief. Recalling the plot of Mr. Zombie, which began with Qiuxing scaring Wen Kai, Jiang Chen surmised that Qiuxing was likely preparing for his antics. Indeed, Qiuxing remained true to form, reveling in his playful nature. If you enjoy such games, I shall indulge you, and we shall see if you dare to frighten others again. Jiang Chen thought to himself as he stealthily followed Qiuxing. He soon witnessed Qiuxing tiptoe into the mortuary. Once assured that no one was around, Qiuxing located a corpse belonging to fourth uncle and moved it to a corner, carefully removing the ghostly attire from the zombie's body and adorning himself with it. Afterward, he practiced the zombie's movements in place. Remarkably, with the makeup on his face, he appeared quite convincing. Excitedly, Qiuxing then found an empty coffin and climbed inside. Eagerly awaiting Wen Kai's arrival, Jiang Chen stifled a chuckle, thinking, Qiuxing, today my senior brother shall teach you a lesson in your own game. From his spatial realm, Jiang Chen produced 6 paper effigies. Over the course of a month, he had amassed a considerable collection of paper figures and various talismans taught by his master. Seeing that the coast was clear, Jiang Chen swiftly performed a gesture and recited an incantation. Yin and Yang are boundless. All things share a common origin. Grant me your souls, that I may command you. Taishang Laojun, I summon you forth. Instantly, arcane symbols appeared at his fingertips, and in the next moment, they fused into the 6 paper figures. Suddenly, the figures ignited in flames, and 6 robust men emerged from the fire, each step causing their forms to solidify and grow larger. With stoic expressions, the 6 figures approached Jiang Chen and stood at attention, awaiting his command. Go. Transport that coffin 5 miles north to the potter's field, he instructed, pointing. The paper figures complied, turning to march toward the coffin where Qiuxing was concealed. They positioned themselves around it, and, with a collective effort, lifted the coffin effortlessly, leaving Qiuxing entirely unaware. Watching Qiuxing being carried away, Jiang Chen smiled softly. Oh, Qiuxing, do not blame your senior brother for being ruthless. A quarter of an hour later, Wen Kai finished tidying up the classroom and strolled over from the back courtyard. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Why haven't you returned to rest? He inquired, noticing Jiang Chen pacing in the corridor outside the mortuary. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll. By the way, where is Qiuxing? I haven't seen him. Has he returned? Wen Kai glanced around, recalling that Qiuxing usually played with him after evening lessons, but today he had vanished right after class. Qiuxing? He just went out to scare you as a zombie, Jiang Chen disclosed, revealing Qiuxing's original plan. Wen Kai gasped in surprise, then recalled that Qiuxing was indeed capable of such antics. But where is he now? That fellow loves to play tricks, so I sent him to a place teeming with spirits. Let him meet some real ghosts today. Jiang Chen's cherubic face beamed with delight. Yet, Wen Kai felt a sudden chill, realizing that those with formidable power employed vastly different methods of mischief. Compared to his senior brother, Qiuxing seemed like a mere child. Second brother, may you seek your own fortune, Wen Kai mused to himself. Where are the others? Jiang Chen inquired next. Master and fourth uncle are in the room preparing ghost money. Come, Wen Kai, let us go enjoy the show, he said, mysteriously leading Wen Kai outside. Once they reached the graveyard, Jiang Chen conjured 2 small paper horses with a wave of his hand. After performing a gesture and reciting an incantation, 2 white horses appeared out of thin air. Wen Kai stared in awe at Jiang Chen's display, marveling at his senior brother's incredible abilities. Just yesterday, fourth uncle had demonstrated this same technique, and now Jiang Chen could replicate it effortlessly. Jiang Chen pointed, and one of the little horses knelt down, clambering onto its back. He squeezed his legs, and the horse sprang into action. Wen Kai quickly mounted the other horse and followed suit. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the potter's field. A dense forest with a large clearing in its center, dotted with numerous graves of varying sizes. The waning moon hung overhead, and a chilling wind swept through, rendering the place eerily desolate and spine-chilling. Dismounting, the horses instantly disintegrated into ash. Senior brother, why is there a coffin over there? Wen Kai stammered, stepping closer to Jiang Chen, who was gazing at a coffin situated in the middle of the graveyard, shrouded in an ominous breeze. Your dear second brother is resting inside. I thought it only fitting for him to encounter some genuine spirits after his ghostly antics, Jiang Chen remarked, producing a few yellow talismans from his hand. Is that a soul-summoning talisman? Wen Kai recognized the symbols with astonishment. A few days ago, the master instructed them on how to draw. Indeed, the restless spirits wander, searching for a place to exist, by the river, in the wilderness, among graves and forests, haunted by fears, lost in their true essence. I beseech the road deity, hasten to assist in the search. A young acolyte offers the souls, seeking stability through possession. Upon reciting this, a flicker of blue flame erupted from one end of the talisman in Jiang Chen's hand. He then cast it forward, and the talisman drifted softly into the distance. Moments later, an eerie wind arose from the mass grave, and a dozen disparate spirits gradually materialized. Wen Kai, possessing a pure young constitution, gasped in fear at the sight of the spirits, only to quickly stifle his voice, anxious not to attract their attention. Jiang Chen had already affixed a breath-concealing talisman on Wen Kai, ensuring that these spirits would remain oblivious to his presence. Within the coffin of the mass grave, Qiusheng pondered in silence. Why had Wen Kai not yet come to offer incense? How much time had passed? Minutes later, Qiusheng's patience waned. This was tedious. He had initially considered teasing that foolish junior brother, but now he decided to abandon the idea and return home, relishing the prospect of a good night's sleep without the burden of early morning lessons. Thus, Qiusheng reached out and pushed aside the coffin lid. The moment it creaked open, he was taken aback. Why is it so dark? Have they already extinguished the candles? Normally, they would burn all night. Confused, Qiusheng slowly sat up, peering out. Instantly, he felt a chilling wave enveloping his upper body. By the faint moonlight, he was horrified to discover he was in a mass grave. A chilling wind swirled around him, rendering the atmosphere utterly unsettling. What was happening? How did I end up here? Was this some sort of illusion? Trembling, Qiusheng crawled out of the coffin. At that moment, the spirits surrounding the coffin, upon noticing Qiusheng, drifted toward him, revealing their ghostly forms. As he anxiously surveyed his surroundings, the sudden appearance of the specters caused him to collapse onto the ground, flailing his limbs in panic. A ghost. Help! Who is playing tricks on me? I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. Qiusheng found himself cornered by the coffin, with the spirits drawing ever closer. All he desired was to dive back into the coffin and hide. Yet his trembling legs were proving uncooperative. In the distance, Jiang Chen clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. Qiusheng's penchant for scaring others was amusing. Little did he know his own courage was so feeble. These are merely the most rudimentary of wandering spirits. Qiusheng, at the very least, has reached the advanced stage of a Taoist priest. Dealing with a few wandering spirits should be effortlessly within his grasp. This fellow has unexpectedly surrendered. Senior brother, should we go and rescue Qiusheng? Upon witnessing the terrified visage of Wen Kai upon seeing Qiusheng, he felt a pang of sympathy and implored for mercy. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cold laugh within. Although Qiusheng has recently become more diligent, his inherent nature remains largely unchanged. If he cannot alter his timid and unruly disposition, he will inevitably remain a liability. Now that I have officially become the esteemed senior disciple of my master, it is my duty to discipline these two underperforming disciples on his behalf. Saving him? Just look at his pitiful state. It is shameful for someone who practices the way. A few wandering souls have frightened him to such an extent. How can he ever accompany our master in exorcising demons and vanquishing evil? Furthermore, have you forgotten why he is here? If I had not discovered him, it would be you lying on the ground, calling for help. Wen Kai, possessing a kind heart is commendable, yet one must discern right from wrong. Today, it is imperative that this fellow learns a valuable lesson. Wen Kai flushed at Jiang Chen's words, subsequently gazing at him with a mixture of surprise and admiration, wondering how a person of such youth could express such profound wisdom. His tone mirrored their master's. Indeed, extraordinary individuals possess unique traits. Subsequently, the matter of rescuing Qiusheng was dropped. Qiusheng continuously begged for mercy near the coffin's edge. By this time, all the wandering souls had congregated around him. Some had even approached him, greedily devouring his yang energy, causing him to feel an all-encompassing chill. Realizing his struggles were futile, he roared and flailed his arms wildly. He stood up and desperately tried to escape. Jiang Chen, witnessing Qiusheng's actions, sighed inwardly. He then revealed himself, blocking Qiusheng's path. As Qiusheng drew near, Jiang Chen kicked him back. The blow seemed to calm Qiusheng's nerves. He looked up at Jiang Chen, bewildered, wondering why Jiang Chen and Wen Kai were also present. Senior brother, what are you doing here? There are ghosts over there, Qiusheng exclaimed, his terror resurfacing as he remembered the ghosts behind him. Look at your pathetic state. You've squandered all the skills Master taught you. A few wandering souls have frightened you like this? Is the soul you carry merely for show? Jiang Chen scolded sternly, his face stern. Because Qiu Sheng often walked at night, Master Jiu equipped him with soul to ward off malevolent entities. However, he had completely forgotten about them in his moment of panic. Jiang Chen's reminder jolted Qiu Sheng back to his senses. He retrieved the yellow talisman from his waist, and his fear began to dissipate. This was not only due to the talisman, but also because of the reassuring presence of Jiang Chen and Wen Kai. Quickly, deal with those wandering souls, Jiang Chen ordered. Qiu Sheng immediately rose, channeling his energy into a spell. With his fear dispelled, he swiftly subdued the ghosts in short order. Jiang Chen then produced a jar, collecting the wandering souls for Master to perform a mass absolution later. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Qiu Sheng asked sheepishly, approaching Jiang Chen after subduing the ghosts. He felt embarrassed, knowing that Jiang Chen and Wen Kai had witnessed his cowardly display. His face flushed with shame. To see you pretending to be a ghost, only to be frightened by one yourself, Jiang Chen quipped, teasing Qiu Sheng. Ah, senior brother, you knew all along. Does that mean my appearance here? Qiu Sheng realized that only Master, Uncle Four Eyes, and the preternaturally gifted senior brother could have brought him here without his knowledge. Indeed, it was my doing. This is your punishment for constantly teasing Wen Kai. Now you know how it feels to be on the receiving end. I was wrong. I won't do it again, Qiu Sheng pleaded, resigning himself to his fate. He couldn't possibly defeat this little prodigy. This individual has grown remarkably fast. Just half a month ago, I was repeatedly pressed to the ground by him. Another fortnight has slipped by. Who could fathom the extent of his growth? Just as the means that brought him to this point remain a mystery to him. He finds himself utterly perplexed by how Jiang Chen managed it. Time pressed on. He needed to return before his master discovered his absence. Subsequently, Jiang Chen produced several paper figures along with 2 paper horses. In the astonished gaze of Qiu Sheng, he manifested them into reality. At Jiang Chen's command, the paper figures approached the coffin, lifting it and hastening towards the mortuary. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Wen Kai mounted their horses. You make your own way back. Jiang Chen tossed this remark at Qiu Sheng before spurring his steed towards the mortuary. Only when Jiang Chen's silhouette vanished did Qiu Sheng snap back to reality. Astonished that he had achieved such a feat, is this individual still a human being? The art of paper crafting, previously imparted to him and Wen Kai by the four-eyed master during his moments of good cheer, remained elusive to both of them, as they could never quite grasp its essence. It has only been a short while since Jiang Chen arrived here, yet he has effortlessly accomplished this feat furthermore. Is it not necessary to possess magical power to animate paper figures and horses? Has the senior brother already attained the realm of a true master? At this moment, a profound sense of helplessness surged within Qiu Sheng. In the next instant, a chilling gust of wind swept through. Qiu Sheng shivered and glanced back at the chaotic graveyard, then turned and sprinted back towards Jiang Chen. Senior brother, wait for me. I was wrong. Please grant me a horse. On the following day, Jiu Shu rose early, meticulously grooming himself. His hair was combed with precision, and he donned a new outfit, a light yellow long robe paired with a brown short jacket. He held a lengthy smoking pipe, exuding an air reminiscent of a landed gentry. Jiang Chen, in contrast, wore a white long robe with a silk belt cinched at his waist, presenting an ethereal grace that belied his youthful appearance. Wen Kai, too, was flamboyant, intentionally wearing a striking green shirt, layered with a jacket akin to that of his master. The trio made their way into town, with Jiu Shu holding Jiang Chen's small hand, while Wen Kai followed closely behind. The environment here is markedly different from that surrounding the ancestral hall. Towering walls and meticulously arranged rows of multi-story red brick buildings line the streets. Upon seeing Uncle Jiu's arrival, the vendors on either side of the road greet him with warmth and enthusiasm. Master Lin, you look quite splendid today. Are you here for leisure? We've saved 2 of the freshly caught fish for you. Do remember to take them back with you. They exclaim. Is this your new disciple, Daoist Lin? He truly is quite handsome. My, this child appears to have the makings of a cultivator, as if he possesses an aura of immortality. Indeed, indeed. This is my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Chen. I hope everyone will take good care of him, Daoist Lin replies. Oh, there is no need for such formalities. We should be the ones expressing our gratitude to you. Having resided in Rinjia town for over a decade, Uncle Jiu has resolved numerous bizarre and supernatural troubles for the local residents, earning their profound respect. Uncle Jiu graciously reciprocates their kindness. This is Jiang Chen's first visit to the town since his arrival, and he is instantly captivated by the distinct style and atmosphere of this extraordinary era. This is an era of cultural fusion. On the streets, one can observe pedestrians adorned in various attires, some donning long gowns, others in kipayos, some in short shirts paired with trousers, and still others in suits. The scene exudes a distinct ambience reminiscent of the Republic of China. Master, might I forego accompanying you to meet Lord Ren? As they approached the designated tea house, Wakai, trailing behind Uncle Jiang Chen, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. What is it? Do you harbor a grudge against Lord Ren? Uncle Jiu inquired, bemused by Wen-Sai's timid demeanor. The scholar, who seldom ventured into town, now appeared visibly apprehensive in the presence of Lord Ren. Master, I do not even know what Lord Ren looks like. How could I possibly harbor any enmity towards him? He confessed, expressing his unease about partaking in Western tea for the first time, fearing it would lead to embarrassment. Uncle Jiu turned to face the scholar and spoke with earnestness. It is commendable that you consider your master's reputation. If you are concerned about making a fool of yourself, then it would be best for you not to attend. Ah? The scholar was taken aback by his master's decision, suddenly filled with regret. After all, it was Western tea. A delightful experience he had long heard about from Chioxing but had never tasted himself. His earlier remarks had merely been a precautionary measure to shield himself from potential ridicule, not to dissuade him from attending. Who would have thought his master would genuinely prevent him from going? Caught in a moment of indecision, the scholar found himself rooted in place, unable to move forward or retreat, watching helplessly as his master led Jiang Chen onward. However, Uncle Jiu, after walking a short distance, was plagued by his own uncertainties. He too had never tasted Western tea, and the thought of embarrassing himself in front of his prized disciple, Jiang Chen, was troubling. He realized he needed a diversion. With this in mind, Uncle Jiu raised his voice, calling out, Wakai. The scholar, who had been standing there like a dazed goose, immediately sprang to life at the sound of his master's call, joyfully returning to his side. Jiang Chen observed the entire exchange with a sense of wonder. This scene is strikingly reminiscent of a cinematic moment, the only distinction being the presence of an additional self beside Uncle Jiu. Is this the corrective force of the world? Regardless of the impact one's arrival may have, the grand direction will invariably revert to its original course. Following this, the scene unfolds where the master and Wakai find themselves in an embarrassing situation over coffee. Simultaneously, the heiress of the Ren family, Ren Tingting, makes her entrance. Jiang Chen is curious if this Ren Tingting will mirror the characters depicted in the film. After a short while, Jiu Shu halts before a tea house. The doorman promptly opens the door, gesturing for them to enter. Upon their entry, a staff member clad in a suit approaches them. Observing the attire of Jiu Shu and Wakai, he momentarily cannot discern if they have come for dim sum. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Jiu Shu is taken aback. This is his first visit to such an establishment, and he did not anticipate needing a reservation for tea. Wakai, fearing embarrassment, stands by, unsure of what to say. Noticing the hint of disdain rising in the server's eyes, Jiang Chen raises his chin and interjects. My master is a distinguished guest invited by Ren Fa. Did he not reserve a table for us? Upon hearing this, the server's demeanor shifts to one of utmost respect. Ah, I see you are a esteemed guest of Lord Ren. Please follow me. The server immediately bows and leads the way. Jiu Shu glances down at Jiang Chen with a sense of gratitude. Had it not been for this lad's quick thinking, he might have caused quite a scene. The group swiftly ascends to the second floor. At that moment, seated at a table on the second floor is a man adorned in luxurious attire, Ren Fa, the wealthiest man in the town. He has been awaiting their arrival for some time. Suddenly, upon spotting Jiu Shu's figure appear at the stairway, Ren Fa rises and approaches with cordiality. Hello, Jiu Shu, you have finally arrived. Please, this way. Upon hearing the master's greeting, Jiang Chen and Wakai follow suit, offering their salutation. And who might this be? Ren Fa, aware that Jiu Shu has two apprentices, has never encountered them, yet has heard they are both around 20 years of age. He is perplexed, as he has never heard of Jiu Shu having offspring, yet here he is, holding what appears to be a porcelain doll-like child, seemingly quite intimate. Oh, this is my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Chen. Ah, so Jiu Shu has taken on a remarkable apprentice. Congratulations. Ren Fa exclaims, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. Approaching 50, he has amassed a considerable fortune. Yet his household is devoid of vitality, having taken several concubines without issue. The only legacy left by his late wife is a daughter. Observing the delicately crafted Jiang Chen, he feels an overwhelming fondness. How splendid it would be to have a son of such stature. Lord Ren, I have heard your daughter has returned from the provincial capital. Why did you not bring her along? Jiu Shu inquires once seated. That girl has been busy teaching makeup since her return. No need to concern ourselves with her. Ren Fa replies, averting his gaze. At this moment, Wen Kai, resting his chin on his hand, gazes at the unremarkable Ren Fa, internally scoffing at his appearance. With a visage akin to a dumpling, surely his daughter cannot be much to admire. Just then, Ren Fa gestures towards the staircase. Here comes my daughter. Wen Kai casually glances back before turning away again. In the next instant, as if electrified, he whips his head around, his gaze fixated on the newcomer. Jiang Chen also turns to look. A young lady, clad in a pink western dress and adorned with a small hat, approaches gracefully, her skin radiant. This is my daughter. Ting Ting. Ting Ting, greet Jiu Shu. Hello, Jiu Shu. Ren Ting Ting chirps cheerfully. It has been quite some time. You have grown so much. Jiu Shu exclaims, admiringly surveying Ren Ting Ting. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a murmured whisper. How magnificent it is. Then, they saw Wen Kai, resembling Zhu Beiji, fixated with wide eyes upon Ren Ting Ting. Ninth Uncle's face instantly flushed crimson, wishing he could stride forward and deliver a resounding slap to send Wen Kai flying. This is truly embarrassing. To gaze directly at someone's cleavage in front of their father is utterly disrespectful. What a disgraceful scene this is. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Chen stomped his foot upon Wen Kai's. With a cry of pain, Wen Kai regained his senses. Upon meeting the gazes of those around him, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to bury his head on the table. Master Ren, my wayward disciple has behaved improperly. I beg you not to hold it against him. The ninth uncle humbly apologized to Ren Fa. It is of no consequence, truly. Ninth uncle, please do not take it to heart, Ren Fa replied, seemingly aware of the formidable nature of his daughter, and he did not truly blame Wen Kai. Ren Ting Ting cast a discontented glance at Wen Kai before moving to sit beside Jiang Chen. From the moment she arrived, her attention had been captivated by Jiang Chen's charming appearance. Being a girl, she naturally had an affinity for all things adorable. Now, seated next to Jiang Chen, her gaze was further ensnared by his ethereal aura. Little brother, may I inquire your name? Ren Ting Ting could not resist asking. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Her appearance was indeed flawless. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely beautiful, and her figure striking, coupled with her distinctively foreign charm. It was no wonder she was so popular among time travelers, nor that Wen Kai lost his composure at first sight. However, it was clear that this girl was not to his taste. His aspiration was to eventually marry a celestial maiden, no matter how beautiful Ren Ting Ting was. She was merely a mortal woman. Moreover, it seemed that Wen Kai had already become infatuated. It would indeed be a delightful affair to find an opportunity to bring the two together. I am Jiang Chen, he replied politely. Jiang Chen, what a lovely name. May I call you little brother? I have always wanted a younger brother, Ren Ting Ting said, her face brimming with expectation as she gazed at him. Jiang Chen lowered his head and rolled his eyes. Although his body was merely 8 years old, his mental age was nearly 40. It felt rather awkward to be called little brother by a child. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Divine selection activated. Option 1. Agree to be Ren Ting Ting's little brother, thus securing the favor of a wealthy sister, living a life free of worries. With a reward of a pair of antique walnuts and an exquisite cricket. Option 2. Proudly declare that I am destined to be the eldest disciple. How could I possibly be your little brother, with a reward of an increase in magical power for 5 years? Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. There was no reason for hesitation. He decisively chose to cling to the wealthy sister. No, that was wrong. He had taken the wrong script. He should choose the second option. Could any wealth surpass the allure of enhanced magical power? Thus, Jiang Chen lifted his head proudly and declared, I refuse. I am the Master's eldest disciple. How could I be your little brother? Instantly, he felt the energy vortex in his dantian double in intensity. If he hadn't exerted great effort to suppress it, it might have resulted in a spiritual energy upheaval. Meanwhile, the subtle changes in Jiang Chen did not escape the keen eyes of Uncle Jiu. This fellow seems to have grown slightly stronger once again. He truly is remarkable. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only was Ren Ting Ting taken aback, but even Ren Fa was astonished. This young child is, in fact, the eldest disciple of Master Jiu. Was he not just recently accepted as a student? How is it that he is already referred to as the senior brother? Ren Fa cast an inquisitive glance towards Master Jiu. Indeed, what Xiao Chen has stated is true. Master Jiu replied, a proud smile gracing his face. Upon receiving Master Jiu's response, Rin Fa's astonishment only deepened. He was well aware of Master Jiu's character, meticulous in his endeavors. He would never engage in actions that defy reason. Having been accepted as a prominent disciple by Master Jiu at such a tender age, Jiang Chen must possess extraordinary qualities. Although their cultivation practices are not my concern, I'll discreetly remember Jiang Chen and seek opportunities to foster a connection with him from a young age. As he matures, this will undoubtedly benefit the Rin family significantly. Your apprentice is indeed remarkable, possessing an ethereal aura. Congratulations, Master Jiu. Rin Fa sincerely commended before summoning a waiter. Would you like to drink? The waiter inquired courteously. A cup of coffee for me, Rin Fa casually replied, revealing his familiarity with the beverage. I'll have a coffee as well, Rin Tingting responded sweetly, looking up. She then turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, would you like to drink? Their milk tea is quite delicious. Would you like a cup? Ignoring Jiang Chen's previous objections to being addressed as younger brother, Rin Tingting used the term endearingly. Sure. 2 cups of milk tea, please. 1 for my master and 1 for myself, Jiang Chen readily ordered, anticipating his master's potential antics. Meanwhile, Wen Kai, captivated by Rin Tingting, mimicked her order, requesting coffee without fully understanding what it entailed. Shortly after, the waiter delivered the drinks. Rin Fa was then summoned by another waiter, who informed him that a certain Huang Baiwan was seeking him. Jiang Chen took a sip of his milk tea, the rich, creamy flavor instantly enveloping his palate. He mused that the taste was truly authentic. At that moment, Wen Kai looked perplexed at the 2 cups before him, 1 white and 1 black. Unsure of how to proceed, Rin Tingting found his dilemma amusing. Recalling his earlier impudent gaze, she decided to tease him. She picked up the dark brown coffee and took a large gulp. For someone accustomed to coffee, the bitterness was actually enjoyable. Wen Kai followed suit. Taking a mouthful of coffee, he nearly spat it out, but managed to swallow it, his facial features contorting in discomfort. Rin Tingting, amused by Wen Kai's reaction, giggled softly. She now found him less repulsive. Moreover, he seemed to exude an indescribable aura. As long as she didn't dislike him, being near him evoked a warm, comforting sensation. Unbeknownst to Rin Tingting, this was due to Wen Kai's pure young constitution, which naturally attracted women. Before long, Rin Fa returned. Master Jiu, I've made a decision regarding my father's reburial. Master Rin, ancestral tombs are best left undisturbed. It's advisable not to move them without good reason. Alas, Master Jiu, I've already given it much thought. After contemplating for nearly a month, Rin Fa had ultimately decided to exhume his father and relocate him to a different tomb. The words of that feng shui master from years ago played a decisive role in this matter. Father, may I step outside for a while? It feels quite stifling in here. As Rin Tingting listened to her father Rin Fa's conversation with Uncle Jiu, boredom washed over her. Certainly. It would be perfect for you to take Jiang Chen to stroll around the town. There are many delightful places to visit. Upon hearing his daughter's suggestion, Rin Fa's eyes brightened. Having his daughter involved would surely win Jiang Chen's favor more easily. Upon hearing this, Rin Tingting immediately rose, excitedly pulling Jiang Chen to his feet and heading outside. Wen Kai was about to get up as well, but upon catching a glimpse of his master's disapproving gaze, he reluctantly sat back down. Jiang Chen, being tugged along by Rin Tingting, exited the tea house. Jiang Chen, brother, would you like to accompany me to the roost shop? Rin Tingting was eager to give Jiang Chen a splendid makeover. Jiang Chen found himself being led by Rin Tingting through the bustling streets, her small hand firmly grasping his. The gentle warmth of her touch sent ripples through his heart. However, in the next moment, he realized that Rin Tingting was indeed directing him toward a rouge shop. He promptly withdrew his hand from hers. It was no jest. Although he had never visited that shop, he was well aware of the storyline. How could he not know that it belonged to Aunt Qiusheng? Just across the street was the Yihong building. At that moment, Qiusheng was undoubtedly inside the shop. Had he not been present, Qiusheng would likely have been discussing the intricacies of her profession with Rin Tingting. Just yesterday, he had given Qiusheng a stern lesson. If Qiusheng were to discover that Rin Tingting had brought him along to purchase rouge for her own makeup, where would he, as the senior disciple, place his dignity? What is it, Brother Jiang Chen? Nothing much. Let us explore other places. I have no desire to wear makeup. Brother Jiang Chen, my skills are quite exceptional. I assure you, I can make you look even more splendid than a New Year's painting. What do you say? Rin Tingting fluttered her bright eyes, enticing Jiang Chen. Not at all, replied Jiang Chen, firm in his resolve, unaffected by her charm. Oh, come on, just agree to it, please. I will buy you some candied fruits. She pleaded. I refuse, Jiang Chen stated firmly. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's unwavering refusal, Rin Tingting's expression morphed into one of fierce determination. It was the first time in her life that she encountered someone more stubborn than herself. Alas, a mere child. In the next moment, she gazed at Jiang Chen, who had turned his head away, and a mischievous smile crept across her face. She then squatted before him and, without warning, scooped him up into her arms. Jiang Chen felt as if his face had collided with two formidable mountains, nearly rendering him dazed. The impudent girl seeks to impose her will. Jiang Chen swiftly discerned Rin Tingting's intentions, yet the previous encounter had indeed left him momentarily dazed. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen resorted to his trump card. "Miss Rin, I am a practitioner of the way. Kindly heed my words." Rin Tingting gazed at Jiang Chen's face, mere inches away, with a smile, eagerly anticipating his next utterance. "The little one is now in my grasp. Let us see how you might oppose this. Miss Rin, I observe a malevolent aura between your brows, which portends grave misfortune." As Jiang Chen spoke, his gaze inadvertently wandered downwards. Instantly, he felt as though he were plummeting into the abyss, and he hastily averted his eyes. "Ah, is that true? Can someone so young comprehend such matters?" Initially, Rin Tingting wore an expression of disbelief. However, recalling Jiang Chen's earlier words at the tea house, she pondered that a boy of such tender age, accepted as a disciple by Uncle Jiu, must possess some remarkable abilities. Yet, what could he mean by foretelling misfortune? Was he merely attempting to frighten her? A practitioner of the way does not speak idly. The ominous energy emanating from your brow is overwhelming. Should you fail to take timely precautions, you may face peril to your life, or your dearest kin may encounter similar threats, Jiang Chen stated with utmost seriousness. He was not attempting to intimidate Rin Tingting. According to the narrative he had encountered, after the old Master's resurrection, he had sought out the Rin household and had first bitten Rin Fa to death. For reasons unknown, the old master did not proceed to harm anyone else, likely having retreated after consuming Rin Fa's essence for his evolution. Now that he found himself in this place, and considering the Rin father-daughter pair's favorable disposition towards him, it was prudent to offer them a warning. "What shall we do?" Rin Tingting, still a young woman recently come of age, felt a wave of panic at Jiang Chen's earnest demeanor, her voice quivering with unbidden emotion. Jiang Chen's body trembled slightly, prompting Rin Tingting to instinctively release her grasp. He then landed softly on the ground. "Given your kindness towards me, I shall prepare some provisions for unforeseen circumstances," Jiang Chen proclaimed mysteriously, hands clasped behind his back. "What is required?" Rin Tingting, still in awe of Jiang Chen's remarkable abilities, felt a surge of belief in his words, trusting him to a significant extent. "Is there a mortuary supply shop in town? Take me there to procure some items." "A mortuary supply shop? What purpose does that serve?" Having grown up sheltered, Rin Tingting had been quite oblivious to such matters, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, she wore an utterly bewildered expression. Jiang Chen, shaking his head in resignation, strode ahead. As he passed by the roof shop, he indeed spotted Qiusheng daydreaming behind the counter, hastily covering his face and quickening his pace to leave the vicinity. After a series of inquiries, he finally discovered a mortuary supply shop tucked away in a corner on the western edge of the town. This is a modest storefront, oriented from south to north. However, upon entering, Jiang Chen discovered a comprehensive array of items for sale: yellow paper, floral wreaths, coffins, burial garments, and even glutinous rice, alongside crudely crafted peachwood swords. "Miss Rin, do you have any money on you?" Jiang Chen inquired, glancing back. He himself possessed no funds, having arrived in this world. He had yet to spend a single coin, and naturally, his Uncle Jiu had not considered providing him with pocket money. I do. Let me take a look," Rin Tingting replied, as she opened her small handbag and retrieved $20 silver. Jiang Chen marveled inwardly, astounded by the wealth of a tycoon's daughter, casually carrying $20 silver. He recalled hearing from Wakai and Qiusheng that in this era, $1 silver could purchase approximately 50 pounds of rice. While an ordinary individual earned merely a dozen silver dollars in a month, those $20 silver are likely just a mere allowance for Rin Tingting for a day. Indeed, she is a wealthy lady. Jiang Chen unceremoniously accepted the silver coins that Rin Tingting handed him. After all, he was saving their lives, such a trivial sum was inconsequential. "Boss, please provide me with a ream of fine yellow paper, a ream of fine white paper, 30 pounds of vermilion, 10 pounds of black ink, and 50 pounds of glutinous rice, to be delivered to the Ren residence." Upon hearing the order from a significant client, the shopkeeper immediately greeted him with a smile. Calculating the total, the entire order amounted to precisely $20 silver, and upon learning that it was to be delivered to the Ren residence, The shopkeeper generously added an extra 10 pounds of glutinous rice. What do you need all these for? As they walked back to the Rin residence, Rin Tingting could no longer contain her curiosity. She was still pondering Jiang Chen's previous remarks. Seeing him purchase such a multitude of items, she was genuinely intrigued. Could these supplies truly assist her in overcoming her crisis? Oh, our funeral home is running low on such supplies, so I'm merely restocking. Huh. Rin Tingting's eyes widened in astonishment. After all this, he was buying these items for his own use. What about the ominous signs she was facing? Then why bring them to my house? Of course, it's to save your lives. Before long, Jiang Chen, under Rin Tingting's guidance, arrived at the Rin residence. It is quite easy to identify. The most opulent structure in the town is indeed the Rin residence, surpassing even the town government's office in grandeur. Upon entering the estate, Jiang Chen instructed the young servant from the funeral parlor to unload the items in Rin Tingting's chamber. Jiang Chen picked up a sheet of yellow paper and cut it into 5 pieces, each the size of a talisman. He contemplated that, following the narrative's progression. In a few days, the late Lord Rin would undergo a transformation and return to this place to claim Rin Fa's life. This Rin family, after all, is a household of immense wealth. Having rescued Rin Fa, the ancestral hall shall no longer lack for materials. However, it is impractical for me to remain at the Rin residence indefinitely. The solution that Jiang Chen conceived was to prepare some protective talismans for Rin Fa and Rin Tingting. According to the teachings found within his master scrolls, utilizing certain special methods, even an ordinary person devoid of any supernatural power could wield these talismans. With this thought, he set to work. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took an inkstone from his desk and poured in a measure of cinnabar. Miss Rin, I must ask you to endure a little discomfort. What sort of discomfort? Rin Tingting inquired, her expression brimming with anxiety. Jiang Chen approached her, guiding her to the desk, and then took her hand in his. Before she could fully comprehend his intentions, he gently grazed her fingertip with his nail. Instantly, a droplet of crimson blood welled up from her fingertip. Jiang Chen led her hand over the inkstone, allowing several drops of her blood to fall within. It was only at that moment that Rin Tingting felt the sting in her fingertip and gasped in surprise. Then, Jiang Chen delicately brushed his fingertip over the small wound on her fingertip while channeling a hint of his mystical energy. Rin Tingting felt a warmth radiate from her finger, and to her astonishment, she discovered that the wound had healed entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Shocked, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Chen. Behold, a wondrous technique. At this juncture, she harbored complete faith in Jiang Chen's words, convinced of his ability to resolve her predicament. With Rin Tingting's blood procured, Jiang Chen promptly amalgamated it with cinnabar, stirring the mixture with precision. Subsequently, Jiang Chen extended his hand, retrieving from the spatial realm a wolf hair brush bestowed upon him by Master Jiu. This scene, naturally, did not escape Rin Tingting's notice. This extraordinary feat left her astonished. Igniting an intense curiosity about Jiang Chen's intentions, Jiang Chen, focusing his mind with a silent incantation, purged all distractions. As a gleam of light manifested in his eyes, Jiang Chen's hand moved with deftness. The wolf hair brush, imbued with special pigments, danced across the yellow paper like a sinuous dragon, its movements fluid and seamless. To a discerning observer, the brush would appear to be crackling with faint, intermittent arcs of electricity. The entire process unfolded without the slightest hesitation, as if Jiang Chen had executed it countless times before, despite having only delved into the art of crafting talismans for a mere fortnight. The talisman Jiang Chen was creating was known as the lightning-gathering talisman, a charm that could only be conjured by those who cultivated lightning-based techniques or possessed a lightning-attributed constitution. Master Jiu had learned the lightning rush fist, thus enabling him to create this talisman. Jiang Chen, blessed with the system's palm thunder, was naturally capable of the same. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Chen had completed 10 lightning-gathering talismans. The cinnabar ink, mingled with Rin Tingting's blood, had been fully consumed. Jiang Chen set down the brush, picked up the lightning-gathering talismans from the table, and handed them to Rin Tingting. What is this? Rin Tingting asked, accepting the talismans with astonishment. She had witnessed Jiang Chen's entire process. Rin Tingting was shocked to realize that, despite having kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's every move, she found her mind strangely blank, as if she had completely forgotten how he had painted them. She couldn't even recall where the first stroke should be placed. This is called a lightning-gathering talisman. Because I used your blood as pigment, you can activate it even without cultivation. Not only you, but also those with the same bloodline can use it. Keep this talisman close to you. If you encounter danger, bite your finger, activate the talisman with your blood, and throw it out. Jiang Chen earnestly instructed. Okay, I understand. My father can use this too, right? Ren Tingting remembered Jiang Chen's words. That her close relatives would also be in danger. Now, her only close relative, besides the uncle she had never met, was her father. Of course, it's best to give your father a few more. In my opinion, his danger is much greater than yours. Really? Are these enough? I want to give them all to my father. Don't worry, these talismans are enough for you and your father to survive this crisis. The power of the talismans Jiang Chen drew, although not enough to kill old Master Ren, should be more than enough to force him away. All right. You should go out first. I've exhausted myself a bit and need to recuperate. Don't let anyone disturb me. Jiang Chen had used nearly half of the magic power in his body. He now had 10 years of magic power, showing how much energy it took to draw this lightning-gathering talisman. Hearing this, Ren Tingting obediently retreated, dismissing the surrounding servants. She then quietly walked to a pavilion not far from her room and sat down. After Ren Tingting left, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the chair and began to circulate the Maoshan Qi refining technique, starting to restore the magic power he had consumed. The Maoshan Qi refinement technique was imparted to him by his esteemed Master Jiu, and the entire Maoshan lineage, from the highest to the lowest, practices this profound art. This martial art may not be particularly profound, yet it excels in its accessibility. Coupled with Jiang Chen's unique physique and his affinity for Qi, his training progresses at a pace surpassing that of ordinary practitioners by a factor of 10 or more. In approximately half an hour, the magical energy within Jiang Chen has fully restored, and he feels as though a shackle within him has been shattered, resulting in a substantial increase in his magical potency. As he concludes his practice, Jiang Chen summons his character panel. Name, Jiang Chen Realm. First layer of Human Master Dao Body, Immaculate Dao Body Magical Power. 15 years Martial Arts, Supreme Clarity Body Refinement True Formula, Minor Achievement. Maoshan Qi Cultivation Formula, Minor Achievement. Space, 128 cubic units Dao Techniques. Divine Ghost 7 Kill Order, First Order. Paper Crafting Technique, Perfection. Palm Thunder, Perfection. Innate Talent. Photographic Memory. Qi Affinity 100 Divine Ability, Yin Yang I Indeed. After Jiang Chen's thorough examination, it is confirmed that he has achieved a breakthrough. At this moment, Jiang Chen has officially entered the first layer of Human Master, becoming the youngest Human Master in the history of Maoshan. His magical power has also increased by 5 years directly. No wonder he felt a sensation of fullness in his dantian earlier. Moreover, the Supreme Clarity Body Refinement True Formula has also reached a minor achievement. At this moment, Jiang Chen feels as if he could transform his body into a substance as unyielding as granite at any moment. This immense enhancement fills Jiang Chen's small frame with a sensation of being almost overflowing. Outside, Ren Tingting sits in the pavilion, lost in thought. The brief 2 hours this morning has been extraordinarily exhilarating for her. Even now, she feels as if she is still in a dream, her charming face flushed with excitement. This intriguing young Jiang Chen is truly fascinating and shrouded in mystery. How could he possess so many distinct qualities? Cousin, I did not realize you were home. I assumed you had ventured out. At that moment, a somewhat lascivious voice echoed from outside the courtyard, its volume likely audible throughout the entire Ren estate. Upon hearing it, Ren Tingting felt a sense of foreboding, recalling that Jiang Chen had just requested not to be disturbed. That detestable cousin of mine. Why has he arrived at such an inopportune time? Ren Tingting glanced back at the spot where Jiang Chen was standing, then hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard, swiftly covering the mouth of the person who spoke at the entrance. The newcomer was none other than Ren Tingting's cousin, Ren Wei, the captain of the security team in Rinjia Town. Clad in a crisp security uniform, his legs adorned with knee-high leather boots and a holstered pistol slung at his waist, he exuded an air of authority, albeit one that was tinged with an unsettling lewdness. What are you doing, cousin? Ren Wei exclaimed as he found Ren Tingting rushing towards him, her delicate hand pressed against his mouth, nearly causing him to lose his composure. If it weren't for the fear of his cousin's disdain, he would have been tempted to lick her exquisite hand. It had been ages since he had held her hand since she matured, and while licking was off the table, a mere touch seemed permissible. However, before he could extend his hand, Ren Tingting realized her actions were inappropriate and quickly withdrew, stepping back a couple of paces. Ren Wei silently lamented the missed opportunity. Please keep your voice down. I've invited a guest. If you disturb him, he will hold it against me. Jiang Chen was there to dispel the ominous portent that loomed over her. If her cousin's antics displeased him, and he retracted the talisman, what would become of her and her father's safety? Who is it? Male or female? Upon hearing that his cousin had a guest, Ren Wei's anxiety surged. With Rintingting's striking beauty, no man could remain indifferent. If her guest turned out to be a male, it would surely make him a rival. Sure, keep it down. He's resting right now. We don't want to disturb him. Resting? In your room? And you expect me not to disturb him? As Runaway processed Rintingting's words, an unsettling realization washed over him. If she had clarified the guest's gender immediately, it was likely that the occupant of the room was indeed male. This is indeed my cousin's little courtyard, and that room is her private chamber. I have never even set foot inside. Lo and behold, the scoundrel was actually ensconced within, seeking repose. What deeds had transpired to necessitate such respite? Furthermore, the maiden's countenance was flushed crimson, a perplexing sight. Had another seized the prize before he could? In the township of Rinjia, his affections for his cousin were common knowledge. Who dared encroach upon his domain? Such audacity courted demise. Incensed, Ren Arwi brandished his firearm, poised to storm the premises. Cousin, what madness possesses you? Rintingting exclaimed, interposing herself at the threshold. Step aside, cousin, Ren Arwi retorted, brandishing his weapon menacingly. I shall dispatch the knave who has wronged you. Are you bereft of reason, cousin? She countered. What accusations do you level? None have wronged me. Silence. A voice thundered from within the residence, cutting through the clamor. The sound, though seemingly distant, struck Runaway as if someone were shouting directly into her ear. In that fleeting moment, a wave of suffocating pressure surged within her chest, causing her to stagger backward uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Rintingting appeared oblivious to the commotion, gazing at her cousin with a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by his peculiar behavior. In the room, Jiang Chen felt an intense surge of energy within him, a restless force seeking an outlet. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of screams outside, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, which only heightened his agitation. With a cold snort, he unleashed a small fraction of his magical power, directing it toward the source of the raucous shouting. Fortunately, he had restrained himself. Had he unleashed more, Runaway would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness on the spot. The chasm between cultivators and ordinary individuals was as vast as heaven and earth. At that moment, Jiang Chen had ascended to the status of a teacher, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation, destined to drift further from the mundane world. After reciting the calming incantation several times, he finally managed to restore tranquility to his turbulent energy. He gathered all the items he had procured from the funeral shop into his spatial realm, which now boasted an impressive volume of 128 cubic units, far more than he could ever utilize. Once satisfied that nothing was left behind, Jiang Chen opened the door and stepped outside. Crossing the courtyard, he arrived at the entrance, where he found Rintingting standing, while not far off. Runaway was gasping for breath. Upon seeing the man's visage, Jiang Chen instantly recognized him. Runaway, the comedic relief from the zombie world. This individual cannot truly be deemed malevolent. For the safety of the populace, he boldly leads a relentless search for the undead across the mountains. Conversely, if one were to argue against his character, he does exhibit a certain arrogance, coupled with a rather unsavory demeanor. He even dares to apprehend the venerable Jiu Shu, likely because the latter refuses to stoop to the level of mere mortals, choosing not to reveal the full extent of his formidable powers in their presence. Otherwise, with Jiu Shu's mastery at the 6th level of the Earth Master realm, it is likely that even a mere raised voice could obliterate this pretentious figure. Perhaps his relatively brief period of cultivation has hindered him from attaining the tranquility of mind that his master possesses. If this fellow provokes me, I shall certainly take my small hand and give him a few light slaps. Jiang Chen, why are you out here? Have we disturbed you? Rintingting, sensing Jiang Chen's emergence, stepped forward with a hint of nervousness, fearing that he might be upset by their commotion. It's all right, I've had my rest. I suspect Master has concluded his discussions, so I shall seek him out to prevent him from worrying about my whereabouts. Remember to keep the items I gave you close. And do share some with your father, but ensure you retain a portion for yourself, Jiang Chen remarked, turning to exit while Rintingting's reluctant gaze followed him. Wait, cough. Just a moment. At that moment, Runaway finally managed to catch his breath. Spotting Jiang Chen leaving the courtyard, a weight lifted from his heart. It turned out he was just a child, and as long as he was not here to vie for his cousin's affection, that was satisfactory. However, he found himself puzzled by the voice he had heard earlier. It was almost identical to the one Jiang Chen had just used while speaking to his cousin. Could it be that this boy had plotted against him? But how had he accomplished that? He needed to clarify matters. What do you want? Jiang Chen turned around. His interest piqued as he regarded Runaway. Who are you? Were you the one who set a trap for me? Runaway discreetly disengaged the safety on his handgun, aiming it at Jiang Chen as a precaution. Jiang Chen, with keen perception, immediately noticed Runaway's subtle movement, his eyes narrowing in response. In an instant, he closed the distance of several meters and seized the handgun from Renaway's grasp with one hand, while the other pointed a finger at Renaway's abdomen. Unfortunately, due to their height difference, Jiang Chen could not reach Renaway's head just yet. A spark of electricity flickered from his fingertip, and soon Renaway's body began to convulse uncontrollably. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground, twitching sporadically. There's no need to brandish that broken gun at people. You might end up hurting yourself, Jiang Chen said with a smile before departing the Ren residence. Upon arriving at the tea house, Jiang Chen spotted his master, Wen Kai, alongside Ren Fei, emerging from within. The three men soon recognized Jiang Chen's presence. Uncle Jiu approached Jiang Chen, a look of confusion crossing his face. Xiao Chen, why are you alone? Miss Ren has gone home, so I returned to find you by myself. Don't worry, master, with my skills, I won't get lost out here. Jiang Chen could see that Uncle Jiu was concerned for his safety outside, which warmed his heart. His master, perhaps out of care, instinctively regarded him as a typical child, worried about the dangers of the outside world. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's reassurance, Uncle Jiu's furrowed brow relaxed. Uncle Jiu, it is settled then. 3 days hence, we shall move my father's coffin, Ren Fei interjected, bowing slightly to Uncle Jiu. Very well, I shall arrive punctually in 3 days. Is there anything I need to prepare? Uncle Jiu inquired. Of course, we must ensure ample silver dollars are ready, Wen Kai interjected, having grown bored from their earlier conversation. Ren Fei paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Naturally, I shall make sure to express my gratitude to Uncle Jiu properly. Uncle Jiu shot Wen Kai a disapproving glance, muttering, mind your tongue. As the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, Jiang Chen addressed Ren Fei, Lord Ren, when you return, remember to keep the items Miss Ren gave you close at hand. At this, all eyes turned to Jiang Chen. Oh, what might that be, young Master Jiang? Ren Wei chuckled, amused by Jiang Chen's mature demeanor despite his youth. You will know upon your return, Lord Ren. Until then, we shall meet again in 3 days. Young Master Jiang, do come by my home to visit your sister Dingting when you have the time, Lord Ren offered, not pressing for further details before taking his leave. Brother, what did you speak of with Lord Ren? Once Ren Fei had departed, Wen Kai could not conceal his curiosity and leaned closer to Jiang Chen. Nothing much. I merely drew a few talismans for Miss Ren. Talismans? Why would you draw talismans for her? What is amiss? Wen Kai's surprise was palpable upon hearing Jiang Chen had crafted talismans for Ren Tingting. He was acutely aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities, perhaps even more so than their master. If Jiang Chen had felt the need to intervene for Ren Tingting, something significant must have transpired. Why are you so anxious, junior brother Wen? Are you particularly concerned about Miss Ren? Jiang Chen crossed his arms, a knowing smile playing on his lips, causing Wen Kai to feel a shiver run down his spine. Nonsense, senior brother, do not jest. I am merely curious. Just speak your mind if you fancy a girl. We are cultivators of the Zhengyi sect. It is not a sin to seek a spouse, is it? Right, master? These are the insights Jiang Chen gleaned from his master's scriptures. In this realm, practitioners of the Tao are divided into 2 factions, the Zhengyi school, led by Mao Shan and Long Hushan, and the Qiwanjin school, with the Qiwanjin sect at its forefront. The doctrines of the 2 schools differ significantly. The Qiwanjin practitioners are ascetic monks, sporting long beards and wearing Daoist robes, engaging in secluded cultivation. In contrast, the Zhengyi practitioners, colloquially known as secular Daoists, may don ordinary attire, forgo facial hair, adopt hairstyles in accordance with societal norms, partake in meat, and even marry and bear children. Is that truly permissible, master? Wen Kai exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had never heard his master speak of such things before. Growing up alongside his master, he had always perceived him as a solitary figure, believing that those who cultivate the Tao must remain celibate. Now, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, his worldview was irreversibly shaken. Uncle Jiu, sensing Wen Kai's fiery gaze, awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. Ahem. The reason I never mentioned this before was to avoid distracting you from your cultivation, considering your average aptitude. If you were to waver in your resolve, it would be challenging to achieve any significant accomplishments. However, now that your constitution has transformed and your cultivation speed has markedly improved, once you become a master yourself, I shall no longer interfere in your matters of love. Uncle Jiu spoke earnestly. Wen Kai's heart swelled with joy at these words, and suddenly the charming visage of Ren Tingting danced in his thoughts, igniting a fervent passion within him. Master, senior brother, let us return swiftly. I must devote myself to my training. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Wen Kai's eagerness. His intent in suggesting this was to provide an impetus for Wen Kai, encouraging him to reach the Daoist realm sooner. thereby allowing himself to obtain the second command of the 7 kills of the divine ghosts, the Wind and Fire Order. The Wind-Fire command not only embodies a form of expansive Taoist technique, but also serves as a means of long-range assault. With its own formidable strength, one's abilities could ascend to a new echelon. To his surprise, the master was exceedingly cooperative, stirring Wen Kai's enthusiasm with remarkable ease. Observing Wen Kai's eagerness, Jiu Shu shook his head and pulled Jiang Chen along with him. Meanwhile, Ren Fa returned to the Ren residence. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's earlier words, Ren Fa felt a pang of curiosity about this child, who, despite his youthful appearance, exhibited an unexpected depth. Consequently, he made his way to the courtyard where his daughter resided. Upon entering, Ren Fa was taken aback to see several servants lifting a person from the ground outside his daughter's courtyard. Was that not a Wei? What had happened to him? Ren Fa instantly recognized Ren A Wei, albeit in a rather disheveled state, his body convulsing and hair standing on end. "Father, you're back," Ren Tingting exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her father return. Cousin seems to have offended Jiang Chen and was defeated by him. It was Jiang Chen. Ren Fa gazed at his daughter in disbelief, as if seeking confirmation that she was not jesting. Although Jiang Chen exuded an extraordinary aura, he was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child. How could he possibly have subdued the burly adult, Ren Wei, in such a manner? Although Wei tends to be rather arrogant, as the captain of the town's security team, he possesses considerable skill, making him a formidable opponent for most. Furthermore, I have just witnessed Jiang Chen firsthand, unscathed and impeccably attired. This indicates that Wei may not even possess the capacity to retaliate in the presence of Jiang Chen. This is truly inconceivable. Tingting, did you witness Jiang Chen defeating Wei with your own eyes? Indeed, father, it seems as though Jiang Chen possesses magical abilities. He discharged electricity from his hands and incapacitated my cousin in an instant. At this moment, Ren Tingting displayed no trace of concern for her cousin. Rather, she spoke of Jiang Chen's triumph with an expression of sheer excitement. Conversely, Ren Fa was utterly convinced that Jiang Chen would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. The Ren family must cultivate a relationship with Jiang Chen. Tingting, in your leisure time, make sure to associate with Jiang Chen more frequently. By the way, I heard Jiang Chen mention that you have something to give me. What could it be? Sensing that Jiang Chen might be even more remarkable than he had initially perceived, Ren Fa grew increasingly curious about the item Jiang Chen had referenced. "Ah, yes, father, please wait a moment. I will fetch it for you right away." With that, Ren Tingting dashed into the courtyard, where the talismans remained on the stone table in the pavilion. 3 days later, atop a great mountain several kilometers from Rinjia town, Jiang Chen followed his master to the summit. Here lies the place that had been agreed upon with Ren Fa. Jiang Chen gazed around. The scenery almost identical to that of a film, with towering mountains stretching endlessly in every direction. In the vast expanse atop the mountain, a solitary tomb stood proudly at the center. Jiang Chen's penetrating gaze fixated on the imposing mausoleum before him, a secret known only to him at this moment. Beneath this tomb lies something enigmatic. This figure before me is the target I must confront. I wonder if, with my involvement, this old Master Ren will still evoke the same terror as in my past life. For a zombie to evolve swiftly, the most expedient method is to absorb the essence of its kin. Now that Ren Fa and Ren Tingting possess the thunder-gathering talismans I provided, they should be relatively safe. However, an air of the uncanny surrounds this old Master Ren, suggesting that matters may not unfold simply. "Wen Kai, Qiuxing, prepare the altar," commanded Jiu Shu, glancing at the time. Wen Kai and Qiuxing, who had followed him, promptly directed several laborers to set a yellow cloth table adorned with bagua patterns before the tomb. Subsequently, they draped a red cloth over the table and arranged incense burners, candle holders, and various offerings atop it. As soon as the altar was prepared, Ren Fa and Ren Tingting arrived, carried by 2 bearers, accompanied by Ren A. Once Ren Fa and Ren Tingting disembarked, they approached Jiu Shu with utmost respect. Ren Tingting joyfully joined her senior brothers, Jiang Chen and the others. Today, she donned a modest outfit, lacking the flamboyance of previous days, yet exuding a delicate charm unique to Eastern women. Wen Sai's gaze fixated on her, finding her current appearance even more appealing than before. Qiuxin, however, felt little stirrings upon her arrival, perhaps due to Jiang Chen's presence, which stifled their initial interaction. In this moment, while Qiuxin acknowledged her beauty, it was merely a passing thought. Ren Tingting offered a nod to Wen Kai and Qiuxin, her focus entirely on Jiang Chen. From a distance, Ren A observed his cousin amidst a group of men, instinctively wanting to intervene and protect her from unwanted advances. But he was halted by a chilling sight that filled him with dread. It was Jiang Chen. Minutes later, Jiu looked to the heavens and addressed Ren Fa. The altar is ready, and the hour grows late. Let us commence the rites. All heed Jiu command, came the reply. And the assembly began their offerings with sincere reverence. After Ren Fa had completed his offering, he approached Jiu. Master, the geomancer once said that this site is exceptionally rare, a truly auspicious location, he said with a hint of pride. Indeed, Jiu responded. Achen, Jiuxing, Wakai. Come forth. He recalled having imparted knowledge of geomancy to his 3 disciples not long ago. And he saw an opportunity to test their understanding and allow them to experience the art of feng shui firsthand. Recently, I shared insights regarding feng shui with you. Who among you can discern the intricacies of old Master Ren's tomb? Upon hearing this, Wakai and Jiuxing exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting uncertainty. They had barely grasped the wealth of information imparted by their master, let alone apply it practically. Meanwhile, Ren, emboldened, approached Rintingting just in time to hear Jiu's query. Observing Wakai and Jiuxing's bewilderment, he couldn't help but chuckle. But his laughter was abruptly stifled by an ominous glare from Jiang Chen, causing him to shudder. Jiu, noticing Ren's laughter, felt a twinge of embarrassment and cast a hopeful glance at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. The divine selection is activated. Option 1. What is the worth of face? Master, allow me to bear your disgrace. Reward, copper skin, iron bones. Option 2. Step forward to defend your master's honor. Reward, void painting talismans. Jiang Chen promptly chose option 2 and stood up, clearing his throat. Master, if I am not mistaken, this tomb is known as the Dragonfly Skimming Water Tomb, one of the top 10 auspicious sites. To possess it ensures prosperity and longevity. Upon hearing this, Jiu nodded in satisfaction, his earlier embarrassment dissipating. Indeed, I must rely on my esteemed disciple, Jiu thought. He refrained from publicly reprimanding Wakai and Jiuxing. But surely they would face some form of consequence later. Ren Fa, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, beamed with approval and gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, what the geomancer mentioned aligns with your insights. This tomb is indeed known as the Dragonfly Skimming Water Tomb. Its dimensions are 3 zhang and 4 qi. With only 4 qi being usable, Jiang Chen noted, initially intending to conclude his comments, but feeling compelled to elaborate as the system's rewards had yet to be credited. The usable length is approximately 1 zhang and 3 qi, effectively 3 qi. Therefore, the coffin cannot be interred horizontally. It must be buried according to the proper rites. As he paced before old Master Ren's tomb, he reflected on the feng shui teachings he had absorbed, though he felt a bit unprepared for practical application. However, Jiang Chen was well versed in the narrative, merely echoing Jiu's words. Truly remarkable, Master Jiu. Jiang Chen, your young disciple, is indeed extraordinary. Possessing such knowledge at such a tender age, Ren Fa exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. At that moment, Wakai gazed at Jiang Chen with a hint of confusion, preparing to inquire about the concept of a proper burial, but he was preempted by another voice. This person is Rintingting, the younger sister of Jiang Chen. What exactly is a legal funeral? Is it a French-style burial? I have studied Western culture, and it does not seem to be that way. Jiang Chen glanced unexpectedly at Rintingting, who stood beside Wakai. Shouldn't that line be from Wensi's script? Rintingting, did you grab the wrong script? However, Jiang Chen didn't dwell on it and quickly finished speaking to bring honor to his master, as obtaining the reward was the priority. The art of void drawing symbols. The reward sounds like a very practical Taoist skill. The so-called law burial is, in fact, a vertical burial. Master Ren, I surmise that the geomancer initially told you that if the ancestor is buried vertically, the descendants will surely flourish, correct? Jiang Chen said, smiling as he looked at Ren Fa. Oh, Master Jiang Chen, you are truly remarkable. You can even deduce what the geomancer said 20 years ago. Incredible, truly incredible. At this moment, the shock in Ren Fa's heart had reached an unparalleled level, because what Jiang Chen said was exactly what the geomancer had said, word for word. I wonder, Master Ren, has this saying proven true? Alas, it hasn't proven true. In these 20 years, not only has my family not prospered, but business has also deteriorated. Ren Fa lamented with a sigh. Ah, how could this be? Isn't this an auspicious burial site? At this moment, Wakai and Jiuxing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Jiang Chen didn't respond to their words, but instead approached Ren Fa. If I'm not mistaken, that geomancer must have had a grudge against your family. Ren Fa looked at Jiang Chen's piercing gaze and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, his eyes darting away. Just then, several laborers came forward. Master, The sacrifices are complete. Shall we break ground now? Master nodded immediately and said, break ground. On the mountain. The laborers obeyed the order and directly stepped forward to topple the tombstone of Rin's ancestor, and then began to excavate. Master Jiang Chen, you may not know this, but this burial site initially belonged to that geomancer. Later, my father took a fancy to it and bought it with money. As for grudges, I don't think there should be any. Ren Fa stepped forward to explain, but his shifty eyes betrayed the unease in his heart. Oh, just bought it with money. No coercion? Jiang Chen retorted. The Ren family had been harmed by that geomancer's feng shui techniques for 20 years and still remained the local emperor of Ren family town. Even the appointment of the town mayor had to be approved by Ren Fa. One can imagine how powerful the Ren family was 20 years ago. As expected, upon hearing this, Ren Fa immediately gave a guilty and awkward smile. If you hadn't coerced him, he wouldn't have harmed you like this. Harmed us? Master Jiang Chen. What do you mean by this? Ren Fa immediately asked nervously upon hearing this, as his trust in Jiang Chen was now no less than that in Master. The so-called dragonfly skimming water should be snow covering the peak, but look at your father's tomb. The entire dragonfly skimming water site is covered in cement. If the head of the coffin can't touch the water, how can it be called a dragonfly skimming water site? This perfectly good dragonfly skimming water site has been completely ruined, turning auspiciousness into great misfortune and a favorable site into an ominous one. Jiang Chen led the crowd to the edge of the tomb. Everyone looked in the direction Jiang Chen was pointing, and sure enough, the entire tomb was covered in cement. Beneath this tomb, not a single drop of water can be found. Just as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the sound of the system's reward resonated in his mind. With focused concentration, Jiang Chen sensed the profound intricacies of this ethereal drawing technique. This technique of drawing talismans in the void utilizes the heavens and the earth as parchment, and employs spiritual energy as the ink, conjuring symbols from thin air. There is no longer a need for physical materials such as yellow paper or vermilion. Thus, the efficiency of talisman crafting can be greatly enhanced, allowing one to draw the desired symbols anytime and anywhere. This not only offers convenience but also significantly amplifies the potency of the talismans drawn in the void. Nevertheless, the original method of talisman drawing possesses its own merits, namely the ability to prepare and store them in advance. If one wishes to employ the strategy of the Sea of Talismans, the traditional technique must still be utilized. Beside Jiang Chen, Uncle Jiu gazed at Jiang Chen's confident demeanor, pride swelling in his heart. Jiang Chen's talent and cultivation was extraordinary, and he effortlessly grasped feng shui, paper crafting, and talisman drawing. It is hard to fathom what could possibly challenge him. Truly, what more could one desire? Little Chen is correct, fortunately. That feng shui master has some semblance of conscience, allowing you to relocate the grave after 20 years, afflicting you for half a lifetime instead of an entire one, sparing you from generational curses. Uncle Jiu picked up on Jiang Chen's words, uttering sentiments that sent chills down Ren Fa's spine. Jiang Chen, aware of the narrative, mused that the feng shui master's directive for Ren Fa to relocate the grave after 20 years was far from benevolent. It was likely a malevolent scheme intended to bring about the complete demise of Ren's family. The feng shui master must have calculated that, given Ren's family's strength at the time, even after 20 years, they would not sustain critical damage. Thus, he orchestrated the scenario for Ren's patriarch to resurface after 2 decades, aiming to exploit the transformation of his corpse to induce swift ruin upon the family. As for the choice of 20 years, Jiang Chen speculated that the master had foreseen his own demise in that time frame, wishing to witness the downfall of the Ren family. However, his skills were insufficient, as he failed to account for Uncle Jiu's presence, and even less so for his own. With both Uncle Jiu and himself in the fray, the feng shui master's plans were destined to crumble into oblivion. At that moment, a laborer who was excavating suddenly shouted, "I see it." The crowd immediately rushed over to investigate. Indeed, it was a vertical burial. When Kai and Rintingting exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting astonishment. "All right, hoist it up," Uncle Jiu affirmed as he approached to confirm, instructing the laborers to extract the coffin. The laborers brought over a crane, prompting everyone to step back and maintain a safe distance. However, Renaway chose not to retreat. Eager to impress Ren Fa and Rintingting, he resolved to personally hoist the remains of the old patriarch. Unfortunately, as an outsider, his presence only served to complicate matters. As the laborers lifted the coffin into the air, Renaway stepped forward and tugged on one end of the rope, straining to pull it outward. Several laborers shouted in protest, but Renaway, caught up in his own enthusiasm, paid them no heed, continuing with his reckless endeavor. At that moment, the crane began to lose balance and slowly tilted towards Runaway. Ah, this is bad. Several laborers shouted, rushing forward to stabilize the crane. Yet, with the combined weight of the crane and the coffin exceeding 1,000 pounds, mere mortals could not hope to hold it steady. From a distance, as the crowd had just regained their footing, they heard the laborers' cries. To their horror, they saw the coffin plummeting towards Runaway with increasing velocity. Away, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, scrambling backward in a panic, completely oblivious to the need to evade sideways. Observing this, Uncle Jiu was prepared to intervene. However, he caught sight of Jiang Chen beside him, who suddenly extended his finger like a sword, gesturing rapidly in the air. The speed was astonishing, nearly completed in an instant. Before Jiang Chen, a swirling yellow spiritual energy coalesced in the atmosphere, forming a rune. Uncle Jiu's heart raced with astonishment. What sorcery was this? This arcane art was unfamiliar even to him. How had Jiang Chen acquired such knowledge? Drawing talismans in the air? After years of cultivation, he had never even heard of it. The talisman Jiang Chen inscribed was recognized by Uncle Jiu as the Earth Element's Strength Talisman. Observing Jiang Chen meticulously completing the talisman in midair, he suddenly thrust his finger forward. The Strength Talisman instantly magnified and shot forth with remarkable speed towards several laborers in the distance. The reason Jiang Chen chose this moment to act was due to a notification from the system. Moments earlier, amidst the exclamations of the laborers, the voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Option 1. The fate of Runaway is of no concern to me. Ignore the dying and receive the title of Heartless, which grants immunity to guilt for any misdeeds committed. Option 2. Heaven cherishes the life of all beings. Save Runaway and be rewarded with the ability to traverse great distances in an instant. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen acknowledged that while Runaway's fate was indeed irrelevant to him, the reward of Option 2 was undeniably more enticing. To traverse great distances in an instant. Such a magical ability from the realm of myth. He could only wonder what kind of reward the system would bestow. At that moment, onlookers from afar witnessed the talisman Jiang Chen had inscribed in the air. In the midst of their astonishment, the Strength Talisman swiftly merged into the bodies of the laborers who were desperately supporting the crane. In an instant, the laborers felt an overwhelming force surge through their bodies. Subsequently, they effortlessly righted the crane, restoring its balance. Thus, a perilous incident was averted. The laborers quickly took the opportunity to bring Run Laote's coffin over and lay it flat on the ground. As everyone regained their composure, they collectively inhaled deeply. If Jiang Chen had not been present today, this seemingly simple relocation of a grave could have turned into a tragedy. When Kai and Qiusheng approached Jiang Chen with expressions of admiration, "Master brother, what kind of talisman did you just use? It was so impressive. I've never seen Master employ anything like it." Uncle Jiu's curiosity was no less than theirs. He could not fathom where his precious disciple had acquired such extraordinary techniques. In that situation, with his own mastery, he could have easily resolved the matter using his extraordinary speed. Yet, Jiang Chen's method was far simpler and swifter. One talisman was all it took. As Jiang Chen observed the inquisitive gazes of his master and junior brothers, he pondered how to explain this technique of inscribing talismans in the void. "Master, I had a dream last night. An old man with a white beard taught me how to draw talismans in the manner I just demonstrated. When I awoke, I felt as though I had mastered it, and upon testing it, I was astonished to find it truly worked. The ancestors bestow teachings in dreams," Uncle Jiu exclaimed, recalling that he had heard his master mention such occurrences during their time at Maoshan. Throughout history, the transmission of teachings by the revered ancestors has occurred several times. Those who have received these teachings are invariably individuals of extraordinary insight, held in high esteem by the ancestors themselves. These individuals ultimately became eminent figures within the Daoist community. It was unexpected that such a miraculous event would unfold in their midst, although it was not his own experience. Jiao Shu felt a surge of excitement surpassing even his own initiation into the teachings. "Master, I shall transcribe this Daoist technique upon my return and impart it to you." Jiang Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Jiao Shu burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, you rascal, are you jesting with your master? Nonetheless, it is not disgraceful to be nourished by one's own disciple." Ren Fa and Ren Tingting, listening to the exchange among the master and his disciples, felt an increased respect for Jiang Chen. However, this was not the moment to cultivate relations with Jiang Chen. Their focus remained on the pressing matters concerning Ren's father. "Jiao Shu, what should we do next?" Upon hearing this, Jiao Shu composed himself and led the group to the coffin's side. "Release the ropes, remove the nails." Jiu commanded, then turned to the others and declared, "Today marks the moment when Ren Gongwei's bravery is brought back to light. All those aged 36, 22, 35, and 48, as well as those born in the year of the rooster and the year of the ox, please turn away." Upon hearing this, those who met the criteria promptly averted their gazes. Once the necessary precautions were taken, the group straightened their attire and prepared to open the coffin. Jiu surveyed the crowd and issued further orders. However, just as the words "open the coffin" left Jiu's lips, a flurry of birds erupted from the surrounding woods. As if startled by some unseen force, chirping and fleeing into the distance. An ominous sign, Jiang Chen murmured under his breath. Jiu, hearing this, furrowed his brow and glanced at the increasingly gloomy sky, feeling an unsettling sensation rising within him. Soon after, as several laborers lifted the coffin lid, a dense wave of malevolent energy surged forth from within. Jiang Chen waved his small hand, dispersing the malevolent aura that threatened to envelop them. Once the dark energy dissipated, the group approached the coffin's edge. Inside, Ren Weiyong's corpse, aside from its darkened complexion, astonishingly showed no signs of decay. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was unheard of for a body to remain uncorrupted for 20 years. Something inexplicably eerie must be at play. Jiang Chen, being quite small, requested Wen Kai to lift him up so he could peer into the coffin. This was his first encounter with such a corpse. Among those present, he alone understood that it would not be long before this body underwent decomposition, transforming into a terrifying zombie. Observing Ren Weiyong's demeanor, it appeared he had already transcended the state of a purple zombie, teetering on the brink of becoming a black zombie. The hierarchy of zombies is as follows: purple zombie, black zombie, leaping zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, and bone that does not decay. Upon his genesis, the old fellow was forthwith a black zombie, truly a terrifying existence. Know that the purple zombie level can generally be dealt with by late-stage Daoists, but upon reaching the black zombie level, at least a mid-stage human master realm is required. As for the hopping zombie, only an earth master can subdue it. Now, Jiang Chen possesses 20 years of magical power, and although his realm is at the first level of the human master stage, considering his various miraculous methods, his overall strength is nearly comparable to the 6th or 7th level of a human master. Within the human master realm, each additional 5 years of magical power elevates one's realm by 1 level. With his current strength, Jiang Chen is confident he can deal with ordinary black zombies. However, if it evolves to the hopping zombie level, it would be somewhat strenuous for him to handle. Therefore, it would be best to dispose of this Ren Weiyong before he evolves into a hopping zombie. On the other side, Ren Fei, after 2 decades, once again beheld his father's face and immediately cried out in anguish, kneeling down. "Father, grandfather." Ren Tingting also knelt beside her father. "Father, it is truly unfilial of your child to disturb your rest in such a manner today. Master, I wonder if the dragonfly skimming water burial site can still be used?" The dragonfly skimming water, once touched, cannot be touched again. Once this burial site is used, it cannot be used again, Master explained. Then what should be done? Ren Fei asked anxiously. Master Ron, in my opinion, it would be better to cremate him on the spot. Otherwise, I fear there may be unforeseen circumstances. Master's unease grew stronger, so he suggested cremating Ren Weiyong's body directly. Cremation? No, my father feared fire the most during his lifetime. It is already unfilial to disturb his rest today. I cannot burn him. Ren Fei shook his head like a rattle drum upon hearing Master's words, repeatedly rejecting Master's suggestion. But Master still wanted to persuade him. Master, please say no more. Anything but cremation is acceptable. After this matter, Ren will certainly offer generous gifts. Please, Master, think of a solution. Alas. Very well, then let us first carry him back to the ancestral hall. Tomorrow, I will select another auspicious burial site for Master Ren to be reburied. Master sighed helplessly. After all, the Ren family was the client, and he could not interfere too much, so he could only think of another way. After speaking, Master had people recover the coffin, instructing them to carry it back to the ancestral hall first. Following that, the Ren family members also went down the mountain one after another. Shortly after, only the 4 individuals from the ancestral hall remained on the mountain. Master, you need not worry too much. Even if that Ren Weiyong turns into a zombie, he will only be at the black zombie level. With your strength, are you afraid you cannot handle it? Jiang Chen looked at the worried master and stepped forward to comfort him. I'm afraid it's not that simple. How could an ordinary black zombie cause such a disturbance in the heavens and earth? Jiang Chen's heart trembled upon hearing this. Indeed, after opening the coffin just now, Not only were the surrounding birds and beasts alarmed, but even the sky visibly darkened. Wakai, go to Master Rin's grave, set up a plum blossom incense formation, and come back to tell me how it burns. Also, Jiuxing, go offer incense to all the surrounding graves. Don't miss any. Xiaochen, I'll take you down the mountain first. Just as Jiang Chen was following Master down the mountain, 3 kilometers away from here, on a mountainside, there was a huge cave. Inside the cave, a huge gorilla was lying on the ground, snoring loudly. Behind the gorilla, a gaunt figure wearing a black robe was sitting cross-legged. Even more terrifying was that a large area behind the black-robed man was covered with eerie white bones and several shriveled, blackened corpses. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, his left eye was completely white, without a pupil. A bizarre and excited expression instantly appeared on the black-robed man's face. If Renefe were here, he would surely cry out in shock. Wasn't this the geomancer from back then? How could he have become such a non-human, ghostly figure? He's out, finally out, haha. That damned Ren Weiyong, back then. In order to force me to give up the auspicious burial site, he nearly forced me to jump off a cliff to my death. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive. Even more fortunate is that your foolish son actually believed my words. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything to your family. Now that you have seen the light of day again, I will have you personally kill all your descendants, hehehe. On the other side, on the mountaintop, Jiuxing, holding a handful of incense, arrived at a grave. Looking at the photo of the woman on the tombstone, Jiuxing sighed with regret. It's such a pity to die so young. Let me offer you some incense. Jiuxing inserted the incense and, as he turned back, suddenly heard a chilling voice behind him. Thank you. The voice was ethereal and drifting. Jiuxing turned his head sharply, thinking he was hallucinating. However, when he turned his head back again, the voice floated over again. Jiuxing was so frightened that he cried out, "Mommy," and ran away as if fleeing for his life. If Jiang Chen were here again, he would probably kick Jiuxing's butt with his little feet again. As he was running, Jiuxing suddenly ran headfirst into Wakai, who also had a panicked expression. What are you doing? Senior brother, look at this incense. How could it have burned like this? Jiuxing came back to his senses, looked at the incense in Wensai's hand, and suddenly felt his scalp tingle. He looked around and felt that the surrounding area was filled with yin energy. So he quickly grabbed Wakai and ran down the mountain. Down the mountain. Master and Jiang Chen had already returned to the ancestral hall. After Master arranged for the laborers to carry the coffin into the mortuary, he went to the backyard. Jiang Chen stayed in the mortuary. Looking at the heavy coffin in front of him, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. If there were no special circumstances, Ren Weiyong in this coffin would turn into a zombie tomorrow night. In the movie, due to Jiuxing and Wensai's negligence, they missed the bottom when using the ink fountain to mark the coffin. This caused Ren Weiyong to break out of the coffin. Now that he has appeared, he will definitely make up for this negligence. At that time, he doesn't know if this Ren Weiyong will still be able to come out. Just as he was thinking, Jiuxing and Wenkai ran in from the gate in a hurry. What are you two doing in such a hurry? Jiang Chen asked. Eldest senior brother, where is Master? We have something to find him for, Wenkai replied. Master has gone to the backyard. What are you two in such a hurry for? Did the incense on the mountain burn with a problem? Ah, eldest senior brother, how do you know everything? It's the incense that has a problem. I have to quickly take it to him to see. Wenkai and Jiuxing were very surprised to hear Jiang Chen speak the truth in one breath. Eldest senior brother. Let's report to Master first, Jiuxing interjected at this time. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to stop the two of them. This kind of thing doesn't need to bother Master. Let me take a look. Eldest senior brother, we all admire your heaven-defying cultivation talent. But the meaning of this incense type is not about cultivation, it's about experience, Jiuxing reminded him. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen was omnipotent. For an extended period, both the morning and evening classes were attended together by the three of them, yet their master had never imparted knowledge in this regard. Now, Jiang Chen seemed to have seized the opportunity to observe his peers falter. Enough of the chatter, the master is preoccupied. Bring it here quickly. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the two ceased their prattle and promptly produced the incense. Jiang Chen glanced at it and confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed in the form of 2 short sticks and 1 long. Senior brother, can you discern anything? Jiuxing inquired eagerly, stretching his neck. Humph, Jiuxing, don't think I am oblivious to your thoughts. However, you may be in for disappointment. You were indeed correct when you mentioned that experience is vital, yet it appears you have forgotten an essential tool called books. The purpose of books is to rapidly assimilate the experiences of those who came before us. Our master has recorded all his knowledge within them, but alas, you have never bothered to read. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. At that moment, Astonishment crossed Qiusheng's face. This type of incense is known as death-calling incense. As the saying goes, people fear 3 long and 2 short, while incense fears 2 short and 1 long. The presence of this incense in a household signifies impending death. Jiang Chen paced as he educated the two. Ah, senior brother, is that true? Does this mean someone from the Ren family is destined to die? Wen Kai exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Fear not. I have already made arrangements regarding the Ren family, and there should be no unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai and Qiusheng exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and shame. Their senior brother had only recently joined, yet he had already begun to exhibit qualities reminiscent of their master. Not only was his aptitude for cultivation extraordinary, but his knowledge also progressed at an astonishing rate, allowing him to foresee events and take precautions ahead of time. The two found themselves at a loss for words to describe Jiang Chen, ultimately settling on the term freak. At that moment, Jiao Shu emerged from the courtyard, having overheard a portion of their conversation. The more he observed Jiang Chen, the more satisfied he became. Master. The three greeted him with respect. What your senior brother said is indeed correct. This incense is known as death-calling incense, Chen. When you mentioned earlier that arrangements had already been made, was it regarding the talismans you spoke of a few days ago? Jiao Shu's insight led him to recall Jiang Chen's words from 3 days prior. Indeed, Master, it pertains to the talismans. The body of old Master Ren is likely on the verge of decomposition. Should we not take some precautions? You are correct. Ren Wei is indeed nearing decomposition. However, Ren Fa is unwilling to proceed with cremation, so we must first contain him using a spell until we find a new burial site. Subsequently, Jiao Shu instructed Wen Kai and Qiusheng to gather yellow paper, brushes, black ink, kitchen knives, peachwood swords, and a large rooster. With a wave of his hand, Jiao Shu performed a spell, handing an inked measuring tool soaked in chicken blood and black ink to Wen Kai and Qiusheng. You two must draw a line around the entire coffin, and Chen will conduct a final inspection. After instructing them, Jiao Shu returned to the courtyard. Inside the mortuary, Wen Kai and Qiusheng began marking the coffin while Jiang Chen sat on a small chair, observing their efforts. Aware that Jiang Chen would be inspecting their work, Qiusheng was particularly meticulous, determined not to give Jiang Chen any reason to find fault. Once they finished and checked again, they prepared to put away the measuring tool. Have you truly marked everything? Jiang Chen asked sternly. Senior brother, we've inspected every corner. There are no omissions. If you doubt it, feel free to check. If we missed anything, I'll go 3 days without food, Qiusheng jested. That's a promise. Whoever goes back on their word is a scoundrel. Of course, I won't go back on my word. However, if you fail to find anything amiss, can you give me a pill like the one Wen Kai has? Qiusheng's eyes sparkled as he voiced a long-held desire. Wen Kai, being an honest person, fell victim to Qiusheng's subtle manipulation and inadvertently revealed his awakened talent. Ah, so you were waiting for me, Jiang Chen mused, initially unperturbed, but now recognizing Qiusheng's self-inflicted predicament. As for Wen Kai, Jiang Chen understood his character well and held no blame against him. Thus, in the next moment, Jiang Chen, with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, crouched down and pointed towards the bottom of the coffin, then turned to Qiusheng, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. At the Ren family's cemetery, Qiusheng gazed at Jiang Chen, who was slowly rising from the ground, utterly despondent. Second junior brother, you promised 3 days without food. This was your own declaration. And I did not coerce you. Qiusheng could only manage a bitter smile, realizing the folly of his words. What was he thinking, betting against his senior brother? This master brother has never emerged victorious since his arrival, regardless of the aspect in question. It is noon in the back courtyard dining hall, where ninth Uncle Jiang Chen and others sit at opposite ends of the table. At this moment, Wen Kai brought forth a fragrant pot of braised rooster, while Qiusheng approached with 3 bowls of rice. Master, please eat first. I must return to town, Qiusheng said, his demeanor appearing rather dejected. Earlier, in the kitchen, he had attempted to pilfer some food, only to be thwarted by Wen Kai, who had already become a devoted admirer of Jiang Chen. What's the matter, Qiusheng? Aren't you going to eat? Uncle Jiu inquired, observing Qiusheng's forlorn expression. Typically, when there isn't any appetizing fare, both he and Wen Kai behave as if they are starving. Yet today, upon the arrival of chicken, this fellow claims he will not partake. This could signify 2 possibilities. Either he has been possessed, or he is harboring some nefarious intent. Master, let me explain, Qiusheng began. But at that moment, Wen Kai divulged the details of Qiusheng's wager with Jiang Chen. Serves you right. Uncle Jiu chuckled reproachfully upon hearing the tale. I reckon a punishment of 3 days without food would be lenient. Do you realize the trouble you nearly caused? You are not permitted to leave. Sit here and watch us eat, and let us see if you learn from this experience. Upon hearing this, Qiushin's face morphed into an expression of utter despair. Meanwhile, Wakai, seated nearby, trembled slightly, feeling grateful that Master had not directed his attention towards him. The affair concerning the thread was indeed a venture undertaken alongside Qiushin. Second junior brother, should you fulfill your promise, I could bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. Jiang Chen had already intended during this period to elevate Qiushin's prowess. Today, he seized the opportunity to train Qiushin's mind while simultaneously enhancing his capabilities. Within a month, Jiang Chen had activated numerous divine selections, the majority of which rewarded him with elixirs. Presently, within Jiang Chen's possession lay 3 grass-returning pills and 2 cultivating essence pills. These potions had become nearly inconsequential for his own advancement. Ninth uncle was even less in need of them, thus they would benefit his 2 junior brothers instead. Now, Qiushin had reached the late stage of the Daoist realm, and with the enhancement of the elixirs, it was likely he could advance to the human master stage within a month. Wen Kai, too, had attained the late stage of the Daoist youth. Given his current level of effort, he would probably reach the Daoist realm in just a few days. Although their enhancement in strength might not be of significant aid in grand matters, it certainly increased their chances of self-preservation, and not causing trouble could be deemed a form of assistance. Senior brother, is what you say true? Qiushin exclaimed, leaping onto the stool in sheer excitement, nearly toppling the table. Sensing his master's piercing gaze, Qiushin quickly descended from the stool, his eyes still filled with uncontainable anticipation. Provided you do not go back on your word and refrain from indulging in secretive indulgences. My affinity for Qi is quite profound. Should you harbor anything extra within, I shall surely sense it. Senior brother, rest assured, I will certainly comply. As long as you can elevate my strength, 3 days would suffice, even 7 days. If need be, then it shall be 7 days. Qiushin was taken aback, for he had merely spoken in jest. You ought to be more circumspect with your words in the future. Humph. With that, Jiang Chen disregarded Qiushin's lamentations, turning to offer the chicken head and tail from the basin to his master, as he was aware that ninth uncle relished such delicacies. Ninth uncle gazed at the chicken tail in his bowl, a paternal smile gracing his features. This lifetime has been worthwhile. Over the past month, Jiushu had long suspected that Jiang Chen harbored secrets unknown to him. However, since Jiang Chen chose to remain silent, Jiushu opted not to pry. The very fact that he could take Jiang Chen as his disciple felt like a divine blessing. As long as Jiang Chen remained upright and steadfast on his path, he would always be his cherished student. After all, who among us is without secrets? He himself harbored a silent affection for Mi Qilian and had endured the unwelcome advances of his junior disciple. Should he broadcast those matters to the world? In the blink of an eye, the table was laden with dishes, nearly devoured by the 3 of them, as if the plates themselves were about to be chewed. Qiushin was unaware of how much saliva he had swallowed. In the afternoon, the master took Wen Kai to find a new burial site for Ren Weiyong. With an empty stomach, Qiushin returned to the town, while Jiang Chen remained at the ancestral hall, seizing the opportunity to test the newly acquired Taoist technique of shrinking the earth. Jiang Chen first attuned himself to the technique in his mind, realizing that, while powerful, it was merely at the introductory level, limited by the condition that no obstructions lay ahead. Thus, he made his way to a vacant space outside the ancestral hall. He began reciting the incantation for. In the next moment, he felt as though his feet were no longer on solid ground, but suspended in a void. One step forward, and a distance of 100 meters seemed to fold, bringing him to his destination in the blink of an eye. 100 meters in a single stride. Such speed was truly astonishing. He was still merely at the first level of human master, and with the technique only partially perfected. The possibilities upon reaching full mastery were even more formidable, perhaps a stride of 10,000 meters, all while disregarding obstacles. However, the consumption of this technique was substantial. That single step drained 1% of Jiang Chen's mana. He continued to experiment in the open space until nearly half of his mana was expended. At this point, Jiang Chen had mastered the technique, able to control the distance of his steps with ease. Character panel upon returning to the ancestral hall. Jiang Chen sat in meditation to recover while examining his recent power changes. Name, Jiang Chen Realm, Human Master. First level Tao Body, Pure Tao Body Mana, 20 years Cultivation Techniques, Upper Clear Body Refinement True Method, Minor Completion. Maoshan Qi Cultivation Method, Minor Completion, Space, 128 cubic Taoist techniques, Divine Ghost 7 kill order, First order, paper crafting technique, perfected, palm thunder, perfected, void symbol painting technique, perfected. Shrinking the earth, introductory, innate talent, photographic memory, Chi affinity 100 divine ability, yin yang. A half an hour later, Jiang Chen's mana was fully restored. His master and Wen Kai had yet to return. Jiang Chen then proceeded to the mortuary, sitting before the portrait of the ancestral master. Picking up paper and brush to transcribe the void symbol painting technique stored in his mind. He had promised his master while on the mountain that with this technique, his master's strength would undoubtedly increase, thereby enhancing their odds against Shi Jian. Regrettably, through his experiments, Jiang Chen found that only techniques at full mastery could be transcribed and passed on. Techniques not yet perfected, despite having incantations, could not be wielded by others. Currently, he possessed 3 perfected techniques: paper crafting, palm thunder, and void symbol painting. The paper crafting technique was already known to his master. Jiang Chen transcribed palm thunder and void symbol painting, intending to present them to his master upon his return. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, Jiu finally returned to the ancestral hall with Wen Kai. Upon seeing his master, Jiang Chen hastened to greet him, offering tea. "How did it go, master? Did you find a suitable burial site?" he inquired with concern. "Fortune smiled upon us," Jiu replied. "We discovered a promising location approximately 3 kilometers from the original resting place of Old Master Ren. Wen Kai and I have marked it. And tomorrow we shall discuss with Old Master Ren about expediting the reinterment of Old Madam Ren." "That's wonderful. Please, have a seat and rest. Here is the material I promised you. Take a look," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Retrieving a small booklet from his pocket that contained the transcriptions of the 2 techniques. "Oh, what is it?" Jiu asked, momentarily forgetting his previous conversation as he accepted the booklet with a grin. However, upon opening the first page, Jiu could no longer maintain his composure. The title, inscribed in neat characters, read Palm Thunder. "What?" Jiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Chen. "Palm Thunder." These 3 words resonate profoundly with Jiu. From the very moment he ascended the mountain to begin his training under his master, Jiu had heard them. The Palm Thunder is an authentic secret technique of the Daoist tradition, though it has long been lost to time. The current lightning thunder fist of Mao Shan is derived from the remnants of the Palm Thunder, as interpreted by its founder. It can be said that the Palm Thunder is the progenitor of the lightning thunder fist. Now, my cherished disciple unexpectedly presents me with a tome inscribed with the words Palm Thunder. Was this a whimsical fabrication by Jiang Chen, or merely a figment of his imagination? Uncle Jiu tugged at his beard with considerable force, ensuring he was indeed awake. "Ah Chen, what is this?" Uncle Jiu inquired with palpable uncertainty. "Master, this is another mystical art that my grandfather imparted to me in a dream. Please, give it a try and see if you can cultivate it," Jiang Chen implored, once more invoking the memory of his grandfather. "Is it truly so?" Uncle Jiu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in astonishment. "If this is true, I shall surely prosper, for this is the Heart Palm Thunder." Without hesitation, Master Jiu trembled as he turned to the next page. One glance was all it took for him to ascertain its authenticity. Having practiced the Thunderbolt Fist, he could discern truth from falsehood with ease. The Ancestral Master has manifested. The Ancestral Master has manifested. The revival of our Mao Shan lineage is within reach. In the next moment, Master Jiu collapsed onto the mat before the portrait of the Ancestral Master, weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Chen was taken aback by his master's profound reaction, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Should he quietly withdraw or step forward to offer comfort? "Senior brother, what has happened to Master?" Wen Kai inquired, equally perplexed. "I do not know. Perhaps he is reminiscing about the Ancestral Master," came Jiang Chen's response. After a while, Master Jiu finally ceased his tears. As if struck by a sudden thought, he approached Jiang Chen, scooped him up, and made his way outside the ancestral hall. "Ah Chen, you mentioned that this Heart Palm Thunder is a technique bestowed upon you by the Ancestral Master. Have you mastered it?" "Well, I have made some progress," Jiang Chen replied, hesitating to claim complete mastery after witnessing his master's reaction. "Then demonstrate it for me," Master Jiu said, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had merely glanced at the technique and recognized its formidable complexity and the stringent requirements for its practitioners. The first condition was that the practitioner must possess a physique attuned to lightning. Master Jiu, being of a fire constitution with only a trace of lightning attributes within him, faced considerable challenges in successfully mastering this technique. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen extended his hand, mentally reciting the incantation. In the blink of an eye, before the astonished gazes of Master Jiu and Wenkai, two arcs of electricity, one black and one white, emerged from his palm, swirling around each other with incredible speed. In an instant, a dazzling ball of lightning materialized in Jiang Chen's palm, blinding Master Jiu and Wenkai. With a sudden thrust of his hand, the luminous sphere transformed into a long bolt of lightning, striking a poplar tree approximately 10 meters away, which erupted in a thunderous crash as it splintered and toppled. The three men gazed in awe at the charred remnants of the tree, wisps of smoke rising from the severed trunk. How terrifying! Senior brother, how terrifying! Wenkai stammered. Seemingly entranced, uttering incoherent phrases, Master Jiu stood in shock, absorbing the spectacle before him. Moments later, as they stood in stunned silence, Jiu arrived, riding his bicycle and approaching leisurely. Master, senior brother, junior brother, why such formality? You need to have come out to greet me. It makes me feel rather embarrassed. He joked as he dismounted. Master Jiu, jolted back to reality by Jiu's arrival, tossed out a quick remark, "Your face is quite large," before hastily retreating to his room to study the booklet further. Although he could not swiftly comprehend the heart palm thunder, he was keenly interested in the void symbol drawing technique contained within the text. This enchanting mystical art stirred within him an insatiable desire, so much so that tonight, Uncle Jiu forewent his dinner entirely, allowing the three of them to study on their own during the evening class. Before long, the hour of the pig arrived. Jiu emerged from the righteous cemetery, placing a generous handful of incense sticks at the front of the carriage, before mounting it and heading towards the town. As Jiang Chen observed Jiu's departure, a sudden thought struck him. It seemed that tonight, Jiu would encounter the ghostly figure of Dong Xiaoyu. In the annals of this world's history, there have been individuals of profound cultivation who have taken ghostly immortals as their wives. These ghostly beings have attained the ability to manifest corporeal forms, their cultivation reaching unparalleled heights. Dong Xiaoyu genuinely harbors affection for Jiu. However, given Jiu's current level of cultivation, he is utterly unworthy of her favor. It is likely that, after only a few encounters, Jiu would be completely drained of vitality. Jiang Chen arrived at the mortuary and observed Wenkai on the verge of slumber. He approached and instructed, "Wenkai, remain vigilant while you sleep tonight. Should there be any commotion, promptly alert master. Do you understand?" "Ah, yes, senior brother. It is quite late. Where are you off to?" Wenkai replied, rubbing his eyes. "I shall step out for a brief while but return shortly. Just ensure you do not fall into a deep sleep," Jiang Chen responded before exiting. Moments later, a paper horse materialized in his hand. Meanwhile, Jiu hummed a tune as he rode along the mountain path. He had traversed this path for nearly a decade. In the beginning, Uncle Jiu personally escorted him home each day. Gradually, as his courage grew, he began to ride back alone, and for all these years, he had navigated the journey without incident. Today, perhaps due to a day spent in hunger, Jiu felt a haze enveloping his vision. He bit down sharply on his tongue, rousing himself from the stupor. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to hear an ethereal melody drifting through the woods. Her gaze, akin to the twinkling of stars. A shiver coursed through Jiu's body, prompting him to hasten his pace. Unbeknownst to him, perched upon a tree ahead was an enchanting female specter clad in a vivid red bridal gown. As Jiu rode beneath the tree, the ghostly figure gracefully descended, gliding towards the rear of his bicycle. However, just as the red-clad specter was about to settle behind him, a radiant child appeared before her, seemingly conjured from thin air. It was Jiang Chen. One could say she was a pitiable soul. Over a decade ago, at the tender age of 20, she had been forcibly sold to the Yihong Lu by a local tyrant, who sought to compel her into a life of servitude. Dong Xiaoyu, resolute in her refusal, was disfigured and subsequently imprisoned in a woodshed, where she perished from starvation. Eventually, her family retrieved her remains, laying her to rest on the hillside to the west of the town. After all these years, her family had long since passed away. The words spoken by Jiu today, along with the incense offerings, deeply moved her, leading her to contemplate following him. However, she failed to consider the extent of the harm she had inflicted upon Jiu. Dong Xiaoyu, upon the sudden appearance of the child before her, was momentarily taken aback. As a ghost, she never anticipated that one day she would be frightened by another. This delay allowed Dong Xiaoyu to realize that Jiu had already ridden far away. Anxiously, she attempted to soar past Jiang Chen to continue her pursuit of Jiu. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen grasped her ankle and forcefully flung her in the opposite direction. Hiss. Truly a specter, the sensation was akin to ice. Jiang Chen, Feeling the chill in his hand, summoned a trace of his magical energy, restoring normalcy. Who are you, and why do you obstruct my path? Dong Xiaoyu, having been hurled several meters away, turned back to find Qiuxing's figure had vanished and questioned him furiously. Who am I? I am here to collect you. Why forsake your nature as a spirit to harm others? Today, I shall take you, Jiang Chen declared sternly. You speak nonsense. I harbor no intent to harm. I merely wish to repay him, Dong Xiaoyu countered, feeling aggrieved. Repay? With what will you repay? With your own body? Do not forget, you're a ghost. And he is a human. Their paths are irreconcilable. How can he bear your gratitude? He is the first person in so many years to treat me with such kindness. I only desire to follow him. Dong Xiaoyu, a traditional woman in life and a devoted spirit in death, remained steadfast in her affection for Qiuxing. Humph. Let me be frank, that Qiuxing is my junior apprentice. As long as I am here, I shall not allow you to harm him. If you retreat now and accept your fate as a wandering spirit, seeking a chance at rebirth, I shall spare you. Should you remain obstinate? Do not blame me for being unkind, Jiang Chen, understanding Dong Xiaoyu's nature, recognized her essential goodness. If she could relinquish her current desires, he would have no need to take extreme measures. No, in this life and the next, I shall follow him. Step aside, Dong Xiaoyu. Recalling the tyrant who had purchased her into the brothel during her lifetime, felt a surge of resentment at Jiang Chen's intent to separate her from Qiuxing. To her, Jiang Chen's actions were as despicable as that of the tyrant. In the next moment, Dong Xiaoyu transformed into her true form, enveloped in a swirling aura of ghostly energy. Her face a haunting juxtaposition of beauty and decay. Despite having prepared mentally, Jiang Chen was still taken aback by her terrifying visage. Following this, Dong Xiaoyu let out a piercing shriek and lunged toward Jiang Chen. In response, his expression turned cold as he swiftly extended his finger, drawing a soul-binding talisman in the air. He then pointed toward the advancing Dong Xiaoyu, swiftly activating the talisman. In an instant, the talisman radiated golden light, striking Dong Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning. Having only recently evolved from a wandering spirit into a malevolent ghost, she was ill-equipped to withstand Jiang Chen's assault. The soul-binding talisman sent her hurtling backward, pinning her against a large tree 100 meters away. Dong Xiaoyu felt her ghostly form becoming increasingly ethereal, as if she might dissipate into nothingness at any moment. Gazing at the figure of the young boy in white in the distance, her fear escalated to an overwhelming peak. The child who claims to be Master Qiuxing's senior brother exudes an aura of terror. Could he possibly be a reincarnated celestial being? In the next moment, under Dong Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, Jiang Chen stepped forward, appearing directly before her from a distance of 100 meters. If you remain obstinate, I shall not spare you, Jiang Chen declared coldly, extending his right hand, where lightning crackled ominously. Just then, a voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. The divine level choice is activated. Option 1. As a practitioner, confront the malevolent spirit and obliterate it, leaving Dong Xiaoyu in utter despair. Reward: 5 additional years of magical power. Option 2. Not all spirits are malevolent. Subjugate Dong Xiaoyu for your own purposes. Reward: a soul-nurturing artifact, the Soul Tower. It seems the system has triggered. Clearly, it does not wish for me to eliminate Dong Xiaoyu. Moreover, she is not an irredeemably wicked spirit. Apart from Qiuxing, she has not harmed anyone else. If I could turn her to my side, it would indeed be more prudent than simply extinguishing her life. Furthermore, possessing 2 decades of magical power already, any additional enhancement could lead to an uncontrollable surge within my current form. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to choose the second option. He then fixed his gaze upon Dong Xiaoyu. I can offer you 2 choices. First, continue in your obstinacy, and you shall find yourself reduced to nothingness by my hand. Second, submit to me, and I shall provide you with a cultivation method suited to your needs. One day, you may attain mastery and solidify your corporeal form, allowing you to remain with Qiuxing for eternity. Upon finishing, Jiang Chen's unwavering stare bore into Dong Xiaoyu. She gazed in terror at the tempest of lightning in his palm, fully aware that should she persist in her stubbornness, she would inevitably be rendered devoid in the blink of an eye. At that moment, nothing would remain. This little rascal, though infuriating, possesses such formidable strength at such a tender age, perhaps following him, as he claims, may indeed lead to the day when one can solidify a corporeal form. She felt a stir in her heart. I submit, Dong Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly, her gaze fixed upon the increasingly violent thunderstorm in Jiang Chen's palm. Upon hearing Dong Xiaoyu's decision, Jiang Chen immediately dissipated the thunder with a wave of his hand. The soul-binding talisman on Dong Xiaoyu vanished instantaneously. Deprived of the talisman's control, Dong Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as parchment. Trust me. You will be grateful for your choice today. Subsequently, Jiang Chen extended his hand, and a crystal-clear jade tower materialized within it. This was the soul-nurturing tower. Once you enter, your soul will bear my mark, ensuring eternal loyalty. Moreover, for a being such as yourself, this tower serves as the finest sanctuary for cultivation. With diligent practice, you shall soon attain what you desire. Not only that, but it also nourishes the soul. Surely, you do not wish to bear that loathsome visage indefinitely. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Dong Xiaoyu's soul quivered. She then reflected that submission was preferable to obliteration. Perhaps this was her destined path. When she heard Jiang Chen mention the possibility of altering her appearance, a joyful expression blossomed on her face. Receive. Observing Dong Xiaoyu's lack of opposition, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly drew her into the soul-nurturing tower, subsequently storing it within his spatial realm. In the next moment, Jiang Chen stepped forth and vanished into the woods. Meanwhile, in the mortuary, Wen Kai was soundly asleep, clutching a serpentine plush toy. Clearly, his previous admonitions had yielded little effect. Jiang Chen lingered by Wen Cai's bedside, leaving behind a few corpse-binding talismans. He then approached Ren Weiyong's coffin, scrutinizing it carefully. Upon finding nothing amiss, he returned to his quarters for rest. However, shortly after Jiang Chen's departure, a series of creaking sounds echoed through the mortuary. In the dim candlelight, Ren Weiyong was prying open a narrow slit in the lid of the old Master Ren's coffin. The gap steadily widened as he continued to push upward. In the next moment, a hand with long, claw-like nails slowly emerged from the coffin. The black hand groped around, and suddenly, it made contact with a black thread protruding from a measuring line, causing the entire coffin to emit a golden glow. The black hand was struck with a severe backlash, swiftly retreating. At that precise moment, when Kai rolled over, inadvertently toppling the bedside table to the floor. In the backyard, Jioshu, who was practicing the art of void talisman drawing, pricked up his ears and swiftly made his way to the mortuary. Upon observing the disarray around Wen Cai's bed, he shook his head in exasperation before tucking Kai back under the covers. After circling the coffin with an oil lamp, he returned to the backyard. After returning to his room, Jiang Chen sat on the bed and took out the soul-nurturing tower. Sensing its essence, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This artifact is indeed a splendid treasure." The small tower consists of 7 levels, each corresponding to a distinct grade of spirit, encompassing vast spaces. The spirit grades, from bottom to top, are wandering spirits, malevolent ghosts, fearsome spirits, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors, and the legendary ghost sovereign. Each level possesses an identical concentration of spiritual energy. However, the flow of time varies across the different grades, ranging from 10-fold to 70-fold. At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu is seated cross-legged in the second-level space, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy surrounding her. In the future, when she encounters suitable spirits, she can collect them into the soul-nurturing tower for cultivation. One can only imagine how formidable her power would become after nurturing 1,000 ghost emperors. The following day, the weather in Rinjia town is somewhat gloomy, with intermittent drizzles. Just as dawn breaks, Uncle Jiu rises early and heads to town with Jiang Chen, intending to discuss the arrangements for Ren Weiyong's burial at the Ren residence. Meanwhile, within the Ren household, Ren Fa and Ren Tingting have just finished breakfast. As Ren Fa prepares to return to his study, he notices Ah Wei entering through the front door, shaking off the water from his oiled umbrella. "Good morning, cousin. You look truly lovely today," he says. Ren Fa frowns upon seeing Ah Wei, fully aware of his intentions. Although Ah Wei is a distant relative, it is utterly inconceivable for him to allow his precious daughter to wed him. He has hinted at this before, yet Ah Wei clings to him like an unshakable adhesive. Ren Tingting, upon seeing her cousin arrive, merely greets him with indifference before retreating to practice her flower arrangement. "Is the security team not occupied with any duties today?" Ren Fa inquires as he approaches the tea table and pours himself a fragrant cup of tea. "Cousin, those trivial matters can be delegated to the subordinates. Given the recent events at home, I thought I might come and see if there is anything I can assist with," Ah Wei replies, ingratiating himself with a sycophantic smile. However, his words immediately remind Ren Fa of the events that transpired on the mountain yesterday. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's timely intervention, not only would Ah Wei have lost his life, but his father's coffin would likely have been shattered to pieces. This cousin is truly more of a hindrance than a help. If you can just stay honest and not cause trouble, it would be a great assistance." Ren Fa remarked with a face full of disdain. Ah Wei, feeling awkward at the comment, chuckled nervously and quickly changed the subject. "Cousin, your younger sister is not so young anymore. Indeed, Tingting is quite grown up now, Ren Fa acknowledged. Isn't it time for her to find a suitor? Wei inquired anxiously, licking his lips. Upon hearing this, Ren Fa immediately thought of Jiang Chen and felt a twinge of regret. If only the boy were a few years older. Currently, Tingting is 18, and Jiang Chen is only 9, which seems quite a significant gap. However, in this day and age differences are not overly scrutinized. It is common for families with child brides to have partners who are a decade older. Yet, that would mean his precious daughter would have to wait another 7 or 8 years, which feels somewhat unfair to her. Sigh. It truly is a dilemma. Finding a suitor? You needn't worry about that. I already have someone suitable in mind. Ren Fa thought to himself, believing that allowing his daughter to wait a few more years for Jiang Chen would be 1,000 times better than marrying this fool away. Oh, you have someone in mind? Who could be more suitable than me? Wei exclaimed, suddenly anxious, and stood up to ask urgently. Impertinent, Ren Fa snapped, causing Wei to flinch and quickly sit back down. In his moment of excitement, he almost forgot who his cousin-in-law truly was. Just then, a servant entered to report, Sir, the 9th uncle has arrived. As he spoke, 9th uncle entered with Jiang Chen and Wakai. As for Chuxing, he decided to remain still for the week if possible. 9th uncle, I wonder how the matter of my father's new tomb is progressing. At last, I have fulfilled your request. Yesterday, I found a new site for your father. Oh, that's splendid. Let us discuss this upstairs. Tingting, please attend to the 2 esteemed disciples of 9th uncle. Despite his words, Ren Fa merely smiled at Jiang Chen, completely disregarding Wakai. Understood, father. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Ren Tingting joyfully approached him. Jiang Chen, would you like to join me for some snacks? This morning, my family's master made a delightful pastry. It's delicious. With that, Ren Tingting took Jiang Chen's hand and led him outside, completely ignoring Wei and one-sized gazes. In the vast living room, only Wakai and Wei remained, staring at each other in silence. What are you looking at? What's it to you? Do you believe I could have you thrown into jail? I haven't committed any crime. If you dare to arrest me, I'll have my senior brother beat you to a pulp. Outside the mortuary, a figure clad in black robes, with skin resembling tree bark, slowly approached the entrance. He had arrived near the mortuary the previous night. This morning, after 9th uncle and the others left, he appeared at this location. He stood at the doorway and retrieved a small black bell from his attire, gently shaking it. As the bell jingled, the sky darkened ominously. The coffin in the center of the mortuary began to shake violently, accompanied by eerie howls emanating from within. The ringing of the bell grew more frantic, and the tremors of the coffin intensified. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted, suppressing the violent shaking of the coffin. Nevertheless, inside the coffin, Ren Weiyong seemed to receive some immense stimulus, thrashing wildly within. With a resounding crash, the golden light dissipated, and the coffin exploded into splinters. Emerging from the wreckage was a pitch-black zombie, covered in coarse hair, standing upright. It then leaped out, landing at the entrance of the mortuary. In the next moment, a pitiful bleat echoed through the courtyard. The zombie Ren Weiyong, blood seeping from its mouth, let out a roar before leaping over the tall walls and vanishing, leaving behind a withered, hollow-eyed black lamb. As the afternoon approached, due to the weather, 9th uncle suggested that Ren Fa wait for clearer skies before reburial of Ren Weiyong. Thus, under Ren Fa's insistence, Jiang Chen and his 2 companions had a simple meal at the Ren residence. Though it was referred to as a simple meal, it consisted of exquisite delicacies never before seen by 9th uncle and Wakai. Jiang Chen remained relatively unfazed. While he was not a person of great wealth in his past life, he had certainly experienced a comfortable upbringing. It was precisely Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, in stark contrast to Wakai, that garnered Ren Fa's newfound respect for him. In this epoch, an individual of Jiang Chen's age exhibiting such equanimity is exceptionally rare. Following luncheon, at Ren Fa's ardent instigation, Ren Tingting escorted Jiang Chen on an extensive tour of the town. She procured for Jiang Chen over a dozen ensembles of attire and footwear, alongside a plethora of books and materials. Ren Tingting evinced no reluctance in dispersing funds, rather lamenting Jiang Chen's excessive politeness. Her sentiment toward Jiang Chen at that juncture was akin to considering him an endearing younger sibling, exceptionally capable, and wishing for him to be her actual brother. Jiang Chen, however, accepted these gifts with equanimity, never being one for affectation. Compared to his services rendered to the Ren family, these tokens were inconsequential. Had Ren Fa been cognizant of the efficacy of the Thunderbolt talisman, he would have willingly bartered 100 silver dollars for a single one. It was approximately 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the duo returned to the Ren residence. En route, Jiang Chen consigned Ren Tingting's acquisitions to his interdimensional space. a feat Rin Tingting had previously witnessed. Upon its recurrence, she remained curious but exhibited no excessive astonishment, attributing it to a common skill among cultivators. As twilight descended, Ren Fa refrained from detaining Master Jiu and his acolytes any further, extending an invitation for Master Jiu to visit frequently. Upon his departure, Jiang Chen cautioned Ren Fa and Rin Tingting to exercise heightened vigilance that evening. In the cinematic narrative, Ren Weiyong was slated to emerge from his coffin that very night and seek out the Ren residence. Rinjia town was situated approximately an hour's walk from the mortuary. The trio arrived at the mortuary before complete darkness enveloped them. As Master Jiu produced his key to unlock the gate, his brow furrowed and his nostrils flared. Something is amiss, Master Jiu murmured in perplexity. What is it, Master? Jiang Chen, standing adjacent to Master Jiu, detected his master's anomaly and inquired. There is a cadaverous odor permeating the courtyard. The intermittent drizzle throughout the day had nearly expunged the cadaverous miasma left by Ren Weiyong in the courtyard. However, Master Jiu, having long consorted with corpses and being a formidable exponent of geomancy, could detect even the faintest trace of cadaverous air. Master Jiu promptly unlocked the gate. Jiang Chen, upon crossing the threshold, discerned a drenched black goat lying in the mire at the corner of the courtyard. A ghastly bite mark on its neck signified its demise at the mandibles of a jiashi. At that juncture, Ren Weiyong was the sole jiashi within the mortuary. Eloman, Master Jiu and Jiang Chen exclaimed in unison, before swiftly rushing into the mortuary. What is transpiring? When Kai, observing his master and senior's atypical conduct, muttered with a touch of naivete. Jiang Chen and Master Jiu arrived at the mortuary almost simultaneously. Their gazes converged upon the coffin positioned at the center of the room, now splintered into fragments. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. The situation appeared to have deviated from his prognostication. If his recollection served him correctly, Ren Weiyong was scheduled to emerge from his coffin that very night. Furthermore, he had already fortified the breach at the base of the coffin. The time for Ren Weiyong to break the coffin was not postponed. Rather, it was advanced. What unforeseen changes lie within that I am unaware of? At this moment, where would Ren Weiyong go upon emerging from his coffin? Could it be that he would return to the Ren residence? It seems necessary for me to make another visit there, given the unpredictable changes that have occurred. I am uncertain whether the thunder-gathering talisman I left behind can still withstand the situation. The divine choice system has been activated. Option 1. Trust in my own strength. The insignificant Ren Weiyong is certainly no match for my thunder-gathering talisman. Reward. Breakthrough to the second level of the human master realm. Option 2. Exercise caution and hasten to the Ren residence immediately. Reward. Mastery of the supreme body refinement technique. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the system would join in at such a critical juncture. After much contemplation, he resolved to choose option 2, believing it prudent to visit the Ren residence once more. Moreover, the mastery of a technique seemed far more suitable for him than merely achieving a breakthrough in cultivation. With the system at his disposal, he would occasionally receive rewards in the form of magical power, yet his current body could no longer accommodate any additional power. In the human master realm, each breakthrough results in the creation of an additional Qi Si within the Dantian, which serves as a vessel for storing magical power. Typically, a human master can contain 5 years' worth of magical power in a single Qi Si, and to advance further, one must condense another Qi Si to progress to the next realm. Jiang Chen's Qi Si currently held 20 years' worth of magical power, and he sensed he was nearing his limit. Upon mastering the supreme body refinement technique, his physical strength would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level, enabling him to harbor even more magical power. Just imagine, if he were at the first level of the human master realm yet possessed a magical power beyond that which even the pinnacle of the human master realm could achieve, what bliss that would be. Master, it seems that Ren Weiyong has likely transformed into a black zombie and escaped. Indeed, that appears to be the only possibility. I did not anticipate Ren Weiyong to be so formidable that even the Mo Do net could not confine him. Master, if that is the case, the Ren family may be in peril. I wish to investigate. No, it is far too dangerous for you to go alone. Wait while I prepare, and I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Uncle Jiu immediately voiced his opposition, exclaiming that it was no jest. Jiang Chen was his cherished disciple, and any harm must be avoided. Ren Weiyong is likely already a black-level zombie, beyond the capabilities of anyone below the human master realm to confront. Jiang Chen is merely at the mid-stage of a Daoist. How can he possibly handle this? Master, I sense something peculiar about Ren Weiyong's emergence from the coffin today. It would be wiser for you to remain at the ancestral hall for the time being. I have already achieved the human master realm and possess the ability to protect myself. You need not worry. At this point, Jiang Chen had no intention of concealing his realm from his master any longer. He realized it would be futile to do so. What? What did you say? Repeat that. Uncle Jiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. A few days ago, this fellow claimed to be at the mid-stage of a Taoist practitioner, and I, placing my trust in him, neglected to verify his words. How did he suddenly ascend to the realm of a master? Is becoming a master as trivial as discarding wilted vegetables? Jiang Chen offered no explanation. Instead, he extended his hand toward Uncle Jiu, displaying an air of nonchalance, inviting inspection. Uncle Jiu, somewhat dazed, began to channel his energy to probe within Jiang Chen's body. Indeed, within Jiang Chen's dantian, he discovered a vast sea of qi, a clear indication of the first stage of mastery. This lad has indeed become a true master. Even more astonishing is the fact that within his energy reservoir, there surges a formidable power that has likely been cultivated for at least 2 decades. This fellow is simply beyond comprehension. When I was a master in my prime, possessing a vital reservoir capable of accommodating a decade's worth of spiritual energy was already the hallmark of a prodigy. This lad was, astonishingly, twice his own size. In that fleeting moment, Uncle Jiu was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, this feeling of impotence was swiftly dispelled by an immense wave of surprise. This creature is my own disciple. Indeed, it is my disciple. So what power does it possess? In this vast world, who else possesses such an extraordinary disciple? It is I, Lin Fengjiao. From this moment forth, I shall embrace pride with fervor, and when I return to Maoshan, I shall certainly stride through with an air of audacity. The sky has darkened. On a mountain path leading from the righteous tomb to Rinjia town, Jiang Chen rides a white horse, galloping wildly through the fine drizzle. Clinging tightly to the horse's back, he frees one hand to retrieve the soul-nourishing tower from the void. Dong Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen calls out gently to the soul-nourishing tower. At this moment, within the tower's second level, Dong Xiaoyu sits cross-legged in what appears to be an endless chaos, drawing the spiritual energy from this space. Her soul form has solidified, and the injuries inflicted by Jiang Chen have completely healed. The passage of time here flows at a rate 20 times that of the outside world. In other words, while barely 2 days have elapsed externally, Dong Xiaoyu has been cultivating for over a month. At this moment, not only has she fully healed from her injuries, but she also senses the faint stirrings of a breakthrough. It is noteworthy that her previous ascension from spirit to malevolent ghost took nearly 2 decades. As one progresses in realms, one would naturally expect the journey to become increasingly arduous. Yet, after just over a month, she feels on the verge of transcending. This underscores the extraordinary density of spiritual energy in this place. At this juncture, her heart brims with gratitude towards Jiang Chen for his benevolence in accepting her. Just as she immerses herself in her cultivation, a sudden voice resonates within the soul-nurturing tower. The sound resonated like the celestial echoes of the universe, sending tremors through Dong Xiaoyu's very soul. She dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Promptly, she manifested half of her soul outside the soul-nurturing tower, presenting herself in a carefully adorned guise. She could not afford to reveal her true appearance and frighten Jiang Chen. "What is your command, master?" Dong Xiaoyu said with utmost reverence, for at that moment, Jiang Chen's orders constituted her entire existence. Jiang Chen regarded Dong Xiaoyu's appearance with satisfaction, nodding slightly. "I am about to venture to the ruined residence to rescue someone, and I may require your assistance. If I summon you, you must devote your utmost effort to protect a girl named Rin Tingting," Jiang Chen commanded. "Yes, master. Xiaoyu shall fulfill your orders." Even at the cost of her own soul, she affirmed. Jiang Chen nodded again, then stowed the soul-nurturing tower and continued on his steed. Meanwhile, within the Rin residence, Rin Fa was dining with Rin Tingting. "Tingting, what are your thoughts on Jiang Chen?" Rin Fa inquired tentatively, hoping that if his daughter was pleased, Jiang Chen's age would not pose an issue. "Jiang Chen is quite charming and exceptionally capable, father. If only I had a brother like him," Rin Tingting exclaimed, her beautiful eyes instantly curving into crescent shapes upon hearing her father mention Jiang Chen. "Do you like Jiang Chen?" Rin Fa pressed further. "Of course, I do. Every time I see him, I want to pinch his chubby little face. Alas, he is rather aloof. Whenever I reach out, he simply pushes my hand away, not allowing me to touch him," Rin Tingting replied, her eyes shimmering with the disappointment of a cherished toy forever out of reach. "What if the roles were reversed? Instead of a brother, what if he were your husband? What would you think?" Rin Fa stated bluntly, observing his daughter's bewildered expression. Rin Tingting gasped. Father, what are you saying? Jiang Chen is only a little over 8 years old. How could he possibly be my husband? I like him, but merely as a brother. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed like a fiery sunset, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Father, you are insufferable. Why would you say such things? I'm not eating anymore. Rin Tingting huffed, feeling her heartbeat quicken, and she abruptly set down her utensils and fled. Rin Fa, witnessing his daughter's reaction, erupted into hearty laughter. He was astute enough to discern her concealed feelings. At that moment, he felt a significant matter in his heart had found resolution. His greatest regret in life had been the absence of a son. However, as the old adage goes, a son-in-law is akin to a son. And considering Jiang Chen's remarkable qualities, he resolved to regard him as a son henceforth. As Ren Fa pondered his thoughts, he approached the door. Gazing at the increasingly heavy raindrops in the courtyard, filled with profound reflections. Knock, knock. Just then, a dull thud echoed from the entrance. Ren Fa furrowed his brow. It was raining. Who could possibly be visiting at such an hour? Could it be that rascal away? It would be best to dissuade him today, to spare himself the annoyance of his incessant pestering. A fufu, go open the door, Ren Fa instructed, and a servant named a fufu promptly grabbed an umbrella and dashed towards the entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew louder, each strike resonating like a heartbeat. Just as a fufu neared the door, a thunderous crash erupted. Bang, crash. In the next instant, the massive door shattered into countless fragments, hurtling into the courtyard with ferocity. A larger shard struck a fufu directly, sending him flying backward. He coughed up blood midair and, upon colliding with the wall, fell silent. This sudden transformation left Ren Fa utterly stunned in place. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a tremendous clap of thunder. Taking advantage of the lightning's glow, Ren Fa beheld a figure standing at the door, clad in garments of the Qing dynasty, with a face shrouded in darkness, and eyes radiating a terrifying and soul-piercing malevolence. To be precise, this was not merely a person, it was a corpse he recognized. Though this face had become so distorted that he could no longer recognize it, the attire was all too familiar. Just yesterday, he had seen it. It was his father. Yet why was he here, transformed into such a terrifying visage? At this moment, Ren Fa's very soul quaked, and he found himself momentarily bereft of rational thought. Father, what has happened? Just then, the voice of his daughter from behind jolted Ren Fa back to reality. Ting Ting, why has she come down at this time? The fear swelling within him had reached its zenith, and this dread was largely rooted in the presence of his own daughter. Without a second thought, Ren Fa whirled around and shouted desperately, Ting Ting, run. Having just descended the stairs upon hearing the commotion. Ren Ting Ting had barely uttered a word when she caught sight of her father turning towards her, his eyes bloodshot, as he screamed. This unexpected turn of events caused her heart to skip a beat. For reasons unknown, at that moment, the words of Jiang Chen echoed in her mind. Miss Rin, I observe a malevolent aura between your brows. It may portend great misfortune. In the next instant, she was horrified to discover a terrifying creature in the distance, swiftly leaping towards her with outstretched hands. Father, Rin Tingting did not flee alone. Instead, with tears streaming down her face, she hurried to her father's side, supporting his trembling legs as they retreated together. At this moment, the servants of the Rin residence, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. All eyes fell upon the terrifying figure of the zombie in the courtyard. Although Rin Tingting had never encountered a zombie, most of the townsfolk were familiar with the creature. Some, weak of heart, fainted on the spot, while a few brave souls seized their weapons and charged forward. The Rin household was not without its guards, each wielding a standard-issue rifle. For robust guards, standing resolutely at the entrance, aimed their weapons at the advancing zombie and pulled the triggers. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, as a barrage of bullets struck the undead figure. Ren Weiyong, now a lifeless corpse, staggered backward under the onslaught. Yet, despite the guards exhausting their ammunition, Ren Weiyong showed no signs of collapse. Instead, the ferocity etched upon his face grew ever more terrifying. The guards, who had initially entertained thoughts of valor and reward, were now thoroughly panicked. With a thunderous roar, Ren Weiyong leaped an astounding distance of 3 zhang, landing directly before the 4 guards. In an instant, he plunged his claws into the neck of one of them. Thus began a horrific, one-sided massacre. The guards, already gripped by fear, stood no chance against Ren Weiyong. In mere minutes, some were dismembered while others met their demise by bite. In the hall, all present were rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by the hellish scene unfolding before them. Among them were Ren Fa and Rin Tingting. Father, what should we do? Are we going to die? Rin Tingting's face was ashen, She had never witnessed such a terrifying scene in her life. At this moment, she felt as though she might faint. It's all your fault. Father, if only you had listened to Uncle Jiu and cremated Grandpa on the spot. Tears streamed down Ren Fei's face as regret consumed him. His foolish devotion had not only cost lives but now threatened both his and his daughter's survival. If only he could have another chance. Forget about his father's fear of fire. He would personally thrust the torch onto his father's body. Uncle Jiu? That's right, Jiang Chen. Upon hearing her father mention Uncle Jiu, Ren Tingting was momentarily startled and then immediately thought of Jiang Chen. In that instant, all the moments she had shared with Jiang Chen flashed rapidly through her mind. The talisman, yes, the talisman that Jiang Chen had drawn for her. Father, do you have the talisman that Jiang Chen drew with you? Ren Tingting's eyes sparkled as she spoke, quickly reaching into her pocket. She kept Jiang Chen's talismans close to her. Talisman? Ren Fei was taken aback by her words, and then a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Of course, he had the talisman with him. Ever since witnessing Jiang Chen's abilities, he had come to trust Jiang Chen's words implicitly. With that thought, he hurriedly retrieved the yellow talisman from his pocket. At that moment, Ren Weiyong, covered in blood and exhaling black mist, slowly turned around, casting a chilling glance at Ren Fei. This is the purpose of his visit this time. He seeks evolution and the cessation of blood ties. Ren Fei is the one with the closest bloodline connection to him. Thud, thud. Ren Weiyong extended his arm and leaped towards Ren Fei, step by step. The attendants who had originally clustered around Ren Fei, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, scrambled away in a frantic retreat. Tingting, how is this talisman used? Ren Fei recalled his daughter had previously explained its application. However, in his current state of anxiety, he found himself unable to remember. Dad, Jiang Chen said that in times of danger, one should bite their finger to draw blood, activating the talisman, and then throw it. Ren Tingting spoke rapidly, simultaneously biting her delicate finger. A drop of crimson blood instantly stained the yellow talisman. At that moment, the talisman erupted with flickering electric sparks. Ren Tingting felt a sudden numbness in her hand. In her shock, she threw the talisman away. Whoosh! The moment the yellow talisman left her grasp, it transformed in midair into a thunderous magical disc with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. In the next instant, the thunderous disc seemed to autonomously lock onto its target, spinning rapidly as it hurtled towards Ren Weiyong. In an instant, the thunderous disc, infused with 1/10 of Jiang Chen's magical power, collided directly with Ren Weiyong. He was immediately propelled backward, crashing against the wall of the hall, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. When Jiang Chen inscribed the talisman, he infused it with 10 years of his magical energy, with each talisman channeling nearly a year's worth of power. The magical energy bestowed upon Jiang Chen by the system is unparalleled in both quality and purity, far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. Coupled with the formidable array of the Gathering Thunder Talisman, this single talisman was equivalent to the full-force strike of an ordinary master. Although this power may not inflict a fatal injury upon Ren Weiyong, it is sufficient to instill a sense of dread within him. Observing the efficacy of the talisman, Ren Fei rose to his feet, mimicking his daughter's actions by biting his finger. Gathering his courage, he grasped the talisman and approached Ren Weiyong. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the talisman shot forth from Ren Fei's hands. The formidable force of the Gathering Thunder Talisman collided with Ren Weiyong, shattering the wall and propelling him into the courtyard. His clothing lay in tatters, and his once robust, dark-skinned body now bore signs of decay, with one side of his face bereft of flesh. Electric arcs flickered at his wounds, emitting a hissing smoke. Fear was evident in Ren Weiyong's eyes. When Ren Fei hurled the last Gathering Thunder Talisman at him, Ren Weiyong let out a piercing scream and leaped over the wall, fleeing in panic. Seeing this, Ren Fei finally exhaled a long breath, only to be suddenly overcome by dizziness. It is finally over, though only a brief span of minutes had elapsed. Ren Fei felt as if he had traversed an interminable journey between life and death. Father, are you all right? Ren Tingting hurried over, supporting the nearly collapsing Ren Fei from behind. This time, thanks to Jiang Chen, if it weren't for him, our Ren family might have been utterly devastated. Ren Fei gazed at the blood-soaked ground, sorrowfully weeping. I deeply regret not heeding their warnings. The father and daughter clung to each other in anguish, their gratitude towards Jiang Chen reaching an apex. To the west of Ren family town, within a vast cavern, a figure cloaked in black sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a swirling crimson aura. Suddenly, the figure opened his eyes, having heard a distant roar. What is happening? It seems Ren Weiyong has been injured. How can this be? The cloaked figure murmured in disbelief. Just then, Jiang Chen entered the gates of her family town, only to be met with a piercing roar echoing through the rain-soaked night. This sound was not particularly loud, yet it possessed a remarkable penetrating quality, likely audible to most of the inhabitants of her family town. This voice was familiar to Jiang Chen. He had heard it upon his arrival in this world. This is the roar of the undead. Damn it, Ren Weiyong has already gone to the Ren residence. I wonder how Ren Fa and Ren Tingting are faring. However, the sound of this zombie's roar resembles a wretched scream. It is likely that either Ren Fa or Ren Tingting has activated the thunder-gathering talisman. I hope I can make it in time. Jiang Chen thought to himself, letting out a loud shout as he dispersed the paper horse and stepped forward, appearing 100 meters away. The reason he had not utilized the short-distance technique earlier was due to its considerable energy consumption. Now, in this urgent situation, he could no longer afford to be frugal. The Ren residence was no more than 500 meters from the city gate. Within a few strides, Jiang Chen found himself outside the Ren residence. A thick stench of blood and the foul odor of corpses assaulted his senses. Seeing the shattered gate, Jiang Chen's heart tightened, and he dashed inside. Master Ren, Miss Ren, how are you? Upon entering the Ren residence, he spotted the father and daughter huddled together, weeping in anguish not far away. A weight lifted from Jiang Chen's heart. It seemed that the talismans he had left behind were effective. Thankfully, his moment of impulse had spared the Ren family from what could have been a hellish fate. Jiang Chen approached the two and gently called out to them. The pair, their eyes swollen from crying, halted their sobs and looked up at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, brother Jiang Chen, they exclaimed in unison, both puzzled by his unexpected presence. Hadn't the three of them returned to the ancestral hall earlier that evening? You two must have been frightened, Jiang Chen said as he swiftly crossed the courtyard to their side. When we returned to the ancestral hall, we discovered your father's coffin had exploded, and his body was nowhere to be found. I rushed over immediately, but it seems I arrived a bit too late. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the lifeless bodies on the ground, feeling a pang of shame. It was not that he was ashamed of arriving late, but rather that he regretted not having the resolve to eliminate Ren Weiyong at the first opportunity. He had known the narrative. Aware that Ren Weiyong would transform into a zombie and emerge from the coffin, he had known that Ren Weiyong would cause harm. Yet his confidence in the unfolding story had led him to dismiss the threat. Jiang Chen had initially believed that Ren Weiyong would not emerge until later that night and had prepared himself for a confrontation. However, he had never anticipated that Ren Weiyong would make his appearance sooner. Whether this was a result of the butterfly effect caused by his arrival or due to some other reason was uncertain. In any case, he should have persuaded his master to eliminate Ren Weiyong on the spot. A momentary lapse had cost several innocent lives. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt a mixture of self-reproach and determination. He resolved that in the future, when faced with demons and malevolent spirits, he would act decisively to eradicate them without leaving any potential for future harm. Jiang Chen, please do not speak so. If it were not for the talismans you left behind, the Ren family would likely have been destroyed. I cannot express my gratitude enough. From this day forth, the Ren family is your family. Any request you have, I shall comply without hesitation, Ren Fa said, his expression fervent, feeling as though Jiang Chen had pulled him back from the brink of death. You honor me too much, Master Ren. It is the duty of a cultivator to eliminate evil and uphold justice, Jiang Chen replied, lifting Ren Fa, who had prepared to bow in gratitude. Master Ren, once your father becomes a zombie, he is no longer your father. I hope you can come to terms with this, Jiang Chen reminded gently. I understand, Master Jiang. The matters that follow will be decided by you and your master. I shall not interfere, Ren Fa replied earnestly. At that moment, he had cast aside any lingering filial piety, hoping that Jiang Chen and his master would quickly subdue the zombie. Well then, that is good, Jiang Chen said. By any chance, did Master Ren see which direction the zombie went? It seemed to head west. We used the talismans you left behind to strike it down, and it appeared to sustain serious injuries. Just before you arrived, it had fled not long ago. Ren Fa pointed in the direction the zombie had leaped away, a hint of trepidation in his voice. All right, you two tidy up here. I will go out and take a look. To prevent that zombie from harming any more innocent people, Jiang Chen intended to seize the opportunity while the zombie was injured, pursuing it to eliminate the threat. Now was the best time to dispose of it. Should it evolve again, he feared he would not be able to contend with it given his current strength. Delays would be detrimental. Just as Jiang Chen was about to turn and leave, he was called back by Ren Tingting. Ah, brother Jiang Chen, are you leaving now? Ren Tingting asked, noticing Jiang Chen's departure. She had been filled with joy when he arrived, but had refrained from interrupting his conversation with her father. She hadn't expected him to leave so soon, and she still wished to express her gratitude. "I am going to see if I can find that zombie and eliminate it, to prevent it from causing further harm. Do not worry, it should not dare to return for a while," Jiang Chen reassured her. Rin Tingting murmured softly in response, "I am not afraid of zombies." As Jiang Chen was about to exit, he suddenly sensed several traces of Yin energy within the Ren residence, flickering erratically. His brow furrowed as he rubbed his eyes. In an instant, before the astonished gazes of Ren Fa and Rin Tingting, Jiang Chen's eyes transformed into a mesmerizing black and white. "Yin-yang eyes, activate," he commanded softly, opening his special vision. He scanned the surroundings and immediately noticed several ethereal souls drifting aimlessly in the air. It appeared that these souls belonged to those who had perished in the Ren residence. Jiang Chen sighed. "These are all souls that died unjustly." Just then, the system's voice rang out once more. Divine Selection System. Option 1. Immediately eradicate all specters within the Ren residence, causing their souls to scatter and preventing them from becoming vengeful spirits. Reward: Inyang Bagua Plate. Option 2. Properly settle the ghosts of the Ren residence. Reward: Ghost Cultivation Technique, Soul Refining Method of the Underworld. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. The Inyang Bagua Plate sounded impressive, yet he ultimately chose Option 2. There was no other reason than his belief that the deaths of these individuals were closely tied to him. He could not bring himself to choose Option 1. Additionally, he had previously promised Dong Xiaoyu that he would find a cultivation method for her, and this was the perfect opportunity. Jiang Chen extended his hand and retrieved the soul nurturing tower. He then formed a hand seal, gathering the ethereal souls together. Esteemed souls, do you wish to reincarnate or follow me to become ghost cultivators? After a thorough conversation, a soul named Fu expressed a desire to reincarnate, while 4 souls known as Ren Yi, Ren Air, Ren San, and Ren Si were willing to accompany Jiang Chen in his cultivation. Jiang Chen first recited the rebirth incantation, sending a Fu into the underworld, and subsequently collected the 4 Ren souls into the soul nurturing tower for their care. In the main hall of the Ren residence, the floor was drenched in blood, appearing particularly glaring under the illumination of the yellow chandelier. Ren Fa and Rin Tingting leaned against each other, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen, holding a small tower and speaking into the air. A chill breeze swept in from outside, causing them to break out in goosebumps. Both held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Fortunately, before long, Jiang Chen stowed the small tower away and retracted his yin-yang eye, returning to normalcy. At that moment, a notification tone resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. He paused for a moment, then understood. It was the completion of the option activated earlier at the Ancestral Hall, which involved traveling to the Ren residence. The reward was the mastery of the pure yang body refining technique. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a transformative change occurring within his muscles, bones, and blood. Every pore in his body opened instantaneously, akin to countless black holes, voraciously absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, cleansing his physique. Jiang Chen promptly seated himself cross-legged, employing hand seals as he entered a meditative state. Rin Fa and Rin Tingting, initially intending to approach Jiang Chen upon seeing him return to normal, were taken aback as further changes unfolded within him and hastily withdrew. However, a wall of qi emanated from Jiang Chen, rapidly expanding outward and propelling the two several meters away. Rin Fa quickly realized that Jiang Chen was likely engaged in cultivation or experiencing a breakthrough. He grasped Rin Tingting's hand to prevent her from interrupting. In an instant, a massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around Jiang Chen, who became the epicenter of the phenomenon. All present stared in astonishment at the extraordinary sight before them. These ordinary individuals had never witnessed such a spectacle, having encountered not only terrifying zombies that night, but also the miraculous manifestations of Jiang Chen. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes, having completed his breakthrough. He swiftly assessed the changes in his body. The most immediate sensation was an increase in strength, feeling as though he could effortlessly crush a boulder with a clenched fist. Not only had his strength amplified, but the resilience of his body had also significantly improved. If his physique could previously be likened to rock, it now resembled steel. He estimated that if Ren Weiyong were present, even if Jiang Chen stood still and allowed him to strike, he would not sustain any injury. Comparatively, Jiang Chen's current bodily hardness was likely akin to that of a jumping zombie, practically impervious to blades and bullets. The most remarkable transformation, however, was within his qi, which now felt expansive. He surmised that it could accommodate at least 50 years' worth of spiritual energy. This is simply terrifying. Generally, A cultivator can maintain a maximum of 50 years of magical power upon reaching the pinnacle of the human master realm. However, those like my master can attain a century of magical prowess. As for myself, having reached the first level of human master, I can already harbor 50 years of power. If I were to reach the peak, one can only imagine the extent. Jiang Chen found the thought rather daunting. Although this implies a significant deceleration in my pace toward breaking through realms, the human master realm serves as the foundation of cultivation. I am currently constructing the most extraordinary foundation within the realm of cultivation. Jiang Chen cast a glance at his current character panel. Name, Jiang Chen Realm. First level of human master Dao body. Pristine Dao body magical power. 25 years cultivation techniques. Supreme clarity body refinement true method. Great accomplishment. Maoshan Qi refinement method. Minor accomplishment. Space. 128 cubic units Dao techniques. First order of the divine ghost 7 kill command. Paper offering technique perfected. Palm thunder perfected. Void symbol drawing technique perfected. And shrinking technique entry level. Netherworld soul refining great method not yet commenced. Talent. Photographic memory. Qi affinity 100 divine ability. Yin Yang. While my realm remains at the first level of human master, my magical power has already reached 25 years. My current offensive capabilities include the divine ghost 7 kill command and palm thunder, while my speed is enhanced by the inch shrinking technique. These practices are all of the highest caliber. Coupled with one's own physical strength and formidable techniques, it is likely that even the peak of the human master realm would not stand a chance against me. Though I am merely at the first level of the human master realm, I have already attained invincibility within this domain. Soon, I shall seek out Ren Weiyong to test my prowess. Jiang Chen concluded his meditation and stood, exhaling deeply. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Ren Tingting approached him immediately, her eyes brimming with concern. I'm fine. I just had a moment of enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough on the spot. Here is a 6-ding heavenly armor talisman, upon which I have inscribed a restriction. Should danger arise, utter the phrase Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the decree, and it will activate the talisman. This talisman can harness the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a 6-layered protective shield, ensuring your temporary safety. As Jiang Chen spoke, a talisman adorned with mysterious runes appeared in his hand, which he then handed directly to Ren Tingting. This is a talisman he has only recently learned, and it is the sole one in this space. In comparison to the thunder-gathering talisman, this defensive talisman is far more suitable for Ren Tingting and her companions. Upon seeing Jiang Chen produce yet another talisman, Ren Fa felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that words could scarcely convey. At this moment, he had already come to regard Jiang Chen as his esteemed son-in-law. Initially uncertain of how to express his thanks, he now realized that his daughter and his family fortune would soon belong to this young man. This gesture of gratitude ought to suffice. However, unbeknownst to him, this was merely a one-sided sentiment. Jiang Chen had no interest in such trivial matters and held little regard for his modest wealth. After bestowing the talismans, Jiang Chen swiftly departed from the Ren residence. Once outside, he conducted a meticulous search and soon spotted a pair of neatly aligned footprints on the ground not far away. This must be the footprint of Ren Weiyong. Jiang Chen followed the direction of the footprints, continuing forward until he discovered another set approximately 20 meters ahead. Goodness! A leap of 20 meters. It appears this individual is nearing the threshold of the jumping zombie realm. However, given his current strength and the fact that Ren Weiyong is injured, dealing with him should not pose much difficulty. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, in pursuit of Ren Weiyong's tracks, arrived at a mountainside. Upon careful scrutiny, he realized that this location was, astonishingly, not far from Ren Weiyong's previous tomb, on another peak. At this mountainside, there lay a cave, where Ren Weiyong's last footprint had vanished. Gazing into the pitch-black cave, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable pang of trepidation. It was as though the cave were a gaping maw of an abyss, ready to swallow him whole should he draw near. Though Jiang Chen's mental fortitude had strengthened immensely since the past, this primal fear of the unknown, rooted deep within his soul, remained difficult to conquer. Particularly in such an environment, deep in the mountains, under a light drizzle, shrouded in darkness, with an unknown cave ahead, the atmosphere was steeped in palpable terror. Jiang Chen recited a calming incantation to dispel distracting thoughts. Ren Weiyong was undoubtedly inside. If he did not confront him now, it would likely become even more challenging by morning. About 5 kilometers west of Ren family town, a cluster of mountains stood, still draped in a light rain. Jiang Chen stood resolutely outside the dark cave, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Unbeknownst to him, within the cave, a pair of sinister eyes was also fixated on him. This cave is the very one where the feng shui master had previously dwelt. Earlier this morning, he had lured Ren Weiyong out from the ancestral hall and brought him here, offering him a taste of his own essence. The feng shui master had cultivated a nefarious art, an unexpected discovery beneath the cliffs, which necessitated the absorption of vital blood for his practice. Any species' essence could be consumed. The skeletons behind him were the result of years spent abducting victims, among whom were several zombies, drained of their life force. Now, he had ascended to an advanced stage, almost equivalent to that of a mid-level Earthmaster. To exact his revenge upon the Ren family, he found delight in using his own blood to expedite Ren Weiyong's evolution. After all, once Ren Weiyong had annihilated the members of the Ren family, he intended to drain him entirely. Having ingested the feng shui master's blood, Ren Weiyong experienced rapid transformation. In less than a day, he nearly reached the pinnacle of the black zombie stage, just a step away from becoming a jumping zombie. As the sun set, the master observed Jiu Shu and others departing from the Ren residence. He returned to command Ren Weiyong to hasten towards the Ren household, for their blood would serve him best. By absorbing a direct descendant of the Ren family, he could evolve further. After the great demon ape ventured out to forage under the cover of darkness, the feng shui master settled in the cave to recuperate and restore his vitality. He had anticipated that by dawn, the Ren family would cease to exist, and he could elevate his own cultivation through the blood of the newly evolved Ren Weiyong. To his surprise, he awaited the return of an injured Ren Weiyong. In an instant, he deduced that there were formidable individuals within the Ren residence, and upon further contemplation, he surmised they must be from the ancestral hall. However, he had witnessed their departure from a distance. How could they have returned? Surely, they were not the ones. Yet if not them, who else in this town possessed such power? As he pondered, the feng shui master suddenly sensed the presence of another figure materializing outside the cave. Though the night was dark, he, enshrouded in an even deeper shadow, could still vaguely make out the silhouette of a child who had unexpectedly appeared outside. The figure of the child was one he had encountered before, specifically one among the trio at the daytime mortuary. The geomancer was momentarily taken aback. If the visitor were the esteemed Uncle Jiu, he would not be surprised, for over the years, he had come to recognize Uncle Jiu's formidable prowess. It was not unusual for someone of his caliber to detect Ren Weiyong's aura and trace him. However, the arrival of the child, whom he had least expected, was indeed astonishing. He could distinctly sense a formidable force within the young boy, one that was incongruous with his tender age. Could it be that Ren Weiyong had been injured by this child? At such a tender age, how could this child possess such astonishing strength? Perhaps he is endowed with remarkable physique or innate talent. Only thus can it be comprehended. If I could drain his essence, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. At this thought, the fortune teller's eyes, devoid of pupils, brimmed with intense greed and excitement. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Jiang Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to enter the cave at that moment. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Divine Choice System activated. Option 1. Do not engage without preparation. There may be great peril within the cave. Retreat temporarily and summon your master to confront it together. Reward: 10 years of increased magical power. 1 pair of wind-chasing boots. Option 2. Brave the fear within your heart, conquer it, and enter the cave now to crush Ren Weiyong. Reward: 2 dragon essence pills. 10 years of increased magical power, 1 magical robe of wishes. Jiang Chen contemplated the options, caught in a web of indecision. The cave before him exuded an air of the uncanny, sending shivers down his spine as he gazed within. Though he feared neither ghosts nor zombies, the cave instilled a sense of trepidation, indicating its extraordinary nature. However, judging by the rewards offered by the system, it was evident that it sought for him to overcome his fear, a notion Jiang Chen could comprehend. For a cultivator, harboring mental knots is most perilous. Should such knots remain, they could evolve into inner demons, posing significant obstacles and dangers to one's cultivation. If he were to retreat now due to fear, it would undoubtedly leave a mental scar, potentially leading him to be influenced by inner demons in the future, risking his very existence. Curse it. I am one with the system. What is there to fear? If danger arises, I can simply employ the technique of shrinking the earth beneath my feet to escape. Resolutely, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, dispelling all fear, and strode directly towards the cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Jiang Chen produced a talisman and recited the fire-summoning incantation, causing the talisman to ignite. He then channeled his magical energy to suspend the fiery talisman in midair, ensuring it burned steadily. The moment the talisman illuminated, The cave was instantly aglow. In the next instant, Jiang Chen beheld the scene within. A chilling wave surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The vast cave was littered with corpses and skeletons. At its center stood a figure cloaked in black, with hair as parched as straw and a single eye devoid of a pupil, grinning at him with a sinister smile. Behind this figure, Ren Weiyong stood rigidly. His face a ghastly sight, half flesh and half bone, an image both repulsive and terrifying. Child, who are you? What brings you here alone in the dead of night? Where are your guardians? The cloaked figure spoke, his voice akin to nails scraping against glass, inducing an inexplicable sense of unease and agitation. Jiang Chen, observing the grotesque visage before him and seeing Ren Weiyong obediently positioned behind, immediately deduced that this figure was likely the fortune-teller who had disrupted the dragonfly waterhole and plagued the Ren family for 2 decades. It seems that this individual is responsible for Ren Weiyong's premature emergence from the coffin. It appears that this geomancer not only intends to harm the Ren family for 20 years, but is also preparing to eradicate them entirely, ensuring the extinction of their lineage. What immense hatred this must be. One must understand that if Ren Weiyong coerced him into relinquishing such a prime location, this individual's disposition is perhaps excessively ruthless. However, now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. This individual, capable of effortlessly subduing Ren Weiyong, undoubtedly possesses strength that surpasses that of a master. At this moment, I am certain that I cannot contend with him. However, preserving my life should not pose a significant challenge. It would be prudent to first gauge his capabilities and uncover his true nature, and tomorrow, I shall summon my master to confront him directly. Huh, you wretched creature. I wondered who you were. It turns out you are that feng shui master who resorted to nefarious means to harm others 2 decades ago. Jiang Chen stepped forward a couple of paces, mocking him, his countenance betraying not a hint of fear. The figure in the black robe was taken aback. This child had astonishingly unveiled his identity. Who could he possibly be? Who are you? The black-robed man inquired coldly. The one who seeks your life, Jiang Chen replied succinctly, having discerned from the man's reaction that his assumption was indeed correct. With that, Jiang Chen commenced his incantation. The gestures he performed unmistakably revealed the invocation of the 7 kills order of the divine spirits. Within a vast cavern nestled among the rain-drenched mountains, Jiang Chen stood with his legs apart, swiftly executing his hand seals. He recited incantations at an astonishing pace. Supreme Celestial Star, transform without pause. Exorcise the evil and bind the spirits, let the Tao's essence endure, swift as the law commands. As his voice resonated, Jiang Chen pointed his finger, and a tiny glimmer of light began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it blossomed into a dazzling orb the size of a basketball. The sheer magnitude of energy contained within it was so formidable that even Jiang Chen himself found it hard to believe. This marked the second occasion on which he employed this arcane technique. During his initial attempt, he was merely a novice, possessing a scant 5 years of magical prowess. Yet, even then, he effortlessly obliterated a malevolent spirit. Now, having ascended to the realm of a master, his internal power had multiplied severalfold. Although he might not vanquish the figure in the black robe, dispatching Ren Weiyong should pose little challenge. Sensing the energy at his fingertips poised to erupt, Jiang Chen pointed directly at the cloaked figure. Command. The luminous sphere of energy instantaneously transformed into a blinding ray, launching forth. Before him, seated on the ground, the feng shui master was engulfed in astonishment. The diminutive specter before him, appearing no older than 8 or 9, could not possibly conjure such astonishing magic from thin air. In his worldview, most arcane arts required preparation on talismans, which, when combined with incantations, would activate and release their power. Techniques capable of direct release were either exceedingly advanced or wielded by practitioners of exceptional skill. Clearly, this young apparition belonged to the former category. From his perspective, Jiang Chen's assault was so formidable that even he would struggle to counter it. Should he confront it directly, he would likely suffer considerable harm. Cursed be this little anomaly. The feng shui master, unwilling to underestimate the threat, swiftly produced several blood-stained talismans from his waist and crushed them to activate. Within the dim cavern, a multitude of crimson skeletons materialized before the feng shui master, their gaping maws racing toward Jiang Chen. This is the malevolent talisman learned by the feng shui master from his secret manuscript, known as the Wangguofu. Once activated, it can instantaneously summon countless terrifying malevolent spirits to serve its wielder. Though the 10,000 Ghosts talisman possesses formidable power, it pales in comparison to Jiang Chen's divine Ghost 7 kill order. The moment these two forces collided, It resembled the clash of ice and snow against a blazing sun, instantly melting away. In an instant, the cave was filled with chilling wails and howls. The feng shui master, witnessing Jiang Chen's unwavering offensive prowess, swiftly dodged to the side. His excitement grew. The stronger Jiang Chen appeared, the more benefits he would reap once he drained the young man's essence. Perhaps it could transform his physique entirely, granting him the opportunity to attain the coveted realm he had long desired. As the feng shui master sidestepped, he inadvertently exposed Ren Weiyong to the lethal assault of the 7-kill order. Unlike the feng shui master, Ren Weiyong lacked such reflexes. Though the black corpse was remarkably tough and its attacks terrifying, its reaction speed was a critical flaw. Just as the radiant sword of the 7-kill order approached, Ren Weiyong finally attempted to evade. Yet it was too late. The sword pierced through his chest, a fatal strike. In the next moment, the sword expanded explosively, obliterating Ren Weiyong's body into fragments. Ding! Congratulations on completing Option 2. Reward: Dragon Essence Pill X2, 10 years of mana increase, Magical Garment of Wishes X1. The instant Ren Weiyong disintegrated, Jiang Chen received a notification from the system. The mana he had expended to unleash the 7-kill order was replenished in an instant. Glancing at the magical garment, he noted its properties. It could change form and size at will, repelling filth and malevolent entities. A splendid item indeed. He would no longer need to purchase clothing. Scoundrel! At that moment, a furious roar erupted. It was the feng shui master who, upon witnessing Jiang Chen's decisive kill of Ren Weiyong, felt an unbearable pang of loss. The young man had been cultivated with immense effort and vitality. Before he could execute his plans, this wretched boy had snuffed out the life he had painstakingly nurtured. Thus, he resolved to exact retribution with Jiang Chen's blood. The feng shui master bellowed, his figure darting towards Jiang Chen like lightning, a gnarled hand extending from his voluminous black robe, aiming for Jiang Chen's neck. His claws were tainted with a blood-red malevolence. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several meters, a cruel smile curling on his lips. However, just as the feng shui master was about to grasp Jiang Chen, the latter suddenly lifted a foot and vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared 10 meters to the left. This bizarre technique left the geomancer momentarily stunned. This young man possesses not only remarkable strength, but also an exceptionally agile form. The feng shui master narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, a dozen talismans identical to the previous ones materialized in his hand. Upon shattering them, the cavern was instantly filled with countless grotesque apparitions. Simultaneously, he flickered and continued to pursue Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only rely on his agility, continuously evading while gathering thunderous energy in his hands to repel the malevolent spirits rushing from all directions. In this predicament, Jiang Chen found himself utterly incapable of employing the Divine Ghost 7-kill order, as the geomancer denied him any opportunity to do so. Fortunately, he still possessed the skill of Palm Thunder. Otherwise, he would likely have been encircled by countless malevolent spirits by now. That detestable little ghost was as slippery as an eel. The geomancer, frustrated by his inability to capture Jiang Chen after such a prolonged pursuit, was visibly agitated. This wretched spirit not only thwarted his meticulously devised plans and eliminated his carefully nurtured disciple, Ren Weiyong, but now also toyed with him using agile maneuvers. Such behavior was utterly unforgivable. At that moment, the geomancer abruptly retrieved another bell from within his dark robe, shaking it vigorously in the air. The next instant, Jiang Chen was startled by a tremendous roar emanating from outside the cave, echoing from a distance. The sound resonated in his ears, evoking a sensation as though his heart were gripped and squeezed by a colossal hand. What could this sound be? Jiang Chen felt a thrum in his mind, realizing that the source of this sound was beyond his capacity to contend with. He had not anticipated that this feng shui master possessed such a formidable trump card. At that moment, more than half of his internal energy had already been depleted. If it were only the feng shui master, he could manage. But if the owner of that sound arrived, he feared he would become nothing more than a mere victim. He had no choice but to resolve the situation swiftly. The only threat he could pose to this feng shui master was the ghostly 7-kill order, which he found utterly unfeasible to execute. The Palm Thunder, given his current realm, would inflict minimal damage upon this foe and would deplete his energy significantly, rendering it a futile expenditure of his magical prowess. Even more frustrating was the fact that this individual seemed to have discerned his intentions. While relentlessly pursuing him, they remained vigilant at the cave entrance, preventing him from drawing nearer. Jiang Chen realized that his means of combat were woefully insufficient. In this realm, his abilities were typically adequate, yet against someone vastly superior, he seemed relegated solely to fleeing. His current skill set revolved around Daoist techniques, lacking in martial arts for close combat. Consequently, his physical strengths could not be effectively utilized. Upon returning, he would urgently seek his Master's instruction in some forms of martial arts or swordsmanship. A roar resonated from afar once more, the sound evidently much closer than before, igniting a sense of urgency within Jiang Chen. As he evaded, he quickly contemplated his options. Oh, the dragon essence pill that the system had previously rewarded him. He suddenly recalled the elixir he had received for vanquishing Ren Weiyong. With that thought, Jiang Chen hastily connected with the system to ascertain the effects of the dragon essence pill. In the cavern, he narrowly dodged a claw strike from the feng shui master while swiftly perusing the system interface. Dragon essence pill, upon consumption, within 5 minutes. The user's physique enlarges 5-fold, granting them the strength of a dragon. Goodness! Jiang Chen exclaimed, unable to suppress a curse upon reading the description. The effects of this Longyuan Dan are astonishing. My physique has increased 5-fold. After practicing diligently, I have grown rapidly, now standing nearly 1.50 meters. An increase by 5 times would mean almost 8 meters, transforming me into a veritable behemoth. And let us not forget that formidable dragon's power. The forces of this world are categorized into 4: the ox, the tiger, the elephant, and the dragon. The strength of an ox is equivalent to 500 pounds, that of a tiger to 2,000 pounds, the power of an elephant amounts to 10,000 pounds, while the might of a dragon reaches an astonishing 100,000 pounds. This is nothing short of an upgraded version of spirit possession. Jiang Chen recalled his Master's spirit possession technique, which resulted in an increase in size upon successful execution. However, compared to this, it was utterly incomparable. Should he consume the dragon essence pill, although its effects would only last 5 minutes, the overwhelming power it bestowed would be sufficient for him to escape this predicament. Without hesitation, as the roar drew nearer, time was of the essence. As Jiang Chen took a decisive step forward, he simultaneously placed the dragon essence pill into his mouth. The pill melted upon contact, and in his mind, he seemed to hear a dragon's roar emanating from the depths of the cosmos. In the next instant, Jiang Chen's body felt as though it were on the verge of exploding. He could not suppress a howl that pierced the heavens. The geomancer, witnessing Jiang Chen's transformation, assumed that the young man had exhausted his magical energy and was on the brink of collapse. Instantly, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he swiftly appeared before Jiang Chen, seizing him by the throat. Ha ha ha, little ghost, can you run now? At last, I have captured you. You have thwarted my efforts and ruined my zombie. Today, I shall drain you slowly. The geomancer laughed maniacally, a cruel expression gradually surfacing on his face. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. This boy's body was scorching hot. The grip around Jiang Chen's neck evoked a sensation akin to being burned. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a golden light, and his arms trembled violently. The geomancer was thrown back several meters. What is happening? He exclaimed in shock, bewildered by the unexpected surge of strength emanating from Jiang Chen. Before he could ponder further, he felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. Jiang Chen's body began to swell like a balloon, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, he reached a towering height of 7 or 8 meters, nearly touching the ceiling of the cavern. The geomancer gulped audibly, tilting his head back in a daze, staring blankly at the rapidly growing figure of Jiang Chen. What kind of monster is this? After years of cultivation, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Could this boy be the reincarnation of a celestial being, awakening his former powers in a moment of crisis? At that moment, the enlarged Jiang Chen felt as though he possessed the ability to annihilate the heavens and the earth, his entire being brimming with boundless strength. Is this what it feels like to possess absolute power? The sensation was truly exquisite. Jiang Chen lowered his gaze towards the feng shui master below, and upon further inspection, it was akin to a human observing ants. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen raised his foot and stomped down towards the feng shui master. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire cave trembled violently. The feng shui master narrowly evaded the blow, his eyes wide with terror, as he beheld a massive footprint nearly a foot deep etched into the ground beside him, his very soul quaking in fear. Should this be trampled upon? Even with profound mastery, one would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Before he could regain his composure, Jiang Chen unleashed another kick towards him. The swift gust from his foot caused the feng shui master's ample black robe to billow audibly. In a frantic bid for defense, the master crossed his arms before his chest to block. Yet, His resistance proved utterly feeble. As Jiang Chen's foot struck, the master was propelled like a cannonball, embedding himself into the mountainside. With a violent cough, blood gushed forth, leaving the feng shui master visibly weakened, his head drooping low. My life is at an end, he lamented, witnessing Jiang Chen advance towards him. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the cavern. Both the feng shui master and Jiang Chen turned their gaze outward. They beheld a colossal ape, towering nearly 5 to 6 meters, pounding its chest and charging in with a ferocious growl. Jiang Chen stared in astonishment at the monstrous intruder. Isn't this creature a King Kong? How could such a thing be here? Oh, right, it does seem to have appeared in the film. At that time, Ren Fa was killed by Ren Wei Yong, who was subsequently chased away by Jiu Shu. The next day, Wei led a search party in the mountains and stumbled upon this creature in a cave. Jiang Chen was taken aback to discover that this giant King Kong was actually an accomplice of the feng shui master. Given the size of this King Kong, it could certainly be classified as a monster. Meanwhile, upon seeing the arrival of the King Kong, the feng shui master was filled with a sense of having survived a calamity. This gorilla is the very one he encountered beneath the cliff years ago. At that time, it had just recently been born, and the geomancer had taken it under his wing. Over the years, influenced by the feng shui master, the gorilla gradually learned the art of cultivation. It even awakened the power of the Vajra bloodline, resulting in a tremendous increase in size and strength. Upon witnessing its master, who had been harmed by Jiang Chen, the gorilla erupted in furious rage and charged at him with a deafening roar. Although Jiang Chen was astonished to encounter the gorilla here, his surprise was fleeting. He had transformed into a creature far more fearsome than the gorilla itself. As the gorilla approached, Jiang Chen extended his hand to intercept its powerful grip. Yet the sheer force of the gorilla's charge pushed his massive frame back a step. In the next moment, Jiang Chen bellowed with intensity, forcefully throwing the gorilla away from him. Simultaneously, he sensed the immense strength radiating from the gorilla, at least equivalent to the power of 5 elephants. Jiang Chen knew he could not afford to be careless. His own strength was only temporary, and he had already consumed half of the allotted time. The gorilla, a true behemoth, was not to be trifled with. This was not the moment for a prolonged struggle. It was wiser to retreat and summon his master the following day to eradicate the threat entirely. Just as the gorilla landed, Jiang Chen swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick that sent it sprawling. He then mounted the gorilla, unleashing a barrage of blows upon it. The mountains trembled, and the echoes of the ferocious clash resonated through the air. After more than a minute, Jiang Chen observed the gorilla's futile attempts to rise. Sensing that the time was drawing near, he remained uncertain if the dragon origin pill would leave any after effects. Such potions that provide a sudden surge of power often come with drawbacks. Though he possessed immense strength at present, he realized that eliminating both foes within a short span was an unattainable goal. If the effects of the potion waned and he entered a state of weakness, he would find himself in dire straits. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen approached the feng shui master, delivering a decisive kick that lodged him into the mountainside by half a meter. After confirming that the master had lost consciousness, Jiang Chen turned and charged towards the cave entrance. With a thunderous crash, the cavern collapsed under the force of his impact. Upon exiting the cave, Jiang Chen took a single step and vanished from sight. His colossal form maneuvered swiftly among the mountains, leaping distances of 70 to 80 meters with sheer physical prowess, without the need to expend energy on spatial contraction techniques. However, just a few hundred meters from Ren family town, Jiang Chen suddenly felt the power within him rapidly depleting. His body began to shrink as if deflating. By the time he reached the outskirts of the Ren estate, he had reverted to his original stature. The abrupt loss of his formidable strength left him with a disorienting sensation, as if he had been drained entirely, leaving him feeling hollow and exceedingly uncomfortable. This is likely a consequence of consuming the Longyuan Dan. What exacerbates the discomfort is that at this moment, Jiang Chen's magical energy has nearly been depleted, and he urgently needs a place to recuperate. After a brief interval, Jiang Chen arrived outside the gate of the Ren residence. At that moment, 2 government soldiers stood guard at the entrance, weapons slung across their backs. It appeared that the commotion at the Ren residence had already attracted the attention of the local government, prompting them to dispatch troops for protection. Jiang Chen chuckled dismissively. In the face of such supernatural entities, the strength of ordinary people seemed utterly insignificant. Who goes there? Halt. The 2 soldiers, upon noticing Jiang Chen's approach, immediately raised their rifles to halt him. I am a disciple of Uncle Jiu. The name of Uncle Jiu was well known throughout Renjia town. As soon as the soldiers heard that Jiang Chen was a disciple of Uncle Jiu, they promptly lowered their weapons. Although they did not exhibit overt respect, they ceased to obstruct his passage. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Chen observed Wei bustling about, energetically directing the members of the security team as they hurriedly attended to various tasks. Uncle, cousin, rest assured, with me here, I will ensure that you are not subjected to any further harm. Wei shouted into the building, his face alight with enthusiasm. Previously, he had been engaged in a card game with his team members when he suddenly heard a strange and unsettling roar. Instantly alert, he, as the captain, was usually one to bellow orders in the town, often neglecting serious matters. However, this could hardly be blamed on him, as Rinjia town was known for its simple folk, with few major incidents occurring throughout the year. At long last, he seized the opportunity, with several significant achievements under his belt. He had no doubt that his cousin would regard him with newfound admiration. When he arrived at the Rin family residence, he was utterly taken aback. Not only had the main gate been ravaged, but several lifeless bodies lay strewn across the living room. Observing his cousin, who was terrified and tearful, Wei felt a surge of courage and began to reassure Rin Fa and Rin Tingting incessantly. Ah, it's you again. What brings you here? While preoccupied with his tasks, Wei turned to see Jiang Chen entering the courtyard. Instinctively, he recoiled a few steps, but quickly regained his composure, puffing out his chest. Today, he was accompanied by over a dozen brothers. He could not afford to show fear. Jiang Chen paid no heed to Wei's bravado. He needed to find a place to restore his powers quickly. Although the feng shui master and the formidable gorilla had sustained injuries from his attacks, it was uncertain whether they possessed any means of rapid recovery. From the feng shui master's cryptic remarks, Jiang Chen gleaned that Ran Weiyong was a zombie he had raised through secretive methods, intended to bring about the downfall of the Ren family by his own hands. Having inadvertently disrupted that plan, Jiang Chen surmised that once he regained his strength, he would likely obliterate the Rin family. Given his capabilities, coupled with that terrifying gorilla, it was entirely feasible. Relying on the individuals Wei had brought seemed insufficient, likely not even enough to serve as a mere distraction. How dare you underestimate me? I am the captain of the security team. Do you believe I won't have my brothers apprehend you? Jiang Chen continued forward, dismissing Wei's bluster. With a flick of his finger, he sent a small electric orb directly to the hand pointing at him. You. Wei convulsed briefly before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chen, you're back. The commotion outside caught Rin Tingting's attention in the hall. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she joyfully rushed over. What happened to my cousin? Did he provoke you again? Noticing her cousin convulsing on the floor, much like last time, she inquired with curiosity. He is too loud. Let him be quiet for a moment. Where is your father? Jiang Chen scanned the room, noting Ren Fa's absence. My father just went upstairs. It seems he is making a phone call, Rin Tingting responded. By the way, Jiang Chen, did you manage to find that monster? Recalling the terrifying image from earlier, she asked nervously. Jiang Chen cast a surprised glance at her. Did she not realize that the monster was her grandfather? Hadn't he mentioned it to Ren Fa before? What had she been doing at that moment? The monster you speak of has already been dealt with. Now, find me a quiet place. I need to recuperate. Jiang Chen stated as he walked. You can go to my courtyard. It's the quietest spot in my home, Rin Tingting eagerly suggested. Then took hold of Jiang Chen's arm, leading him toward her courtyard. Jiang Chen had no objections. It was merely a matter of recuperation. And he had already visited Rin Tingting's room once before. Upon entering Rin Tingting's room, Jiang Chen promptly ushered her out. He then proceeded to the bedroom, settling down cross-legged on her pastel-hued bed, and began to practice the Mao Shan breathing technique to restore his powers. His energy reservoir was capable of containing 50 years' worth of magical energy. The recuperation lasted through the night. As dawn painted the sky, Jiang Chen languidly opened his eyes. Sensing the fullness of his qi, he stretched contentedly. On this particular night, not only had his magical powers fully restored, but he also naturally ascended to the second level of the Master Realm. A new sea of energy appeared within his dantian, albeit an empty one. He needed to gradually cultivate and attract the essence of heaven and earth into his body to transform it into magical power, or perhaps earn rewards from the system. Rising from his bed and opening the bedroom door, Jiang Chen was suddenly greeted by the sight of Rin Tingting curled up on the sofa in the outer room, sleeping soundly. A flush of crimson spread across Jiang Chen's face. He had anticipated that his recovery would only take a couple of hours, but it had astonishingly consumed the entire night. Approaching the sofa, he gazed at Rin Tingting's rosy cheeks and found himself lost in thought. Through their previous encounters, Jiang Chen sensed that Rin Tingting's attitude towards him seemed somewhat peculiar. After all, he was merely a child of not yet 9 years. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? If he were an ordinary boy, she might indeed be a fitting companion. Alas, they were not of the same world. The lifespan of cultivators greatly exceeded that of ordinary people. Why invite unnecessary troubles? As he pondered, he suddenly noticed Rin Tingting's long eyelashes fluttering, followed by her slowly opening her eyes. Jiang Chen, you're awake. My apologies for interrupting your rest, she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. It's quite all right. I had a wonderful sleep last night, Jiang Chen replied, feeling a bit shy. Initially, she had intended to sleep in another room, but fate had led her here. Strangely, despite having spent the night on the sofa, she felt more at ease than usual. By the way, Jiang Chen, your master visited last night. I informed him you were recovering, so he chose not to disturb you. Rin Tingting suddenly sat up and relayed the news of her uncle's visit. Jiang Chen made his way to the living room, where he found his uncle and Rin Fa seated behind the tea table, engaged in pleasant conversation over tea. Whatever the topic, Rin Fa appeared exceedingly cheerful, his teeth almost visible in his wide grin. Master, Jiang Chen greeted, clasping his hands in respect. Young Master Jiang, you arrive at an opportune moment. We were just discussing you, Rin Fa exclaimed with delight. Me? Jiang Chen replied, a hint of confusion evident as he pointed to himself. Xiao Chen, your grandfather has shared yesterday's events with me. I hear that the zombie, Ren Wei, has been dealt with by you. Are you unscathed? His uncle had sensed trouble upon witnessing the state of the Ren family last night. After some inquiries, he learned that Ren Wei had indeed come here after escaping from the ancestral hall. Upon discovering that it was Jiang Chen's talisman that had preserved dozens of lives in the Ren household, his uncle felt both proud and gratified. Furthermore, upon hearing from Rin Tingting that the zombie had been eliminated by Jiang Chen, both he and Rin Fa were left in astonishment. His uncle was well aware of Rin Wei's capabilities. He had long predicted that once Rin Wei transformed into a zombie, he would undoubtedly reach the level of a black zombie, with the possibility of advancing to a jumping zombie as well. Such formidable zombies are typically beyond the capability of a novice human master to contend with. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had already eliminated Rin Wei Yong, Jiao Shu naturally reassessed Jiang Chen's prowess. It was precisely this revelation that left him even more astonished. For Jiang Chen had previously confided in him that he possessed the strength of an early-stage human master. This had already left him in a state of disbelief now. With his initial mastery of human-level prowess, Jiang Chen had vanquished a zombie that would typically require advanced human-level skills to combat. He found himself at a loss for words. It was likely that in the future, should any further astonishing events transpire involving Jiang Chen, he would not be overly surprised. Rest assured, Master, I have sustained no injuries. I merely experienced significant energy expenditure. After a night's rest, I have fully recovered, and my cultivation has advanced. I am now at the second level of human mastery. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, Uncle Jiu inadvertently sprayed the fragrant tea he had just sipped. What a monster! What sort of extraordinary being have I taken under my wing? Just when he thought he would no longer be astonished, this young man delivered a staggering blow to his expectations. What's wrong, Uncle Jiu? Ren Fa, noticing Uncle Jiu's reaction, promptly offered him a handkerchief, his eyes wide with curiosity. It's nothing, nothing. I merely choked a bit, Uncle Jiu replied, wiping his mouth while casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Chen, as if to blame him for his moment of embarrassment. Thanks to all of you. This incident could have resulted in grave misfortune for the Ren family. I have prepared 1,000 silver dollars. Please accept them. Upon finishing his statement, Ren Fa waved his hand, and two slightly plump servants approached, carrying a black wooden box. Ren Fa instructed them to place the box on the tea table and personally open the lid. Instantly, a treasure trove of silver dollars was revealed before them. Isn't this a bit excessive? Uncle Jiu exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, when performing rituals or capturing spirits, receiving even 10 silver dollars would be considered a substantial reward. This time, Ren Fa unexpectedly offered 1,000 taels at once, which seems rather extravagant. Alas, this is merely a fraction of the whole. And I hope Uncle Jiu can contemplate the matter we discussed earlier. Should this endeavor succeed, the Ren family and the righteous establishment shall be united as one. Ren Fa has resolutely decided to align himself with the righteous establishment, or more precisely, to bind himself to Jiang Chen, even if it requires sacrificing everything the Ren family possesses. Very well, since that is the case, I shall take my leave with Xiao Chen. Uncle Jiu rose to bid farewell, but Jiang Chen immediately interjected. Wait, Master, who said the matter is concluded here? That zombie, has it not been vanquished by you? What more remains? Uncle Jiu, perplexed, inquired. The zombie has indeed been eliminated, yet the true malevolence lurking behind it has yet to be eradicated. What do you mean? Both Ren Fa and Uncle Jiu echoed in unison. Master, you are unaware that when I arrived at the cave where Ren Wei Yong resided last night, I discovered the presence of others within. Jiang Chen proceeded to recount the events of the previous night in a general manner. What? Are you suggesting that my father was transformed into a zombie by someone? Ren Fa's expression turned fervent, his voice trembling as if his very eyes might burst forth. Indeed. I suspect that the figure in the black robe is the feng shui master you mentioned before, Jiang Chen stated. Although the man did not explicitly acknowledge it, Jiang Chen, piecing together all known clues, confidently deduced that he was indeed the feng shui master. Impossible. I recall that after the feng shui master arranged my father's tomb, he claimed to be nearing death and subsequently vanished without a trace, never to be seen again for many years. Ren Fa reflected, the uncertainty on his face deepening. Regardless, the existence of this individual is real, and his intent to bring ruin to the Ren family is equally genuine. Master, I confronted him last night, and his strength is likely at the early to mid-stage of the Earth Master realm. Although I managed to injure him, I found it difficult to eliminate him. Furthermore, he possesses a remarkably powerful companion, a creature of immense strength that I estimate possesses the power of 5 elements and stands an astonishing 6 or 7 meters tall. Master, what is wrong? Jiang Chen, noticing the sudden stillness in the hall, found Uncle Jiu staring blankly at him. He waved his hand before his master's eyes repeatedly. Yet there was no response, as if he had been ensnared by a binding spell. At this moment, Uncle Jiu's mind was in a state of turmoil. What had he just heard? Early to mid-stage Earthmaster, merely injured, yet not slain. Is this lad speaking human language? Have young people begun to converse in such a manner, infuriating others without cause? Jiang Chen soon realized that his previous utterance was rather astonishing. He had refrained from mentioning his consumption of the dragon essence pill. He is currently at a loss to explain this peculiar object, claiming either that he stumbled upon it or that it was bestowed upon him by an ancient sage. Such an excuse may only deceive those with limited intellect. One's own master is a person of great wisdom and cannot be easily fooled. Perhaps when one masters the art of alchemy, it would then be possible to confide in the master. After the events in Rinjia town conclude, perhaps I shall venture out, creating some serendipitous encounters. Some of the secrets I harbor could then be revealed with justification. At that moment, everyone in the hall felt the ground tremble beneath them. Boom, boom. A series of deep sounds followed. This is bad. The colossal creature had arrived at Rinjia town. Jiang Chen immediately recalled the giant from the cave. Only it could generate such commotion. At that instant, Uncle Jiu also sensed the urgency. He swiftly drew his sword from behind and vanished into the hall shadows. Not far from the Ren family mansion stood the town's walls, beyond which lay a vast expanse of farmland. At this moment, a towering figure, standing 6 or 7 meters tall, was trampling through the fields, advancing step by step towards Rinjia town. With each step, the earth quaked. Farmers, busy with their morning toil, were paralyzed with terror at the sight of such a gigantic gorilla, frantically screaming and rushing towards the safety of the town. Perched upon the gorilla's shoulder was a man clad in a black robe. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he gazed at the gate, nearly at eye level with him. The gorilla suddenly began to pound its chest furiously. Then, with a roar that echoed through the air, it unleashed a devastating punch, reducing the gate to rubble. The once formidable walls crumbled before it as if made of paper, a single stomp creating a gaping hole. The black-robed geomancer directed the gorilla onward towards the Ren residence. Instantly, chaos erupted in the town. The streets were filled with panicked citizens fleeing for their lives. Cries, wails, and the sounds of destruction reverberated incessantly. Those caught off guard were swept away by the gorilla's colossal limbs, sent flying as if they were mere twigs. Stop, you beast! Do not harm anyone? At that moment, from the direction of the Ren mansion, a Daoist clad in blue, wielding a peachwood sword, rushed forth. The geomancer waved his hand, and the gorilla halted abruptly, standing still while roaring in fury. After a night of recuperation, the gorilla's injuries had nearly healed, and it yearned to locate the detestable figure from the previous night to exact its vengeance. Lin Jiu, the geomancer's voice resonated, sending shivers down spines. For many years, he had long been aware of the existence of the ninth uncle. However, the two had maintained a respectful distance, their paths never crossing, while the geomancer had persistently dwelled in the shadows. Thus, although the geomancer was cognizant of the ninth uncle's presence, the ninth uncle remained oblivious to the existence of such an individual in Rinjia town. The geomancer had discreetly assessed the ninth uncle's prowess, recognizing him as formidable, yet lacking insight into the specifics of his capabilities. At that moment, sensing the aura emanating from the ninth uncle, the geomancer surmised that Lin Jiu's strength was likely superior to his own, albeit not by a significant margin. As a practitioner of the fourth realm of earth mastery, he estimated Lin Jiu to be around the sixth realm. Meanwhile, the ninth uncle gazed in astonishment at the monstrous creature before him. His shock was not due to the creature's might, but rather the realization that such a formidable being had existed near Rinjia town without his knowledge until now. He pondered whether it was a testament to the creature's exceptional concealment or his own negligence. Beast, do not advance another step. Should you dare to harm anyone further, I shall strike you down with my sword, the ninth uncle declared sternly. He contemplated that this man and beast must be the geomancer Jiang Chen had mentioned earlier. Although the figure in the black robe did not appear injured, the ninth uncle had faith that Jiang Chen would not deceive him. How did this little monster achieve such feats? Lin Jiu, my purpose today is to avenge the grievances inflicted upon me by the Ren family. I harbor no enmity towards you. Should you obstruct me today, do not blame me for being ungracious. Before Uncle Jiu could respond, the feng shui master swiftly waved his hand, and with a light tap of his toes on the shoulder of the gorilla, he ascended into the air. Both man and beast charged towards Uncle Jiu. 10,000 Ghosts Talisman. The feng shui master, suspended in midair, conjured a talisman which he scattered forward, then struck it with his palm, instantly activating the dark energy within. In an instant, the once white clouds above transformed into a pitch-black shroud, casting a pall over the entire sky. Below, countless wandering souls and malevolent spirits howled as they surged towards Uncle Jiu. Confronted with this terrifying spectacle, Uncle Jiu remained utterly unperturbed. His hovered 3 feet before him as he formed intricate hand seals and chanted incantations. With the Mutant Sword technique, 10,000 swords descend upon demons. The before him multiplied into a myriad of blades, shooting forth towards the oncoming phantoms with explosive speed. Zzz. They fell like torrential raindrops, cleaving through the encroaching spirits, obliterating them entirely. Just then, the massive form of the gorilla lunged forward, its fist as large as a stone mill, hurtling towards Uncle Jiu's head. Observing this, Uncle Jiu swiftly waved his hand, causing the torrent of swords to converge once more and stab at the gorilla's hand. Puff. They held for but a moment before being shattered into fragments by the colossal blow. Uncle Jiu narrowly dodged the heavy strike, but at the same moment, a blood-red claw of malevolent energy coalesced before the feng shui master and raced towards him with astonishing speed. Though Uncle Jiu was formidable, he found himself hard-pressed against 2 adversaries who were not significantly weaker than himself. The gorilla, with its tough skin and formidable defense, posed a particularly daunting challenge. While he could momentarily push it back, inflicting actual harm proved elusive. At this juncture, the surrounding structures within 100 meters lay in ruins. Collateral damage from the clash of the 3 combatants. The residents of Rinjia town had gathered at a distance, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the conflict. Their perceptions of reality lay shattered. They had never fathomed the existence of such terrifying creatures in this world. Even more astonishing was the realization of human potential reaching such extraordinary heights. Among the crowd, many gazed on with fervent desire, envisioning how splendid it would be to possess such power themselves. Among them was awe. He had arrived long ago, yet in the face of such inhuman combat, he could only cower in the distance, mouth agape, drooling. Within the Ren residence, Jiang Chen retrieved the soul-nurturing tower. Xiaoyu, come forth. Instantly, Dong Xiaoyu's figure floated out from the tower. Dressed in crimson, the beautiful Dong Xiaoyu manifested in the hall. Ren Fa and Ren Tingting were taken aback. A ghost? Fear not, for this is Dong Xiaoyu, whom I summoned to protect you. I am going out to assist my master. You both should remain indoors as much as possible. Miss Ren, do not forget the 6 ding heavenly armor talisman I gave you. With that, Jiang Chen dashed outside. Upon stepping outside, he gazed into the distance and was immediately struck by the sight of his master engaged in a fierce battle against a man and a beast. A surge of admiration welled within him. His master was indeed formidable. Facing 2 powerful adversaries, he showed no signs of yielding, even gaining the upper hand. Last night, his own victory was entirely due to the Dragon Essence Pill's potency. Without it, escaping would have posed a significant challenge. His own strength was still too feeble. Once this ordeal was over, he must devote himself to rigorous training. It would not be long before he encountered the even more formidable Shijian. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen took a decisive step forward, instantaneously arriving at the periphery of the battlefield. "Master, I have come to aid you," he shouted, charging ahead while forming hand seals to cast the 7 kill orders. The feng shui master, upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, immediately lost his composure. He had anticipated that Jiang Chen must have employed some powerful secret technique last night. Though this arcane technique is formidable, it harbors a common flaw: the severity of its after effects. In milder cases, it can lead to prolonged weakness, while in more severe instances, it may result in a regression of one's cultivation. To avert further unforeseen calamities, the geomancer promptly journeyed to Rinjia town at dawn, intent on exacting revenge. To his astonishment, the very specter he sought had reappeared unscathed, leaving him utterly astounded. In this moment of distraction, Uncle Jiu seized the opportunity, conjuring a vast surge of magical energy that coalesced into a chain, ensnaring the geomancer firmly in place. The geomancer, filled with dread, beheld the luminous sword in Jiang Chen's grasp, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. In Rinjia town, a crowd, ensconced at a distance, gazed in wide-eyed disbelief at a child of no more than 10 years. After emerging from the ruined residence, he vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing 100 meters away. Moreover, a dazzling sword of light emanated from his hand, aimed at the figure clad in black robes across from him. At this moment, all present were left questioning the very reality of their world. Meanwhile, the geomancer, gripped by terror, watched as Jiang Chen's sword of light swiftly approached him. The spell he witnessed last night was a force so terrifying that it defied description. Ren Weiyong's seemingly invulnerable form disintegrated before the light sword, as fragile as parchment. In an instant, he was reduced to countless fragments scattered across the sky. He could hardly believe that his own body possessed greater resilience than Ren Weiyong's. If struck, he suspected his fate would mirror that of Ren Weiyong, with no distinction. The feng shui master roared in fury, his vital essence and magical power surging to their zenith. His entire being transformed into an enormous sphere of blood. In a frenzied struggle, he finally shattered the magical chains binding him. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Chen's light sword was already upon him. In a critical moment, the feng shui master maximized his speed, narrowly dodging a fatal blow. However, his right hand was nonetheless pierced by the light sword, shattering instantly and leaving his entire arm in a void. "Ah!" The feng shui master cried out in agony. A picture of madness. "Damn you, little beast. It is you again." At this moment, the feng shui master glared at Jiang Chen with a hatred so intense that he yearned to drink his blood and devour his flesh. This scoundrel not only utterly destroyed his meticulously crafted plan of 20 years, but also severed his own arm today. The animosity he harbors towards Jiang Chen has nearly eclipsed his resentment towards the Ren family. As for me, as cultivators, when we encounter your kind, those who indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, we shall resolutely eradicate evil, Jiang Chen declared sternly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have indiscriminately slain the innocent. Yet, all of this is the result of that beast Ren Weiyong's coercion. Were it not for him, I would not have found myself in such a plight. As he spoke, the feng shui master abruptly lifted the black cloth from his head. Instantly, a visage resembling a malevolent spirit appeared before all. The onlookers gasped in horror as they beheld the feng shui master's face, which bore no unblemished flesh, as though it had been doused in sulfuric acid. More bizarrely, one of his eyes lacked a pupil, leaving only a white void. Ren Weiyong had sought to purchase the grave I had my eyes set upon. When I refused, he dispatched others to maim me, disfigure my face, and even blind one of my eyes before ultimately casting me down a cliff. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I would have long since become a wandering soul. From that moment on, I vowed to ensure the complete annihilation of the Ren family, for only then could my heart's hatred be eased. And you, yes, you have obliterated all my plans. Today, I shall send you and the Ren family these individuals are innocent. As a practitioner of righteousness, regardless of the reasons one may have, if one dares to harm the innocent, one must eliminate them. This is the first rule established by the Master upon accepting him as a disciple, the eternal struggle between righteousness and evil. At that moment, the voice of the system resounded once more, announcing the initiation of a divine selection. Option 1, the feng shui master, having been wronged, undergoes a drastic change in character. It is understandable to spare him and forego his cultivation, with a reward of the Buddha's divine skill, the Tathagata palm. Option 2, the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent warrants celestial retribution. As a cultivator, I must eradicate him upon discovery, slaying the feng shui master, with a reward of the supreme purity alchemy. My goodness, what is the system up to? These two rewards are simply irresistible. The first option's reward perfectly addresses my lack of offensive capabilities. I had previously contemplated, once this matter concludes, to diligently learn a few martial arts from my master. Yet, what martial art could possibly rival the legendary palm of the Tathagata? With a single strike, even the fire cloud evil god would be brought to his knees. The second reward is even more enticing, as it pertains to the exquisite art of alchemy, a treasured skill of the venerable Laozi. With this ability, who knows? I might one day treat the dragon origin pill as mere candy. Goodness, is the system truly going to such extravagant lengths this time? Is this not a test of my mental fortitude? Just as Jiang Chen was fervently lamenting the system within his mind, the feng shui master surged forward, fueled by boundless hatred and malevolent energy. Xiao Chen, be cautious. At that moment, the feng shui master's aura intensified dramatically, as if he had employed some secret technique to elevate his realm several levels higher. Uncle Jiu, unwilling to take any chances, positioned himself firmly in front of Jiang Chen, hastily reciting incantations. Heaven and earth, profound sect, the root of myriad energies. Cultivating through countless tribulations, I attained divine power. Within the three realms, only the Tao is supreme, with golden light encompassing me. As he chanted, a radiant golden light enveloped Uncle Jiu, resembling a colossal golden bell that encased both him and Jiang Chen. The terrifying malevolent energy from the feng shui master surged forth, yet upon encountering the golden light, it was repelled, unable to breach their defenses regardless of its ferocity. Jiang Chen recognized this as his master's golden light incantation, a supreme defensive spell. Although he knew it as well, his insufficient strength rendered him incapable of manifesting it with the same unwavering stability as his master. At that moment, a colossal ape roared and charged forward, amplifying Uncle Jiu's burden. If this continued, the golden light incantation would soon be breached. Clang, clang. The resonant sounds of impact reverberated through the air. Master, is there a way to contain that feng shui master for a moment? Jiang Chen assessed the situation, realizing that he must find a way for his master to restrain the feng shui master, granting him an opportunity to unleash the divine ghost 7-kill order. Otherwise, should the golden light falter, it would likely be overwhelmed, forcing him to resort to the dragon essence pill once more. I will give it a try. Sweat beaded on Uncle Jiu's forehead as he strained to hold the line. After speaking, a 6-patterned golden pill within his dantian began to vibrate, continuously channeling magical energy. He directed this energy into his palm, transforming it into a violent force of thunder that erupted forth, coalescing into a massive sphere of lightning. Palm thunder strike. Uncle Jiu bellowed, thrusting his palm forward. The lightning sphere hurtled towards the giant ape, exploding upon impact. The ape's hefty form was sent flying several meters, with smoke billowing from its charred body. Once the giant ape was repelled, Uncle Jiu advanced directly towards the feng shui master, producing a handful of talismans and scattering them into the sky. With a pointed finger, the talismans detonated above the feng shui master's head, forming a bagua diagram. As the bagua descended, it anchored the feng shui master in place. In that instant, Jiang Chen leaped onto the rooftop, taking a high vantage point to begin chanting his own incantation. Supreme Taishang Star, unceasing transformation, exorcising evil and binding spirits, the Tao's essence endures. Swiftly, as the law commands. Command. Jiang Chen harnessed all his magical power, unleashing an unparalleled sword of light. The killing order shone like a blazing sun, blinding all who beheld it. Ah, no. In a moment of sheer astonishment, the black-robed feng shui master was obliterated into fragments. This is the terrifying power of the ghostly 7-kill command, as long as it strikes the opponent and their strength does not exceed one's own by a full realm. It can result in an instant death. Although Jiang Chen is currently at the 2nd level of human master, his true power has already reached the peak of this realm. Thus, anyone below the heavenly master who is struck by his ghostly 7-kill command cannot escape their fate. Such indiscriminate slaughter warrants heavenly retribution. At this moment, the atmosphere in Rinjia town is so still that only the 8 words slowly exhaled by Jiang Chen remain. Silence. Rinjia town is as quiet as a dark night. Within this vast expanse, only the massive gorilla, lying in the distance, occasionally crackles with arcs of electricity. The hundreds of townsfolk observing from afar seem to have forgotten how to breathe, their gazes fixed ahead, at 2 figures, one old, one young, one tall, one short. One on the ground, one on the rooftop. Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. How can humanity possess such strength? In the eyes and hearts of all, Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen appear as deities. Among the crowd, Awei trembles at the sight, recalling how reckless he had been before. Had Jiang Chen been even slightly less magnanimous, he would have likely been reduced to dust by now. Moments later, standing on the ground, Uncle Jiu suddenly feels his legs weaken and his body sways. Jiang Chen, noticing this, steps forward and supports him instantly. Master, are you all right? Jiang Chen inquires with concern. Haha, it's nothing serious. I used all my strength to perform the palm thunder technique you taught me, and it took a tremendous toll, Uncle Jiu reassures, smiling despite his evident fatigue. Yet, the excitement in his eyes is impossible to conceal. That is the long-lost orthodox technique of the Daoist sect. And now Lin Fengjiao has mastered it. If the master were to know, he would be beside himself with joy. Although he does not possess a thunder attribute physique and cannot fully unleash the technique's power, what he has achieved is already on par with Master Brother Shijian's lightning fist. However, Shijian's realm surpasses his by several levels, and he remains unable to match him in overall strength. Jiang Chen gazes at the vanishing figure of the feng shui master, lamenting internally. My Dathagata palm, the legendary technique said to descend from the heavens, has vanished alongside the master. Fortunately, the Taching alchemy technique has been acquired, and he can now concoct some simple elixirs. Potions like the Yuan cultivation pill, body refining pill, and great restoration pill will no longer require the system's assistance. He even believes he can manage the grass restoration pill with some effort. Once his alchemy skills improve, he would let his master experience the freedom of potion crafting. Master, perhaps you should rest and recover. I will guard you, Jiang Chen suggests, noticing Uncle Jiu's severe exhaustion, especially with a formidable creature still lurking nearby. Though injured by Uncle Jiu, it has not perished and could awaken at any moment. Jiang Chen possesses the supreme body refining technique, allowing him to recover continuously, whereas his master does not have that luxury. Very well, Uncle Jiu responds, nodding silently before sitting cross-legged to begin cultivating the Maoshan Qi refinement method. Master, take this pill. It will hasten your recovery. Jiang Chen retrieves a great restoration pill from his space, a restorative elixir. With his newfound alchemy skills, explaining these potions has become significantly easier. Uncle Jiu, bewildered, accepts the pill and swallows it without question. Now is not the time for inquiries. Jiang Chen sits beside Uncle Jiu, slowly beginning to regulate his own breath. Meanwhile, within the Ren mansion, Ren Fa and Ren Tingting, hearing the battle outside come to an end, rush out despite Dong Xiaoyu's protests. Upon seeing Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen in the distance, seemingly unharmed, they breathe a sigh of relief. Ren Tingting wipes away her tears and hastens toward Jiang Chen. However, just a few steps in, she is struck with terror as a monstrous creature, resembling a small mountain, suddenly rises with a thunderous roar. Jiang Chen, Ren Tingting cries out in alarm. At that moment, Jiang Chen has already opened his eyes and stands up, clutching a round elixir, ready to consume it at any moment. Hearing Ren Tingting shout behind him, he waves his hand, and a red figure swiftly appears beside her, whisking her away. The gigantic gorilla, having risen, shakes its massive head and senses that the feng shui master's aura has completely vanished. With a thunderous roar, the gorilla leaps into a rage. Its body appears even larger than before. Uncle Jiu, who was in the midst of recuperation, is startled into standing. Not good. This beast seems to have broken through. Uncle Jiu's expression shifts to panic, with his magical energy nearly depleted. Facing this enraged creature that has just achieved a breakthrough seems hopeless. Yet, he recalls that he has a beloved disciple and townsfolk behind him. And this thought gradually steadies his anxious heart. I, Lin Fengjiao, have already found worth in having Jiang Chen as my disciple. With a resolute determination, Uncle Jiu grits his teeth. At that moment, the frenzied gorilla locks its gaze on Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen, convinced that these two are responsible for its master's demise. Unforgivable. You shall die? The gorilla pounds its chest and charges at them. Uncle Jiu, seeing this, immediately grasps Jiang Chen's hand, channeling his remaining magical energy, spinning his body to hurl Jiang Chen backward. Go, kid. Live well. Jiang Chen is taken aback, realizing that his master is prepared to sacrifice himself in a bid to take the gorilla down with him. His master is nearly out of energy, and this action is tantamount to a death sentence. Master! Jiang Chen cries out desperately as he soars through the air. To his horror, he sees his master's frail body collide with the gorilla. Boom. The impact is akin to a comet striking the earth, a shockwave of magical energy rapidly radiating outward, obliterating everything in its path: houses, trees, all reduced to dust. Under immense strain, Uncle Jiu manages to withstand the gorilla's onslaught. However, in the next instant, the enraged gorilla sends Uncle Jiu flying with a single punch. blood spraying from Uncle Jio's mouth as he skids across the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Master! Jiang Chen's fury ignites instantly. In midair, he tosses the Dragon Yuan pill into his mouth. Boom. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's body crashes down 10 meters in front of the onlookers, prompting a collective gasp. The foremost Rintinting rushes forward to assist him. Yet, as Jiang Chen lands, he undergoes a shocking transformation, swelling to a height of 8 or 9 meters. The crowd screams in terror and retreats. Only Rintinting and Rin Fa remain frozen, gazing up in awe at Jiang Chen, who now resembles a colossal beast. With blood-red eyes, Jiang Chen stomps the ground, leaving a foot-deep imprint before launching himself toward the enraged gorilla. The creature, having just sent Uncle Jiu flying, bellows angrily to the heavens. In the next moment, he was sent flying like a meteor by the equally furious Jiang Chen. Ignoring the giant ape, Jiang Chen rushed to his master's side, retrieving the healing elixirs bestowed by the system. Dong Xiaoyu! Jiang Chen roared, and in an instant, Dong Xiaoyu's trembling spirit materialized beside him. Take care of my master. He entrusted the elixirs to Dong Xiaoyu and turned, hurtling, towards the giant ape. Dong Xiaoyu, without a moment's hesitation, seized the elixirs and swiftly lifted the body of her master, flying towards the Rin family estate. In the midst of the chaos at Rinjia town, two figures suddenly emerged from the crowd. One, a scholarly individual with a pot-lid hairstyle, and the other, clad in a coarse robe, sporting thick glasses. It was the recently arrived Si Mu Daoist. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, he found only Wenkai present. After inquiring, he grasped the situation and immediately brought Wenkai along to assist. As they entered the town, Si Mu felt a distant tremor shaking the ground. Upon arriving at the scene, he observed a red-clad female ghost swiftly gliding towards him, cradling her master. Old one, do not lay a hand on my master. Si Mu Daoist, misunderstanding the situation, assumed Dong Xiaoyu intended to harm her master. He promptly extended his sword finger, chanting an exorcism spell, preparing to subdue Dong Xiaoyu. Daoist, you misunderstand. This is my master's master. My master has commanded me to care for him. Dong Xiaoyu, startled by Si Mu's actions, quickly clarified. Hearing her words, Si Mu realized that the bespectacled Daoist was indeed the disciple of the person she was carrying, and thus, he too must be an enlightened individual. She recognized that she was not a match for him at present. Moreover, Jiang Chen's command was akin to a divine decree for her, compelling her to fulfill it with unwavering dedication. Your master is my master's disciple? Si Mu stepped forward and took hold of Jioshu, perplexity etched on his face. His master had only 3 disciples. Wenkai stood beside him, and Qiuxing was said to be on a hunger strike at home. The only remaining possibility was that peculiar little Jiang Chen. It has barely been a short while since our last encounter, and yet this fellow has already taken a female ghost as his attendant. Judging by her aura, she is on the verge of becoming a formidable spirit. This is truly perverse, utterly absurd. Farais mumbled to himself before hastily carrying Uncle Jiu into the Rin residence. Dong Xiaoyu quickly followed suit, handing over the elixirs she held to the Four-Eyes Taoist. As he examined the vibrant and life-giving pills in his hands, he couldn't help but express his astonishment with a series of clicks of his tongue. These are exquisite elixirs. I am curious where this female specter procured them. Where is your master? Simi administered the elixirs to Uncle Jiu, aiding him in his digestion and recovery, before approaching Dong Xiaoyu. Previously, a monstrous creature had injured the master's mentor, and the master set out to pursue that beast. Dong Xiaoyu replied earnestly. He is alone? Simi suddenly widened his eyes. Is this lad out of his mind? A creature capable of injuring his senior brother is not something he can confront. Although his talent is extraordinary, it still requires time to develop. This young man is far too impulsive. Such exceptional talent must not be squandered. Without uttering a word, Si Mu swiftly exited the Rin residence, keenly sensing the commotion in the distance and dashing towards it. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, with his imposing physique and boundless fury, teleported directly to the location where the colossal ape lay defeated. This is a small hill located less than 200 meters from Rinjia town. Standing approximately 100 meters high, the colossal beast, having just been struck with fury by Jiang Chen, was forcefully propelled against the hillside. Jiang Chen was still suspended in the air, and with a single titanic foot, he descended with vengeance upon the monstrous creature. At this moment, only one thought occupied Jiang Chen's mind, to utterly annihilate this brute. If that mighty kick, imbued with the strength of a dragon, were to land squarely, the colossal ape would not only face death but also suffer grievous injury. The tremendous impact ignited the ape's primal instincts, prompting it to roar fiercely and leap into the sky, directly confronting Jiang Chen. The man and beast, akin to two ancient titans, unleashed their raw power in a frenzied clash. Each collision reverberated through the heavens with a thunderous explosion, stirring up clouds of dust with every strike. The earth trembled beneath them, as boulders and trees shattered like mere tofu with each fall. Within a mere 2 minutes, the mountaintop beneath their feet had sunk several meters from the relentless bombardment. Die, they both cried out, each bearing wounds from their fierce battle. Yet, Jiang Chen held the upper hand. Despite the ape's newfound strength, it still paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's power. Furthermore, the protective artifacts he donned granted him a significant advantage in defense. The giant ape was drenched in blood, its fur bristling in a fierce display, presenting a visage of terrifying ferocity. With the time for the Dragon Yuan pill dwindling, Jiang Chen summoned all his magical energy, causing his fist to crackle with thunder as he charged once more at the colossal ape. At the dilapidated gates of Jinshi City, Master Jiu paused his steps, having witnessed a scene of unparalleled awe. On a nearby mountaintop, two gigantic creatures were engaged in a frenzied battle. Quickly channeling his magical power, he enhanced his vision to discern the details of the spectacle. To his astonishment, he realized that one of the beasts was, in fact, a person, none other than the familiar Jiang Chen. Master Jiu could scarcely believe his eyes. Had that young man truly transformed into such a formidable figure? Towering at least 7 or 8 meters high. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is truly terrifying. Could this be a new technique developed by my senior? It seems implausible, if he had indeed discovered it. Why would he not employ it himself? At this moment, Simon's mind was inundated with a swarm of thoughts, akin to countless ants scuttling about. His curiosity reached an apex. Yet he dared not approach. The battle unfolding in the distance evidently surpassed his capabilities. Should he become entangled in it, he would likely face a devastating fate. Good heavens! It can even emit electricity. What on earth is happening? Simon was utterly bewildered, while he could begrudgingly accept the size increase and the overwhelming combat power. The fact that this individual could also generate electricity was simply beyond comprehension. What manner of creature is this young man? The heart of Si Mu was instantly engulfed in a tempest of jealousy. Brother, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. How foolish I was in my earlier judgments. Unable to contain himself, Si Mu delivered a sharp slap to his own face. In the next moment, he was astounded to witness Jiang Chen unleash a thunderous roar, his fist, crackling with lightning, striking directly against the chest of the colossal ape. The beast's chest erupted, a billow of white smoke rising as it became paralyzed. Its massive form was sent soaring through the air. In an instant, Jiang Chen appeared above the giant ape's head. The following moment, a resplendent sun re-emerged. The darkened sky seemed to be instantly dispelled by the brilliance of the sun, as the surrounding clouds retreated for hundreds of meters, revealing a clear and radiant sky. This is Jiang Chen utilizing the Divine Ghost 7-kill order while under the influence of the Dragon Yuan pill. It seems like a magnified version of the 7-kill orders, with both the range of attack and destructive power elevated to an entirely new level. Unsurprisingly, the giant ape, paralyzed in its entirety, was utterly incapable of evading it. Under the assault of the Deathlight Sword, its massive form was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole, rendering it lifeless beyond recovery. For eyes at the city gate swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality. It was excessively ruthless, extraordinarily monstrous, and undeniably formidable. Then, for eyes caught sight of Jiang Chen in the distance, his gaze piercing through like a torch. Instinctively, a shiver ran through 4 eyes, as he felt as if he were being targeted by an unparalleled beast, a sensation of imminent danger. Shortly thereafter, he observed Jiang Chen's form rapidly shrinking. In just a few seconds, he returned to his usual size, albeit appearing somewhat weakened, his body trembling precariously. For eyes hastened towards Jiang Chen. A week later, in Rinjiao Town, at the Ancestral Hall. The Ancestral Hall now bore a striking resemblance to its former self, having undergone significant transformation. The walls had been freshly painted. The roof tiles replaced, presenting a revitalized appearance. Inside the hall, all the antiquated furnishings had been completely renewed. All of this was entirely voluntary on the part of the residents of Rinjiao Town. Among them, Ren Fa undoubtedly contributed the most, not only delivering the promised $1,000 in full, but also providing an additional $500 to hire dozens of individuals to renovate the charity home inside and out. The events of that day left him utterly astounded, particularly by the terrifying prowess displayed by the geomancer and the giant ape. Had it not been for Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen's intervention, it is likely that Rin's family would have found not a single living rat remaining. Thus, he felt an immense sense of gratitude and relief, grateful for Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen's timely assistance, and relieved that he had recognized Jiang Chen's worth from the very beginning, thereby forging a benevolent bond for the Rin family. Meanwhile, the other townsfolk regarded Uncle Jiu and Jiang Chen as deities, the guardians of Rinjia town. Each day, numerous villagers came to pay their respects with utmost devotion. Behind the charity home, an additional courtyard had been constructed, filled with offerings from the people, including chickens, ducks, geese, and even several plump pigs. When Kai had been so delighted in recent days that he could hardly contain his joy. Initially, Uncle Jiu had certainly intended to refuse. Yet he could not resist the fervor of the locals. The once somber and desolate charity home had transformed into a place more vibrant than the bustling market of Rinjia town. Furthermore, suitors flocked to the charity home in such numbers that they nearly trampled the grounds. However, Rin Fa eventually chased them away, believing that their intentions were utterly misguided. Jiang Chen was his son-in-law, and none had the right to encroach upon that bond. In recent days, Rin Fa has dispatched individuals to the town to prepare the dowry. As for Jiang Chen, ever since he was brought back by Si Mu that day, he has been secluded in the ancestral hall, diligently honing his skills. At midday, within the confines of his chamber, Jiang Chen was seated in a meditative posture upon a prayer mat. The ambient spiritual energy, in concert with his respiration, continuously permeated his being. Abruptly, his eyes fluttered open, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He had attained the third realm of the human teacher stage. The speed should not be considered slow, Jiang Chen mused with a faint smile. Achieving a breakthrough from the second to the third level of the human master realm within a week was a source of satisfaction for him. After all, the capacity of his Qi was truly extraordinary. Even with relentless cultivation, he could only attain this pace. However, Jiang Chen was unaware that if his master or the four-eyed master were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely be incensed. Setting aside the enormity of his Qi, merely breaking through a realm in a week would render others green with envy. Not to mention, his Qi was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator. System panel. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply and then summoned his character panel to take a look. Name: Jiang Chen Realm. Third level of human master Dao body. Pure and wishful Dao body magic power. 101 years cultivation techniques. Supreme clarity body refinement true sutra. Major achievement. Maoshanqi cultivation method. Minor achievement. Taiji alchemy technique. Entry level. Space. 512 cubic Dao techniques. Divine Ghost 7 kills order first command. Paper crafting technique, perfected. Palm thunder, perfected. Void symbol crafting technique, perfected. Dimension reduction, entry level. Talent. Photographic memory. Qi affinity 100 divine ability. Yin Yang I. After reviewing the information, Jiang Chen stretched contentedly. With a magic power of 101 years, he had reached the same level of power as his master at the pinnacle of the human master realm. It was simply delightful. Just as Jiang Chen was about to dismiss the character panel, he suddenly noticed a change, momentarily pausing in astonishment. When had his Dao body transformed? Was it not the pure Dao body before? Now it had gained 2 additional characters, becoming the pure and wishful Dao body. Jiang Chen quickly focused his attention to investigate further. Pure and wishful Dao body, the most pristine Dao body in the universe, capable of significantly enhancing cultivation speed, eliminating bottlenecks along the path of cultivation, and allowing for slight alterations in form at will. Jiang Chen was aware that his Dao body had previously enhanced his cultivation speed, but now it possessed the added ability to change form. Could this be the transformation resulting from the consumption of the Dragon Essence pill? Recently, I have not activated any system options, leaving this as the sole possibility. After ingesting the Dragon Essence pill twice, my physique expanded 5-fold. It seems that the pure Dao body has autonomously developed this attribute of physical transformation, leading to a direct evolution. After contemplating, I, Jiang Chen, discovered a plausible explanation. However, in the next moment, I became exhilarated. This is indeed a technique of transformation, although it does not rival the profound, shape-shifting abilities of the great sage. I find myself immensely satisfied. Lost in thought and unable to contain my excitement, I stood up. With a mere thought, my body began to rise gradually. After approximately a minute, I grew from a height of 1.50 meters to 1.70 meters, an impressive increase of 20 centimeters. Though this height may not be considered perfect, it is deemed average in this era. However, Jiang Chen could sense that with the changes in his stature, his magical energy began to gradually deplete. He estimated that with his current level of magical energy, coupled with the techniques that could replenish it continuously, he could sustain this transformation for approximately a month. Furthermore, even his facial features underwent subtle alterations upon close inspection. Even those familiar with him would struggle to recognize him instantly. Remaining still, Jiang Chen quietly slipped out of the door. In the courtyard, he spotted Wen Kai sprawled over a brand new stone table, sound asleep. Jiang Chen stifled a laugh. With a swift motion, he approached Wen Kai's side and delivered a playful slap. Neglecting your training and indulging in idleness, he chided. Wen Kai jolted awake, startled, and instantly sprang to his feet, gripping his ears and bowing his head in haste. Senior brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again. I will begin my training immediately. With that, he dashed into the courtyard to commence his practice. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Although his height and features had transformed, he had overlooked the alteration in his voice. When Kai's admiration for him had reached unprecedented heights, his first reaction to being struck or scolded was not defiance, but unwavering obedience. Jiang Chen observed Wen Kai diligently practicing in the courtyard, a bemused expression on his face. Where is senior brother? I distinctly heard his voice just moments ago. Wen Kai pondered aloud after practicing for a while and noticing Jiang Chen's silence, curiously scanning his surroundings. He realized that besides the unfamiliar figure before him, there was no one else present. Who are you? What brings you to the ancestral hall? Wen Kai inquired as he approached Jiang Chen, his brow furrowed in confusion. Jiang Chen focused on his vocal cords, making a slight adjustment, and was about to respond when a raucous sound of gongs and drums echoed from outside the hall. It resonated with a festive air, reminiscent of a wedding celebration. What is happening? In the Rinjiao town, near the ancestral hall, a large throng emerged from the expansive woods to the east. At the forefront was a sedan chair carried by 4 individuals, followed closely by a procession of 20 to 30 others. A group of individuals bore several large chests adorned with crimson flowers, accompanied by a few others who struck gongs and drums, creating a lively atmosphere. Before long, they halted at the entrance of the ancestral hall. The sedan chair was set down, and the bearers lifted the curtain. From within emerged a man clad in splendid attire. It was Ren Fa. At that moment, at the entrance of the hall, Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai, having heard the commotion, had already stepped out to greet him. Ah, Uncle Jiu, I am here to trouble you once again, Ren Fa said with utmost politeness as he approached Uncle Jiu, taking his hand warmly. Master Ren, what brings you here? Uncle Jiu inquired, somewhat astonished by the commotion Ren Fa had stirred. Ha ha ha, do you recall our previous conversation? I have come today to present the dowry, Ren Fa exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement, as if this joyous occasion were already a certainty. Is that so? Please, come inside, Uncle Jiu responded, now understanding Ren Fa's purpose, and he ushered him within. Wen Kai, prepare some tea. Upon reaching the reception room, Uncle Jiu gestured for Ren Fa to take a seat and instructed Wen Kai to brew the tea. Uncle Jiu, regarding our last discussion, have you had the opportunity to mention it to Jiang Chen? Ren Fa asked expectantly as Wen Kai served the tea, which Ren Fa sipped lightly. The last incident occurred so abruptly, and at that time, Xiao Chen was in seclusion, so I have not yet found the opportunity to bring it up, Uncle Jiu replied. Oh, I see. Do you happen to know where Jiang Chen is now? Ren Fa inquired, feeling a twinge of disappointment, though he quickly regained his composure. My daughter is exceptionally beautiful. I believe that given time, Jiang Chen will certainly come to admire her, he reassured himself. Wen Kai, please check if your senior brother has completed his seclusion. If he has, summon him here. There are matters to discuss. Wen Kai obeyed the command and made his way to the rear courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood in the reception room, eavesdropping on the conversation between his master and Ren Fa. He had altered his appearance and donned simple linen garments, bowing his head in silence, leading Uncle Jiu and Ren Fa to mistake him for someone else. Uncle Jiu, in my opinion, it would be wise for you to agree to this matter. After all, marriage is traditionally arranged by parents and mediators. As Jiang Chen's master, you hold a paternal role, Ren Fa urged, fearing any change in circumstances. Since the last incident, he had come to understand the insignificance of mortal strength, even with his vast wealth. When faced with formidable foes, one could be reduced to ash in an instant. What good was wealth in such a scenario? To maintain a stable foothold in this world, one must ally with a strong supporter. And Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a formidable ally. Moreover, Jiang Chen was still under 9 years of age. His future potential was incalculable. By forming a bond with him early on, the benefits were apparent. Furthermore, he noticed his daughter harbored special feelings for this young boy, which only intensified his desire for this union. Thus, he had prepared a dowry exceeding 10,000 taels of silver. Master Ren, there is no rush. It would be prudent to consult Jiang Chen before proceeding, Uncle Jiu replied, also keen to facilitate this union, having previously acquiesced at Ren's residence. As a disciple of the Jingyi sect, he did not oppose marriage. Given his apprentice's prodigious talent, any offspring would likely be of genius caliber. If several were to be born, it would elevate their lineage within Maoshan significantly. The thought of a cadre of young prodigies addressing him as their master was indeed delightful. However, while he entertained these thoughts, he was aware that his disciple, unlike when Kai or Qiusheng, possessed a strong will of his own. It was wise to respect his opinions. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, standing in the corner, swiftly discerned the true purpose of Ren Fei's visit. It had all been arranged in pursuit of him. This Ren Fei truly embodies the essence of a wealthy individual. Upon recognizing his own potential, he promptly seeks to bind himself to it. However, one must ponder whether this old fellow is overly eager. After all, he is merely an 8 or 9-year-old child. Furthermore, Ren Tingting is a full 9 years his senior. He harbors no desire to relinquish himself at such an early age. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen discreetly shifted his steps to a secluded corner, gradually removing the guise he wore. Moments later, when Kai rushed in, hurrying to report to Uncle Jiu. Master, I searched in the elder brother's room, but he was not there. Not there? Have you looked elsewhere? I have, Master. I checked all the places where the elder brother frequently visits at the charity house. He may have stepped out for some matter, Uncle Jiu mused thoughtfully. Just then, a voice resonated from the reception hall. Instantly, all eyes, save for Uncle Jiu's, turned towards it with a sense of reverence. The master of this voice is now renowned in Rinjia town, revered almost as a deity. Cousin Jiang Chen, it has been a long time since we last met. At this moment, even Ren Fa rose personally, his face adorned with a broad smile. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement towards Ren Fa. This individual has come to present a bride for himself, and it would be ungracious to maintain a cold demeanor towards him. Jiang Chen, come, sit down. How are you faring now? Master Jiu warmly inquired as he pulled Jiang Chen to sit beside him. Master, after 7 days of seclusion, I have now advanced to the 3rd level of the human master realm, Jiang Chen replied. Excellent, splendid. Ha ha ha, Master Jiu exclaimed, no longer astonished by Jiang Chen's breakthrough. As he had grown accustomed to such occurrences, he had been astounded too many times before. From the words of his disciple, Si Mu, he learned of Jiang Chen's battle against the giant ape. Compared to that, a breakthrough in 7 days seemed rather trivial. Jiang Chen, today, Lord Ren has come specifically for you. He wishes to forge a good relationship and intends to offer his daughter to you. I wonder how you feel about that. In our sect, we are permitted to marry and have children, so do not harbor any concerns in that regard. It was evident that Master Jiu hoped for Jiang Chen to agree. Master, I am only 8 years old this year. I am still a child myself. How could I possibly have children? Please do not jest with me, Jiang Chen retorted. Standing behind Master Jiu, when Kai looked at Jiang Chen with envious eyes, tinged with red. If it were him in Jiang Chen's position, he would have readily accepted the proposal. After all, she was the goddess of his heart, despite having long abandoned that thought. However, observing his senior brother's expression, which bore no trace of joy and seemed somewhat disdainful, made him feel the vast gulf separating them. Jiang Chen, my dear nephew, you have misunderstood. I am not urging you to marry my daughter at once. I merely wish to establish this engagement. You may choose the appropriate time for the formal ceremony, which is entirely up to you, Ren Fei stated, his tone remarkably humble. It was rare for a man of such wealth to speak in such a manner, and it seemed that only Jiang Chen could elicit such humility from him in the entire Ren family town. In the reception room, both Ren Fei and Master Jiu looked at Jiang Chen with eager anticipation, hoping to hear the response they longed for. Jiang Chen, observing Ren Fei's humble demeanor, was about to reply when suddenly the system chimed in with an announcement. Divine choice activated. Option 1. Agree to Ren Fei's request, embracing worldly emotions. With a reward of the sword technique, 23 of the sentient world sword. Option 2. Refuse Ren Fei's request, severing emotional ties and desiring nothing. Reward, the exorcism sword technique. If it weren't for the presence of others, Jiang Chen would have leaped up to berate the system. Why not simply state the desire for him to marry? Why resort to this convoluted approach? Severing emotional ties and desiring nothing, what is the point of living then? And the rewards, indeed, were perfectly aligned. It seemed they feared he would lose control. Nevertheless, one must admit, The reward for option 1 was truly enticing. 23 of the Sentient World Sword. Isn't this the unparalleled sword technique from the world of comics? It is said that the Sword Saint has undergone 3 reincarnations, during which he comprehended 3 forms of the 23 sword techniques. These are the Annihilation of Heaven and Earth Sword 23, the Sentient World Sword 23, and the 6 Annihilations of Self Sword 23. The Sentient World Sword is the realization of the young Sword Saint, longer, as its name suggests. The Sentient World Sword embodies both emotion and righteousness. When wielded, it can instantaneously create a barrier. Within this barrier, all things come to a standstill, allowing one to dominate at will. Outside the barrier, however, it spares the innocent from harm. With this sword technique, one's approach to confrontation becomes far more versatile. The key aspect is the elegance with which this technique is executed. Just imagine, upon encountering an adversary, one stands as a peerless swordsman, raising the sword and pointing it towards the foe. Instantly, an infinite sword aura permeates the space around the enemy. One then elegantly departs, leaving behind only the resounding sword aura and a fleeting glimpse of brilliance. With this thought, Jiang Chen rose and faced his master, saying, "Master, I leave this matter to your discretion." After speaking, he offered a slight bow, showing great respect to his master. Seeing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Ninth Uncle felt a sweetness in his heart that surpassed the taste of honey. Where can one find such an exceptional disciple, endowed with remarkable talent and profound respect for their elders? Uncle Jiu's face immediately blossomed with delight. Meanwhile, Ren Fa, seated at the lower end, was so overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Jiang Chen's words that he became somewhat incoherent. He had initially been concerned about how to persuade Jiang Chen should he be unwilling, but to his astonishment, Jiang Chen readily acquiesced. Truly, a blessing for the Ren family. It is indeed a divine favor for the Ren family. This leg of the journey feels secure in its grasp. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. Now I can return and explain everything to Tingting. You see, that girl insisted on accompanying me to propose, fearing that Jiang Chenxian would decline. Ren Fa immediately rose to his feet, bursting into laughter. Soon after, Uncle Jiu and Ren Fa began to tally the dowry, which was so plentiful that it left Wen Kai grinning from ear to ear. Following that, they engaged in signing the marriage contract and deliberating the date, a series of activities that kept them occupied for 2 whole hours. With that, Jiang Chen could be deemed to have secured a fiancée. As evening approached, Ren Fa returned to Rinjia town, brimming with joy. The ancestral hall, however, fell into a sudden stillness. "Master, I wish to venture out for some experience," Jiang Chen suddenly declared during dinner. Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai halted their eating at once. "What did you say?" Uncle Jiu stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. "You wish to go out and train?" "Indeed, Master. There are no pressing matters within the ancestral hall, and the crisis in Rinjia town has been resolved. I desire to explore the world. Rest assured, I only intend to broaden my horizons and will return in a month or 2 at most. Given my current abilities, I trust you have no cause for concern." Jiang Chen replied earnestly. This notion had taken root in him when Master Si Mu departed a few days prior. In this new life, one cannot simply remain confined within the walls of this modest ancestral hall. This world is truly magnificent, and I yearn to witness it for myself. Moreover, endowed with a system, how many times can I activate it within this humble mortuary? Only by venturing forth can I fully unleash the potential of my abilities. Uncle Jiu's brow gradually furrowed. He had anticipated that this young man would not remain confined to this modest abode for long. Yet he did not expect that day to arrive so swiftly. In nearly a month's time, this young man has grown to such an extent. Uncle Jiu found himself momentarily bewildered. A month ago, Jiang Chen was merely a pitiable child whose parents had fallen victim to zombies. Today, however, he possesses the strength to venture into the martial world. Yet, no matter what, Uncle Jiu could not bring himself to let him leave. Such an exceptional disciple. Should any misfortune befall you, I fear I would never forgive myself for all eternity. Xiaochen, Master understands that your abilities are formidable at present. However, in this vast world, there are always greater skies above and greater beings beyond, with dangers lurking at every turn. Once you attain the Earth Master realm, I shall grant you permission to venture out and hone your skills. For now, dedicate yourself to diligent practice within the confines of home." Jiang Chen discerned a tone of earnestness in Jiu Shu's words, and with a sense of resignation, he nodded in agreement. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another week has passed. During this period, aside from his own cultivation, Jiang Chen devoted his spare time to guiding Wen Kai and Qiu Xing in their training. It is noteworthy that Qiusheng truly undertook a fast for 7 days, consuming nothing but water during this span. When he returned to the ancestral hall, he appeared utterly emaciated. When Kai discreetly inquired how he managed to endure such a rigorous trial, Qiusheng merely responded with an expression of profound admiration. On that day, Jiang Chen's actions in Rinjia town left a lasting impression on him. He was acutely aware of everything that transpired. From that moment on, he was completely captivated by Jiang Chen's formidable strength. Jiang Chen also fulfilled his promise by bestowing upon Qiusheng a grass rejuvenation pill and personally safeguarding him during its consumption. Remarkably, after taking the elixir, Qiusheng awakened the thunder spirit body, an exceptional constitution for cultivating thunder-based techniques. Upon learning this, Uncle Jiu nearly burst into laughter from sheer delight. All 3 disciples now possessed unique physiques, each exhibiting extraordinary talent for cultivation. As the days progress, hope seems to blossom. Since that fateful day, Rin Tingting has taken to visiting the ancestral hall in a sedan chair to spend time with Jiang Chen whenever she finds herself with some leisure. Initially, she felt a twinge of fear due to the desolate atmosphere of the hall. It was, after all, rather somber and quiet. However, after several visits, her trepidation began to wane. She understood that her beloved husband resided here and that she would soon belong to this place as well. It was imperative for her to acclimatize herself. Moreover, after hearing Jiang Chen speak of cultivation as a means to extend life, Rin Tingting earnestly implored him to teach her the art of cultivation. It was not merely a desire for longevity that drove her, but rather a profound fear of not being able to remain by Jiang Chen's side. In this era, most girls are deeply emotional and devoted. Once they have set their hearts on someone, they entertain no other thoughts. During this period, Jiang Chen has also taken the time to practice the art of alchemy, refining some elixirs to gradually improve Rin Tingting's constitution. On this particular night, as the hour approached the second watch, Jiang Chen rose from his desk, where a letter and several vials of elixirs lay. A faint smile graced his lips as he resolved to embark on his journey. Silently, he opened his door and, after bowing respectfully towards his master's chamber, vanished into the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu, deep in slumber, seemed to sense a disturbance. His eyes snapped open, and his thoughts sharpened instantly. In the next moment, he leaped from his bed, hastening towards Jiang Chen's room. That rascal! Uncle Jiu muttered under his breath as he pushed open the door to find the room deserted, prompting him to curse softly. Just as he was about to step out in search of Jiang Chen, his gaze caught sight of the letter resting on the desk. Approaching it swiftly, he tore open the envelope. Dear Master, please forgive your disciple for departing without notice. Rest assured, I possess the wisdom to avoid undue peril, and I shall return within 2 months to face your judgment. I have left some elixirs for you to distribute to Wen Kai and Qiusheng as you see fit. Additionally, there is a marrow cleansing pill. I kindly ask you to deliver it to Tingting, to protect her and refine her essence, thus enabling her to forge her path. Your unfilial disciple, Jiang Chen, bows in farewell. Uncle Jiu, his emotions a tumultuous blend, read the letter and, at that moment, relinquished any thoughts of pursuing Jiang Chen. The prowess of this young man is abundantly clear to him. Although he currently stands at the 6th level of the Earth Master when it comes to speed, he may not be able to catch up in a short span of time. Moreover, this youth possesses an array of mystical techniques learned from unknown sources. If he truly wishes to conceal himself, it would be nearly impossible for me to locate him. Uncle Jiu sighed, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared outside the mortuary. With a surge of spiritual energy, a voice akin to thunder erupted from his lips. You little rascal, return to me safely. The sound waves radiated outward with tremendous force, echoing across the landscape. Within moments, nearly a 10-mile radius could hear his resounding command. The first to respond was Wen Kai, who was sleeping in the morgue, startled into tumbling off his bed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, riding along the mountain path, felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the voice. He dismounted, bowed deeply towards the direction of the mortuary, and then remounted to continue on his way. Approximately an hour later, the sky began to brighten. By this time, Jiang Chen had reached a location several dozen miles from Rinjia town. The terrain here was expansive, with vast plains and neatly aligned patches of farmland. Farmers were already toiling in the fields as the sun gradually ascended. Seeing the dawn break, Jiang Chen dismounted and waved his hand, causing the paper horse to vanish. The artifacts produced by this paper folding technique can only be utilized at night. Jiang Chen contemplated that upon reaching the nearby town, he would procure a genuine horse. Channeling his mystical energy, he adjusted his stature to approximately 175 centimeters, transforming his attire into a simple azure robe, cinched at the waist with a belt. Although his clothing was quite ordinary, the ethereal aura that enveloped Jiang Chen was utterly impossible to conceal. As he traversed the farmland, he soon caught sight of a quaint village in the distance. Wisps of smoke slowly roused the slumbering hamlet. "Oh, who are you? I haven't seen you around before." A melodious voice suddenly called out as Jiang Chen approached the village entrance. He turned to see a girl, modestly dressed, appearing to be around 15 or 16, with a delicate countenance, curiously examining him from head to toe. Behind her, she carried a bamboo basket brimming with mushrooms. Jiang Chen, equally astonished, stared at the girl, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately recall where he had encountered her. How peculiar, with his remarkable memory. It was impossible for him to forget someone he had met. "Hey, are you listening? Why are you in a daze?" The girl, noticing Jiang Chen's trance-like state, waved her hand before his eyes. Instantly, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. "Apologies, I was lost in thought. My name is Jiang Chen, and I hail from Rinjia town. May I inquire as to where this place is?" He slightly bowed in greeting. "Oh, so you come from Rinjia town. That is quite a distance," the girl replied, her tone laced with surprise. She had once visited Rinjia town with her grandfather, enduring nearly a day's journey by donkey cart. Observing the handsome young man before her, she pondered how long he must have traveled alone without a horse. "What brings you here?" she continued, her round eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I am on a journey of exploration, and I happened to pass through here this morning." "Oh, I see. You must be the child of a wealthy family," she remarked, recognizing an air of distinction about him that surpassed that of affluent young masters despite his plain attire. "By the way, this is Qinjia village, and my name is Chen Qingqing. I bet you are quite hungry after your long journey. Would you care to join me at my home for a bowl of fresh mushroom soup?" Chen Qingqing warmly invited Jiang Chen. This reflects the simplicity of the downtrodden in this era, regardless of one's status. Upon meeting someone, it is customary to greet them warmly. "Oh, your words have indeed stirred my appetite." Jiang Chen did not decline, as he had ventured out to experience the world, allowing events to unfold naturally. However, the name Chen Qingqing was unfamiliar to him, yet it struck a chord that felt oddly familiar. How curious. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's agreement, Chen Qingqing cheerfully led the way, her energy palpable as she skipped ahead. Soon, Jiang Chen followed her to a quaint courtyard, which housed two modest flat-roofed houses. Nevertheless, the yard was adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, and a trellis of grapes climbed along the walls, creating a lively atmosphere. "This courtyard is quite charming. Did you cultivate these?" Jiang Chen inquired as he stepped inside. "Indeed, it's just my grandfather and me at home. He is quite elderly now and cannot do much work," Chen Qingqing replied, glancing back at Jiang Chen with a hint of discomfort but little sadness. Jiang Chen hesitated, wanting to inquire about her parents, yet fearing he might evoke painful memories. However, Chen Qingqing seemed to read his thoughts, tilting her head with a mischievous smile. "Are you curious about my parents?" Jiang Chen, taken aback, nodded with surprise. "In truth, I have never met them. My grandfather told me that when I was very young, they were harmed by bandits from the mountains. They also injured my grandfather, breaking his leg, which still hampers his mobility. Those bandits are truly despicable. Alas, we ordinary folk possess too little power to seek vengeance." "Did you not report it to the authorities?" "What good would that do? Those officials merely come to the village, make a ruckus, and then leave without daring to confront the bandits in the mountains," she replied. As they spoke, they entered one of the rooms, dimly lit by a kerosene lamp, with simple yet impeccably clean furnishings. "Grandfather, you're awake. Why are you smoking again so early? You never listen," Chen Qingqing admonished as she approached a frail, white-haired elder who leaned against the wall, pipe in hand, puffing away contentedly. All right, I won't smoke anymore," the old man chuckled. "Grandfather, I have brought a guest. I will prepare breakfast now. You should get up and walk around the village," she declared, bustling into the kitchen to focus on her culinary tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen engaged in light conversation with Chen Qingqing's grandfather, who was named Chen Huaishan. Despite his frail health, his spirits were remarkably high, and he was exceedingly warm-hearted. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's countenance, he eagerly initiated conversation. Through their discourse, Jiang Chen learned that Chen Huaishan had once served as the village chief of Qinjia village. However, after the tragic loss of his son and daughter-in-law, and sustaining his own injuries, he stepped down to devote himself to raising the young Qingqing. Jiang Chen also discovered that to the south of Qinjia village lay a mountain known as Heiyun Mountain, so named for its perpetual shroud of dark clouds. Within its heights resided a bandit stronghold, where Chen Qingqing's parents had met their fates. Chen Huaishan recounted how formidable these bandits were, not only skilled in combat, but led by a chief rumored to wield dark powers. What are you two discussing? Breakfast is ready. Let us eat. Chen Qingqing chimed in, entering with a bright smile, helping her grandfather to his feet. The trio proceeded to the kitchen, which was equally modest, featuring a stove, a stone table for chopping vegetables, and a dining table. The breakfast spread was delightful. A large bowl of fragrant mushroom soup, a plate of pancakes, and a dish of stir-fried pickled vegetables. Jiang Chen, you mentioned you are traveling alone. Do you not fear danger? Chen Qingqing asked as she served him a bowl of soup. Given the chaotic state of the world, Jiang Chen's solitary journey indeed piqued curiosity, and Chen Huaishan regarded him with interest. To be candid, I have trained under a master since childhood. As long as I do not provoke formidable foes, I should be safe, he replied. Really? You know martial arts? Chen Qingqing's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming. I have long wished to learn martial arts, but alas, there has been no one to teach me. Ever since learning about her parents' plight, she had harbored a desire for vengeance, though outwardly she remained composed. The village was filled with simple farmers, none of whom could instruct her in the martial arts. Hearing Jiang Chen's words filled her with both envy and disappointment. Jiang Chen sensed her longing, but recognized that they were merely passing acquaintances. He was but a transient in this place. Moreover, his skills were primarily rooted in esoteric arts, lacking any remarkable martial prowess. While he could easily learn martial arts given his talent, he was at a loss as to how to teach others. Nevertheless, given their generous hospitality, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Soon, their breakfast concluded, and Jiang Chen rose, patting his satisfied belly with a contented burp. My sincere thanks to Qingqing and grandfather for the delightful meal. The soup was exquisite. I am glad you enjoyed it. If you return, I shall prepare it for you again. Chen Qingqing beamed at Jiang Chen's satisfied demeanor. Absolutely. Such delicious fare will surely draw me back. Jiang Chen replied with a grin, retrieving a porcelain vial and a small booklet from his pocket. The vial contained a body-strengthening elixir, capable of enhancing the physical constitution of its taker, while the booklet was a manual for Baihequan, a martial arts style founded by women. Characterized by its principle of overcoming brute force with finesse, utilizing one's own strength against opponents, and emphasizing agility and flexibility. This is a martial art practiced exclusively by women, rendering it unsuitable for men, which is why Jiang Chen had left it to gather dust in his space. This happened to be the perfect gift for Chen Qingqing. Qingqing, I have a pill and a manual for you. Consider it my modest offering. I hope you won't find it lacking, Jiang Chen said with a humble smile, extending his hand to present the porcelain bottle and the manual to Chen Qingqing. Ah, what? Upon hearing his words, Chen Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Completely oblivious to the clattering of her utensils that fell from her hands onto the table, she could never have imagined that Jiang Chen would bestow upon her such a significant gift. This is indeed a martial arts manual, something she has longed for even in her dreams. As the saying goes, the impoverished seek knowledge while the affluent pursue martial prowess. A manual on martial techniques is undeniably a treasure beyond compare, regardless of its location. She had discreetly inquired about it during her previous visit to Rinjia town. This item is hardly available for sale. Even if someone were willing to part with it, the cost would likely be beyond reach. All I did was treat him to an exceedingly ordinary breakfast. How can this be? No, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. I merely treated you to a meal, Chen Qingqing exclaimed, her hands waving in denial, panic evident on her face. The grand gift from Jiang Chen truly startled her. Observing her reaction, Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation, having anticipated her response. He then grasped Chen Qingqing's hands and firmly placed 2 items into her palms. Do not refuse. This martial arts manual is designed for women as practice, and it holds no value for me. It would merely gather dust in my backpack. It is far better suited for someone deserving. He continued, as for that breakfast, it was the most delightful meal I have had since arriving here, truly worth every bit. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. Having spent over a month in this world, he had yet to savor any delectable dishes, as Wensai's culinary skills left much to be desired. If you do not accept it, I shall toss it into the fire, he warned, moving towards the stove with the manual in hand. Frightened, Chen Qingqing swiftly snatched the manual from him. No, I will accept it, thank you. Upon receiving the manual, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was at a loss for how to express her gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Their encounter had been merely a chance meeting. and she had only treated him to a meal, yet he had returned her kindness with such a magnificent surprise. Moreover, when he referred to her as a fated person, those words made her usually carefree heart race with bashfulness. It's truly nothing. Mastering this technique isn't overly difficult. Combined with the elixirs I shall provide you, you will see results in no time, Jiang Chen reassured her. However, I give you this manual not for the purpose of seeking revenge, but to equip you with the means for self-defense. Although this martial arts manual has been mastered to a considerable extent and possesses formidable power, it is still insufficient for Chen Qingqing to seek vengeance for her parents. She could conveniently visit Heiyun Mountain on her way after leaving Chen family village. If no formidable adversaries beyond her capacity awaited her, she might resolve the troubles of Chen family village in the process. All right, I understand now. Jiang Chen, I truly thank you, Chen Qingqing said, her beautiful eyes shimmering, her voice trembling. Very well, I must continue on my journey and shall not impose further. The world of martial arts is vast. May we meet again by fate. With that, Jiang Chen clasped his fists in respect and strode toward the courtyard exit. Jiang Chen. Chen Qingqing called after him. Remember to come again. I shall prepare soup for you. She stood on her toes, shouting as she watched his retreating figure. Jiang Chen waved his hand gracefully, departing with poise. Once Jiang Chen's silhouette vanished beyond the courtyard, Chen Qingqing's excitement surged. Grandfather, I can train in martial arts now. She turned and grasped Chen Huaishan's hand, bouncing in place with enthusiasm. You dear girl, your wish has finally come true. However, you must heed Jiang Chen's words. Otherwise, his goodwill may inadvertently lead to misfortune, Chen Huaishan remarked, his face beaming with joy, though a trace of concern lingered in his heart. He understood his granddaughter's intentions all too well. She was determined to practice martial arts to avenge her parents. Previously, when the path to martial arts eluded her, it was manageable. But now that Jiang Chen had bestowed upon her the manual, it was inevitable that she would feel a surge of impulsiveness. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had forewarned her. Otherwise, given her temperament, he doubted he could dissuade her. I understand, grandfather. I shall heed Jiang Chen's advice and will not act recklessly. Chen Qingqing replied before excitedly rushing into the house. She carefully divided the elixir Jiang Chen had given her into 2 halves, placing one in her mouth while returning the other to the porcelain vial. In less than 10 breaths, a wave of heat enveloped her body, as though something within was ablaze. Sweating profusely, she felt as though she had been washed clean after half an hour. Fortunately, the intense heat had subsided, leaving her feeling light and exceedingly comfortable. Her muscles and tendons felt rejuvenated, and her strength seemed to have doubled. In that moment, Chen Qingqing realized that the elixir Jiang Chen had gifted her was likely far more precious than the martial arts manual. Tears welled in her eyes once again. In Rinjia town, a humble monk, having completed his alms collection, exited the town and walked northward. The monk's countenance radiated kindness, with a subtle glow dancing across his face. His long whiskers, reminiscent of willow branches, cascaded down his cheeks. A massive string of prayer beads, each the size of a walnut, hung around his neck. He seemed to sense an unseen calling from the north, drawing him forth. With steady steps, he moved with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, clearly possessing remarkable martial prowess. As he walked, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly reached his ears, accompanied by a boisterous shout. Monk ahead, if you wish to live. Step aside quickly. You're blocking the way to Heiyun Mountain. If you get trampled, you have only yourself to blame. Ha ha ha. The monk did not take offense. He stepped aside and uttered, Ba, well done, well done. These individuals are the bandits of Heiyun Mountain Stronghold, having just emerged from the pleasure house in Rinjia town. Blocking their path is a monk. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have charged through without hesitation. Monk, where are you headed? Would you care for a ride with our esteemed leader? They jested, halting momentarily to tease the monk as they passed by. No need. I shall not trouble the generous benefactor. Ba, the monk replied, unperturbed. The insolent monk fails to realize the favor being extended. Our fourth brother is offering you a privilege. And you dare to decline? The bandits erupted in raucous laughter at the monk's retort, with some even brandishing curved knives from their belts. Yet, the monk remained steadfast, showing no sign of alarm. Enough. Behave yourselves. What did the elder brother instruct us? To show respect to monks and Taoists. Have you all forgotten the incident in Rinjia town a fortnight ago? The speaker was the 4th head of the Heiyun Mountain Stronghold, who had been reminded by their leader to exercise restraint, particularly concerning monks and Taoists. Due to a prior encounter involving Jiang Chen battling a geomancer and a giant ape while their leader was present in the town. After admonishing his comrades, he cracked his whip and surged ahead, the bandits quickly following suit with shouts of excitement. Fourth brother, on this descent, we have spent quite a fortune on those frivolous women. Should we not seek out a village to recoup some of our losses? One of the bandits suggested after a frenzied dash. I recall that Chen family village lies not far ahead. It has been years since I last visited. They must have fattened up nicely for the taking, another chimed in. Upon hearing the fourth brother's agreement, the bandits were instantly filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, in Chen family village, Chen Qingqing had just finished washing herself and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Feeling the transformation in her body, she promptly resolved to give the remaining half of the elixir to her grandfather for consumption. The efficacy of this elixir is remarkable. It may indeed cure the hidden ailment afflicting grandfather. Grandfather, the pill bestowed by brother Jiang Chen is akin to the legendary elixirs of immortality. Look, Chen Qingqing approached her grandfather and effortlessly lifted a stone pedestal from the courtyard. This stone pillar must weigh over 100 pounds. Yet, Chen Qingqing effortlessly lifted it, leaving Chen Huaishan utterly astonished. When did his granddaughter acquire such remarkable strength? Wait a moment, she had just mentioned the elixir given by Jiang Chen. Could it be the cause of this extraordinary transformation? If that is indeed the case, then this elixir could genuinely be considered a miraculous potion. At the very least, he had never heard of any earthly pill capable of inducing such a significant change in such a short span of time. Who exactly is Jiang Chen? Not only is he humble in nature, but his demeanor also exudes a chivalrous spirit, coupled with his remarkable generosity. Chen Huaishan discerned that the two items gifted by Jiang Chen seemed to hold little significance in his eyes. This is hardly the demeanor of an ordinary wealthy family. Even the richest individual in Rinjia town could not exhibit such an air of nonchalance. Subsequently, Chen Qingqing performed several intricate flexibility maneuvers for Chen Huaishan, leaving him once again astonished. The effect is akin to a complete transformation. This time, the grandfather and granddaughter truly encountered a benefactor. Grandfather, there is still half a pill here for you. It might just heal your wounds. Chen Qingqing exclaimed as she pulled a porcelain vial from her waist and presented it before her grandfather's eyes. Half a pill. Chen Huaishan widened his eyes, staring at the vial in disbelief. Merely half a pill had induced such a significant change in Qingqing. What miraculous effects might a complete dosage yield? Chen Huaishan dared not imagine. His perspective could not conceive of such possibilities. Trembling, he accepted the porcelain vial. He did not refuse, for he was acutely aware of Qingqing's temperament. Should he dare to decline, she would undoubtedly pry his mouth open and force him to ingest it. It was wiser to accept it for now and devise a plan to persuade her to take it later. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and they were startled by the thunderous sound of hooves approaching from the village entrance. This is not good. Chen Huaishan's expression changed dramatically. The sound was all too familiar to him. The sounds of the beasts descending from Heiyun Mountain are upon us. It seems that Chenjiakin is once again doomed. Qingqing, quickly hide inside. Do not come out. Chen Huaishan shouted anxiously. He was all too aware of the savagery of these men. If they were merely intent on robbery, it would be one thing, but if they laid eyes on any beautiful women, it would be a fate worse than death. Qingqing, now 15, had blossomed into a graceful young lady. If this group were to discover her, it would be akin to starving wolves encountering a plump lamb. Grandfather, what about you? Chen Qingqing, momentarily flustered, inquired. I must remain outside to deter them. Otherwise, they will surely ransack our home. If they find you, it will be the end. Quickly, retrieve all our savings. When they arrive, I will hand it over. Our dwelling is so humble, and I am merely an old man. They are unlikely to waste their efforts searching further, he urged. Hurry. Seeing her grandfather's anxious demeanor, Chen Qingqing said nothing and turned to enter the house. Where have all the villagers of Chenjiakin gone? Come out, came the brazen shout of the bandits at the village entrance. All those still alive, heed this. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to present 10 pieces of silver. If you fail to do so, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. Accompanied by the bandits' coarse roars and the chilling sound of drawn blades, fear gripped the hearts of the villagers of Chenjiakin. The faces of all the villagers turned pale. In this era, not only are man-made calamities rampant, but natural disasters also seem relentless. As honest and hard-working farmers, the residents of Chenjiakin had endured years of suffering. 10 pieces of silver represented nearly all of their savings accumulated over the years. In these turbulent days, the beasts of men demand everything the moment they open their mouths. Within the hearts of all, there exists a profound fear intertwined with an overwhelming rage. They curse the heavens for their injustice, questioning why such individuals do not receive their due retribution. Yet, Despite their inner curses, they tremble in fear, reluctantly extracting the meager savings they possess. Losing money is a lesser plight than losing one's life. Chen Qingqing retrieved a small cloth pouch from a chest within the house, containing a handkerchief wrapped around 7 silver coins. In her family, it was just her and her grandfather, relying on her daily foraging of mushrooms from the mountains for their sustenance. After drying them, she would venture to Rinjia town every few months to sell them. Her grandfather also required medication, and over the years, they had managed to save only these 7 coins. Quickly, go inside and find a place to hide. No matter what happens, do not come out, Chen Huaishan urged as he took the coins, pushing Chen Qingqing into the house and shutting the door behind her. Initially, he considered locking it, but upon reflection, he realized that would be akin to revealing their hidden wealth, so he abandoned the idea. After the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, the bandits began their raucous demands, going from house to collect money, with glinting blades in sight. No one dared to resist. In the modest courtyard of Chen's home, a dozen fearsome bandits perched upon their horses, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixed their gaze upon an elderly man standing at the entrance. Several bandit leaders, seeing the frail old man alone with only 7 coins remaining, hoped that the leaders might show mercy to a solitary elder. As the bandits approached his doorstep, Chen Huaishan, trembling, stepped forward and unfurled the handkerchief in his hands, offering it. 7 coins, he pleaded. I have said 10 coins, not a single cent less. One of the bandits, spurring his horse forward, snatched the coins from Chen Huaishan's grasp and sneered, Brothers, you go on ahead. I shall search inside. With that, the others rushed off like hungry wolves, while this one dismounted, pushing Chen Huaishan to the ground before storming into the courtyard. Great king, I truly have nothing left. Chen Huaishan gasped as he saw the bandit invade his home, panic surging through him. If Qingqing were discovered, it would spell doom. His granddaughter would surely fall victim to their cruelty. With this thought, Chen Huaishan scrambled to his feet, pursuing the bandit and falling to his knees, grasping the bandit's leg in desperation, pleading for mercy. You old fool, do not attempt to deceive me. Get away, the bandit barked. Chen Huaishan, frail and weak, was no match for the robust bandit. With a mere flick of his leg, the bandit sent Chen Huaishan crashing against the wall, toppling a grape trellis in the process. The old man coughed up blood, nearly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Chen Qingqing, who had been hiding within the house, could no longer remain concealed upon hearing the commotion outside. With a startled cry, she burst forth. Grandfather, she exclaimed, only to witness her grandfather spitting blood before her eyes. In an instant, her heart shattered, and disregarding the imposing figure of the bandit, she thrust her hands against his chest in a desperate act. The bandit, taken aback by the emergence of such a stunning young woman from the house, found himself momentarily entranced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In this impoverished mountain village, how could such a radiant maiden emerge? It seems the old man, am destined for a stroke of good fortune. Just as I reached out to grasp her, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling me backward in disbelief. A hulking figure, nearly 200 pounds, was effortlessly sent flying by this delicate girl. I crashed against the courtyard wall, bringing it down before finally halting my momentum. A wave of suffocation washed over me as I struggled to catch my breath. Chen Qingqing rushed to her grandfather's side, lifting him up as tears streamed down her cheeks. Grandfather, how are you? Please don't scare me, she cried, her heart racing at the sight of her grandfather's feeble state. Why? Just when I saw a glimmer of hope for avenging my parents, does fate now seek to take my grandfather as well? Cough. Qingqing, run. Don't worry about me. Chen Huaishan gasped, his urgency rising as he coughed up blood. I refuse. Grandfather, I won't abandon you. I will carry you with me, she declared, lifting him in an attempt to flee. Stop right there. At that moment, the bandit regained his breath and stepped forward, blocking their path. You have quite the strength. Little lady, I do fancy someone like you. His eyes gleamed with desire as he reached out toward Chen Qingqing. Fury ignited in her beautiful gaze, and she kicked out with all her might. Yet this time she missed. The bandit, trained in combat, easily evaded her strike. Her earlier success had been merely due to his carelessness. Now, hitting him would prove to be a formidable challenge. He sidestepped her furious kick with ease. How amusing. Come at me again, little lady. Qingqing, put me down. We want to escape this together. Do you want to see your grandfather die with his eyes wide open? Thud. Chun Huaishan, now at the end of his strength, shouted desperately, spewing forth more blood, his eyes wide with alarm. "Grandfather, no. Please don't leave me," Chun Qingqing cried, her heart breaking at the sight of him. Yet, Chun Huaishan could hear nothing more. With his last ounce of strength, he pressed a small porcelain vial into her hand before falling silent. "Grandfather." Chun Qingqing felt his life force fade, engulfed by despair. "Little lady, your grandfather is gone. But I am still here. Come with me, and I shall care for you well, ensuring you live a life of luxury, free from harm." "What do you say?" The bandit, seeing her tear-streaked face, felt a rush of exhilaration at the thought of overpowering the weak. He stepped forward, extending his hand toward her. "Alas, I have arrived too late. What a sin! What a sin!" A voice from outside the courtyard interrupted. Suddenly, a monk stepped forth, appearing before the bandit. The bandit was taken aback, recognizing him as the remarkable monk he had encountered outside Rinjia town. How had he arrived so swiftly when they had ridden on horseback? Before he could ponder further, the monk struck out with a palm, radiant with a divine glow. The bandit, in a panic, raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as their palms met. The tumult was far from over. Soon, the bandit's entire arm began to shatter inch by inch. In a fit of terror and anguish, he howled, only to be propelled backward by an overwhelming force. "Ah, you beast, I shall slay you." Upon witnessing the bandit being sent flying, Chun Qingqing hastily placed her grandfather on the ground and, in a frenzy, charged toward the bandit. Her hair, which had been carelessly tied up, cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing in the wind. Chun Qingqing moved with the grace of a startled swan, resembling a white crane soaring across the sky. In that fleeting moment, she perused the first technique of the boxing manual gifted by Jiang Chen, the white crane shadows, and inexplicably grasped its essence. Just as the bandit's body crumpled to the ground, Chun Qingqing's fist also struck with precision. Her delicate fist landed squarely upon the bandit's heart. With a furious strike, the blow crushed the bandit's chest. In an instant, the bandit's eyes bulged, and a spray of blood mixed with flesh erupted from his mouth before he succumbed to death. Yet, Chun Qingqing seemed to have lost her sanity, delivering punch after punch onto the bandit's body and head. A minute later, the monk helped Chun Qingqing to her feet, gazing at the gruesome sight before him. He murmured, "Well done, well done." 200 meters north of Qinjia village lies a dense forest. At this moment, Chun Qingqing knelt before a newly dug grave, weeping like a heartbroken soul. Not long ago, the commotion from her confrontation with the bandit had alarmed other outlaws. However, with the monk present, that group of bandits was swiftly defeated, fleeing in utter disarray. After driving away the bandits, Chun Qingqing unceremoniously discarded the lifeless body of the bandit she had slain, leaving it by the roadside for the dogs. Later, she brought her grandfather to this place, laying him to rest alongside her grandmother and parents. "Master, I am now all alone. Can you teach me martial arts? I seek revenge for my grandfather and parents." Chun Qingqing's initial instinct was to search for Jiang Chen. Yet, in this vast world, she had no idea where to begin her search. The monk before her had demonstrated extraordinary skills, leaving Chun Qingqing profoundly astonished. The fearsome bandits, in the monk's presence, were as helpless as children, devoid of any ability to fight back. Had it not been for the monk's vow against taking life, those men would have likely met their demise countless times over. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This is undoubtedly an exceptional qualification for cultivation. Upon returning to the dojo, one would no longer have to endure the scornful jests of the bespectacled Taoist priest. Grateful for the master's assistance, Chun Qingqing turned and bowed thrice to the monk. Rising with determination, her gaze fixed resolutely upon the distant black cloud mountain, shrouded in ominous clouds. One day, she vowed, she would ascend that mountain to avenge her grandfather and parents. Chun Qingqing wiped away her tears, preparing to turn back when she suddenly froze, in her line of sight. Black Cloud Mountain appeared to be ablaze. What could this mean? Could it possibly be him? Without further contemplation, she took off running towards the mountain, which lay a good distance away. The monk narrowed his eyes and hastened to follow. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, having departed from Chen family village, recognized the location of Black Cloud Mountain immediately from Chun Huaishan's description. He made his way steadily to the foot of the mountain. Upon arrival, he sensed a faint aura of malevolence permeating the air, growing more intense as he ascended. By the time he reached the summit, the sinister energy had coalesced into a formidable presence, lingering in the sky like an oppressive storm cloud. This was indeed the lair of the Black Cloud Bandits, the very individuals responsible for the demise of Chen Qingqing's parents. Should he, perhaps, eradicate this societal blight? Yet, he pondered whether his current strength sufficed for such a task. Aside from knowing its location, he was entirely ignorant of the mountain's secrets. Moreover, the atmosphere felt distinctly eerie. It was likely that those dwelling atop the mountain wielded some form of dark sorcery. Chen's grandfather had mentioned that the bandit leader possessed the ability to control the dead. What level of mastery could he possibly have? Presently, Jiang Chen felt capable of contending with early-stage Earth Masters. Yet he held no fear of mid-stage practitioners if it came to preserving his life. Cursing under his breath, he dismissed his trepidation. After all, he had ventured forth for the sake of growth. If he were to be fearful, he might as well return to his master and remain a compliant disciple. After a brief moment of self-reflection, Jiang Chen resolved to confront the notorious Black Cloud Bandits. However, just as he prepared to ascend the mountain, he suddenly detected the distant sound of hooves approaching. Not just a single horse, but a cacophony of hoofbeats, chaotic as if the horses were spooked. Turning to await the source of the sound, he observed a group of injured individuals galloping towards him. Who goes there? Step aside. Jiang Chen quickly deduced that these were indeed the bandits of Black Cloud Mountain, their faces marked with the unmistakable signs of villainy. As the bandits charged towards him without slowing, Jiang Chen extended his hand and struck forward. Instantly, a thunderous palm imprint materialized, rapidly expanding as it surged towards the oncoming foes. With a resounding explosion, the foremost bandit was struck, horse and rider flung into the air, the force of the impact scattering debris in every direction. With a century's worth of magical energy coursing through him, Jiang Chen's strike was beyond the capacity of any ordinary person to withstand. This sudden transformation rendered the approaching bandits as if their throats had been seized by an unseen hand. In a frenzy, they hastily grasped the reins and the horses. In a cacophony of neighing, reared up on their hind legs, coming to an abrupt halt. Fourth brother! Fourth brother! Panic-stricken, they gazed at the lingering blood mist before them. Just moments ago, a living soul stood there, and now, not even a remnant of bone remained. The young man in white before them appeared almost otherworldly, instilling terror in their hearts. If even the fourth brother met such a fate, what hope did they have? One among them, unable to withstand the dread any longer, tumbled off his horse, prostrating himself on the ground and wailing for mercy. Please spare my life, I meant no offense. His pleas were echoed by others, and soon, all knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Though they were men who thrived on the edge of a blade, when faced with the specter of death, their behavior was far more pitiable than that of ordinary folk. Are you from the Black Cloud Bandit clan? Jiang Chen inquired, stepping forward with a frigid demeanor. The bandits, struck by fear, fell silent, apprehensive that he had come to confront them. Yet what could they say? To claim they were law-abiding citizens would be a deceit too great to bear. Speak. Jiang Chen's voice boomed like thunder, shattering their resolve. They trembled, bowing their heads in haste to respond. Yes, we are all from the Black Cloud Bandit clan. And how many are in your clan? Who is the most formidable among you? Jiang Chen pressed on. To answer your esteemed self, we number over 60 in the Black Cloud clan. The most powerful is our leader, a peak martial master, stammered the foremost bandit, his head bowed in trepidation. Yet, a glimmer of malice flickered in the corners of his eyes. Their leader was not merely a martial master. He possessed the dark art of corpse manipulation. While they claimed to have only 60 members, the mountains held countless corpses. If they could lure this man to their lair, he would surely wish for death itself. Martial master, Jiang Chen murmured softly. In this world, within the realm of mortals, practitioners of martial arts are categorized into distinct levels: warrior, samurai, master, grandmaster, sect master, and great sect master. Attaining the rank of great sect master is nearly comparable to the existence of a celestial master, a rarity in this world. Meanwhile, a master is merely akin to the early stages of a human teacher. Although the individual before him clearly spoke falsehoods, he neglected to mention his knowledge of the art of corpse control. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen gained a rough understanding of the strength of the Black Cloud Mountain stronghold, which posed some, albeit minor, complications for him. At this moment, beneath Black Cloud Mountain, a peculiar scene unfolded. A dozen burly men knelt before a tall young man clad in white, their limbs trembling in terror. Where have you just come from? Jiang Chen glanced into the distance, seemingly recalling something, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. We just came from Chun Family Village. Yes, from Chun Family Village, they stammered. the icy tone of Jiang Chen cutting through the air like a blade, exerting an immense pressure that rendered these bandits tongue-tied. Indeed, it was Chun family village. As these individuals passed through Qinjia village, one could hardly expect any good fortune. Just moments ago, I noticed they bore injuries, the origins of which remain a mystery. I sincerely hope that Qingqing and her grandfather are safe. Have you encountered a girl named Chun Qingqing while traversing Qinjia village? Upon hearing Chun Qingqing, the bandits were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, they recalled the terrifying monk, who was accompanied by a girl. When they were driven away by that monk, they distinctly heard the girl exclaim, "I, Chun Qingqing, shall ensure the annihilation of the scoundrels of Heiyun Mountain stronghold in this lifetime." Could it be that the Chun Qingqing they spoke of is indeed her? Naturally, upon being questioned, they recognized her. Alas, what kind of living nightmare have we unwittingly provoked? It is all the fault of that wretched scoundrel. He was struck down by his own desires, and now he has summoned forth this grim reaper. How infuriating. This life, I fear, may come to an end here today. Jiang Chen observed the tremors of the gathered individuals intensifying, yet not a single one dared to utter a word. Immediately sensing something amiss. What have you done to her? Jiang Chen stamped his foot violently, his energy surging, and the robust force of his magic erupted instantaneously. Those kneeling on the ground felt as if an invisible hand had lifted them from the earth. In that moment, everyone gazed in terror at their bodies suspended in midair, as though with a mere gesture from the young man in white, their lives would be forfeit. "Grandfather, we haven't harmed her. We wouldn't dare. The one who calls herself Chun Qingqing, she is protected by a formidable monk. We haven't even touched a single strand of her hair." "Truly, grandfather, we speak nothing but the truth. Please, treat our words lightly." A strange scene unfolded. The bandits floating in the air wished to plead for mercy. Yet their bodies were utterly beyond their control, leaving them only capable of howling in desperation. So, where is Chun Qingqing's grandfather? From the eyes of these individuals, Jiang Chen discerned both fear and evasion. Clearly, they were intent on concealing something. As the words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, leaving all the bandits feeling a chilling sensation surge from their souls to the crown of their heads. "You harmed him, did you not?" "No, it was not us. Truly, it was not our doing. The one who killed that old man has been brutally beaten to death by someone named Chun Qingqing. It was not us, we swear. Please spare us. We shall never return to banditry again." The bodies of the bandits, suspended in fear, began to drip steadily, a yellowish liquid with an inexplicable odor. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, a simmering rage brewing within him. Grandfather Chen is dead. From the incoherent ramblings of these men, Jiang Chen gleaned this devastating truth. The kind and warm-hearted old man, who had just an hour ago shared laughter with him, recounting the tales of Qin village, was now irrevocably lost. Grandfather Chen is gone. What of Chun Qingqing? With her soul support now extinguished, what depths of despair might she plunge into? These individuals deserve their fate. The inhabitants of Heiyun Mountain stronghold must perish. In the next moment, Jiang Chen slowly raised his sword finger. His inner magic surged, and an energy sword formed from his spiritual power shot forth from the tip of Jiang Chen's finger. This was the 23 swords of the sentient world / The sword energy split into 2, then 4, and then 8, multiplying infinitely in the blink of an eye. As Jiang Chen pointed, a colossal barrier materialized around the bandits. Within this barrier, time and space froze instantaneously. Even though Jiang Chen had retracted his control, the dozen or so bandits remained suspended in midair, utterly unable to move. They could only widen their eyes in horror, helplessly witnessing countless sword energy slicing through their bodies within the barrier. Beneath the suspended bandits, it was as if a rain of blood had begun to fall, accompanied by scattered flesh, drifting down like snowflakes. Jiang Chen did not immediately slay these individuals. Such a swift end would be too merciful. He intended to dismember them piece by piece, relishing the torment. This is also the terrifying aspect of the sword of the heartfelt world. Its exquisite manipulation is nothing short of sublime. Only in this way can it achieve precise strikes, inflicting harm on none among the multitude. At this moment, all the bandits can do is pray for an early demise. For it is the only recourse available to them, as even self-destruction eludes their grasp. Each of their hands bears the weight of countless lives. The thrill once felt in taking lives now translates into profound agony. Time stretches painfully, each second feeling like an eternity. This torment was endured by each individual for a full 30 minutes. As the last remnants of flesh fell away, the sins of this band of marauders were completely expunged. At the foot of Black Cloud Mountain lay a dozen skeletons, stripped of all flesh, beneath which were heaps of gossamer thin, blood-red fragments of meat. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already set foot on the path leading to the mountain summit. Along the way, the scattered sentinels, both overt and covert, were all eradicated by Jiang Chen using the same method. Half an hour later, he found himself alone before the entrance of a mountain stronghold. The entrance bore the crooked inscription of Black Cloud Stronghold in large characters. Suspended above the entrance were the skulls of a dozen individuals, strung up by ropes. A slight perception revealed to Jiang Chen that an overwhelming aura of death permeated the area, indicating that the stronghold likely harbored numerous corpses. At that moment, several bandits stationed at the gate drew their curved blades upon seeing Jiang Chen approach. Their curiosity piqued by how he had ascended through the ranks of sentinels guarding the approach. "Stop! Who goes there? What is your purpose?" The Black Cloud Stronghold had always operated on the principle of capturing individuals to bring to their lair. It was unprecedented for someone to arrive uninvited. "I have come to collect the lives of those who have wronged," Jiang Chen replied coldly, cutting through any pretense. In the blink of an eye, he had extinguished the lives of several bandits, his white attire remaining unblemished by a single drop of blood. The swordsmanship of the emotional world sword was not only formidable in technique but also in its fluidity of movement. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen appeared within the stronghold, while the four behind him remained frozen in their previous stances. At this moment, the other inhabitants of the stronghold also became aware of Jiang Chen's presence. Erupting in furious shouts, the stronghold resembled a powder keg, igniting into chaos as dozens of armed individuals surged from every direction. Among them, a man clad in a blue robe emerged slowly from the throng. "Friend, you have ventured into my Black Cloud stronghold. I am the chief here, known as Black Cloud. Pray, what counsel do you seek?" This man appeared less like a bandit and more like a Daoist priest, although an insidious aura radiated from him, suggesting he was no legitimate practitioner of the arts. "Counsel, you say? I merely perceive that your Black Cloud stronghold serves no purpose. Today, I intend to eliminate all of you. Might I impose upon you for your cooperation?" Jiang Chen stated with an air of indifference, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Scoundrel!" Someone in the crowd bellowed. "How dare you speak so brazenly? I'll have your head." As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, a cacophony of enraged voices erupted from the crowd. Yet, in the next instant, several who had been the first to voice their anger found fine strands of sword energy slicing through their necks, their voices abruptly silenced. At the Ren family's funeral parlor, the sun had barely risen when Ren Tingting arrived in a sedan chair. Were it not for the fear of gossip, she would have wished to remain there indefinitely. However, until she and Jiang Chen could formally wed, their interactions would be limited to brief encounters. "Master, has Jiang Chen not yet risen?" Ren Tingting inquired as she entered the courtyard. Noticing only Uncle Jiu, Wen Kai, and Xiaoxing present, she asked curiously, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Ever since becoming betrothed to Jiang Chen, she had naturally begun to refer to Uncle Jiu as her master. A young girl seeking out her still slumbering fiancé early in the morning was a thought that filled her with bashfulness. "Humph, that scoundrel has already left." Uncle Jiu replied with irritation. "Left? Where has he gone? To the town? When will he return?" Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting assumed Jiang Chen had gone to the town to find her, a flicker of delight igniting within her. After spending so much time with him, she always sensed an air of aloofness about Jiang Chen, despite his youthful years. Though he was significantly younger than her, she perceived him to possess a maturity that belied his age, as if he were decades her senior in wisdom. It evoked a rather peculiar sensation, akin to a younger iteration of a seasoned gentleman. Master Jiu offered no further comment, directly presenting Miss Ren with the missive left behind by Jiang Chen, within which were exhortations for her diligent cultivation. Miss Ren accepted the letter in a daze. The moment Master Jiu produced the letter, her heart sank precipitously. Upon beholding the initial farewell salutation, tears instantly welled in her eyes. How could the scoundrel depart without so much as a word? After meticulously rereading Jiang Chen's words, Miss Ren stamped her foot in frustration and burst into tears of grievance. "Enough, Tingting," Master Jiu consoled. "That lad possesses an expansive spirit and considerable talent. It is only natural that he should wish to explore the world. You need not fret for his safety. Upon his return, your master shall discipline him severely on your behalf. The rascal has left you elixirs. I shall safeguard you during their consumption anon. And when Kai, Xiaoxing, your eldest brother has also provided for you. Partake of them presently and cultivate diligently." Upon hearing this, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing's eyes gleamed with fervor. The elixirs concocted by their eldest brother were indeed precious commodities. Both were on the cusp of breakthroughs, and with the aid of these elixirs, the time required could be significantly curtailed. After receiving the elixirs from Master Jiu, they each returned to their chambers to commence their cultivation. Black Cloud Mountain. A throng of bandits stood defiantly opposite Jiang Chen. Judging by their posture, at their chieftain's command, they would swarm upon Jiang Chen and tear him asunder. However, those who had previously berated Jiang Chen had abruptly fallen silent, piquing the curiosity of the assembled brigands. In the ensuing moment, several burly men collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The bandits were aghast. The individuals who had just uttered insults towards Jiang Chen were now lifeless. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Jiang Chen remained utterly still. How could he have silently eliminated these individuals amidst the crowd? Could it be that he possesses dark arts, much like the leader? My friend. Such actions are a blatant disregard for the prestige of the Black Cloud Mountain stronghold. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's unyielding demeanor, Pei Yun wasted no time and directly struck, his expression growing increasingly foreboding. Simultaneously, he regarded Jiang Chen's prowess with newfound caution. Though his subordinates were not martial arts masters, they had survived on the edge of a blade for decades. The fact that Jiang Chen could eliminate individuals before him without so much as a movement suggested that his strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. A killer must be met with lethal force. He had ascended the mountain with the intent of eradicating the Black Cloud stronghold. Thus, Jiang Chen refrained from further idle chatter. With a mere gesture, a pitch-black wooden sword materialized in his palm. This is the century-old thunderstruck peachwood sword that the four-eyed Daoist once gifted to Jiang Chen in an attempt to take him as a disciple. Although it is a wooden sword, the craftsmanship of the four-eyed Daoist has endowed it with a hardness that rivals that of the finest steel. As Jiang Chen infused his magical essence into the blade, it shimmered with a radiant azure-white light. The onlookers were utterly astounded by this seemingly supernatural prowess of Jiang Chen. However, in the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished. Chaos erupted within the Black Cloud Mountain stronghold. Aside from the Black Cloud himself, all others could perceive only fleeting white shadows darting through the crowd. Each flicker was accompanied by a burst of resplendent crimson blossoms. Enraged, Black Cloud unsheathed his flexible sword and lunged towards the fleeting figure of Jiang Chen. His speed was indeed remarkable, yet he was ultimately outmatched. Despite his relentless pursuit, he could not even graze the hem of Jiang Chen's attire. Helplessly, he watched as his comrades fell one after another before his eyes. Black Cloud's heart trembled with disbelief. What manner of strength did this individual possess? He himself was a peak martial artist, yet he could not even touch the edges of this young man's garments. Could he be a Earthmaster, or perhaps a Grandmaster? It seemed implausible. Judging by his appearance, he could be no older than 17 or 18. While he pondered these thoughts, his closest brothers were nearly annihilated. Damn it, stop! Black Cloud bellowed, suddenly producing a bell adorned with a yellow talisman. The soul-summoning bell. Jiang Chen recognized the object instantly. In the next moment, Black Cloud, with a malevolent expression, began to shake the bell. Instantly, the stronghold was filled with bone-chilling howls. Countless decayed corpses and zombies began to converge and leap from all directions, at least 1,000 in number. Jiang Chen noted that among them were several black zombies. Indeed, they were practitioners of the dark arts, skilled in the art of corpse refinement. At this point, the bandits in the stronghold had been nearly wiped out, leaving only a few survivors, who gazed in terror at the still immaculate Jiang Chen. You have forced my hand. Today, I shall make you wish for life, and yet find no escape from death, Black Cloud declared, his fury reaching its zenith as he surveyed the carnage around him. These are brothers who have stood by my side for decades. In such a brief moment, they have all been annihilated by the person before me. This is utterly unforgivable. With a sweeping gesture, the dark cloud summoned forth countless zombies that surged toward Jiang Chen like a relentless tide. Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute, unyielding in the face of danger. If these were all black corpses, it would be wise for him to retreat from the spotlight. Yet, the darkness had summoned only mere zombies. These entities may serve as formidable weapons to the average individual, yet to my present self, they pose no threat whatsoever. With my current physical prowess, I could simply stand still and endure their assaults. At most, it would be merely repulsive. Jiang Chen gripped the longsword tightly, its blade shimmering with the brilliance of lightning. As the wind rose, his figure suddenly vanished, confronted by the onslaught of zombies. Jiang Chen moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, his swordsmanship fierce and precise, each strike penetrating the zombies' vital points with accuracy. The gleam of his sword flashed as flesh and blood were scattered. The zombies fell one after another under Jiang Chen's blade. Yet an endless tide of them surged forth from all directions, seemingly inexhaustible. His swordplay quickened, the sword chi weaving through the air, forming sharp vortices that ensnared the surrounding zombies, tearing them to shreds. You insolent fool, I wonder how long you can endure, Black Cloud. who stood at a distance ringing a bell and chanting incantations, revealed a cruel smile. However, in the next moment, that smile froze upon his face. Jiang Chen pointed his peachwood sword towards the heavens, its radiant edge piercing through the ominous clouds above, and suddenly, countless strands of sword chi manifested around him. The sword chi coalesced into a vast aura, instantly enveloping the entire space, including Black Cloud himself. Within this aura, all objects were immobilized in an instant. Black Cloud felt his body lose all control, as if he were frozen within the fabric of space. Immediately thereafter, myriad chilling sword chi appeared, intertwining with Jiang Chen's formidable spiritual power, carrying the intent to annihilate all malevolence as it surged towards everyone present, both human and undead, ready to obliterate. Demons and evil spirits faced their celestial reckoning. Atop Black Cloud Mountain, the scene resembled a tempest sweeping through, littered with corpses. Only a handful of black zombies remained standing. Along with the tattered and bloodied figure of Black Cloud, the black zombies stood firm due to their immense strength. While Black Cloud's resilience stemmed from his nearing mastery of Earth-level cultivation. Yet at this moment, despite still being upright, his internal energy was nearly depleted, and his body bore countless wounds inflicted by the sword chi. The madness that once adorned his face had vanished, leaving only fear and disbelief. The soul-calling bell in his hand had been struck down, now resting in Jiang Chen's possession. How could this be? His foundation had been nearly exhausted. Yet when he looked at his opponent, not a single tear marred their clothing. Where did this person emerge from? How could their power be so terrifying? At this moment, his mind involuntarily recalled the scene witnessed half a month ago in Rinjia Town. It was a child, around 8 or 9 years old, who, through some arcane magic, had suddenly transformed into a colossal being. That was the most shocking sight he had ever encountered. Yet, the individual before him now seemed even more formidable. The decades of experience he had accumulated felt utterly insignificant in the presence of this person, akin to a mere chicken amongst eagles. Was it the heavens punishing him for his misdeeds by sending a celestial being to claim his life? No, he could not perish. At just 40 years of age, he had ample time ahead. This world was so beautiful, how could he bear to abandon it? Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, having expended nearly half of his magical energy in that last strike. Nevertheless, the outcome was exceedingly gratifying. In the wake of a tempest of sword energy, nearly 1,000 zombies had been vanquished. Although a handful of black zombies remained, those were indeed formidable foes, with bodies as hard as iron, impervious to blades and bullets. It was only natural that his wide-ranging attack would not inflict fatal damage upon them. If the boundaries of the emotional world sword could shred even the black zombies, that would be excessively monstrous. Now, with the 7 killings order for single-target assaults and the emotional world sword for area attacks, he felt unperturbed by any adversary, be it singular or in numbers. Slowly, he advanced, holding the peachwood sword, and approached within 10 meters of the Black Cloud. He abruptly pointed the sword's tip toward the opponent. With so many corpses, how many lives have you taken over the years? Jiang Chen inquired coldly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted among these zombies. Jiang Chen firmly believes that most of them are the inhabitants of this stronghold, brought forth through plunder, murder, and torment. It is nothing short of outrageous. Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of He Yin as his gaze fixated on the chilling tip of the sword ahead, his heart convulsing with dread. My Black Cloud Mountain bears no grudge against you. Speak your desires, and there is no need for extermination, He Yin thought. Still clinging to a flicker of hope regarding Jiang Chen's intentions. What do I desire? I seek your life. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Chen prepared to strike. Why? He Yin exclaimed in terror, retreating hastily while shouting. The forces of good and evil clashed, a lifelong struggle. Jiang Chen uttered the first command of Mao Shan, as conveyed by his master during his initiation. Yet, as these words escaped Jiang Chen's lips, He Yin's eyes bulged in astonishment. He is all too familiar with these words. This sentence was once recited by him day and night. Wait, He Yin shouted excitedly. Are you a senior from Mao Shan? Jiang Chen paused, intrigued by the fervent He Yin before him. What do you mean? From your words, it seems there is a connection between us and Mao Shan. Not just a connection. I, too, am one of Mao Shan's disciples. Oh, I once was. He Yin, as if seeing a glimmer of hope upon discovering Jiang Chen's affiliation with Mao Shan, immediately expressed his excitement. Nonsense. How could there be such a heartless scoundrel among the ranks of Mao Shan? Dare you defame the illustrious name of Mao Shan? evil incarnate. Prepare to meet your demise. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Chen unleashed his power, and the peachwood sword erupted with a terrifying beam of sword light extending for a considerable length. Senior brother, you cannot kill me. I truly am a disciple of Mao Shan. My master is the current Mao Shan Grandmaster, Shi Jian. You cannot kill me. If you do, he will surely seek retribution against you. Seeing Jiang Chen's murderous intent, He Yun disregarded his master's previous instructions and hastily revealed his name. The figure known as He Yun was originally named Shi Yun, born of Shi Jian and a village woman at the foot of the mountain. Due to his questionable lineage, Shi Jian concealed him for many years. Nevertheless, in private, Shi Jian imparted to him some fundamental spells of the Mao Shan tradition. Shi Yutian, endowed with remarkable intelligence, swiftly ascended to the realm of a master through mere foundational techniques. However, subsequent teachings were not bestowed upon him by Shi Jian. Tragically, Shi Yun's mother succumbed to illness, and to protect Shi Yun's identity from potential scandal, Shi Jian sent him to this secluded place. After providing him with certain resources, he cautioned him to keep their relationship concealed and ceased further inquiries, occasionally dispatching individuals to deliver cultivation materials each year. Consequently, Shi Yun's demeanor grew increasingly reclusive and somber, despite lacking advanced techniques. His exceptional comprehension led him to develop a method for corpse refinement, thus embarking upon a nefarious path and formally adopting the name He Yun, disciple of Master Shi Jian. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He recalled his master's mention of Shi Jian having only one direct disciple, named Shi Shaojian. Jiang Chen was aware that Shi Shaojian was indeed Shi Jian's son, although Shi Jian had numerous registered disciples. Could this dark cloud be one of them? If so, it is hardly surprising. What virtuous disciples could be nurtured under the stringent teachings of Shi Jian? Now that this dark cloud has invoked Shi Jian's name, it merely seeks to spare itself from demise. Alas, this individual has miscalculated. Not only him, but even Shi Shaojian, if he were to commit such acts, would meet the same fate without exception. Today, I shall take your life to reaffirm my righteous path. With a cold smirk, Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword, its radiant light piercing directly towards the dark cloud's dantian. The sword's brilliance flashed like a bolt of lightning, and the dark cloud, having invoked his master's name, was caught off guard by the unyielding resolve of the figure before him. In a state of panic, he could not even attempt to evade. Puff. No. The dantian shattered. The dark cloud, in a state of utter terror, realized that his internal powers had vanished as swiftly as a flood unleashed from a dam. With eyes filled with an overwhelming hatred, a single tear of blood trickled down his cheek. In the next moment, he helplessly watched as his body began to levitate. Several strands of sword chi, as tangible as reality, slowly coalesced beneath his feet. As the sword chi whirled, a sharp pain shot through his soles, and he suddenly comprehended the gravity of his situation. Yet, he was powerless to stop it. This person before him was simply too formidable. He was unable to even bring about his own end in the face of such might. The wails of anguish persisted for nearly an hour. The dark cloud vanished without a trace. The numerous dazed black zombies were effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Chen. Turning away, he exited the stronghold. And with a flick of his wrist, a fire-igniting talisman appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he ignited it, tossing it behind him. The talisman transformed into a serpent of flames, engulfing the entire stronghold in an inferno. Amidst the boundless conflagration, Jiang Chen began his descent down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Qingqing ran here in a frenzy, closely followed by the monk. The first sight that met their eyes was a scene that sent chills down their spines, dozens of heaps of flesh and bone. Amitabha, the monk clasped his palms together, uttering a Buddhist chant. The scene before them resembled a hellish nightmare, far too brutal to behold. However, he was deeply astonished from the remnants of flesh and bone. He discerned that these individuals had perished under an extraordinarily exquisite sword technique. The flesh had been entirely excised, yet the bones remained untouched. Such exquisite control has reached an exquisite pinnacle. Master Ikkyu, are these bones the recent victims of the village bandits? Chen Qingqing was initially so taken aback by the scene before her that she felt a wave of nausea. Then she suddenly noticed the horses surrounding her, and she let out a startled cry. She recognized the horses. They were indeed the very mounts of the bandits who had previously raided the village. Pointing at the steeds, her voice trembled as she continued, Master Ishio, these horses belong to those bandits. Master Ishio nodded solemnly and replied, Indeed, it is they. They must have incurred the wrath of an exceedingly formidable master. He approached Chen Qingqing and gently patted her back, a warm surge of comfort flowing into her, alleviating her distress. This individual appeared to be a master of sword or blade, possessing terrifying martial prowess and an exceptionally ruthless disposition. One could only hope that he did not tread the path of evil. After finishing his words, Master Ishio walked to a clear area and struck the ground with a single palm. Instantly, a large crater was blasted into the earth, sending debris flying. He then approached the remains of the fallen, and with a sweep of his hand, the gust of his palm buried their sins completely. Dust to dust, earth to earth. May you cleanse your transgressions in hell and ascend to blissful paradise. Amitabha. Unbeknownst to Master Ishio, these individuals had no chance of even descending into hell. Chen Qingqing stood in a daze, watching Master Ishio complete his actions. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly turned to race towards the summit of Black Cloud Mountain. It must be him. He had come to avenge my parents. With so many bandits still atop the mountain, would he be safe alone? And what of the great fire I had witnessed earlier? Could it have been instigated by him? As she sprinted, her mind raced with thoughts. This morning at breakfast, Jiang Chen had mentioned he would come to Black Cloud Mountain to take a look, perhaps to settle the score for her. At that moment, she had urged him not to come. Little did she know he would arrive so swiftly. Black Cloud Mountain was perilous. What would happen if he encountered trouble? She already owed him so much. If anything befell him, how could she repay him? Should Jiang Chen suffer any misfortune because of this? Then she would follow him into the abyss. In this world, she had no more attachments. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, sprinting towards the mountain without even feeling the thorns that tore at her skin. Yet, when she reached the summit of Black Cloud Mountain, she was rendered speechless. The fierce flames that had once raged were now extinguished. As she gazed across the vast expanse of scorched earth at the mountain's peak, there was nothing left but charred soil. The shadow of the Black Cloud Mountain stronghold had vanished, let alone the presence of any bandits. This is the lair of the bandits. At this moment, not a single bandit can be seen. This can only indicate one thing. All the bandits of Heian Mountain have perished, leaving no survivors. What could have transpired? Where's Jiang Chen? Chen Qingqing murmured to herself, her disbelief palpable. She then began to call out Jiang Chen's name frantically. Qingqing, cease your cries. There is not a living soul upon this mountain. The bandits here must have met their demise at the hands of that formidable expert discovered below the mountain. Master Ishio, upon ascending the mountain, began to investigate the surroundings. With his profound insight, he immediately sensed that the air at the summit still held a lingering, dense aura of death. Moreover, an inexplicable sword intent roamed the mountaintop, its overwhelming presence firmly suppressing the thick remnants of death's energy within the scorched earth. It was evident that a spectacular battle had transpired here, with the victor being the master of the sword intent. Master Ishio, are you saying that Jiang Chen is unharmed? Upon hearing Master Ishio's words, Chen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, I can feel the strong sword intent he left behind. I surmise he should be safe. Is that true? How wonderful. Jiang Chen is safe. That is splendid. Chen Qingqing wept tears of joy, continuously repeating these words. She then gazed blankly at the ruins before her. After decades of oppression from the Heiyun mountain bandits, had they truly vanished without a trace? After a long moment, Chen Qingqing suddenly knelt down, weeping bitterly. Grandfather, parents, did you see? Heian Mountain is no more. Those bandits have received their just deserts. You can now rest in peace. Jiang Chen, thank you. Qingqing. Let us return to the dojo together, Master Ishio said, continuing to examine the edges of the scorched earth. After confirming that no anomalies were present, he led Chen Qingqing down the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was leisurely riding a white horse along the mountain path. The horse was acquired by him from the bandits of Black Cloud Mountain. Its entire body was snow white, with a mane as silky as threads, and it moved with a grace that was both light and steady. After setting fire to the stronghold of Black Cloud Mountain, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that such a large fortress must harbor a considerable treasure. Thus, he made his way to the storeroom within the stronghold. Inside, he discovered numerous chests filled with silver coins, along with an array of weapons, provisions, and more. Jiang Chen merely collected the chests of money, discarding the worthless weapons without a second glance. Upon arriving at the stable, he selected an exquisite white horse and set the others free. On the mountain path, Jiang Chen closed his eyes atop the horse, allowing it to navigate on its own. Following the battle at Black Cloud Mountain, he sensed a shift in his own realm. Consequently, while traveling, he entered a meditative state right there on the horse's back. After half an hour, with the shattering of an inner constraint, the fourth sea of Qi in his dantian gradually took shape. His realm naturally ascended to the fourth level of the human master stage, and his magical power surged to an astonishing 151 years. Jiang Chen was confident that he could easily handle any early-stage Earth Master now. Feeling the surging magical energy within him, Jiang Chen could not help but stretch lazily. At this moment, the sun had reached its zenith. After a morning of battle, he felt a growing hunger. Raising his gaze, he perceived the outline of a town in the distance. With a swift kick to the horse's belly, he urged it forward at a gallop. Under the midday sun, along the official road, a young man clad in white raced past on his magnificent white steed, resembling a flash of white lightning, gone in the blink of an eye, beneath the towering city walls. Jiang Chen pulled the reins to halt his white horse and glanced up at the three prominent characters on the wall. Tan Family Town. The grandeur of this town is almost on par with Rinjia Town. Judging by its name, it appears to be yet another village of noble lineage. At the entrance, two guards wielding swords stand vigilant. As Jiang Chen approaches on horseback, the guards merely cast a glance at his attire, offering no resistance and allowing him to pass. His demeanor exudes the air of an aristocrat, and these local militia members would never dare to obstruct him. After all, offending a young master like him could mean dire consequences. Upon entering the bustling marketplace, reminiscent of the lively atmosphere of Rinjia Town, Jiang Chen feels an instant sense of familiarity. After some inquiry, he arrives at an establishment called Tan Family Cuisine. It is the height of lunchtime, and as he steps into the restaurant, he finds it filled to capacity, save for a solitary table in the corner. Just as he is about to take a seat, a young lady clad in a pale yellow dress, her slightly curled hair tied into twin ponytails, approaches the same table. They both sit down together. And Jiang Chen does not find this odd. It is common to share tables in such crowded places. He orders a couple of dishes and a pot of wine. And shortly thereafter, the server brings forth his meal. In his previous life, Jiang Chen enjoyed a casual drink, yet this body has yet to taste wine. With his master absent, he feels liberated at last. Meanwhile, the young lady beside him gazes intently at Jiang Chen. It is no wonder. His presence is strikingly distinct, as though he belongs to another realm. Sensing her fervent gaze, Jiang Chen pours himself a glass of wine and speaks lightly. Startled by his voice, the girl quickly averts her gaze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. I am Tan Jingjing. You are not from this town, are you? I don't believe I have ever seen you before. Tan Jingjing is the daughter of a prominent landowner in the town, yet she possesses a spirited nature, often wandering about freely. Almost everyone in the town knows her, and she rarely encounters strangers. I hail from Rinjia Town, Jiang Chen replies, savoring a sip of the exquisite wine, which is pure and rich in flavor, far superior to the mixed varieties of his past life. Rinjia Town, indeed. I am acquainted with the daughter of the wealthiest family there. We are good friends. Tan Jingjing's eyes sparkle with excitement. Jiang Chen is taken aback. It turns out she is the close friend of his fiancée. What a small world this is. Her name is Ren Tingting. Do you know her? Tan Jingjing has now shifted from across the table to sit beside him. I know her, though we are not particularly close, Jiang Chen replies nonchalantly, adding in his thoughts that he will certainly have plenty of time to know Tingting better in the future. What brings you to Tan Family Town? She inquires, her curiosity piqued. I am here to explore, and I was hungry, so I came for a meal. Wow, you are out exploring. How adventurous. I have always wanted to travel on my own, but unfortunately, my family does not permit it. She pouts, expressing her dissatisfaction. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. That seems unnecessary. I will be leaving after my meal. What use is it for you to know my name? I could show you around Tan Family Town. There are many fascinating sights to see. I can't just keep calling you hey you, can I? Jiang Chen, he replies, taking another sip of wine. Hee, Jiang Chen gidge, then it's settled. After we finish eating, I will take you on a proper tour. Jiang Chen nods nonchalantly, for he has come out to explore and is open to whatever comes his way. Besides, having a lively and talkative beauty as a guide seems rather appealing. As the meal came to an end, Tan Jingjing's petite mouth had not ceased its chatter. She spoke incessantly, leaving Jiang Chen in utter admiration of her seemingly boundless capacity for conversation. Brother Jiang Chen, have you finished eating? Let us hurry along. The effusive Tan Jingjing, having satisfied her appetite and noticing that Jiang Chen's plate was empty, boldly grasped his hand and pulled him to his feet. At that moment, the waiter, observing their rise, promptly approached them. Charge his meal to my account, she instructed. Certainly, Miss Tan. Have a pleasant day. The waiter responded with a cheerful smile as he ushered the two out the door. Brother Jiang Chen, since we've just finished our meal, how about I take you to the largest opera house in town to enjoy a performance? Tan Jingjing suggested enthusiastically as they stepped outside. Jiang Chen, indifferent, was about to head towards the horses when Tan Jingjing swiftly tugged him along. Oh, why bother with the horses? Just leave them here. Don't worry. They wander off. Thus, under Tan Jingjing's insistence, the pair entered a theater. Here, Tan Jingjing had a reserved seat right at the front. Once seated, she summoned the best tea and snacks for their enjoyment. This girl evidently comes from a background of affluence. As the performance commenced, she was the loudest among the audience, exuding the air of a spoiled and reckless heiress. Jiang Chen found himself more intrigued by Tan Jingjing's performance. However, as he continued to observe, he sensed something amiss. Earlier, while savoring exquisite wines at the tavern, he had failed to notice it, but upon closer inspection, he could see a malevolent aura swirling around her forehead. It was clear that she had been tainted by something unclean. Although he had overlooked it before, now that he was aware and given her exuberant enthusiasm towards him, it was imperative that he assist her in dispelling this trouble. After half an hour, the performance concluded, and Tan Jingjing, thoroughly entertained, led Jiang Chen out of the theater. Brother Jiang, how about I take you to see a cockfight next? It's absolutely thrilling. Jiang Chen was instantly filled with exasperation, thinking to himself, why don't you just consider a complete transformation? Such matters should be attended to by a young lady like yourself. Hold on, do not rush. Jiang Chen waved his hand to halt the overly excited Tan Jingjing. What is it, Brother Jiang Chen? I wish to inquire about something. You may ask anything. There is nothing in Tan family town that I, Tan Jingjing, do not know, she declared proudly, thumping her chest. Are there spirits in your home? Are you aware of this? Jiang Chen struck with a direct blow. Indeed, Tan Jingjing's voice was abruptly silenced. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally reacted, emitting a sharp scream. Ah, Brother Jiang Chen, why do you say such things? Do not frighten me. Why would I scare you? Has anything unusual occurred in your family recently? Jiang Chen inquired, forcefully prying away Tan Jingjing, who was clinging tightly to his arm. Tan Jingjing pondered seriously, muttering to herself repeatedly. Oh, right. There is something indeed, she suddenly exclaimed. Outside the Tan family theater, the clock had just struck 2 in the afternoon. After hearing Jiang Chen's question, Tan Jingjing took a moment to reflect. It dawned on her that there was indeed a peculiar incident in her household. She had overheard her maid mention that every morning, inexplicably, the family members would find themselves on the floor. Initially, it was assumed that some individuals, like Tan Jingjing, simply rolled out of bed while sleeping restlessly. However, it soon became clear that regardless of age or gender, anyone from the Tan household would awaken on the floor each morning. This revelation sent everyone into a state of unease. The family patriarch, Tan Baiwan, who was also Tan Jingjing's father, even summoned several monks and Taoist priests to investigate the feng shui. However, each time they entered the Tan residence, they inexplicably fled in fright. Of course, Tan Jingjing did not take this matter to heart. She was a heavy sleeper and rarely got up before noon unless awakened naturally. Thus, even as her family members were thrown into a state of panic, she continued to sleep soundly and eat heartily. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Chen's remarks, she began to sense that something was indeed amiss. It was Jiang Chen's first visit to Tan family town. How could he so confidently assert that her home was haunted? She then relayed everything she knew to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression shifted in surprise. Why does this situation described by Tan Jingjing sound so familiar? Isn't this a plot reminiscent of a film from a past life, akin to that in Mr. Spirit? It seems I have inadvertently stumbled into another chapter of a parallel narrative. In the movie, the Tan family constructed their residence atop the burial grounds of another clan. The Tan family, flourishing with descendants, continually suppresses the spirits, resulting in the restless souls being unable to traverse freely. Utilizing a few tactics, he sought to intimidate the Tan family into vacating their residence. While watching a film, Jiang Chen pondered that this family of spirits must have been virtuous individuals in their former lives. Even after their transformation into ghosts, they had only resorted to harmless pranks rather than malevolent deeds. Had they been wicked spirits, the Tan family would likely have been drained of their vitality long ago. When the so-called Master Ming from Maoshan attempted to swindle the Tan family, the spirits exhibited remarkable politeness, truly the model citizens of the ghostly realm. Jiang Chen had originally intended to accompany Tan Jingjing to her home and exorcise the ghost that plagued her family. However, given the nature of these spirits, he now contemplated adding new members to his soul-nurturing tower. Yet, he wondered about the current timeline. If he ventured to the Tan residence, would he encounter that scoundrel, Maoshan Ming? If they crossed paths, he would certainly teach him a lesson. How could the esteemed lineage of Maoshan allow him to roam freely, deceiving others? Jingjing, where is your home? Lead me to it. Brother Jiang Chen, from your words, do you also exorcise ghosts? How impressive. Are you capable of performing spells? I have heard tales of practitioners who could summon the winds and rain, yet they often appear as elderly men with white hair. You, however, do not resemble a Daoist at all. You look more like a handsome scholar, or perhaps even a member of royalty. Tan Jingjing's gaze grew increasingly exaggerated. I asked you where your home is. Let me there. Jiang Chen smacked his forehead, somewhat resigned to the chatterbox beside him. Oh. My home is just south of the town, near the cockfighting arena. I'll take you there now. Subsequently, Jiang Chen found himself forcibly dragged by Tan Jingjing to witness an hour of cockfighting, followed by half an hour of cricket fighting, a visit to a gambling house where he lost several coins, and a stop at the Drunken Spring Pavilion for a couple of drinks. They even showcased 2 live roosters that could crow. Finally, they arrived at the Tan residence around 7 in the evening. Jiang Chen felt a sense of numbness, allowing himself to be led forward by Tan Jingjing. He was utterly exhausted, having never felt such fatigue since his rebirth into this world. In contrast, Tan Jingjing appeared as vivacious as ever, brimming with an inexhaustible energy that made him miss Tingting's gentle and serene demeanor. Open the door. Tan Jingjing shouted as they approached the entrance, still some 30 meters away. The 2 guards promptly opened the gate, allowing this little whirlwind to enter. Miss, please lower your voice. The master has just summoned a sorcerer and is preparing a ritual in the back courtyard. The guards, noticing Tan Jingjing's flushed cheeks, understood she had been drinking and quickly offered a warning to prevent her from incurring her father's wrath. Heh, my good fellows, thanks for the reminder. Here's something for you. Tan Jingjing cheerfully tossed a coin into the guard's hand. Thank you. Mississippi, may I ask who this young gentleman is? The guard, delighted, glanced at Jiang Chen with curiosity, noting not only his striking appearance, but also the fact that Tan Jingjing was tightly holding his hand. None of your business. This is my esteemed guest, so step aside. Tipsy with drink, Tan Jingjing dragged Jiang Chen into the house. The guards exchanged glances, chuckling softly, and decided not to intervene further. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Chen's ears perked up as he caught snippets of conversation from a nearby dwelling. This estate had been constructed only a year ago. Yet not once had the family awakened in their beds. Those who move the living are wicked men. Those who disturb the dead are malevolent spirits. Fear the wicked. For the ghosts here are under my protection. As soon as he heard this dialogue, Jiang Chen realized that the narrative of the spirit master had just begun. Mao Shanming had already arrived at the Tan residence, ready to deceive the Tan family using the 2 spirits he had raised. Soon, Tan Jingjing led Jiang Chen to a courtyard named Sui Yaju. Father, I'm back. As she entered, she called out to a plump, middle-aged man. What is going on? Are you inviting those charlatans back to perform? Tan Jingjing spoke without reserve, recalling how her father's previous guests had left in disgrace after boasting of their abilities. Jingjing, don't be rude. Master, my daughter speaks without thought. I beg your forgiveness. Tan Baiwan shot a warning glance at Tan Jingjing before apologizing to Mao Shanming. Not at all. Once I exorcise the evil spirits here, your daughter will surely regard me with newfound respect. Hearing this, Tan Baiwan gradually felt reassured and produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket, counting them out in front of Mao Shanming. Mao Shanming's eyes nearly bulged with excitement as he silently celebrated his good fortune. However, when Tan Baiwan finally extracted a small red envelope from the stack and handed it to him, his enthusiasm deflated immediately. The envelope contained only a single coin, causing him to sigh and pocket it. He then removed his outer robe, flipping it inside out to reveal a Maoshan Daoist robe adorned with the yin-yang symbol. Jiang Chen intended to intervene immediately, but Tan Jingjing seized him and pushed him onto a chair, offering him a handful of sunflower seeds. Jiang Chen was left utterly bewildered, while Tan Jingjing gleefully settled into the chair beside him, munching away. Jiang Chen tilted his head in resignation, contemplating whether to admire her formidable spirit or her blissful ignorance. Meanwhile, Mao Shanming had already begun his ritual, adopting a proper demeanor. Jiang Chen turned his attention to Mao Shanming's performance, which, surprisingly, was quite convincing, clearly the authentic method of Mao Shan ritual. He wondered who this man had apprenticed under, as he appeared to belong to the same generation as his own master. Yet, in the realm of Daoists, age did not dictate lineage. First, observe the etiquette and listen closely. Mao Shanming donned his ceremonial hat, grasped a handful of white paper from the altar, and began to chant. I am Mao Shanming, receiving the paper offering from Tan Baiwan to cleanse this abode. He then tossed the white paper, forming a hand seal, and slapped the altar. An 8-trigram coin soared into the air. With his fingers, he deftly maneuvered a thin needle threaded with red string. As the coin descended, Mao Shanming precisely pierced the center with the needle. Well done. Impressive. Let us see another. Applause erupted. At this moment, everyone was intently watching the actions of Mao Shanming. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, nearly frightening the souls of the Tan family members present. The enthusiastic voice belonged to none other than Tan Jingjing. She leapt from her chair, applauding fervently while simultaneously spitting out sunflower seed shells. Jiang Chen, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, a myriad of black lines forming across his face, and quietly shifted his chair, attempting to distance himself from the exuberant girl. Meanwhile, Mao Shanming, taken aback, nearly fell to his knees, almost toppling the altar in the process. With a face full of indignation, he turned to glare at Tan Jingjing, thinking to himself that had they not been in the Tan household, he would have gladly subdued her. Her exuberant shout had nearly caused him to falter in his performance. Jingjing, please quiet down. If you continue to make a ruckus, you will return to your room, scolded Tan Baiwan, his heart racing as he approached his beloved daughter, raising his hand with a gentle gesture to pat her on the head. Oh, Tan Jingjing pouted, obediently returning to her seat. Hey, Jiang Chen, why are you sitting so far away? After settling down, she noticed Jiang Chen was no longer by her side. She scanned the room and promptly moved her chair next to him. At this point, Mao Shanming had regained his composure and affixed a yellow talisman onto the Bagua coin, a pillar to support the heavens, accompanied by a talisman to safeguard the homestead. He proclaimed, leaping onto the altar to launch the copper coin and yellow talisman, which embedded themselves onto the plaque of Tsueya residence. He then gracefully descended, retrieving 2 yellow paper umbrellas, a wind-repelling umbrella for the mortal realm and an exquisite oil paper umbrella from the netherworld. I bestow upon you, he announced, hurling the umbrellas into the room of Xiao residence. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with Mao Shanming remaining silent and everyone else too apprehensive to speak, except for Tan Jingjing. However, Jiang Chen swiftly covered her mouth, preventing her from voicing her excitement. He had just seen her gearing up to cheer again and had to restrain her. He was eager to witness the unfolding spectacle without her disruption. Once Jiang Chen had silenced her, Tan Jingjing obediently sat back in her chair, quietly munching on sunflower seeds. Observing this scene, Tan Baiwan was taken aback. His daughter, who usually feared nothing, had inexplicably become so docile, only ever heeding his words when he offered her money. When had she ever behaved this way? Who was this young man, so handsome? Could he possibly be the object of his daughter's affections? It was indeed a possibility. After all, she was 17, the age for marriage had arrived, and it was only natural for her to be a bit more compliant in the presence of someone she fancied. Sighing, he realized that in the blink of an eye, his daughter was on the cusp of adulthood and marriage. The gentleman possessed an air of distinction, suggesting affluence and noble lineage. One wondered about his family and whether he would be a suitable match for one's cherished daughter. Should his family be of good standing, well and good. If not, one must prepare a substantial dowry to ensure her comfort. If a granddaughter were to grace their lives, she would be under one's care. A grandson, however, would be entrusted to the paternal grandparents. Had Jiang Chen been privy to Tan's musings, he would have understood the source of Tan Jingjing's loquacious nature. As Tan was mentally conjuring names for his future grandchildren, the windows and doors of Tsueya residence abruptly sealed shut, only to fling open moments later. 2 yellow paper umbrellas, like sharpened blades, shot forth, shattering the altar in the courtyard. The items upon the altar scattered in all directions. Tan stared, aghast, as fragments of the shattered table hurtled toward him. His corpulent frame offered little chance of evasion. Just as a cry was about to escape his lips, he noticed the young man beside his daughter nonchalantly extend a finger, gently touching the air. Ripples shimmered through the air, and the shards seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, falling harmlessly to the ground. Oh, Jiang Chen, you're amazing. What kind of skill is that? It's so magical. Tan Jingjing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, clearly captivated by Jiang Chen's display. Mere parlor tricks, nothing of consequence, Jiang Chen replied casually, withdrawing his power. The sudden spectacle sent the courtyard's occupants fleeing in terror. Mao Shanming, pleased with the commotion behind him, feigned indignation. I have spoken kindly and offered payment. Yet you remain unappreciative. Do not blame me for making things difficult for you. With that, he produced willow leaves and a vial of dew from his bag, dipping the leaves into the dew before approaching the crowd. Observe carefully, he instructed, dabbing the willow leaves on each person's eyes. As he moved to do the same to Jiang Chen, the latter raised a hand in refusal. I have no need. Thank you, Jiang Chen stated, aware that Mao Shanming's actions were intended to grant everyone the ability to see ghosts, creating a spectacle of fear. Mao Shanming paused, unperturbed. He regarded Jiang Chen as a nobleman of refined tastes who simply disliked being touched. With a slight smile, Mao Shanming turned and, armed with glutinous rice and a peachwood sword, charged into the house. Jiang Chen, what was that strange Taoist doing? Tan Jingjing inquired, rubbing her eyes, curious about the ritual performed on them. The others gathered around, equally curious about the Taoist's actions. He was opening your yin-yang eyes, allowing you to perceive spirits. A collective gasp echoed through the courtyard, and a palpable chill descended. The unseen and unknown nature of ghosts was one thing, but the prospect of seeing them daily was terrifying. Do not fret. The effect is temporary, lasting no more than half an hour, Jiang Chen reassured them, bringing a collective sigh of relief. In the rear courtyard of the Tan residence, the crowd, relieved by Jiang Chen's explanation, refocused their attention on the house. After Mao Shanming entered, the doors and windows had sealed shut. A brief silence was shattered by Mao Shanming's shouts and the sounds of a fierce struggle. The occupants, holding their breath, listened to the sounds of shattering furniture, whispering amongst themselves. They're fighting. This master seems different from the previous ones. Master, if this ghost cannot be exorcised, shall we relocate? Let us observe. This Mao Shanming seems capable. Perhaps he can subdue the spirit. Their discussion was interrupted as the front door of the house burst open, revealing a small ghost in Qing dynasty attire, its fangs bared. The ghost's face was pallid, its eyes ringed with darkness, its hands adorned with long, bluish-green fingernails. Its appearance both endearing and terrifying, at least to the Tan family. The crowd recoiled, with Tan trembling in fear as the small ghost hopped toward him. Master, save me! Tan cried out, hoping Mao Shanming would hear and come to his rescue. Mr. Tan, there is a larger one inside. I cannot leave. Mao Shanming replied, feigning busyness. What shall I do? It is approaching. Quickly, affix a silver note to its forehead. What? A silver note? Tan stammered, puzzled by Mao Shanming's request for money at this moment. Silver notes are imprinted with cinnabar. Mao Shanming exclaimed, his voice filled with anticipation, knowing that payment was near. Tan, hearing this, retrieved a silver note from his waist, but his hand was stayed. He looked up to see the young man his daughter had brought home. Young man, what are you doing? Release me. The ghost is coming. Tan exclaimed, his fear overriding his earlier impression of Jiang Chen. He wondered why his future son-in-law was interfering at such a critical moment. The terror he felt made him forget Jiang Chen's casual finger flick. Uncle Tan. There is no need for alarm, Jiang Chen said, his patience with Mao Shanming's charade exhausted. To allow him to continue would tarnish the reputation of the Mao Shan sect. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Tan and the others, Jiang Chen turned and, with a sword-like gesture, swiftly drew a golden rune in the air. The rune instantly materialized above the approaching ghost, freezing it in place. The onlookers were equally frozen, unable to believe that the refined young man was also a Taoist master, and one who appeared to be more skilled than Mao Shanming. Appearances could indeed be deceiving. Tan Jingjing's mouth hung agape, her eyes shining with admiration. Jiang Chen seized the small ghost, took a step, and vanished from the courtyard. In the next moment, the doors of Tsueya residence slammed shut once more. Inside the room, Mao Shanming, still acting his part, sensed an intruder and instinctively turned to see Jiang Chen holding the small ghost, a playful expression on his face. Mao Shanming was taken aback. Isn't this the young man who previously refused to let himself be touched? How did he gain entry and see Xiaobao? Although Xiaobao is merely a spirit of the wandering soul level, it is still a ghost, something an ordinary person could never capture. Could it be that he is also one of our kind? Ah, so you too are a practitioner of the way. I am grateful for your assistance in capturing this little ghost. I was just about to gather this great spirit and venture out to collect him. May I inquire how you are addressed, fellow cultivator? Mao Shanming considered the possibility that Jiang Chen might also be a practitioner and immediately donned a facade of joviality. Spare me the act. Do you think I am someone ignorant of the world outside? These two ghosts are undoubtedly your pets, are they not? Jiang Chen scoffed, lifting the little ghost. Ah, how can this be? I am a disciple of Mao Shan, sworn to uphold the principles of righteousness and evil in stark opposition. How could I possibly engage in such acts? Although Mao Shanming felt a surge of fear, he stubbornly defended himself. Humph, still in denial? You have secretly kept the little ghost, exploiting it for deceitful gains, all while masquerading under the banner of Mao Shan. Such audacity is astonishing. I see you also appear to be a practitioner. I have no desire to foster enmity with you, so do not mistake my reluctance for fear. Observing Jiang Chen's aggressive demeanor, Mao Shanming furrowed his brow and glared, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for a confrontation. After all, he considered himself a formidable practitioner of the second level. The youth, despite having trained since the womb, is limited by the current scarcity of spiritual energy. How skilled can he truly be? Moreover, I have an ally by my side, leaving me unperturbed. What is this? Do you still wish to confront me? Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. What of it? Release the little one at once, or I shall not hesitate to show no mercy. Humph. You claim this spirit is not one you raised, yet it calls you so affectionately. Mao Shanming, upon hearing this, immediately realized he had let slip a crucial detail. He decided against further defense. With a swift motion, he closed the yellow umbrella he had raised and thrust the peach-wood sword directly at Jiang Chen, aiming to compel him to release the spirit. Jiang Chen neither dodged nor evaded. He grasped the incoming wooden sword firmly and twisted it with force, shattering it into splinters. Given Jiang Chen's current physical prowess, he could easily contort not just wooden swords, but even blades forged from the finest steel. He didn't even need to employ any magical power against Mao Shanming's strike. How is this possible? Mao Shanming exclaimed in shock, quickly realizing that the individual before him was far from ordinary. Dabao, attack! He bellowed, stepping aside to reveal the malevolent spirit, Dabao, lurking behind him. At the sight of the adorably naive Dabao, Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. The juxtaposition of the two spirits, one large and one small, was hardly intimidating. Yet they insisted on presenting themselves as fearsome apparitions. Upon receiving Mao Shanming's command, Dabao promptly extended its claws and floated towards Jiang Chen. As Dabao approached, Jiang Chen merely extended his hand and gently tapped the spirit's forehead. Instantly, Dabao was sent flying backwards, landing on the ground in a fit of convulsions. Jiang Chen had just unleashed a mere fraction of his thunderous power, for spirits are most terrified of lightning. In an instant, Daba lost all his combat prowess. Daba, what has happened to you? Mao Shanming exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Jiang Chen merely extend a finger, causing Daba to soar back with no understanding of the method employed. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen swiftly moved and delivered a kick to Mao Shanming's rear. Within the confines of Tsueya, Mao Shanming was unceremoniously thrust against the wall, emitting continuous cries of agony. Curse it, this is excruciating. As his body slid down the wall, Mao Shanming hastily retrieved a talisman from the bag hanging around his neck. These are the treasures he acquired from his master during his time at Mao Shan. Faced with a formidable adversary, he is now truly investing his efforts. The Great Strength Talisman and the Extreme Wind Talisman. With a thunderous roar, Mao Shanming ignited both talismans, which instantly transformed into two beams of golden light that merged into his body. In that fleeting moment, his physique appeared to grow sturdier, and two swirling vortices manifested beneath his feet. Ah, you little rogue, you have crossed the line. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Mao Shanming surged forward at an alarming speed towards Jiang Chen. However, despite his swiftness, Jiang Chen was even faster, vanishing and reappearing directly behind Mao Shanming, delivering a swift kick to his backside. The immense force, compounded by Mao Shanming's own momentum, sent him crashing into the opposite wall. As a practitioner, you consort with malevolent spirits and deceive the common people. Today, I shall cleanse this place of your presence, Jiang Chen declared, extending his palm as thunder began to coalesce within it. Mao Shanming was taken aback, hastily covering his nose and retreating. The ability to summon thunder with bare hands indicated that this individual's mastery far surpassed his own meager skills. If this man were to unleash his wrath, both he and his companions would surely meet their doom. I am Huang Xiaoming, a disciple of Mao Shan. May I inquire about your master? Mao Shanming quickly bowed respectfully. Huang Xiaoming? Jiang Chen stifled a laugh, repeating the name. It turned out this fellow's real name was Huang Xiaoming, though his appearance was hardly befitting of such a name. My master is Lin Jiu of Mao Shan. What? You are the disciple of my second master uncle? Mao Shanming's eyes widened in shock, inwardly lamenting his fate. It was over. He was truly doomed. Second master uncle Lin Jiu was renowned for his integrity and strictness within Mao Shan. If he were to learn of Mao Shanming's misdeeds, the punishment would surely involve a long period of confinement. Do you know my master? Which of my uncles do you serve? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. I am merely an outer disciple of Mao Shan, lacking the talent to seek the teachings of the inner disciples. Nonetheless, the reputation of second master uncle is known to all in Mao Shan, Mao Shanming replied, his expression filled with despair. He had spent over 30 years at Mao Shan. Barely attaining the rank of a human master, his aptitude decidedly mediocre. With no hope of further advancement and living in poverty on the mountain, he had resorted to becoming a wandering Taoist priest. I see, Jiang Chen mused, recalling that his master had mentioned the distinction between outer and inner disciples at Mao Shan. Every 5 years, Mao Shan would recruit a new batch of disciples. The newly admitted would enter the outer sect, taught by elder members. Those meeting the standards could then advance to the inner sect. Each disciple of the master had the right to establish their own teachings. The current master of Mao Shan, surnamed Hong, was known as Jinbao Zhenren. Uncle Jiu was the second disciple of Jinbao, and there were 4 eminent elders, Jin Kong, Jin Gu, Jin Yu, and Jin Lan, all of whom were celestial masters, with Jinbao having reached the 9th level of celestial mastery. With their presence, Mao Shan would continue to lead the Taoist tradition. Since you are a disciple of Mao Shan, why engage in actions that tarnish its reputation? Jiang Chen redirected the conversation, his expression grave. Brother, I have no choice. I possess no other skills. If I do not leverage the name of my sect to earn a living, I would have starved long ago. These 2 spirits, named Daba and Xiaobao, are relatives from my hometown. When I descended the mountain, they were tragically slain by bandits, and I have since cared for them. We merely seek to earn a meager existence. I assure you, we have never harmed anyone. Please, show mercy and consider our shared brotherhood. Upon realizing that Jiang Chen was a disciple of Uncle Jiu, Mao Shanming dared not offend him, pleading for leniency. Despite the pitiful nature of Mao Shanming's tale, Jiang Chen could not simply let him off the hook without consequences. Otherwise, he would likely continue his dubious activities in the future. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, the long silent system suddenly activated. Ding! The divine choice system is now active. Option 1. Directly eliminate the 2 spirits and strip Mao Shanming of his powers. Reward, title of Taoist Purifier, which instills fear in those with guilty consciences. Option 2. Subdue the 2 spirits, teach Mao Shanming a lesson, and then present them to my master or uncle for further action. Reward, Buddha's palm. This time, the reward seemed enticing. The first offered a title that would bestow an aura upon him. With a proper sound system, his entrance would undoubtedly be grand. The second option, however, surprised Jiang Chen. Buddha's palm was a Buddhist skill. What did it signify for a Taoist to receive a Buddhist technique? Yet, shortly thereafter, the system provided an explanation. Buddha is originally Tao. Jiang Chen found this explanation quite satisfactory. After much contemplation, he decided to choose option 2. After all, Daba and Xiaobao were not malevolent spirits, and they would be better off under his guidance than with Mao Shanming. With this resolution, Jiang Chen summoned the soul-nurturing tower, forcibly drawing the helpless Daba and Xiaobao within. What are you doing? Mao Shanming exclaimed in alarm at Jiang Chen's actions. The 2 spirits had been following him for quite some time, their bond resembling that of family. At this moment, he mistakenly believed that Jiang Chen had eliminated Dabao and Xiaobao, and thus had steeled himself for a desperate confrontation. Do not be alarmed. This is the soul-nurturing tower, which offers immense benefits to the soul. Having these 2 spirits accompany you brings no advantages to either party. From now on, they shall cultivate under my guidance, and when their training is complete, you shall have the opportunity to reunite. Hearing this, Mao Shanming heaved a substantial sigh of relief. Grateful that the 2 were unharmed, Jiang Chen's words rang true. Ever since he had taken the 2 with him, misfortune had befallen him with alarming regularity. As a practitioner of the Tao, he understood the cause, yet he found it difficult to part with them. Now that they were with Jiang Chen, they had found a good refuge. Can I leave now? Mao Shanming inquired cautiously, squinting his eyes. If you wish to depart, you may be dreaming. You have committed acts that tarnish the reputation of Mao Shan. The fact that I have not stripped you of your powers is only due to our shared lineage. Once I have resolved the matters here, you will accompany me to meet with our master. The manner of your punishment shall be determined by his wisdom. No, please no. Mao Shanming's features contorted in distress. At that moment, Jiang Chen produced a soul-summoning talisman, chanting an incantation as he ignited it. Since you are here on behalf of the Tan family to capture ghosts, now is the time to fulfill your promise. Instantly, a chilling wind swept through the room, and spirits began to manifest one after another. After extracting the spirits from the premises, Jiang Chen stepped outside. Mao Shanming, witnessing the multitude of male and female spirits, was so frightened that he instinctively attempted to follow Jiang Chen, only to be forcibly kicked back. Jiang Chen secured the door behind him and proceeded into the courtyard. At that moment, the Tan family huddled together in a corner of the yard, anxiously observing the room before them. Upon seeing Jiang Chen emerge, Tan Baiwan and Tan Jingjing rushed forward. Cousin Jiang, what transpired inside? After Jiang Chen had entered, Tan Baiwan had inquired of his daughter regarding Jiang Chen's background. Learning that Jiang Chen had discerned the haunting afflicting their home, Tan Baiwan concluded that Jiang Chen must indeed be a person of great wisdom. Rest assured, Uncle Tan, Master Mao Shanming is presently negotiating with the spirits. I anticipate a resolution shortly. Brother Jiang, it turns out you are also a practitioner of the Tao. How is it that you were so formidable at such a young age? Tan Jingjing's eyes were nearly glued to Jiang Chen, her face brimming with admiration. Embodying the essence of a besotted young admirer. I have been studying under my master since I was 8. I merely possess a superficial understanding, nothing remarkable. In all honesty, Jiang Chen spoke no falsehood. He truly had begun his studies at the tender age of 8. Tan Jingjing then excitedly surrounded Jiang Chen, bombarding him with questions. Ultimately, she implored him to teach her the ways of cultivation. Tan Baiwan listened in astonishment. If his daughter were to pursue the path of the Tao, would she still have the chance to marry and bear children? Just as he pondered this, an eerie wail erupted from within Tsueya residence, followed by the sounds of rattling bells, incantations, and fierce clashes. Fear swept through the crowd in the courtyard, prompting them to huddle behind Jiang Chen for protection. Another fight has broken out. The cacophony suggested that there were multiple spirits involved. It seemed clear that this place was no longer habitable. With a resounding crash, the main door of the front room shattered amidst the murmurs of the onlookers. A disheveled figure stumbled out from the room, crying, "Brother, help me." Mao Shanming fell into the courtyard, weeping for assistance, having endured unspeakable torment within the confines of the room. The spirits had been merciless, targeting his vulnerabilities with abandon. As Mao Shanming was expelled, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the room, and 7 or 8 spirits followed him into the courtyard. Their family had already suffered enough under the oppressive weight of the Tan family. The Tan family frequently summoned various monks and Taoist priests to trouble them, and they had truly reached their limit. Today, they were determined to provide the Tan family with an unforgettable night. At this moment, the entire family of specters had transformed into a chilling and terrifying apparition. Upon witnessing this, the Tan family was seized by an icy dread, their legs trembling uncontrollably. By the thunderous mother, how can there be so many ghosts? Tan Baiwan was utterly stunned, having always believed that only one ghost was causing the disturbances in his home. What an astonishing sight. It is unmistakably not just one, but an entire horde. How has this family managed to survive throughout the year? The thought is almost too dreadful to contemplate. Imagining that each night, as they lay down to sleep, a specter lurks beside each family member's bed. Watching them throughout the night is enough to send shivers down one's spine. As dawn approaches, they are unceremoniously dragged from their slumber, and Tan Baiwan's tongue has become utterly tangled. The malevolent spirits begin to drift ominously toward the Tan family. Some have lost an eye. Others bear the marks of decay on half their faces, while one elongates its tongue to an alarming length. And a particularly small ghost cradles its own head in its hands. Witnessing such a scene, some members of the Tan family have already begun to roll their eyes in terror. Help! Help! Someone save us! At this moment, Tan Jingjing is equally terrified, clutching Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Yet, even in her fright, she manages to utter more words than the others, leaving Jiang Chen truly astonished. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Reward: the second order of the Divine Ghost 7 Kill Command, the Fire and Wind Order. Just as Jiang Chen prepares to employ the void symbol drawing technique to create a soul-calming talisman to subdue this ghastly family, the system's voice resonates in his mind, causing his expression to falter momentarily before being overtaken by elation. The talent has finally reached the realm of a Taoist priest. In just a month, he has progressed from the early stage of a Taoist apprentice to that of a full-fledged priest, an impressive pace of cultivation indeed. Hard work, it seems, renders innate talent utterly inconsequential. Meanwhile, in the distant ancestral hall, the talented individual, who was meditating in the classroom, suddenly opened his eyes with fervor. He then exuberantly exclaimed, "Master, second senior brother, I have made a breakthrough. I am now also a Taoist priest." As he shouted, he rushed into Uncle Jio's embrace. "Oh," Uncle Jio responded nonchalantly. The young man was momentarily taken aback by his master's reaction. "Oh, Master, is that your response? I have achieved a breakthrough. Aren't you happy? What is there to be joyous about? You did not transcend from an ordinary person to a master of the 3rd layer in a month. Nor did you receive the Grandmaster's bestowed techniques. You have not grasped numerous miraculous Taoist arts, nor have you learned alchemy, or vanquished a formidable demon of the Earth Master level," Uncle Jiu remarked with indifference. The young man's expression darkened immediately. "Master, I suspect you are trying to discourage me. Everything you mentioned, isn't that what senior brother did? How can I possibly compare to that prodigy?" In the backyard of the Tan family, Jiang Chen observed the approaching family of spirits. He swiftly formed hand seals while reciting incantations, uttering the spell of the wind and fire command with remarkable speed. Left to guard the sixth Jia, right to protect the sixth Ding. Before me stands the yellow deity, behind me the Yu Zhang. With the divine Master's decree, I shall not shy away from the mighty. First, I shall slay the evil spirits, and then the luminous specters. Which god does not submit, which ghost dares to defy? Urgently, as per the command. Command. Instantly, flames erupted from Jiang Chen's fingertips, transforming into a colossal fire dragon spanning dozens of meters in the sky above the Tan family's backyard. The terrifying heat wave seemed to melt the very fabric of space. Under Jiang Chen's command, the fire dragon roared skyward before circling around the family of spirits, poised to devour them at a moment's notice. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence, with everyone staring wide-eyed at the flaming dragon above. It was utterly astonishing. A divine miracle had descended. The crowd's hearts raced with excitement. Mao Shanming swallowed hard, wishing he could vanish from the scene. After all, he had once dared to challenge Jiang Chen. The family of spirits, now locked onto by the fire dragon, stood frozen in place. Their eyes rolled back. The decay on their faces vanished, and their tongues retreated. The little spirits obediently placed their heads down, resembling a group of kindergarten children punished by their teacher, too scared to move. Jiang Chen gazed approvingly at the fire dragon in the sky. Truly, the second decree of the 7 kills of the divine ghosts was magnificent. Such effects could not be achieved without considerable investment. After a moment, sensing the swift depletion of his spiritual energy, Jiang Chen retrieved the soul-nurturing tower and tossed it into the air. The small tower shot skyward, instantly transforming into a towering structure of considerable height amidst the fire dragon circling. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the residents of Tan Family Town emerged from their homes. Gazing upward at a 45-degree angle towards the Tan family's direction, they beheld a gigantic tower floating above the Tan estate, radiant with treasure light and enveloped in ethereal energy. Most notably, a fire dragon spiraled around the jade tower. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the base of the tower, as 7 or 8 pallid spirits were drawn into the jade structure. Moments later, the tower flickered and vanished, while the fire dragon let out a thunderous roar before bursting into flames and ascending into the heavens. This scene unfolded like a myth brought to life, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The divine has descended. Let us beseech the gods for their protection. Suddenly, one person cried out and knelt, prompting the residents of the town to follow suit. Like a tidal wave, all kneeling and calling for divine favor. The haunting of the Tan family is common knowledge in Tan Family Town. The spectacle that transpired this evening was perceived by all as the gods descending to collect the lingering spirits from the mortal realm. As for the Tan family, Jiang Chen retracted the soul-nurturing tower back into his spatial realm. Moments ago, under his persuasion, that mischievous family had consented to enter the soul-nurturing tower, transforming into ghostly cultivators. After all, once they entered the underworld, it was uncertain how many cycles of reincarnation they would endure before they could reclaim their humanity. This is also the reason why they are reluctant to return to the underworld. To become a ghost cultivator is a coveted aspiration, and the strength exhibited by Jiang Chen has bestowed upon them unparalleled confidence. At this moment, within Jiang Chen's soul-nurturing tower, alongside this family of 8, there are already 15 ghost cultivators present. Jiang Chen instructed Daoist Si Mu to impart the soul-refining method of the underworld to them for their cultivation. Currently, Daoist Si Mu has reached the pinnacle of the malevolent ghost realm and is expected to ascend to the 3rd level of cultivation shortly. She has assumed the role of the chief steward of the soul-nurturing tower, feeling immense pride in being the first to be accepted by her master. Those who join later, regardless of their rank, must respectfully address her as Sister Si Mu. The ranks of souls are classified as wandering souls, malevolent ghosts, fierce ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. Within the tower, Daoist Si Mu stands at the pinnacle of the malevolent ghost level, while this family of 8, along with Daoist, has just entered the malevolent ghost realm. Xiaobao and Renée de Renci are still wandering souls. The once quiet soul-nurturing tower has gradually become lively, with Daoist exchanging glances with the newly arrived female ghost. However, under Daoist Si Mu's stern admonitions, everyone began to earnestly cultivate, striving to alleviate their master's burdens as soon as possible. In the outside world, upon witnessing the miraculous sight of the ghost vanishing, Tan Baian and his family nearly fell to their knees before Jiang Chen. Master Jiang, thank you for saving my family, Tan Baian exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Nearly terrified to death upon encountering those ghosts, now that these spirits have been subdued by Jiang Chen, his family can finally live in peace. There is no need for such formality. Uncle Tan, this is part of my duty as a Maoshan practitioner. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have captured them upon seeing them. The first tenet of Maoshan is the eternal struggle between righteousness and evil, is it not, Master Huang? Jiang Chen stated, casting a glance at Mao Shanming. At once, Mao Shanming felt his ears burn with embarrassment and hastily nodded in agreement at Jiang Chen's gaze. Master Jiang, regardless of the circumstances, you have resolved this significant issue for my Tan family. This is a modest token of my gratitude. Please do not decline, Tan Baiwan said, respectfully presenting a bundle of silver notes to Jiang Chen, which amounted to several thousand taels at the very least. The spectacle ignited a profound envy within Mao Shanming's heart. True financial gain, he mused, stemmed from genuine prowess. His own meager performance fee paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's windfall, an amount sufficient to sustain him for several lifetimes. Jiang Chen, however, did not feign reluctance. Despite possessing ample funds, including a generous allowance from his betrothed, he recognized the universal appeal of wealth. He could hardly profess disinterest, particularly given his current limitations and power. Uncle Tan, Jiang Chen stated, with this matter concluded, we shall not linger further. These few warding talismans should be affixed to the 4 cardinal directions within your estate, deterring most minor spirits from intrusion. Jiang Chen, ensuring Tan Baiwan received commensurate value, presented him with 4 protective talismans. Tan Baiwan accepted them with fervent gratitude, regarding them as priceless treasures. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's capabilities firsthand, he held the talismans in the highest esteem. Ah, brother Jiang Chen, must you depart so soon? Tan Jingjing implored, seizing Jiang Chen's arm, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Despite their brief acquaintance, she found Jiang Chen's company far more stimulating than her usual pastimes. Indeed, Master Jiang, please extend your stay, Tan Baiwan urged. My family has yet to express its full gratitude. Tan Baiwan harbored hopes that an extended visit might facilitate the realization of his earlier aspirations, envisioning the prestige of having such an exceptional son-in-law. Yes, brother Jiang Chen, tarry a while longer, Tan Jingjing entreated. Tomorrow, I shall escort you on a leisurely cruise and show you the town. Jiang Chen nearly choked, acknowledging the allure of such an offer, yet mindful of his tender age. Alas, I cannot, Jiang Chen demurred. Master Huang and I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps on a future occasion, you may guide me through the town's attractions. With that, Jiang Chen hastily pulled Mao Shanming away. Mao Shanming, crestfallen, anticipated a period of hardship but dared not protest. Under Tan Jingjing's wistful gaze, Jiang Chen led Mao Shanming out of the Tan residence. Upon returning to the restaurant where they had dined earlier, Jiang Chen presented a silver dollar to the waiter to retrieve his horse. Subsequently, they visited the town's horse market, where Jiang Chen purchased a steed from Mao Shanming. The two then rode out of town. Jiang Chen initially intended to escort Mao Shanming back to Rinjia town. However, upon reflection, he realized that returning now would restrict his freedom, as his master would undoubtedly keep a close watch on him. He opted instead to continue his travels in a randomly chosen direction. Given the duration of 1 or 2 months, having an assistant would alleviate many burdens. Mao Shanming, upon hearing that they would not immediately return to his second master, beamed with delight, repeatedly vowing obedience. However, his joy was short-lived. As their journey through the wild boar forest led them to encounter a corpse driver. This individual is the enigmatic four-eyed Daoist, who incites both affection and resentment among all the practitioners of Maoshan. In the wilderness, Jiang Chen and Mao Shanming departed from Tanjia town, journeying northward for approximately 2 hours, covering nearly 50 miles. As night deepened, the two entered a forest. At the entrance of the woods stood a wooden sign bearing the inscription Wild Boar Forest. Master brother, we have arrived at the Wild Boar Forest, Mao Shanming said respectfully, riding alongside Jiang Chen. Having spent many years wandering, he was well acquainted with the terrain within 100 miles radius. The Wild Boar Forest is renowned for the presence of formidable beasts, with wild boars being the most common inhabitants, accompanied by wolves, tigers, leopards, and anteaters. The very name Wild Boar Forest suggests a certain peril. At this moment, Jiang Chen was atop his steed, eyes closed in meditation, having firmly established his cultivation at the 4th level of the human master realm. He merely awaited the completion of his energy reservoir to consolidate a new reservoir of power. Upon hearing the words of Mao Shanming, he slowly opened his eyes. Brother, you jest. Though these beasts may be fierce, they are still merely ordinary creatures. Not to mention you, even I could handle them with ease. Mao Shanming proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Despite being significantly inferior to Jiang Chen, he was still of the human master realm, a status that, in the eyes of ordinary folk, equated to that of a master. Dealing with such trivial beasts would be a simple task. However, just as Mao Shanming finished speaking, a small creature, black and white in hue, suddenly tumbled down the hillside ahead, obstructing their path. The creature appeared to be less than half a meter long, resembling a round, fluffy ball from a distance. An anteater, Mao Shanming exclaimed in astonishment. This seemingly adorable creature, while appearing harmless, possessed a combat prowess rivaling that of lions and tigers once it reached maturity, coupled with an astonishingly resilient, soft body. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and realized that this so-called anteater was none other than a national treasure of the future. In later times, one could only see such a creature in a zoo, yet here it was, fortuitously encountered on their path. This fellow must have just rolled down the mountain. With such a reckless disposition, he has managed to turn himself into a rare creature purely by his own prowess. Jiang Chen signaled, and Mao Shanming promptly dismounted, approaching to lift the anteater, bringing it over to Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen accepted the small, plump creature, he scrutinized it closely and discovered a vivid scarlet wound on its body. It appeared to have been attacked by a ferocious beast. One would expect such a diminutive anteater to be under the protective watch of its mother. Could it be that its mother encountered peril, forcing it to be cast down the mountain? The little creature was vocalizing anxiously, its eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. Jiang Chen, captivated by its adorable demeanor, felt a pang of compassion. Very well, since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall accompany you on this journey. Dismounting, he tethered his horse to a tree by the roadside. Jiang Chen made his way to the spot where the little one had just tumbled down. Mao Shanming, let us ascend and investigate. He gently placed the little creature on the ground. It seemed to comprehend his intentions, emitting a call before scampering up the mountain with an endearing sway of its little rear. Jiang Chen and Mao Shanming followed closely behind, and after a brief interval, led by the little one, they arrived at a small peak. Upon reaching this location, Jiang Chen detected a peculiar scent in the air, accompanied by a faint metallic tang of blood. The little creature was now calling out vigorously in distress. Jiang Chen raised his gaze towards the direction of its frantic cries, only to behold a sizable mass lying on the ground ahead, approximately the size of a person. Perched atop, it was a pristine white fox, currently siphoning its vital essence. The scene was somewhat eerie, for the fox was scarcely more than one-fifth the size of the large dumpling. Yet, the large dumpling had met its demise at the claws of this seemingly diminutive creature. This can only imply that either the white fox has stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, or it is not an ordinary beast. It is evident that Jiang Chen considers the latter possibility to be more plausible. After all, it is already deep into the night, a time when wild creatures typically refrain from hunting. Even if one were to emerge, it would be inconceivable for it to abandon the large dumpling after having slain it. Could this white fox be a demon? Jiang Chen, having slain a colossal ape, is aware of the existence of demons in this realm. Through the tomes of his master, he has come to understand that demons in this world are classified into various ranks: demon, demon lord, demon king, demon emperor, and celestial demon. For ordinary beasts, transforming into a demon is an arduous endeavor, requiring not only exceptional innate talent but also extraordinary fortitude. Furthermore, demon beasts possess inherently formidable physical attributes. Thus, even the lowest tier of demons equates to the cultivation level of a human practitioner. Moreover, once a beast ascends to the status of a demon, it often gains certain innate abilities. For instance, the colossal ape from Rinjia town, prior to its transformation, was merely an ordinary silverback gorilla. However, after its metamorphosis into a demon, its physique expanded dramatically, and its strength increased exponentially, as if it had awakened a talent akin to the manifestation of a celestial form. The white fox remains an enigma, its abilities yet to be unveiled. Jiang Chen, wary of underestimating the creature, immediately unleashed his most potent single-target attack, the first decree of the 7 kills command, the Killing Break Decree. A luminous sword of magical energy illuminated the space, hurtling towards the white fox. Sensing imminent danger, the fox flickered and vanished in an instant. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the space before Jiang Chen, from which a white silhouette surged forth with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, 2 deadly claws crossed in the air, unleashing sharp, blood-red arcs that swiftly advanced towards Jiang Chen. Indeed, it was a demon. Jiang Chen swiftly employed his agility to evade, as the claw strikes whistled past, severing the great tree behind him with brutal force. Be careful, senior brother. At this juncture, Mao Shanming drew a peachwood sword from his bag and rushed forth to assist Jiang Chen. This was an opportune moment to forge a closer bond with him, by cultivating a good relationship now. He hoped to mitigate any future tribulations when encountering their second master uncle. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for performance was one he could not afford to miss. However, just as Mao Xiangming rushed towards the white fox, the creature deftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick, sending Mao Xiangming hurtling backwards like a cannonball, nearly crashing into a large tree. In an instant, he was left severely wounded, knocked out by a single blow. Realizing the white fox was a formidable opponent, Jiang Chen immediately summoned his peachwood sword, invoking the celestial sword of affection. Countless sword energies surged forth, weaving into a lethal net aimed at ensnaring the white fox. Caught off guard, the white fox found itself at a disadvantage, forced to evade frantically while emitting furious howls. In this desolate wilderness, how could such a person emerge? This demon merely sought sustenance. Is this fellow meddling too much? Observing the aura surrounding him, it seems he has already attained the Earth Master realm. Having practiced for merely a century, I am not yet his match. It would be wise to retreat for now. At this moment, the white fox began to contemplate withdrawal. Yet Jiang Chen's onslaught was exceedingly relentless, rendering it unable to employ its evasion techniques. With a soft utterance from Jiang Chen, the 23rd sword of the affectionate heaven and earth was unleashed, instantly forming a barrier of sword energy. The white fox, in horror, realized it could not move. In the depths of the night within the wild boar forest, Jiang Chen executed the 23rd sword of the affectionate heaven and earth, ensnaring the white fox in a barrier of sword energy. Just as he prepared to manipulate the sword energy to exterminate the white fox on the spot, an unexpected change occurred within the barrier. A thick, pink mist rapidly spread from the center where the white fox stood. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, before him stood not a white fox, but rather Ren Tingting, vibrant and lively. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Why have you trapped me? I miss you so much. Why did you leave without saying a word? Do you not like me? A look of grievance and sorrow crossed Ren Tingting's face. In an instant, Jiang Chen's mind was awash with confusion, causing the sword energy barrier to dissipate. How could Tingting be here? Wasn't she supposed to be in Ren Family Town? No. This couldn't be right. This is an illusion. In an instant, Jiang Chen's mind was cleared, and he swiftly recited the heart-purifying incantation. How audacious of this demon to employ illusions to deceive me. Furious, Jiang Chen pointed his sword, unleashing a blazing long sword that shot forth at lightning speed, embodying the second decree of the 7 kills command, the wind and fire command. However, he was a moment too late. Just as Jiang Chen was momentarily dazed, the white fox had decisively executed its evasive technique. At the very instant the fiery sword struck, the white fox vanished without a trace. How infuriating! I never anticipated that this creature possessed the extraordinary ability of illusion, and I had fallen prey to it due to a moment's inattention. Jiang Chen silently cursed. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was formidable. He had only been momentarily bewitched. Had it been someone less resolute, they could have easily succumbed to its manipulation, rendered powerless under its influence. The prowess of this white fox is indeed remarkable. Not only does it possess astonishing offensive capabilities, but it also employs psychological assaults. Even more frustrating is its extraordinary ability to evade capture. If it were anyone else, they would likely fall prey to it. Jiang Chen turned and approached Ming from Maoshan. Noticing his listless demeanor, he retrieved a healing elixir from his spatial pouch and administered it to him. You stay behind to bury the corpse of that iron-eating beast. I shall pursue the demon. Jiang Chen was unwilling to let the white fox escape, especially after it had the audacity to ensnare him using Tingting. It must be dispatched today. Just as he was about to employ the technique of shrinking space, he suddenly felt something clasping his leg. Looking down, he discovered it was the little round creature. It had witnessed Jiang Chen driving away the monster that had killed its mother and wished to follow him, believing only he could protect it. Jiang Chen smiled gently and picked it up. Very well, you shall accompany me from now on. I shall call you Little Round. The little creature seemed to comprehend his words, joyfully nuzzling Jiang Chen's face with its head. Ha ha ha, come, Little Round, let us seek vengeance for your mother. With that, Jiang Chen stepped forward, vanishing into the expanse. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, a zombie with a yellow talisman affixed to its forehead suddenly appeared, moving stiffly, leaping forward step by step. Following its lead, a dozen more zombies in identical garb emerged behind it. Among them, one zombie bore a Daoist clad in traditional robes, who, wearing glasses and holding a soul-summoning bell, recited incantations leisurely. The departed tread forth, while the living withdraw. Ah, how delightful, it is about time. The Daoist comfortably perched upon the outstretched arm of one zombie, his gaze fixated on a toad that occasionally hopped along the path ahead. Good toad, continue your jumps. At last, I can take a breather. However, As soon as the words left his lips, the toad abruptly changed direction. Oh, no, don't turn. You must go in a straight line. Witnessing the zombie follow the toad's erratic path, the Taoist quickly leaped down to catch the toad. Just then, a woman clad in white suddenly appeared several dozen meters away, ascending a large tree, her eyes fixated intently on the Taoist and his companions. The woman in question is none other than the White Fox, who had just engaged in battle with Jiang Chen, although his final fiery sword did not strike her directly. The terrifying aura of flames emanating from the blade nonetheless inflicted injuries upon her. During her flight for survival, she fortuitously encountered the four-eyed envoy. The corpse energy emanating from these zombies constituted a significant boon for her, a creature of her kind, serving as an excellent remedy for her wounds. At that moment, Si Mu had pursued the frog into a thicket. Seizing the opportunity, the White Fox extended her long sleeve, ensnaring the last zombie in the horde. With a powerful tug, she hauled him up against a tree. Si Mu located the frog and extracted the guiding talisman from its belly. However, he soon sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning around, he was dismayed to witness his client being stolen away. This is intolerable. Simi, who is excessively fond of wealth, with his current savings, should have long ceased to engage in such laborious tasks. Now that someone is stealing his clients, is it not tantamount to threatening his very existence? Alas, how audacious of the thief to pilfer from my presence. Today, I shall render you a fool. With a thunderous roar, Simi executed the 7-star step, swiftly arriving beneath the tree where he forcefully yanked his client down. He then drew his grand sword from behind and soared into the air, launching an assault on the White Fox. The White Fox, nimble in form, found Simi's swordplay to be astoundingly sharp. For a time, they exchanged blows, though Simi appeared to have the upper hand. At that moment, the White Fox was inwardly cursing her misfortune. What a night of calamity this is, encountering two foul Taoists, both remarkably formidable. The bespectacled Taoist before her seemed to possess an even stronger aura, yet the previous young Taoist was exceedingly enigmatic, wielding a sword technique that could immobilize him. Were it not for her quick wit in employing an illusion, she would likely have perished by now. The Taoist continued to pursue her relentlessly, and despite her continuous shifts in position, she had narrowly evaded capture multiple times. Should this combat persist and the earlier Taoist arrive, her demise would be inevitable. However, if she could ensnare the one before her in a ruse, she might leverage him to repel that young man. With this thought, the White Fox intentionally exposed a flaw, allowing Simi to strike her with a palm. Using the momentum, she soared backward, her garments disintegrating in an instant. As she fell to the ground, she found herself utterly bare, her snow-white skin shimmering under the moonlight, accentuating the alluring beauty of her long, white legs. "Oh, Taoist, how uncouth you are. Just speak your desires plainly," she lamented, her eyes filled with a haunting allure, complemented by a beguiling voice. Causing Simi's grand sword to clatter to the ground, his gaze fixated on the enchanting demoness before him. "Come here," the White Fox swayed her body, beckoning Simi with a delicate curl of her finger. In the desolate mountains, Jiang Chen pursued the White Fox, incessantly shifting his position upon the slopes. The escape of this White Fox is truly extraordinary. Its ability to traverse vast distances in tandem with the enchanting movements of the celestial sword rendered it elusive, momentarily evading capture. However, the White Fox could not entirely elude its pursuer. With another step taken, Jiang Chen vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he was astonished to discover a group of zombies standing not far away. How curious it was, in this desolate wilderness, to encounter zombies adorned with corpse-restraining talismans upon their foreheads. Approaching for a closer inspection, Jiang Chen quickly recognized that these talismans were indeed the renowned corpse-restraining talismans from the comprehensive compendium of Maoshan talismans. Which esteemed elder from Maoshan is engaged in such commercial endeavors? To my recollection, it seems only Master Si Mu would willingly partake in such labor, which is both arduous and not particularly lucrative. At that moment, Jiang Chen's ears perked up, suddenly capturing an exceedingly alluring voice from afar. It was the enchanting White Fox spirit. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, instantly recalling that very fox. With a swift movement, he stealthily advanced towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching a clearing, Jiang Chen was rendered speechless by the sight before him. There stood Master Si Mu, his gaze dazed, embracing a woman whose curves were both enticing and provocative, her hips swaying rhythmically. "So warm, so comfortable," he murmured, all the while moaning softly. "Oh my, what a sight." Jiang Chen instinctively turned his head and closed his eyes, yet soon found himself looking back, captivated by the spectacle. Such a rare and precious scene. How regrettable it would be to miss it. If only I had a mobile phone I could have captured it. And the four-eyed master would have been at my mercy in the future. Just then, the four-eyed master suddenly lifted his head, and his eyes transformed. He directed 2 beams of golden light toward the enchantress. The white fox was instantly taken aback, realizing her illusion had once again failed. Hastily, she attempted to sidestep, preparing to employ her evasion technique. However, to her horror, she found herself utterly immobilized. What was happening? It was no wonder that the enigmatic Daoist had pursued her. The white fox immediately thought of Jiang Chen, but sadly, she could not move her body to see him standing behind her. Once the white fox was frozen in place, she could no longer evade the golden light shot by the four-eyed master, which pierced her, leaving her lifeless and transformed into a sieve. How peculiar. It was as if this demon had been ensnared by a binding spell. After the white fox was slain, she fell to the ground and reverted to her true form. The four-eyed master, while extracting his blade to slice open her abdomen, murmured in confusion. Ah, indeed, a demon core. What a treasure. Ha! I have struck it rich. The four-eyed master gleefully pulled forth a glowing green demon core from the white fox's belly, laughing with exuberance. This object is indeed quite valuable. It can be utilized not only for concocting elixirs but also for forging magical artifacts. I did not expect to stumble upon such an unexpected gain during my venture. Truly, opportunities are reserved for the diligent. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, the demon pill in his hand suddenly vanished into thin air. Who goes there? Come forth, audacious thief. Dare to steal from me, and I shall ensure you suffer. Si Mu sprang to his feet, furious and shouting. Master Si Mu. Good things should be shared. Might my disciple also partake in this demon pill? Jiang Chen cheerfully emerged from behind a tree, cradling a small creature in his arms while holding the demon pill. Jiang Chen. Si Mu was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, momentarily frozen in disbelief. As if he were dreaming. Master Si Mu, it has been a long time. Is it truly you? How did you end up here? Did my senior brother bring you out? Si Mu remained perplexed until his hand grazed Jiang Chen's chubby little face, confirming that this child was indeed Jiang Chen. My master did not accompany me. I came alone, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Alone? How could your senior brother bear to let you come out? Si Mu was once again stunned, utterly unable to fathom why his senior brother would allow such a precious child to venture out alone. Fearing for the potential calamity that could befall him, after all, it would be a grievous loss for the entire Maoshan clan. I sneaked out while my master was not paying attention. Staying in the ancestral hall all day was unbearably dull. You reckless child. If anything were to happen to you, your senior brother would certainly go mad. Si Mu's expression turned grave as he admonished Jiang Chen. He then retrieved a piece of talisman paper from his bag, inscribing a message upon it before swiftly folding it into the shape of a paper crane. Cradling the paper crane in his palms, he intoned an incantation of unknown origin. Moments later, with a flick of his hand, the paper crane seemed to come to life, flapping its wings before soaring into the sky, swiftly heading toward the ancestral hall. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It had been 2 days since he left, and he had yet to inform his master of his safety. Surely, his master was anxiously worrying about him every moment. In his impulsiveness, he had failed to consider his master's feelings, and upon reflection, he recognized the selfishness of his actions. I shall explain everything to my master upon my return. With Si Mu's message dispatched, he believed his master could now rest easy. Master Si Mu, I apologize. I did not consider these matters at the time. Jiang Chen sincerely conveyed his remorse. As long as you acknowledge your mistake, it is well. You are your master's treasured pupil. He will not hold it against you. Rest assured, I have already conveyed your situation to him in my heart. Coincidentally, I have long wished for you to stay with me for a while. My senior brother could not prevent this. Si Mu's demeanor brightened once more, and he quickly remembered the demon pill Jiang Chen had taken, eagerly demanding it back. By the way, my good disciple, quickly hand over the demon pill. It must undergo refinement to unleash its full potential. Once I forge the magical artifact, I shall gift you one. Very well, Master Si Mu, Jiang Chen responded playfully. Although he could indeed refine pills himself, since Si Mu desired it, he would gladly oblige. However, just as Jiang Chen extended the pill, the small creature in his arms suddenly stretched out its tiny paw, snatching the demon pill away and swallowing it whole. My demon pill. You little rascal, spit that out. This is not a candy bean, Si Mu exclaimed, instantly infuriated, as he grabbed the small creature and began to rub its belly vigorously. Jiang Chen, caught off guard by the small creature's antics, soon burst into laughter. Master Si Mu, let it be, such is fate. This pill was not meant to be yours. and it is merely a stroke of fortune for my little companion. You must allow it." Si Mu, hearing this, felt utterly at a loss, for once Jiang Chen had spoken, what more could he say? At that moment, from a distance, Ming Moshan approached, leading 2 horses. "Excuse me, have either of you seen a striking young man clad in a moon-white long robe?" Ming Moshan arrived before them, bowing respectfully as he inquired. At this late hour, those who still linger here must either be specters or extraordinary individuals. The 2 before me emanate a palpable surge of mystical energy, clearly indicating they are not mere apparitions, but rather masters of the craft. Having traversed the world for years, although my abilities as a disciple of Mao Shan are modest, my discernment remains keen. A handsome youth? I have not encountered one, but a remarkably striking middle-aged man is indeed present myself. With a hint of arrogance, I removed the talisman from my eyes. This singular action startled Mao Shan Ming considerably, as he was well aware of my reputation in Mao Shan, but had failed to recognize me due to my earlier use of the talisman. "Third Master, uncle," Mao Shan Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, you know me?" "My name is Huang Xiaoming, a disciple of the outer sect of Mao Shan. I travel under the moniker of Mao Shan Ming. I am here accompanying my senior brother Jiang Chen, but encountered a demon on the way and he went after it. I am currently searching for him," Mao Shan Ming explained respectfully. "What?" Simi immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, then shot an incredulous look back at Mao Shan Ming, as if to say, "Are you taking me for a fool?" Seeing the clarity in Mao Shan Ming's eyes only intensified my suspicion that he was jesting, convinced he was up to no good. I stepped forward and seized the collar of his robe, pulling him closer. "You claim to have come here with Jiang Chen?" Yes. "What is it, Third Master, uncle?" Mao Shan Ming replied, utterly bewildered. Noticing his stubbornness, I dragged him directly before Jiang Chen. "You have a chance to speak clearly," I said, my tone icy and laden with menace. Mao Shan Ming shivered in fear, increasingly confused, realizing that my eccentric reputation was indeed justified. "What have I said wrong? Please, make it clear." I truly came here with senior brother Jiang Chen. This white horse is his." Mao Shan Ming stammered, on the verge of tears. "Then tell me, who is he?" I pressed, my grip tightening. Oh, this child is remarkably agile, clearly a celestial being. If I am not mistaken, he must be your esteemed disciple." "Third Master, uncle." Mao Shan Ming suddenly had a revelation, thinking perhaps I wished for him to extol the virtues of the child before me. Surely, my displeasure stemmed from his earlier praise of my second Master's disciple. "Enough with your nonsense. Are you still being obstinate?" I retorted, delivering a sharp slap to Mao Shan Ming's face. "Third Master, uncle, I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. What exactly did you err in?" I don't know what I did wrong. Still being obstinate, are we? You think you can toy with me?" Jiang Chen, observing the scene, nearly burst into laughter as he witnessed Mao Shan Ming's face swell from the blows. Rushing forward, I intervened, urging Simi to cease. "Master, uncle, please stop. He has not lied. He indeed came with me." Jiang Chen approached Mao Shan Ming, gently brushing his hand across his face, channeling wood-based energy that immediately alleviated the bruising. "Then why did he pretend not to know you?" I asked, still fuming. "He genuinely does not recognize me." "What do you mean?" I was perplexed, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. To be precise, he does not recognize the current version of me. As Jiang Chen spoke, he began to channel his energy, visibly elevating his form to its previous state. Both Simi and Mao Shan Ming stared at him in awe, their expressions reflecting the astonishment of witnessing such an extraordinary transformation for the first time. Unable to contain my curiosity, I stepped forward and examined Jiang Chen from head to toe. While Mao Shan possessed its own transformation techniques, they typically required one to reach a level of mastery well beyond that of an ordinary practitioner. The last time I had seen him, he was merely at the second level of human mastery. It was inconceivable that he could attain such heights in a mere fortnight. This could only indicate that he had indeed grasped a remarkable transformation technique. Truly, it was astonishing. How has this young man's mind developed? Despite having a head of similar size, his intellect seems to vastly surpass my own. At this moment, Mao Shan Ming was utterly astounded. He could scarcely fathom that Jiang Chen's true form was that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. 8 or 9 years old. The abilities he had previously demonstrated were at least at the pinnacle of the human master realm, and he might even be on the verge of attaining the Earth Master level. The concept of an 8 or 9-year-old Earth Master was something he had never encountered, nor had he ever dared to imagine. After decades of arduous cultivation, he had scarcely reached the third level of the human master realm. In contrast, his senior brother Jiang Chen, at the tender age of 8 or 9, could only have been practicing for a maximum of 5 years, assuming he began at 3. Achieving the level of Earth Master in just 5 years is nothing short of astonishing. What a remarkable talent this is. Master Si Mu. It appears that Mao Shanming has made a slight error before. I initially intended to bring him to my master for resolution. However, since I have encountered you, entrusting him to you is equally acceptable. Jiang Chen recalled the previous task and directly handed Mao Shanming over to Si Mu, briefly explaining some of the matters Mao Shanming had been involved in. Mao Shanming, engulfed in shock, found it difficult to catch his breath upon hearing these words. It was over, utterly over. He had already experienced the temperament of the third master uncle, which was nothing short of bizarre and deranged. A mere disagreement could lead to a beating. Would he ever enjoy peaceful days again? Mao Shanming. I believe that Master Si Mu's merchandising endeavors would suit you quite well. You may follow him in this pursuit, thus securing a stable occupation. Indeed. I think that's a good idea. Si Mu pondered for a moment before expressing his agreement. With Mao Shanming's involvement, his future merchandising would become significantly easier, and the journey would no longer be so tedious. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the option. The reward, the palm of Tathagata, has been credited. At the very moment Si Mu nodded, Jiang Chen heard the system's voice resonate in his mind, absorbing himself in thought. Jiang Chen learned that the palm of Tathagata consisted of 9 forms: the initial glimmer of Buddha light, the golden summit Buddha lamp, the Buddha moves mountains and rivers. The Buddha queries Jialan, welcoming Buddha to the western heavens. The Buddha's light illuminates all. The heavenly Buddha descends to earth, the boundless law of Buddha. And the myriad Buddhas pay homage. Jiang Chen instantly recalled the awe-inspiring palm technique from his past life, which was none other than the heavenly Buddha descends to earth. Now, he too could manifest it. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would certainly be eager to test this magnificent technique. Very well, let us depart. We should reach the temple before dawn. Come along, Xiaoming, as I shall teach you how to control the corpse. With that, Si Mu took the seemingly despondent Mao Shanming away. It appeared that the narrative of the zombie uncle was beginning. Jiang Chen murmured as he watched their departing figures. He remembered that when the zombie uncle's plot commenced, Master Si Mu was also engaged in merchandising and had encountered a fox spirit as well. Nightfall. In the ancestral hall, Uncle Jiu lay in bed, tossing and turning restlessly. Today's breakthrough by Wakai reminded him of Jiang Chen, though he had only been gone for 2 days. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Jiang Chen, despite his astonishing talent and strength, was still merely an 8-year-old child. What if he encountered malevolent individuals while traveling alone? It is well known that sometimes the human heart can be more terrifying than sheer power. How could an inexperienced child possibly cope? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Uncle Jiu decided to leave his bed and ventured into the courtyard. If only I had agreed to take him along that day. Perhaps he should go in search of the boy. Stepping into the courtyard and gazing at the crescent moon above, Uncle Jiu sighed thoughtfully. At that moment, a bright light flashed across the night sky. And Uncle Jiu felt an instinctive response, reaching out to summon a yellow paper crane, which swiftly flew into his hand. It was a message from the sect. He wondered which senior brother was sending word. Hastily, Uncle Jiu unfolded the crane, revealing a message that read, "To my second senior brother, respectfully from Si Mu. The boy Jiang Chen has arrived at my location. There is no need for concern." Though the message was brief, it completely alleviated Uncle Jiu's worries. And a smile curved upon his lips. The rascal possesses remarkable speed, arriving at the Four Eyes location in no time. After a light-hearted scolding, Uncle Jiu returned to his quarters, settling down to sleep peacefully. Little did he know that upon Jiang Chen's return to the ancestral hall a month hence, he would be utterly unrecognizable. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Chen and his companions, accompanied by a cadre of zombies, ventured into a serene valley. Within this valley, adorned with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, lay 2 adjacent courtyards nestled amidst fertile farmland. Each courtyard was expansive, housing an estimated 10 or so rooms of varying sizes. At last, we have arrived. Jialu, come forth. Your dearest master has returned. For eyes bellowed upon reaching the destination. However, after calling for an extended period, silence met his summons. Oh dear. That rascal has chosen to indulge in slumber while I was away. Just wait until I deal with you. With that, For Eyes retrieved a talisman from his bag. He straightened his sword and swiftly inscribed a rune onto the talisman. Chanting an incantation, he approached the line of zombies, waving the talisman before each of their eyes, and proclaimed, "Spirits of heaven and earth, heed my call. The undead shall awaken, forgetting the toll of the bell. Strike at the sound of my command, and obey my will." With a flick of his wrist, he ignited the talisman, causing the zombies to momentarily stiffen as they received their orders. Farais then procured several sticks, placing one into each zombie's grasp. As Mao Shanming observed Four Eyes' actions, a shiver of unease coursed through him, raising goosebumps on his skin. The third master is so ruthless towards his own disciples, it's as if he is a violent maniac. How am I supposed to live like this? Why am I so unfortunate to have fallen into his hands? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the voice of SM echoed, "Xiaoming, come here." Mao Xiaoming trembled, casting a fearful glance at SM, uncertain of his intentions. "Hold this. When I ask you to call, you will do so. You know what to say?" Seeing the porcelain basin handed to him by SM, Mao Xiaoming immediately comprehended that he was to be a subject in an experiment, internally lamenting his misfortune. Why must it be me again? Yet, he dared not resist, knowing that defiance would surely lead to even graver punishments. Obediently, Mao Shanming lifted the basin and squatted before the zombie. "Call." At SM's command, Mao Shanming, reluctant yet compliant, emitted a half-hearted ayah. Bang! In an instant, the porcelain basin was struck by a multitude of sticks, shattering into countless pieces. Has Master SM and senior brother Jiao violated some heavenly decree? Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene, could not refrain from asking. In his memory, Jiao had always been a decent fellow, far more reliable than the previous Wen Kai and Xiaoshang. Thus, the thought of Jiao facing a brutal beating evoked a flicker of sympathy within him. Humph. When I left, I told him to rise early and practice. Now the sun is nearly up, and this fellow is still asleep. Truly outrageous. Do not concern yourself with it. Jiang Chen reluctantly retreated to the side. But at that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Divine level choices activated. Option 1. Take out sunflower seeds and peanuts, set up a small stool, and wait to watch the show. Reward. An increase of 10 years in magical power. Option 2. Find a way to notify Jiao. Reward. The cultivation method of the supreme, clear, grand void scripture. What is there to ponder? Jiang Chen resolutely chose the second option. This technique undoubtedly ranks alongside the supreme clarity body forging true method, far surpassing the strength of the Mao Shan Qi refinement scriptures. With the skill, my cultivation speed is certain to accelerate further. Subsequently, Jiang Chen quietly summoned a thread of magical energy, which he directed into the room. Inside, Jiao was blissfully asleep, a smile gracing his lips. The previous afternoon, Master Ishio had returned, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful junior sister. Initially, as she had her hair tied up, I mistook her for a junior brother and playfully attempted to embrace her from behind. To my astonishment, before I could make contact, she sent me flying with a kick. I was branded a rogue in the encounter. It was only when her hair fell loose that I realized she was indeed a girl. Eventually, with Master Ishio's assistance, I managed to pacify her. At that moment, Jiao was dreaming of exploring mountains and rivers with his junior sister. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, urging him not to say ouch. Startled, Jiao awoke with a jolt. Who could be speaking to him? He looked around in confusion, but found no one. The voice he had just heard was exceedingly unfamiliar. Could it be an illusion born from his dream? Just then, he heard the sound of someone leaping outside the door. Peering through the window, he discovered that his master had returned. Just as he was about to feel joy, he caught sight of his master's sinister smile. This smile was all too familiar to him. He had encountered it countless times throughout his life, and each instance seemed to herald his misfortune. His master was about to play another trick on him. Jiao hastily returned to the bamboo chair, reclining as he rapidly concocted a plan. Suddenly, the voice from earlier echoed in his ears. Do not say ouch. Do not say ouch. Just as he pondered who was offering this peculiar warning, the door to the room was abruptly flung open. Farais, commanding the zombies, encircled Jiao entirely. With a cold smirk, Farais seized a stick and thrust it directly toward Jiao's posterior. Jiao was struck with a jolt. His eyes bulged in shock. And just as he was about to scream, he recalled the whispered admonition and quickly pressed his hands tightly over his mouth. Witnessing Jiao's silence, Farais was taken aback and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Oh dear, this little rascal is quite resilient." He didn't even utter a sound. No sooner had he spoken than several sticks came crashing down upon Farais' head. Caught off guard, he yelped in pain, and the more he cried out, the harder the sticks fell upon him, soon leaving him with a head full of welts. The scene unfolding in the room was observed by Jiang Chen and Mao Shanming. However, their reactions diverged significantly. Jiang Chen watched with delight, while Mao Shanming was filled with trepidation. The three masters, when angered, would even harm themselves, henceforth. It is imperative to be more honest. Huh, who are you? While watching a performance, Jiang Chen suddenly heard a voice from behind that was exceedingly familiar. Turning around, he was taken aback. Ching. In the valley, upon hearing the familiar voice behind him, Jiang Chen immediately turned back. The person standing before him was none other than the girl he had encountered earlier in Chen family village, Ching. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced the reason for her presence here. After he had annihilated the Heian mountain stronghold, he had returned to Chen family village with the intention of offering some of the spoils to Ching. However, upon his return, he had not seen her. Inquiring with the villagers, he learned that her grandfather, Chun Huaishan, had indeed been murdered by bandits, and that Ching had been taken away by a monk. Now that she appeared here, the monk who took her must be Master Jiu, the venerable monk who had battled with Master Si Mu throughout his life. No wonder he had found Ching familiar at first glance. She was indeed the Ching among the zombie uncles. As Jiang Chen turned around, Ching was visibly stunned as well. The resemblance was uncanny. Although Jiang Chen's body had reverted to its original form, his visage had not changed significantly. Thus, upon seeing Jiang Chen, Ching immediately recalled the man who had avenged her. However, the height difference was substantial. The individual before her was only around 1.60 meters, while the Jiang Chen she knew had been 1.80 meters. For a moment, Ching felt disoriented. My name is Mao Shanming, and I am the disciple of the master here. Mao Shanming, who stood nearby, responded upon hearing the conversation. And what is your name? Ching inquired eagerly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. The mushroom soup is exceptionally delicious, Jiang Chen replied, not directly stating his name, but instead uttering what seemed like an enigmatic remark. Yet, upon hearing this, Ching instantly covered her mouth in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. It truly is you. Ching's voice trembled, unable to conceal her excitement. Jiang Chen's response was enough to reveal his identity. It was he who, after she had prepared him a bowl of mushroom soup, granted her a cultivation method, elixirs, and avenged her. But how have you changed so much? Ching, seeing Jiang Chen nod with a smile, quickly transformed her tears into laughter as she approached him with a puzzled expression. This is my original appearance. I am merely 8 years old this year. Previously, I was traveling alone and employed a transformation technique, he explained. What? You are only 8? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's age, Ching felt a mix of shock and an overwhelming sense of loss. After suspecting that Jiang Chen had avenged her, she had even contemplated repaying him in some way, offering what little she could. However, upon learning that he was merely 8 years old, she felt a pang of insecurity. Now, at 18, would he still regard her when he reached her age? What could she possibly offer him in return? At that moment, a series of anguish cries erupted from within the room. The three of them turned to look inside, where they saw Si Mu and Jiala entangled together, sporting bruised faces. It turned out that upon witnessing Si Mu being beaten, Jiala had been laughing on the side, prompting Si Mu to rush over and grab him, pinching his flesh mercilessly. Thus, they were both turned into rolling balls of misfortune. In reality, Si Mu could easily disperse these lowly zombies with a mere flick of his power. Yet, he was reluctant. After all, they were his sources of fortune. Jiang Chen gazed at the pair of master and disciple with exasperation, particularly at Master Si Mu, who was behaving like a child. Then, Jiang Chen raised his palm and unleashed a powerful gesture akin to the Buddha's hand, summoning a magnificent golden hand that gradually enlarged and moved towards the zombies surrounding the two, drawing them all in. The welcoming Buddha to the Western Heavens technique is a form of control-based palm skill, harnessing formidable magical power to manipulate the actions of adversaries. Once the zombies were drawn in, they continued to swing the wooden sticks in their hands. Jiang Chen produced a soul-capturing talisman and ignited it in an instant. Heed my command, forget your woes. As soon as the words left his lips, the wooden sticks in the hands of all the zombies immediately drooped down. The scene left both Mao Shanming and Ching momentarily stunned. Mao Shanming, having some understanding of Jiang Chen's capabilities, found the extraordinary display shocking yet reasonable. In contrast, it was Ching's first encounter with such a mystical occurrence. Just moments ago, Jiang Chen had casually struck with his palm, and those terrifying zombies were effortlessly manipulated as if they were mere puppets. She had never fathomed that combat could be executed in such a manner. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to single-handedly annihilate the fearsome Black Cloud bandit stronghold. Oh dear, this is painful. Jialu, did you see that? Master took quite a beating for you. Jialu rolled his eyes, thinking that if it weren't for his master's intent to tease him, he wouldn't have endured such punishment. The duo rose, nursing their aches, and approached Jiang Chen and the others. Jia Lu, come here. Let me introduce you, said Mao Shanming. This is my junior disciple, Jiang Chen, whom I often mention. He is quite formidable, and it was no easy feat for Master to obtain his title from your second uncle. You two should get along well. As he introduced Jiang Chen, there was a noticeable disdain when it came to introducing Mao Shanming. The contrast in their introductions was striking. Mao Shanming nearly spat blood, feeling as if he wasn't even worthy of a name. Who is that young lady? I've never seen her before, he remarked, noticing a bright-eyed girl standing outside. Upon seeing Chen Qingqing, Jia Lu immediately grinned and introduced her. Master, this is Chen Qingqing, brought back by Master Yixiu. Yixiu? That old bald donkey is back? Mao Shanming frowned at the mention, realizing that with Yixiu's return, he would have yet another sleepless night. My master is not a bald donkey, Chen Qingqing interjected, her voice lively. Master Yixiu had saved her life, and she couldn't let such disrespect slide. Jia Lu, hurry and escort these clients to the mortuary, then prepare breakfast. And you, whoever you are, just follow Jia Lu and don't slack off, Mao Shanming instructed. Not bothering to engage with Chen Qingqing further, he approached Jiang Chen, saying, Jiang Chen, I noticed that the technique you just employed seems to carry a Buddhist aura. What is the story behind that? When Jiang Chen executed the welcoming Buddha to the West technique, Mao Shanming sensed its connection to Buddhist practices. Jiang Chen, being his and the second senior brother's disciple, shouldn't be diverted to Buddhist teachings. If such a talented Taoist disciple were to be swayed by Buddhism, it would be a grave misstep. The more he pondered, the more concerned he became, needing to dissuade Jiang Chen from any notions of pursuing Buddhism. Oh, that? I stumbled upon this technique at a marketplace and gave it a try. The results were quite satisfactory. As for Buddhism, I only embrace the Tao in my heart. All forms of cultivation are the Tao. Buddhism is also part of the Tao. Master, please rest assured, Jiang Chen reassured him, recognizing the worry in Mao Shanming's eyes and providing a rationale to alleviate his concerns. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Mao Shanming's eyes brightened. He thought to himself that he had underestimated the young man's resolve. With such a steadfast heart towards the Tao, Jiang Chen would surely become a blessing for the Taoist sect in time. All forms of cultivation are indeed the Tao. Buddhism is also the Tao. The more he repeated this in his mind, the more exhilarated he felt, leading him to burst into hearty laughter. Having competed with Yixiu for over a decade, hearing Jiang Chen's words made him feel as though he had gained the upper hand over Yixiu, leaving him with no reason not to laugh joyfully. Oh, I and my senior brother did not misjudge you. Now, feel free to explore, and should you need anything, just seek out Jia Lu, Mao Shanming concluded, strolling away with a light-hearted tune and a spring in his step. Jiang Chen, thank you for what happened that day, Chen Qingqing said softly once Mao Shanming had departed. It was nothing, just a trivial matter. As for your grandfather, please don't be too sorrowful. Those bandits have already paid the price, Jiang Chen consoled her. Yes, I have laid him to rest. From now on, I will follow Master in my training, striving to master my skills and uphold justice, Chen Qingqing declared with determination. In the next moment, her gaze fell upon the small creature nestled in Jiang Chen's arms. Oh, is that a little bear? How adorable. Just a moment ago, she had been resolute in her quest for justice, and now her eyes sparkled with affection. Jiang Chen marveled at how a girl's heart could be so fickle. The little creature, having consumed a demon core the day before, had been in a deep slumber ever since, and Jiang Chen had been cradling it in his arms. Weighing only 30 to 40 pounds, it was soft and cuddly, and with Jiang Chen's strength, carrying it felt effortless and quite comfortable. I found it on the mountain. Its mother was slain by a monster, so I decided to keep it close, Jiang Chen explained. May I hold it? Chen Qingqing asked, her resistance crumbling at the sight of such a fluffy creature, her eyes pleading for a cuddle. However, just as her fingers brushed against the little creature, it suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, nearly knocking Chen Qingqing off her feet. Jiang Chen quickly placed a hand on her back, channeling a bit of energy to protect her heart. At the same time, he cast a surprised glance at the little one, who was now energetically burrowing into his embrace. This roar bears no resemblance to its origin. It echoes more like the mighty roar of a tiger. The little creature must have ingested some sort of demonic elixir and begun its transformation. Are you all right? Jiang Chen inquired, observing the pale complexion of Chen Qingqing. Thanks to Jiang Chen's infusion of spiritual energy, Chen Qingqing was not in any grave danger. She was merely startled by the sudden roar of the small creature. With a gaze filled with trepidation, she regarded the adorable being nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, hesitating to reach out. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Chen advised Chen Qingqing to return for the time being. It had now been confirmed that the plot involving the Uncle Zombie had commenced. It would not be long before Master Jian, known for his prowess in peak competitions, would arrive, accompanied by the formidable royal zombie. Even Master Jian, with his remarkable strength, could only meet defeat at its hands. Jiang Chen feared that his own abilities were still somewhat lacking, since fate had serendipitously brought him to this place. He was determined to devise a means to rescue the righteous and valorous Master Jian. The concentration of spiritual energy here in Master Si Mu's domain was evidently far superior to that of the ancestral hall. Moreover, he had now acquired a more refined cultivation technique. Thus, practicing in this environment would undoubtedly yield greater results with lesser effort. He aimed to elevate his own level of mastery a few more notches before Master Jian's arrival, ensuring he would be better prepared to intervene on his behalf. As Jiang Chen made his way to the back courtyard, he chanced upon Jia Lu and Mao Shanming emerging from a room bearing the sign of a morgue. Brother Jia Lu, Jiang Chen greeted them warmly. Jiang Chen had long desired to meet him. He proved to be far more reliable than the previous Qiuxing Wenkai, diligent in his cultivation and possessing a pure heart. Most importantly, he did not hinder his master's progress. In the past, whenever Master Si Mu visited the charity hall, he would fervently praise Jiala in front of Uncle Jiu. However, ever since Jiang Chen's arrival, Si Mu had ceased his boasting. Now, upon seeing the individual, it was evident that he possessed a robust physique, a clear testament to his relentless dedication to training. The fluctuations of his magical power were immensely profound. Jiang Chen estimated that their realms were comparable, likely around the 4th level of the Master Realm. Excluding himself as an anomaly, achieving such a level at his age indicated remarkable talent. When Jiang Chen spoke, Jiala's expression momentarily froze. He recognized that voice as the one that had resonated in his ear while he was asleep. It turned out that the one who had previously transmitted the message was this junior brother. Indeed, as his master had mentioned, this junior was a prodigy. Such a technique of subtle communication required an extraordinary mastery of magical power. Whether his master could accomplish such a feat, he did not know, but he certainly could not. Yet this junior brother had only been cultivating for about a month, as his master had stated. When his master had made that assertion, he had been incredulous, thinking his master was merely jesting. He had even pondered what expression his master would wear upon being revealed as a liar when he finally met the junior brother. Now, upon witnessing the truth, he realized that his master's words were far from exaggerated. Previously, he had witnessed Jiang Chen employ his skills to capture a zombie. It was astonishing to consider the depth of magical power required for such an act. Now at the 5th level of the Master Realm, he could easily repel those zombies. Yet to lift them as Jiang Chen had done, effortlessly and without inflicting harm, was beyond his capability. Jiala joyfully approached Jiang Chen, observing him to be slightly shorter. He clasped his hands in greeting. Junior brother Jiang Chen, I sincerely thank you for your earlier warning. Otherwise, I would have faced my master's wrath. There is no need for such formality, senior brother. Master Si Mu has a playful spirit, and I could hardly stand by and watch you suffer, Jiang Chen replied with a chuckle. Ah, excellent. Junior brother, I must now prepare a meal. When I have the time, I shall show you around, Jiala stated before departing. After his departure, Jiang Chen casually entered an empty room. This space appears to be a training chamber, furnished solely with cushions and a few tables, devoid of any other items. The room is spacious, with the floor adorned by a diagram of the Bagua. Jiang Chen approached the cushion at the center of the Bagua, seated himself, placed the small orb upon his lap, and commenced his cultivation of the Supreme Clarity's Great Cavern Scripture, with his palms facing the heavens. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Here lies the dojo of Master Jiu, where the architectural style bears a striking resemblance to that of Daoist priest Si Mu's courtyard, albeit with an air of greater tidiness and solemnity, unlike the free-spirited ambience of Si Mu's establishment. At this moment, Master Jiu is seated on a meditation cushion within the Buddha hall, engrossed in his Zen practice. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, and in the next instant, Ching enters the room. Ching, I believe I heard some commotion nearby. Has something occurred? Master Jiu inquires with a curious smile, having not seen her smile since bringing her from Qinjia village. Master, the Daoist from next door has returned. I just saw him play a prank on Jiala. Ching instinctively refrains from mentioning Jiang Chen, as the mere thought of him invokes a desire to conceal him within her heart. Ah, so that old rascal has returned. No wonder I heard all that ruckus from over there. Do not provoke him. He can be quite reckless in his antics, Master Ikkyu muses, recalling Si Mu's character. Shaking his head in resignation. Understood, Master, she replies. Since he has returned, we should pay him a visit. With that, Master Ikkyu rises from the cushion and steps outside. The thought of encountering Jiang Chen again after just seeing him makes Chen Qingqing's face feel warm, yet she joyfully follows in Ikkyu's footsteps. Master. I have met the one who avenged my grandfather, she whispers as she approaches him. Oh, is it Jiang Chen, the one you mentioned earlier? Master Ikkyu pauses, intrigued. Directing his gaze towards Qingqing. Previously, he had been astonished by Jiang Chen's prowess when he discovered the remnants of his actions on Heiyun Mountain. Not only was he impressed by Jiang Chen's mastery of the sword, but he was equally struck by his temperament. He could only imagine the coldness of Jiang Chen's mindset while he methodically dealt with that band of ruffians. Yes, Master. I had no idea he was the disciple of the Daoist next door, she replies. Si Mu's disciple. This revelation momentarily stuns Master Ikkyu. When had that old fellow taken on another apprentice? Wasn't Jala his only disciple? With curiosity piqued, he quickens his pace towards Si Mu's dojo. After paying respects to the image of their ancestral master, Si Mu steps into the courtyard just as Ikkyu and Chen Qingqing arrive. Dao brother, it has been quite some time. Ikkyu greets Si Mu with a cheerful bow upon entering. Good. I wish I could say the same. I would prefer never to see you again, Si Mu replies. His brow furrowing at the thought of another sleepless night. It seems you are not particularly welcoming, Ikkyu observes, understanding Si Mu's temperament without taking offense, and proceeds to sit at the tea table. Qingqing, quickly greet the Daoist, he encourages. Oh, Qingqing pays her respects to Daoist Si Mu. She quickly bows, feeling compelled to show respect, especially since he is Jiang Chen's master. Why, you are both clever and adorable. But how did you come to take such a fellow as your master? Did he speak ill of me? Si Mu questions, plopping down directly across from Ikkyu while pouring tea. Not at all. My master says you are kind-hearted, upright, and the most righteous Daoist in the world, she responds earnestly. Huh. While I suspect your words are mere flattery, I must admit I enjoy hearing them, Si Mu retorts, shaking his cup of tea teasingly in front of Ikkyu. Let us drink tea, Ikkyu smiles, reaching for another cup on the table. However, in the next moment, Si Mu forcefully presses Ikkyu's wrist onto the table, arrogantly challenging him. Drink, then. Why do you hesitate? Ikkyu sighs inwardly, realizing this is a familiar routine each time he encounters Si Mu. With a resigned smile, he exerts pressure, lifting his wrist gradually. Very well, I shall drink. He concedes, and thus begins their playful contest at the tea table. The two are evenly matched in strength, and their encounters are merely tests of physical prowess. For should they employ their magical abilities, the dojo would have been demolished countless times over. As their arms intertwine, neither can gain the upper hand. While Chen Qingqing watches nervously. Just then, both men, their faces reddened from exertion, suddenly lock eyes, simultaneously switching hands and sipping their tea until their cups are drained. Excellent tea. Thank you for your hospitality, Dao brother, Ikkyu remarks. Humph. After so long, I thought you had gone to the Western Paradise, Si Mu retorts irritably. You are correct. I did visit the Western Paradise, but the Buddha instructed me to return and bring you along. As a cultivator, I must meet our ancestral master. You should seek out your own Buddha, Si Mu declares. Suddenly, he thrusts the tea table forward, colliding with Ikkyu. Ah! A cry escapes as Si Mu's posterior is pricked by the spines of a cactus placed on the table. In the next instant, Si Mu roars like an enraged lion. A surge of power erupting from his hands, shattering the table into splinters. Ikkyu, sensing Si Mu's fury, does not dare to underestimate the situation and quickly channels his own spiritual energy in response. Boom! A wave of force sweeps through the room, sending chairs and stools scattering across the floor. Jala swiftly positions himself in front of Chen Qingqing, shielding her from the flying debris. You shameless bald monk. Attempting to ambush the Dao Lord? Watch how I deal with you. However, at the moment when their palms met, both Si Mu and Yi Xiu's expressions changed simultaneously. They promptly withdrew their spiritual power and swiftly exited the room, gazing up at the sky in astonishment. A vortex of spiritual energy. As Si Mu and Yi Xiu emerged from the room, Jia Lu and Chen Qingqing curiously followed suit. They stood there, transfixed, watching the increasingly turbulent flow of spiritual energy in the sky. In an instant, it formed a vortex reminiscent of a tornado. Someone was breaking through. What could have caused such a commotion? Si Mu and Yi Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that the lad Jiang Chen was cultivating? Suddenly, Si Mu thought of Jiang Chen. Among the few of them in this valley, the only ones absent were Mao Shanming and Jiang Chen. Si Mu had assessed Mao Xiaoming's aptitude and deemed him utterly inept, never once considering him as the cause. Thus, it could only be Jiang Chen. It seemed that only Jiang Chen made sense, for this young man was exceptionally gifted, and it was no surprise for him to stir up such a ruckus. Jiala, where is your junior disciple? Si Mu inquired, turning to Jiala. I saw him in the backyard earlier. Later, as I went to prepare a meal, I let him wander off on his own. I don't know where he is now. Why do you ask, Master? Si Mu did not respond but continued to gaze toward the direction of the gathering vortex of spiritual energy. Daoist brother, if I interpret your words correctly, this disturbance was caused by your disciple. Yishio immediately grasped Si Mu's implication, and his curiosity about Jiang Chen reached its zenith. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, a person capable of attracting a vortex of spiritual energy to infuse their body during cultivation must undoubtedly be a genius among geniuses. He had only encountered such descriptions in ancient texts. Of course, my disciples are unparalleled prodigies. Do not envy them, as it has no bearing on you. Si Mu initially reveled in his pride, but then suddenly recalled Jiang Chen's practice of Buddhist teachings, causing him to grow tense. He must ensure that this fellow Yishio does not take an interest in Jiang Chen. Such disciples, upon being seen, would undoubtedly evoke envy in anyone. One must take care to cherish them. On another side, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, and after invoking the upper clear great cave scripture for a brief period, he soon fell into a wondrous state. Jiang Chen felt as if he had become one with the surrounding universe. Within a radius of several kilometers, he could distinctly sense everything around him. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him like bees drawn to blooming flowers. Jiang Chen's spirit wandered through this realm, continuously perceiving the pathways of the Tao. As time flowed, he began to hear the sound of shackles breaking within him. In his dantian, new spiritual seas were being continuously opened, filled to the brim with the frenzied influx of celestial energy. 1 sea, 2 seas, 3 5 seas. Indeed, 5 spiritual seas had been established. Within Jiang Chen's dantian, 9 colossal spiritual seas were now gently shifting, ultimately settling into the positions of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The central sea, which had initially formed, transformed into the emblem of the yin-yang fish, slowly spinning. Above this yin-yang fish, a sphere composed of the essence of heaven and earth was gradually solidifying. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as though he had been meandering in the ocean of the Tao for countless years. Yet, his mental energy swiftly returned to his corporeal form. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and for a moment, he felt as if he had traversed through time. How long had he been cultivating? Jiang Chen pondered silently. It seemed that he had entered a mysterious state while cultivating. Could it be the legendary sudden enlightenment? He wondered if it was related to his first experience with the upper clear great cave scripture. With that thought, Jiang Chen could not help but delve deeper into his inner landscape. The next moment, his mouth fell agape as he was rendered utterly astonished. Is this the interior of my own space, or have I mistakenly entered the wrong place? What is the situation with the 9 immense seas of energy within the dantian? Could it be that I have indeed advanced to the 9th level of the human mastery? With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen hastily exited the internal realm and summoned the system panel. Name: Jiang Chen Realm, 9th level of human mastery Tao body, immaculate and wishful Tao body magical power, 401 years cultivation techniques, supreme clarity body refinement true art, major completion. Maoshan Qi cultivation technique, minor completion, grand clarity alchemy, entry level, supreme clarity great cave true scripture, minor completion. Space, 32, 768 cubic units Tao arts, killing order. Wind and fire order, paper crafting technique perfection, palm thunder perfection, void symbol painting technique perfection, ground shrinking technique perfection, affectionate world sword 23 perfection. Tathagata divine palm perfection, talent, photographic memory, aura affinity 100 divine powers. Yin-yang, have I truly reached the 9th level of human mastery? Jiang Chen gazed at his system panel, utterly astounded. What is the situation? Looking at the sky outside, it seems that scarcely an hour has passed. If I had indeed been cultivating for a long time, Master Sima and the others would surely have come to summon me. This merely indicates that he had only cultivated for approximately an hour. Yet, how could this be? To ascend through 5 realms in a single hour? Even with Jiang Chen's profound confidence in his own innate gifts, it still felt akin to a fantastical dream. Furthermore, Jiang Chen discerned that all the Taoist arts he had mastered had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Could this be attributed to the recent epiphany? Jiang Chen could conceive of no other explanation. As for the true extent of his current power, Jiang Chen could scarcely fathom it. The terrifying, almost boundless Magical power within him imbued him with a sense of being capable of crushing all opposition. When he encounters Shi Jian during the upcoming Ghost Festival, he will finally possess some measure of assurance. Suppressing the elation within his heart, Jiang Chen slowly turned his gaze towards the small bundle resting upon his legs. In his previous excitement, he had failed to notice that the little one had awakened and was now gazing at him with a pair of adorable, wide eyes. "Little one, you're awake," Jiang Chen murmured, unable to resist gently caressing the small bundle's plump head. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen detected that the little one emanated a captivating fragrance, capable of intoxicating the very soul. The little creature hasn't completed its evolution, has it? Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, catching him off guard. Why was the system making an appearance now? It detected that the small bundle of energy shared the same intent as the host, and had thus bound it as the host's spiritual pet. This pet had completed its evolution, and it was time to choose its innate talent. Option 1. Cosmic Manifestation, which upon activation would enhance physical strength tenfold, with further increases corresponding to the host's advancement. Option 2. Invincible Cutie, which would ensure that as long as it did not initiate an attack, no one would dare to harm it. Option 3. Celestial Furnace, capable of devouring all things to strengthen itself, while also possessing the ability to transform waste into treasure. Jiang Chen stared at the options before him. A twinge of envy welled up within him. The talents bestowed upon this little creature were astonishingly powerful. Cosmic Manifestation surpassed even the dragon essence pill he had consumed, and with further growth, its strength would only amplify. The second option was practically a cheat code, an indirect route to invincibility. And the third option, devouring all and refining waste into treasure, nearly made him drool. How should they make their choice? In the practice room, Jiang Chen stared at the options before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of indecision. Each choice was alluring, yet Jiang Chen found himself particularly inclined towards the heavenly furnace. After all, this was a talent associated with growth. He could not rely on the little companion for combat. To forge one's own strength is far superior to depending on others. However, the thought of relinquishing the first two options still tugged at his heartstrings. System. Can I go all in? Jiang Chen momentarily set aside his pride and boldly inquired. 3 minutes later, the system remained silent, only to finally respond. Yes. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Did you just say yes? He sprang to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. Ding. Congratulations, host. The selection of your spirit pet talent is complete. For detailed information, please check the spirit pet panel. The system's response spoke volumes. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen summoned the spirit pet panel in his mind. Spirit pet, little companion realm, level 1 strength, 1 bull talent, law of heaven and earth, invincible cutie. Heavenly furnace. The panel of the little companion was quite simple, and Jiang Chen discerned that this creature was purely a powerhouse, with an impressive deceptive quality. Who would have thought that such a diminutive, fluffy entity, less than half a meter in size, harbored the strength of 1 bull, equivalent to 500 pounds. Upon deploying the law of heaven and earth, its strength could soar to 5,000 pounds. Notably, this was merely in its first-level state. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt utterly at ease. After a hearty laugh, he scooped up the little companion, playfully squeezing it. Meanwhile, the group of 4 had already been waiting in the backyard for quite some time. They had arrived when Jiang Chen created the spiritual energy vortex, fully aware that disturbances during cultivation were to be avoided. Thus, they silently awaited his return. As the spiritual energy vortex gradually dissipated, the 4 looked on with anticipation, curious about how much progress Jiang Chen would make this time. Logically, such a significant commotion should enable him to break through at least 2 levels. And with a stroke of luck, a breakthrough of 3 levels was not out of the question. This young man was previously at the 3rd stage of a human master, and now he is likely to have reached the 5th stage. Just contemplating this makes Simon feel that this lad is truly extraordinary. After all, he has only been cultivating for a month. Achieving the 5th stage of a human master within such a short span is something even a revered ancestor, if resurrected, might find unattainable. Master, has my junior brother completed his training? Jialu inquired, noticing the disappearance of the celestial phenomenon in the sky. Having never witnessed such a commotion during someone's cultivation, he was uncertain of its significance. Consequently, his astonishment was far less intense than that of Simon and Master Jiu. Yes, it should be nearly finished. Let us wait a bit longer and not disturb him, Simon responded with an uncommon seriousness. Observing his master's demeanor, Jialu promptly fell silent. After about a quarter of an hour, a hearty laughter suddenly resonated from within the room. The gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback, wondering how significant a breakthrough it was to elicit such joy. In the next instant, Jiang Chen emerged, cradling a small bundle in his arms. During his state of enlightenment, Jiang Chen had sensed the arrival of the others. Master Si Mu, what brings you all here? Jiang Chen approached with a cheerful smile. Just as Si Mu was about to respond, he noticed Jia Lu, who seemed utterly astonished, rushing towards Jiang Chen, examining him from head to toe, and gesturing animatedly with his hands. Confused by Jia Li's behavior, Jiang Chen asked, "Brother, what are you doing? Do you not recognize me? Junior brother, how is it that after just an hour apart, you have grown so much taller?" Jia Li stared at Jiang Chen with eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, he had been nearly a head taller than Jiang Chen. Yet now they appeared to be of similar height. In merely one short hour, Jiang Chen has grown nearly 20 centimeters taller. What on earth has transpired within him? Upon his utterance, the other pair of eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, just moments ago, I was solely preoccupied with contemplating how much this young man could advance in his cultivation, entirely oblivious to the transformation of his physique. It appears that this young man has undoubtedly made significant breakthroughs. Jiang Chen, tell me, have you advanced in your cultivation this time? Si Mu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired. The more breakthroughs Jiang Chen achieves, the more prestigious Si Mu will feel in front of Yixiu. Disciple has fortuitously advanced several levels this time, Jiang Chen replied. Several levels? Si Mu exclaimed, his voice breaking with excitement. What level are you at now? He eagerly shouted. I am currently at the 9th level of human mastery. Aside from Chen Qingqing and Yixiu, everyone present stood in stunned silence. Especially Si Mu, whose jaw dropped in disbelief. The 9th level of human mastery. This young prodigy was only at the 3rd level before. To make such a leap in a single session of cultivation is truly remarkable. Who would believe such a tale? Jiala was nearly crushed, on the brink of a collapse in his resolve. Previously, his master had always proclaimed himself a prodigy of cultivation, having achieved the 5th level of the human master in less than a decade, making him a distinguished figure not only in Maoshan but also throughout the entire realm of the spiritual and mystical. Yet, now, in the presence of his junior disciple, he felt utterly insignificant. In comparison, he could only be regarded as a failure. Fried Master, senior brother, I merely stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. Ha ha, indeed. It is no surprise that I have such a remarkable disciple, Fried Master exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he approached Yixiu, standing tall and proud. Yixiu could only manage a wry smile. Although he was previously unaware of Jiang Chen's circumstances, he gleaned much from Four-Eyed Master's exuberant words. In a remarkably brief span of time, Jiang Chen experienced a succession of breakthroughs in his cultivation, ascending several levels. Such a talent is indeed rare and evokes immense envy. However, Ikkyu, as a high monk of the Buddhist faith, remained unperturbed, embodying a state of inner emptiness. Subsequently, due to Jiang Chen's breakthrough in cultivation, Si Mu surprisingly refrained from engaging Ikkyu in conflict during breakfast. Nevertheless, Si Mu's haughty demeanor diminished Ikkyu's appetite, prompting him to consume only a few bites before departing with Chen Qingqing back to his own dojo. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen expressed a desire to explore, leading the little dumpling out of the dojo. Not long after, Jiala caught up with them. Junior brother, I am quite familiar with this area. I can guide you wherever you wish to go. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. Oh, it's nothing. Staying alone with Master at home is exceedingly perilous. Jiala chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Jiang Chen immediately grasped the underlying meaning. In times of safety, Si Mu was the greatest danger. The dojo was surrounded by majestic mountains. Once they exited the dojo, the two followed a narrow path directly towards the southern peaks. Jiang Chen's desire to venture into the mountains stemmed from two motives: to assess the little dumpling's capabilities and to seek out rare herbs and treasures that might facilitate the concoction of elixirs, potentially elevating his cultivation to the Earth Master realm. After all, it wouldn't be long before Uncle Qianha arrived, and one could only wonder what level of power the royal undead would possess. In the films, Si Mu and the others seemed to possess a protagonist's aura, astonishingly. The royal undead was ultimately vanquished by a snake that had consumed glutinous rice water. The manner of death was undeniably hasty. In the borderlands, beneath a colossal city wall, the gates stood wide open. A procession bearing a coffin gradually emerged from within the city. At the forefront strode a Daoist priest clad in an orange robe, his back adorned with a 7 stars peachwood sword, moving with a commanding presence and piercing gaze. One could discern from his features that he was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner of Taoism. Particularly striking were his eyes, brimming with righteousness and fearlessness. This individual was none other than Master Jiu, renowned for competing in peak tournaments. He had accepted a task from the royal mansion of the borderlands, transporting the prince's body to the imperial city for the emperor's disposition. Following closely behind him were 4 other Taoist priests, each similarly bearing a sword of divine purpose. These 4 individuals are the esteemed disciples of Master Jiu, representing the 4 cardinal directions. Each of them has attained the 5th level of mastery. Their gaze is resolute. At the heart of the procession is a carriage drawn by 2 horses, upon which rests a magnificent copper coffin, shrouded by a dark cloth and further protected by an ornate canopy. Bringing up the rear are more than 10 guards, encircling a sedan chair. Beside the sedan, an extravagantly adorned man incessantly wipes his brow with a handkerchief. "7th Prince, we are about to depart the city," he announces. This man, the steward of the royal household, is known as Wu Yanqing or simply Steward Wu. "Hey, you Taoists in front, quicken your pace. We must reach the next city before nightfall. If the young prince is delayed in his rest, you shall bear the consequences." After respectfully relaying the itinerary to the young prince, Steward Wu strides to the front of the group, brazenly raising his voice, devoid of any semblance of respect. Jian furrows his brow but chooses not to engage with this foppish individual. Were it not for the reward of a millennium-old ginseng that could elevate his cultivation, he would have no desire to undertake tasks for the court. With a glance, he signals his 4 disciples to quicken their pace and move ahead. Meanwhile, after ascending the mountain with Jiang Chen sets the small creature in his arms down. The moment it touches the ground, it darts away, scouring the forest for food. Its appetite seems insatiable, consuming whatever it finds without ever seeming full. However, it only forages for herbs, eschewing any living creatures. Jiala trails behind Jiang Chen and the little creature, astonished by its remarkable ability to navigate danger. Even when it ventures into a den of venomous snakes, they appear oblivious to its presence, refraining from any attacks. "Junior brother, is this little bear your pet? It seems extraordinary. Look at all those venomous snakes and wolves along the way. None have dared to harm it," Jiala inquires, watching the little creature as it sits on the ground, gnawing on a medicinal mushroom. It is not merely a pet. It is a spirit companion that has evolved after consuming a demon core. This ability to evade danger must be a talent it has awakened, Jiang Chen explains. "Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder. I've heard masters say that beasts awaken talents upon evolving into demons. However, while this little bear's talent ensures its safety, it lacks combat prowess, which is rather unfortunate," Jiala expresses, lamenting that after such a hard-won evolution, combat-oriented abilities would be the most advantageous. Jiang Chen perceives Jiala's sentiments and smiles, refraining from elaborating. When Jiala eventually witnesses the little creature's ferocious side, his expression will surely be priceless. Before long, the trio delves deeper into the mountains. The temperature here has noticeably dropped, and the light has dimmed significantly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly fixed upon a massive tree in the distance. Lying within the dense thicket was a resplendent tiger. This formidable creature measured over 4 meters in length, categorizing it as an exceptionally rare giant tiger. Its body was a tapestry of sinewy muscles, and with each breath, it emitted a low growl that sent shivers down one's spine. "The earth yuan fruit," Jiang Chen exclaimed in delight, for beside the majestic tiger, he discovered a spiritual herb. On the branches of this herb, several fruits radiating a purple glow hung low, appearing to be ripe and ready for harvest. The earth origin fruit, as recorded in the alchemical text of Tai Ching, is a rare spiritual fruit in the mortal realm, renowned for its unparalleled properties. Its primary function lies in the ability to be refined into the earth origin pill. When consumed by someone at the human master stage, it significantly enhances the likelihood of advancing to the earth master level. The earth origin pill is categorized into 9 transformations, each transformation augmenting the probability of success, with the 9th transformation offering an increase of up to 90%. At this moment, Jiang Chen has attained the 9th level of human master. His next endeavor is to transcend to Earth Master. Possessing the Earth Origin Pill not only amplifies the chances of breakthrough, but also considerably shortens the duration required for such an advancement. Hence, this spiritual fruit is something he must secure. The fierce tiger appeared menacing, yet its aura suggested it had not yet evolved into a demon. To engage it personally would be an act of undue cruelty. Thus, it seemed more prudent to allow the little one to test its mettle, providing an opportunity to witness its abilities in action. With this thought, Jiang Chen stepped forward towards the tiger, and Jiala hurriedly followed suit. As they approached within 50 meters, the tiger sensed hostility, rising abruptly with pupils constricting and unleashing a roar that reverberated through the forest. Instantly, birds and beasts scattered in panic. "Be careful, junior brother," Jialu exclaimed, instinctively positioning himself in front of Jiang Chen as the tiger roared. "I will subdue it." Despite the tiger's ferocity, Jialu felt no fear. With his mastery at the 5th level, he was confident in his ability to subdue the creature. "No need, brother. This ordinary beast can be handled by the little one. We shall merely observe. Let it take on the tiger?" Jia Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Jiang Chen, then at the round little creature sitting on the ground, about 50 centimeters tall. "Are you dismissing it? Hoping to replace it with a stronger spirit pet?" Jia Li questioned incredulously. Sending such a small creature against the tiger seemed akin to offering it as a meal, hardly sufficient to satisfy the beast. "Trust me, brother, the little one is capable," Jiang Chen replied, squatting down to issue a command to the little creature. With that, the small one began to scamper forward, its adorable form wiggling. The tiger, undeterred by the approach, continued to snarl at Jiang Chen, baring its fangs. Upon reaching the tiger, the little creature circled it several times before making its way to the ground origin fruit, grasping it with its tiny paws and effortlessly pulling it free. The tiger, witnessing this audacious act, ceased its roar, eyes fixated on the little creature as it joyfully scampered back towards Jiang Chen, the fruit clutched tightly. It longed to savage this little intruder, but instinctively, it could not bring itself to do so. Only when the little one delivered the fruit to Jiang Chen did the tiger erupt again in furious roars, charging towards him amidst a flurry of dust and debris. "Little one, invoke the celestial might," Jiang Chen commanded as the tiger bore down on them. The little creature, under Jia Lu's astonished gaze, instantly swelled to 10 times its original size. Now towering at 5 meters, it loomed before Jiang Chen and Jia Lu like a small mountain. Jia Lu, gazing at the enormous rear of the little one, could not help but swallow hard. Within the dense forest, the tiger charged towards Jiang Chen, its movement akin to a tempest uprooting saplings in its path. In response, the enlarged little creature let out a thunderous roar, colliding with the tiger with the force of a small mountain. A resounding crash echoed as the tiger was sent sprawling back. At that moment, the little one's strength had surged to an astonishing 5,000 pounds, while the tiger, despite being a formidable beast, possessed only around 3,000 pounds of raw power, clearly outmatched. Emboldened by its advantage, the little creature pursued the fallen tiger, its speed surpassing that of the beast. A few strides brought it upon the tiger, which lay on the ground. The little one reared up, its robust forelimbs crashing down like massive hammers towards the prostrate tiger. The tiger, quick-witted, rolled aside just in time to evade the assault, snapping its jaws at the little creature. At this juncture, Jiala finally regained his composure. Turning to Jiang Chen with difficulty, "Junior brother, is this the same little bear from before? As you can see, this is its second innate ability. How extraordinary! What power is this?" Jia Li's astonishment was beyond the bounds of mere words. What terrifying talent has this little creature awakened? Capable of transforming instantaneously from an innocuous little being into such a fearsome, rampaging beast? Should I engage in battle with this little fellow? I would likely be caught off guard by its alarming metamorphosis. The two stood in place, captivated by the fierce clash of two colossal beasts in the distance. The scene could only be described with a singular phrase: a devastating force of nature. Countless trees were uprooted with abandon, and the ground bore the scars of innumerable craters wrought by their immense power. In that moment, Jialu comprehended why his junior, Jiang Chen, had instructed the little creature to procure the spiritual fruit beforehand. Had it not been secured, there would likely be nothing left now. At this juncture, the tiger was already marred with blood, bearing several ghastly claw marks that reached down to the bone. A discernible hesitance began to flicker in the tiger's eyes. Yet, the little creature flourished in its ferocity, pursuing the tiger relentlessly, offering it no chance of escape. The once dense forest lay ravaged, now a vast expanse of desolation. Ultimately, after a forceful charge, the tiger could rise no more. The little creature triumphed in battle, letting out an exhilarating roar. It then opened its gaping maw towards the gasping tiger, from which a tremendous suction emanated. The force was so great that it transformed the tiger's form into a mist of blood, consumed in a single gulp. With a resounding belch, the little creature swiftly diminished in size, reverting to its previous, harmless appearance. Jia Lu gazed at the devastation before him, a vast clearing spanning 100 meters, and once again found himself in a state of astonished disbelief. The devastation here is such that one could easily believe it had been ravaged by artillery fire. At this moment, the very creature responsible for this destruction, a delightful little bundle, is prancing over with a joyful wiggle. Jialu gazes at the adorable creature, and an inexplicable sense of fear stirs within him. The harrowing image of it swallowing a ferocious tiger is too vivid to shake off. A beast stretching 4 to 5 meters in length was devoured in a single gulp. It seems he might be haunted by nightmares tonight. Meanwhile, the little creature bounds to Jiang Chen's side, its tiny paws clinging to his calf as it endeavors to climb up. Jiang Chen understands. This little one is likely fatigued from its earlier escapades and is seeking a cuddle. He bends down and cradles the little creature in his arms. The small bundle nuzzles against Jiang Chen's chest and soon drifts into a deep slumber. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen notices that the little one bears no injuries whatsoever. It appears that after consuming the tiger, any wounds it had sustained have miraculously healed. Junior brother, where did you find this spirit pet? I wish to acquire one as well. Jialu observes the creature's charming demeanor, and for reasons unknown, the flicker of fear that once lingered has vanished entirely, leaving only a radiant glow of admiration in his eyes. Such cuteness, coupled with such a ferocious spirit companion, who wouldn't desire one? Brother. This kind of spirit companion is not something one can simply stumble upon. Otherwise, everyone would possess one. If the opportunity arises, I shall procure one for you. But as for that little dumpling, do not entertain such thoughts. After Jiang Chen spoke with a smile, he strode towards the vast expanse ahead. Brother, I intend to concoct a batch of elixirs here. I would appreciate your assistance in safeguarding my process. Upon reaching the center of the open space and taking a moment to attune himself, Jiang Chen resolved to refine his elixirs in this very spot. The aura here is abundant, and following the recent battle, there are no wild beasts lurking within several miles, creating a serene atmosphere. It is indeed an ideal setting for alchemical refinement. Junior disciple, you can still concoct elixirs. Jia Lu exclaimed in astonishment once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The story does not end here. I have just witnessed the terrifying abilities of his spirit companion. Now, he even reveals that he possesses the skill of alchemy. Just how many astonishing talents does he possess? Is he a favored child of the heavens? How can he embody such incredible capabilities? I can also brew elixirs. Later, I shall concoct a Gu Yuan Dan and grant you one to aid your ascension to the Earth Master level. Really? Jialu nearly leaped with excitement. An Earth Master. That is his ultimate aspiration. If he were to rely solely on his methodical cultivation, it would likely take him at least 5 or 6 more years. However, with the assistance of elixirs, this time frame could be significantly reduced. He understands the preciousness of these potions, as his master once casually mentioned them. Given his master's wealth, the reluctance to purchase elixirs for cultivation speaks volumes about their rarity. Rest assured, junior brother, I will not allow any wild beasts to approach within 100 meters of you. Upon realizing the prospect of obtaining an elixir, Jialu excitedly patted his chest in assurance. Subsequently, Jiang Chen retrieved a small alchemical furnace from his spatial storage, a gift from his Uncle Jiu. Although Uncle Jiu does not practice alchemy, he fortuitously acquired a furnace, which had been serving as mere decor in the ancestral hall. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's alchemical abilities, he promptly bestowed it upon him. Although this alchemical furnace possesses only average quality, Jiang Chen masters the art of alchemy to such an extent that even the ability to refine elixirs from a distance is well within his grasp. Thus, the furnace merely serves as an embellishment. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Chen methodically retrieved the materials required for concocting the Earth Origin pill. With a flourish of his hand, a delicate azure flame materialized, hovering gracefully above his palm. In the valley, at the retreat of Mastery Xiu, Chen Qingqing followed her mentor back to the sanctuary and promptly retreated into her own chamber. The room was suffused with a gentle fragrance of sandalwood. She softly closed the door and approached a small, locked cabinet. Retrieving a key from her waist, she deftly inserted it into the lock and turned it gently, the lock clicking open in response. Inside lay a crimson handkerchief, which Chen Qingqing cautiously unwrapped, revealing half of a medicinal pill nestled within. This pill was given to her by Jiang Chen just before his departure from Qinjia village. She had consumed half of it herself, intending to give the remaining half to her grandfather. However, the sudden onslaught of bandits shattered all her plans. With his last ounce of strength, her grandfather pressed the half pill into her hand. In recent days, she has been reluctant to consume it. However, just now, she witnessed Jiang Chen's remarkable breakthrough. Although she is yet to embark on the path of cultivation and lacks a clear understanding of how Jiang Chen managed to ascend through several realms in such a brief period. The excitement displayed by the four-eyed Daoist made it evident that Jiang Chen's achievement was nothing short of extraordinary. Earlier on the road, she had inquired with Yixiu whether Jiang Chen was truly impressive. Yixiu had succinctly responded with 4 words, an unparalleled genius. These 4 words caused her heart to leap. She owed Jiang Chen an immense debt of gratitude, yet possessed nothing of worth to repay him. After much contemplation, she concluded that only through diligent cultivation and the attainment of strength could she earn the right to discuss the matter of gratitude. Chen Qingqing stared at the pill in a daze for a moment, then picked it up and turned to exit towards the washroom. She had previously ingested the pill and was aware of the ensuing effects. After half an hour, Chen Qingqing emerged from the washroom, having changed her attire. Following the consumption of the elixir, she felt her strength had more than doubled. Sensing that with a single hand she could easily exert a force of at least 150 pounds. Among ordinary individuals, she would undoubtedly be classified as a female behemoth. Chen Qingqing proceeded to the courtyard where Master Yixiu typically practiced. The yard was adorned with numerous body-strengthening apparatuses, stone locks, stone discs, and an array of long and short rods. Approaching a pair of stone locks, she bent down and effortlessly lifted both. This is a single 50-pound stone lock, which was once utilized by Yixiu for strength training, but has now become obsolete. Such a modest weight is of little consequence to Yixiu at this point. However, for the average individual, this weight is quite formidable. Chen Qingqing effortlessly lifted over 101 breath, as if her body were infused with an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Upon completing her feat, she merely experienced a slight breathlessness, with a few beads of perspiration gracing her forehead. This remarkable display was witnessed by Yixiu, who had just entered the room. He gazed in astonishment at Qingqing as she effortlessly hoisted the stone lock, reflecting inwardly on the extraordinary talent of his disciple. This stone lock was specially crafted by a skilled artisan at his request during his initial training, with each one weighing a substantial 50 pounds. Such weight presents a considerable challenge for an ordinary individual to lift. Yet, for Chen Qingqing, to hoist one in each hand and perform 100 consecutive lifts is nothing short of extraordinary. Even before she has commenced her training, she possesses such formidable physical strength. Observing her delicate skin, one would not suspect years of rigorous training. This can only imply that the girl possesses a natural affinity for strength. After placing the stone lock on the ground, she muttered, "It's too light." Turning around, she was greeted by the sight of her master standing at the courtyard entrance, a smile gracing his face as he watched her. "Master, you have arrived," Chen Qingqing exclaimed, hastening to his side with a beaming smile. "Qingqing, the strength you exhibit is indeed astonishing. If you dedicate yourself to your training, your future achievements will surely be remarkable," her master, Yixiu, replied with a nod of approval. "Thank you for your kind words, master. However, the strength I possess is due to the elixir given to me by Jiang Chen. I transformed into this after consuming it." Chen Qingqing candidly divulged the matter of the elixir to her master. "Oh, an elixir given to you by Jiang Chen? Did he mention where it came from?" Yixiu inquired, taken aback by Qingqing's revelation. Yixiu occasionally concocts basic elixirs himself, aware that even the simplest ones are exceedingly rare in the outside world. Thus, he comprehends the value of such potions. Chen Qingqing had previously provided a brief introduction to Jiang Chen during their journey from Heiyun Mountain to the valley. Yixiu learned that Jiang Chen had merely passed through Chen family village and had shared a simple breakfast at Chen Qingqing's home. The fact that he would part with an elixir for someone he had only met once speaks volumes of his generosity. No, Jiang Chen did not disclose the origins of the elixir. "Master, is it truly valuable?" Chen Qingqing asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "Indeed. Elixirs are considered scarce resources within the realm of cultivation. At times, even wealth cannot procure them," Yixiu replied solemnly. "Ah, so precious," Chen Qingqing exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had suspected the elixir's high worth, yet upon hearing her master's words, she realized its value exceeded her expectations. It seemed her indebtedness to Jiang Chen was growing ever greater. What should she do? "Master, I wish to commence my training. I owe Jiang Chen far too much, and I must cultivate my abilities to repay him. Could you assist me?" Chen Qingqing gazed resolutely at Yixiu. "Qingqing, the path of cultivation is not as effortless as you might imagine. Once embarked upon, it is fraught with challenges, and one must not abandon it lightly. Otherwise, it could give rise to inner demons, severing your path to cultivation entirely. Rest assured, master, Regardless of the difficulties, I will persevere. Aside from acquiring the strength to aid Jiang Chen, I possess nothing of worth, she affirmed, her determination evident. Ishio felt a sense of reassurance at the steadfastness in her gaze. In his view, such resolve was even more precious than the talent she currently displayed. Very well. Your determination is commendable. Shortly, accompany me to the mountain, and we shall gather some herbs to concoct elixirs that will assist your cultivation, Ishio said with a gentle smile, patting Chen Qingqing's shoulder. Thank you, master. Chen Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, embracing Ishio's arm and shaking it with delight upon hearing his agreement to prepare elixirs for her. Before long, they prepared their herbal gathering tools, each carrying a bamboo basket as they exited the dojo. Ishio led Qingqing towards the southern mountains, the direction chosen previously by Jiang Chen. In a clearing amidst the dense forest, Jiang Chen meticulously switched hand seals, unleashing pure magic energy from within, which flowed into the alchemical furnace before him. As the furnace's temperature rose, the guyuan fruit began to emit a faint purple glow, while the other ingredients gradually melted into liquid form. Merging incrementally with the guyuan fruit under Jiang Chen's magical manipulation. Fully engrossed in the process, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Alchemy is an exceedingly delicate endeavor. Even the slightest deviation can result in a failed potion. Meanwhile, Jiala kept a vigilant watch for wild animals while discreetly observing Jiang Chen's alchemical techniques, which left him utterly mesmerized by the fluidity and precision of Jiang Chen's movements. The intricacies of this sealing technique are truly bewildering. In a mere span of time, Jiang Chen has already transformed through nearly 1,000 variations of the seal. His hands now adorned with phantoms of movement. How does this junior disciple manage to remember so many distinct hand seals? At this moment, Jia Li's mind is consumed by this singular thought. If he were to remember so many actions, it would likely take him at least a year to commit them to memory. The young junior not only possesses an extraordinary memory but wields it with remarkable proficiency, which is truly astonishing. Setting aside Jia Li's shock for the moment, within the alchemical furnace, all auxiliary herbs have completely merged into the earth origin fruit. At this moment, the earth origin fruit radiates an intense purple light, gradually melting under the continuous refining of the alchemical flames. After a while, 3 pills, shimmering with a purple hue, slowly solidify. As the pill embryo takes shape, Jiang Chen swiftly alters his hand gestures, transforming the alchemical fire from a pale blue to a resplendent golden flame. Within the furnace, the 3 pills whirl rapidly, melting and solidifying repeatedly under the searing golden flames. With each cycle, a golden pattern emerges upon the surface of the pills. At this juncture, a rich fragrance of herbs ascends to the heavens, instantly diffusing into the surroundings. Not far away, Jialu, upon catching a whiff of this aromatic scent, feels a surge of energy stirring within him. Such a delightful fragrance. Merely inhaling, it loosens the shackles of my cultivation. Jialu gazes, wide-eyed, in the direction from which the scent emanates. Is it possible that the pills are nearing completion? Jia Lu whispers, his heart racing with excitement. Recalling that the young junior had promised him a share in this alchemical endeavor, the fragrance of this elixir alone possesses such remarkable effects. Should one consume a single pill, would they not soar to new heights? Perhaps, like the junior disciple, one could ascend several realms in quick succession. Just as Jia Lu was lost in this reverie, he suddenly heard the distant roars of beasts echoing through the air. The sounds came in waves, growing increasingly numerous. A sense of alarm gripped Jia Li's heart as he inwardly lamented the situation. It was likely the alluring scent of the elixir that had incited the commotion among the wild creatures. The fragrance of this elixir was so intoxicating that even one who inhaled it could feel their spirit stirred, let alone the untamed beasts devoid of intelligence. Soon, Jiala noticed a horde of wild creatures charging towards him from a distance. Casting a glance at Jiang Chen, who was engrossed in alchemy, Jiala turned around, his entire being brimming with magical energy, ready for battle. With a resounding rumble, the sound of the approaching beasts grew louder, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Roars echoed in the air, and Jiala soon found himself face to face with countless ferocious beasts, drooling and displaying their menacing fangs. Just as he prepared to confront them, a more terrifying roar erupted from behind him. It was the little creature, sensing danger, who leaped from Jiang Chen's embrace. In an instant, its body swelled, unleashing its formidable powers. It charged towards the oncoming horde. Not far from the tide of beasts, the little creature uprooted a tree as thick as a person, leaping several dozen feet into the air. With a thunderous roar, it swung the tree in a sweeping motion towards the advancing beasts. In a single encounter, dozens of wild animals were crushed into a pulp. Jala stood in awe, having witnessed the little creature's prowess before. but the sight of it decimating the enemy was a profound shock yet again. Nevertheless, the tide of beasts seemed inexhaustible. Regaining his senses, Jala quickly surged forward to join the fray. His approach was straightforward. His magical energy surged, enveloping his fists in a soft golden glow, delivering a punch to each foe. Meanwhile, before Jiang Chen, the furnace contained the earth origin pill, now adorned with 5 intricate patterns, its enticing aroma intensifying. Yet, Jiang Chen had no intention of halting. He aimed to refine the 9 revolutions earth origin pill. The tantalizing scent drove the beasts into a frenzy, stripping them of their reason. Under the immense pressure exerted by the little creature, the beasts that had initially considered retreating now appeared recklessly fearless. Elsewhere, Ishio, accompanied by Qingqing, ventured deeper into the mountains to forage for herbs. Just as Ishio unearthed a medicinal plant, he suddenly sensed a commotion among countless beasts in the distance. What could have caused such an unexpected surge of wild creatures? Squinting into the horizon, he discerned the chaotic movement of the beasts, confusion swelling within him. Having been in this area for over a decade, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Qingqing, we should head back. There seems to be danger ahead, Ishio advised. Feeling the wild beast frenzy from afar, he had only brought Qingqing to the mountains for herb gathering, and with the majority of the herbs collected. There was no need to indulge curiosity at the risk of danger. Just then, a remarkably potent fragrance wafted through the air from the distance. Ishio abruptly halted, astonished, and turned back to investigate. Such a rich fragrance of the elixir. Ishio inhaled deeply, then cast his gaze into the distance. It was evident that the commotion among the beasts was undoubtedly provoked by this alluring scent. Those creatures were at least 5 miles away from this spot. In such a distant place, the rich aroma of medicinal pills wafts through the air, suggesting that this elixir must be extraordinarily remarkable. Could it be that someone is concocting pills within the depths of the forest? Generally, the fragrance of the elixir only bursts forth when the pill is nearing completion. Once the pill is successfully refined, the scent becomes subdued, and even if it retains some fragrance, it will not be so pervasive. Yixiang has long harbored a keen interest in the art of alchemy. At this moment, he realizes that there is a master alchemist at work in the woods. His previously tranquil state of mind suddenly experiences a ripple of excitement. If he could observe the master during the refining process, it might lead to a breakthrough in his own alchemical skills. Presently, Qingqing's cultivation requires the assistance of medicinal pills if his alchemical abilities were to improve. Her progress could accelerate significantly. At that moment, he was seized by the notion of venturing forth to behold the scene. With his own prowess, he felt more than capable of safeguarding Qingqing amidst the throng of ordinary beasts. With this thought in mind, Ishio took Qingqing by the hand and dashed towards the direction of the surging beasts. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the periphery of the beast tide. The fragrance of medicinal herbs here was several times more potent than in the previous location. A single breath invigorated Ishio, and it was no wonder the beasts were driven to madness. He could only wonder which master alchemist was concocting potions in this vicinity. Ishio couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him, for it was teeming with a dense mass of beasts. Carefully shielding Qingqing, he advanced another few dozen meters. Before them lay countless beasts, utterly devoid of reason, relentlessly charging forward with furious roars. Not far away, a colossal figure, black and white in hue, swung a thick tree trunk, striking with relentless vigor. Each swing sent dozens of beasts soaring through the air. "Master, what manner of creature is that? It is enormous," Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the immense silhouette, her voice trembling slightly. This is the largest creature she has ever encountered. Towering over 5 meters in height, its fearsome demeanor resembles that of a war deity, effortlessly dominating its surroundings, with a vacuum zone extending 7 to 8 meters around it, preventing any beast from approaching. Beneath its feet, the carcasses of animals have accumulated into a small mountain. This must be a fully evolved monstrosity. Once beasts undergo evolution into such entities, they awaken certain powers. This colossal beast has undoubtedly awakened abilities related to strength. At this moment, Ishii is equally astonished. He never anticipated the presence of a fully evolved monster within this forest. "Master, look quickly. That naked figure, could it be Jiala?" At this instant, Qingqing abruptly realizes that amidst the beasts, there is a human battling for survival. The individual stood bare-chested, his skin transformed entirely into a deep crimson hue. Amidst the throng of beasts, he moved with relentless agility. Each strike sent a creature hurtling backward, a testament to his ferocity. Upon hearing this, Ishio was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the man could be none other than Jala, which only deepened his intrigue. Why has Jala appeared in this place? And what connection does he have with this beast tide? Upon seeing Jala, Ishio swiftly emerged from behind the onslaught of beasts, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Instantly, a golden silhouette of a hand soared forth, sending a dozen wild creatures tumbling away. Ishio, accompanied by Jiang Chen, charged into the heart of the beast tide, heading towards Jala's direction. In no time, the two reached Jala's side. Master Ishio, Jiang Chen, what brings you here? Jala inquired, having just seen a gray wolf flying. We sensed the beast tide and were curious to investigate, never expecting to find you here, Ishio replied, deftly fending off the beast while addressing Jala's query. What has transpired here? Why has such a massive beast tide erupted? Master, these creatures have been lured by the fragrant essence emitted from the alchemical concoctions of junior brother Jiang Chen, Jala exclaimed, growing increasingly exhilarated as he battled. For the spiritual energy in this area had intensified manifold due to Jiang Chen's alchemy. As Jala fought, he noticed that the recovery of his magical energy was nearly matching the rate of consumption. Thus, after nearly half an hour of combat, he felt not a trace of fatigue. At that moment, upon hearing Jala's words, Ishio stood frozen in astonishment. Master, be careful, Jala shouted, quickly dispatching a wild boar that had charged towards Ishio from behind. It was only then that Ishio snapped back to reality. You just said that Jiang Chen is concocting elixirs here. Ishio questioned in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. How could such an outrageous notion be true? Previously, when Si Mu had boasted in the dojo, he had mentioned that Jiang Chen was barely over 8 years old this year. At such a tender age, possessing an astonishing talent for cultivation is already beyond comprehension. At this moment, Jia Lu unexpectedly claims that he is also adept at alchemy. Furthermore, the commotion emanating from within indicates that the individual practicing alchemy, there is undoubtedly a master far superior to himself. And this master turns out to be Jiang Chen. This result completely overturned Ikkyu's expectations. Indeed, Master Ikkyu, junior brother Jiang Chen is over there. Who knows how much longer we must endure? If he is disturbed, it is likely that all efforts will be in vain. Following Jala's direction, Ikkyu gazed into the distance and beheld Jiang Chen seated cross-legged in a clearing. Before him, an alchemical furnace radiated resplendent light, exuding a rich fragrance of elixir. Ikkyu's expression froze. Witnessing it firsthand made him realize he had not misheard. In this world, there truly exist prodigious talents that surpass all comprehension. It is no wonder that the often arrogant Si Mu, when speaking of Jiang Chen as his disciple, exhibits such pride. Who could contain their exhilaration with a pupil of such caliber? At this moment, Ikkyu found himself feeling a twinge of envy towards Si Mu. However, the present moment was critical for Jiang Chen's alchemical endeavor. Jala was correct. He must not allow the beast tide to disrupt Jiang Chen's work. Should the furnace explode, the loss of the elixir would be minor compared to the potential harm that could befall Jiang Chen. Thus, Ikkyu suppressed his feelings and turned to confront the relentless surge of beasts, invoking the great hand seal of Buddhism. Golden handprints shot forth from his palms, and the immense impressions sent the approaching creatures flying back. At this juncture, 9 intricate patterns had emerged upon the surface of the earth origin pill within the furnace. Jiang Chen beheld the final solidification of the elixir. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, channeling a powerful surge of true energy into the furnace, compressing the 9-patterned pill into 3 diminutive elixirs. The elixirs shimmered with a purple aura, their bodies adorned with 9 golden lines, exuding an ethereal resonance. The fragrant spiritual essence of the heavens and earth surged forth, only to be drawn back and condensed within the pills. At long last, the earth origin pill was successfully concocted. Jiang Chen exhaled slowly, lifting the furnace lid as 3 earth origin pills soared into the air. With the swiftness of lightning, he grasped the pills firmly in his palm, subsequently retrieving a jade vial to safely contain them. The successful creation of the earth origin pill signified that he could soon transcend to the earth master realm. Once he entered this stage, Jiang Chen was confident that his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Whether facing the impending royal zombies or the forthcoming Zhongyuan festival, his confidence would be greatly enhanced. After securing the furnace, Jiang Chen advanced swiftly to the forefront of the beast tide, forming a seal with his hands. An enormous fire dragon materialized. This was the wind fire order. Fire, undoubtedly, was the most effective means of combating such ordinary beasts. With a mighty roar, the fire dragon surged into the throng of beasts, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. The speed at which the monstrous beings were dispatched surpassed even the might of the small creature's staff. At that moment, the fragrant aura that once enveloped the world dissipated, and the frenzied hearts of the beasts were instantly replaced by sheer terror. Upon witnessing the terrifying fire dragon unleashed by Jiang Chen, the overwhelming bloodline pressure rendered all the beasts utterly devoid of resistance, causing them to whimper and submissively prostrate themselves on the ground. Observing this, Jiang Chen stowed away the wind and fire command and simultaneously issued a directive to the small creature. With a powerful roar, the small creature unleashed its might, and in the blink of an eye, the beast retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with corpses, all of which were ultimately consumed by the small creature. The duo of Ishi and Jiala, who were diligently slaying the beasts, were rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle before them. As they descended the mountain, Jiang Chen cradled the small creature, which was burping contentedly, leading the way. Behind them, Ishi, Jiala, and Qingqing regarded Jiang Chen's upright figure with a mix of astonishment and reverence. Ishi was still grappling with the enigma of how this 8-year-old child could possess not only astonishing martial prowess, but also excel in the art of alchemy. The moment Jiang Chen successfully refined the elixir, Ishi felt a profound shift in the spiritual energy of the world, realizing that the elixir crafted by Jiang Chen was far from ordinary. It was only when the 3 Earth origin pills soared into the sky that Ishi comprehended the vast chasm of mastery that separated him from Jiang Chen in the realm of alchemy. After all, those were 9 transformation pill patterns. Despite his years of refining, he could barely manage to concoct a 5 transformation elixir. This has already granted him a modest reputation within the realm of alchemy. The primary method for discerning the quality of pills of the same type lies in the quantity of patterns on the pill's surface. A single turn is the minimum, while 9 turns signify perfection. Undoubtedly, the ability to concoct 9-turn pills belongs to an extraordinary individual who has honed their craft for decades and possesses remarkable talent. Yet, the one capable of producing such exquisite 9-turn pills is, astonishingly, merely an 8-year-old child. It is akin to recounting a myth. He yearned to approach Jiang Chen immediately to seek insights into alchemy. However, with Jia Lu and Qingqing present, he felt compelled to maintain an air of superiority. If Si Mu were to discover that he was consulting Jiang Chen's disciple, it would surely provoke a laugh that would distort his face. Waiting until nightfall, when tranquility enveloped the world, to seek counsel would be a more prudent choice. Meanwhile, Jia Lu was utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's extraordinarily impressive spell. With a mere wave of his hand, he conjured a fire dragon stretching dozens of meters long. The hapless beasts facing the fire dragon stood no chance of retaliation. Had Jiang Chen wished it, none of the creatures in attendance would have survived. The formidable power of this spell, coupled with its strikingly cool appearance, left him utterly envious. Were it not for the presence of others at that moment, he would have eagerly approached Jiang Chen to beseech him for instruction. As for Qingqing, her eyes sparkled with brilliant light, her gaze rendered hazy as everything before her faded into obscurity, save for that tall figure, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. What astonished her the most, however, was the enormous beast, which had transformed from the small creature that had previously roared at her. This utterly adorable creature has the astonishing ability to grow so large and ferocious. The image of it wielding a hefty club and relentlessly striking down beasts lingers perpetually in her mind. When it rapidly shrank back into that little bundle, Qingqing was left utterly bewildered. By the time the trio returned to the valley, it was nearly noon. The moment Jiala arrived back at the dojo, he hurried into the kitchen, eager to prepare a few of his signature dishes. He thought that if junior brother Jiang Chen enjoyed the meal, it would be easier for him to request lessons in sorcery. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was met with the sight of Mao Shanming, who was sweating profusely at the stove. "Senior brother, you have returned. I am in dire need of help." Mao Shanming nearly burst into tears at the sight of Jiala. It turned out that after Jiang Chen and Jiala left in the morning, Daoist Si Mu had subjected Mao Shanming to relentless toil. He had been ordered to clean the dojo inside and out and then to fill all the water jars to the brim. As noon approached, the demands escalated to cooking. By heaven's grace, after all these years of roaming the world and subsisting on the hospitality of countless families, he had never once prepared a meal himself. After a flurry of activity, I found myself utterly exhausted, my face flushed with frustration, and not a single dish had been prepared. Either the food was burnt due to my impatience, or I had overly seasoned it, rendering it inedible. Just the thought of the terrifying expression on Si Mu's face filled me with despair. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiala returned, appearing like a savior. Observing my disheartened demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. He He promptly took the spatula from my hands and commanded, "You needn't do anything. Just tend to the fire." With that, Jiao set to work with earnestness. In about half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were presented at the table. During the meal, Jiao continually served food to Jiang Chen, leaving Si Mu in a state of bewilderment. He pondered how his senior disciple had developed such a close rapport with Jiang Chen. Noticing Jia Li's eager gaze directed at him, Jiang Chen reflected momentarily and discerned that Jia Lu must have taken a liking to something about him. It was unlikely to be a medicinal pill, as he had already promised him one. Therefore, what Jia Lu desired must either be the alchemical techniques or the Taoist spells he had previously demonstrated. The art of alchemy demanded immense talent. Otherwise, alchemists in the spirit realm would not be so scarce. However, I could certainly impart 2 Taoist techniques to him. Previously, at the charity house, I had retained the void symbol drawing technique and the palm thunder technique. Qiuxing, having awakened the thunder spirit body, was particularly suited for practicing the palm thunder technique. When Kai also expressed great interest in the void symbol drawing technique, I wondered if those two had been diligently training. Should I return to find them lacking in progress, as their elder brother, I would have to show them some affection. Jialu, after we finish our meal, how about I teach you a few Taoist techniques? I asked with a grin. Really? Jiang Chen, my little junior brother, I adore you. I want to learn that fire dragon technique. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that Jia Lu was coveting my wind and fire order, while I could teach him other techniques. The Divine Ghost 7 kill order was marked as non-transferable by the system. I was uncertain of the reason. The system remained silent when queried, leading me to speculate that it might be due to the current existence of only 2 types of orders. Other techniques could be taught to others once they reach the perfection level. The Divine Ghost 7 kill order consists of 7 decrees, which can only be obtained through system rewards. Personal cultivation will not yield the comprehension of other techniques. Consequently, it cannot be imparted to others. Brother Jiala, I fear this is not feasible. I have yet to master this particular art and thus cannot pass it on. After our meal, I shall demonstrate the techniques I have learned. You may select one, if you wish. The Master of the 4 Eyes shares a close bond with his true master, Uncle Jiu, and Jiala possesses a pure and benevolent nature. Jiang Chen feels no psychological burden in imparting his arts to him. Meanwhile, the other 2 individuals at the table, upon overhearing the conversation between Jiang Chen and Jiala, were filled with envy. However, Mao Shanming, after experiencing this envy, was overtaken by profound disappointment. He was acutely aware of his own status and felt unworthy of receiving Jiang Chen's teachings. The situation was quite different for the 4 Eyes, who recognized Jiang Chen's extraordinary abilities and deduced that his techniques must be equally remarkable. Though he felt hesitant to ask Jiang Chen directly, he felt entirely justified in requesting something from Jiala. With Jiang Chen's promise in mind, the meal concluded swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. Once they had finished eating, Jiala eagerly led Jiang Chen to the spacious backyard, ample enough for him to demonstrate his techniques. Junior brother Jiang Chen, do you think this place is suitable for you to practice your arts? Jiala's eyes sparkled with fervor.